Rage virus is an extremely fast-acting, fast-turning, and fast-infecting disease that spread through the population of England at such a rate the military and government would ultimately fail to contain the ailment, which led to millions of people succumbing and in turn infecting those around them. As mere days passed after patient zero was turned, a mass exodus would quickly become necessary as barricades were overrun by the teeming hordes of violent infected. One man in particular would be confined to his room during the events to emerge 28 days after the outbreak, finding an abandoned London who would make his way through until finally realizing that while he was out, something big had just gone down. This virus courses through the veins of humans, making them violent, faster than your average person, and with an endurance that far surpasses what you and I are capable of. But what exactly are the biological interactions of this rage virus? Let's discuss that in today's episode, covering both movies 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later, because you know we're going to have to discuss that carrier status and immunity exhibited. So for all those not too familiar with the movie or how it all began, it all starts with scientists trying to science. An idea was formed at Cambridge University that what if humans' drive towards violence and anger could be controlled? What if we didn't have to succumb to our natural primal urges, at least concerning aggression, and instead could take a medicine that would make, say, the most vicious of criminals behave in what is considered a normal range of emotional status? Well, these two scientists had this idea, and they set out to identify the hormones responsible for anger. Well, hormones and neurochemicals anyways, and subsequently developed a countermeasure to control it. A violent criminal was used as a test subject instead of students in the surrounding area, as it was decided they lacked the chemicals necessary within them, as clearly they weren't aggressive enough. When the inhibitor was injected into the criminal, it had virtually no effect on him, and the subject was set to attack. He was immediately put down, and as the scientists were burying him, one of them sneezed. So in science, there are these things called ethics, and you're about to see what is the exact opposite of this. It was decided at this point that a pill was not enough to administer, as this was sort of involving choice, and somebody who's violent might not want to kind of cease those violent tendencies. And with the need to subdue human nature now, apparently, it was decided that this inhibitor needed to be unleashed in an aerosolized form on the general population with kind of zero disregard. I cannot even begin to explain how stupid of an idea this is to release an untested, zero peer-reviewed, and understudied cure on humanity, but I think the outbreak will speak for itself. To build this new aerosolized form of cure, the Ebola virus was altered to carry the dosage, along with certain portions of the disease changed so that you wouldn't actually get Ebola. It became clear that the test subjects would be needed to complete these tasks. Chimpanzees were infected with the modified strains of Ebola after locating the genome within the virus for delivery. Things were looking pretty unethical in here, and the virus mutated within the primates. Instead of inhibiting rage, the apes would tailspin out into a violent state, and this would be known as the rage virus. After realizing what they had done, one of the scientists contacted an animal rights group, told them what had happened, and then took himself out of the game. The group arrived to break the animals free, and despite the scientists warning them that the disease they carried was pretty much lethal, they were freed anyhow. This marks hour zero of the outbreak. With a quick attack from the chimpanzee, the first human was turned in mere moments and went into a violent rage. From here, they would escape and move out of Cambridge University to the surrounding cities and countryside, infecting all those who they came across. Fast forward to 28 days later, and Jim finally wakes up from his coma. Initially, he was a bike courier who had been hit by a car and seemingly suffered some head trauma. After shaking off the disorientation, he moved to his hospital door where a key had been slid under by presumably hospital staff. In case he ever woke up, he would at least have a fighting chance. After moving through the city and finding it abandoned, he would go on to run into other survivors and find out firsthand what he was facing. Humans were not able to be reasoned with and would attack at the slightest sound or light. He would also learn what others around him were willing to do to stay alive should a member of the group become infected. Ultimately, he would go on to meet a father and daughter, and we get our first look at the infection rate time from a small dosage. Upon the father getting a small amount of blood in his eye from a crow snacking on a manwich, he would turn in under 30 seconds and begin attacking the group he was just traveling with. However, during his attack, remnants of the military who were trying to establish a new order showed up and saved them, albeit this is really just momentarily. Their real intentions were less order and more chaos and decadence. But ultimately, Jim would overcome them by releasing an infected member into their stronghold and saving Selena and Hannah until ultimately they were rescued by the real military, still doing sweeps of the area looking for survivors and infected alike. So with that quick, and I mean quick rundown, as I could do a dedicated video just giving you a summary of what happened, which I don't think that would really be that much fun for anyone because we're here for science. science, we can see the disaster and how it affects individuals' minds and bodies. But now we get to the good stuff of how does this disease work and what was affected by this disease, because let me tell you, it's biology heavy and you love to see it. So let's discuss the idea first, the rage chemical. It is known in humans that rage can come from damage to the brain, specifically in the prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and angular gyrus. The prefrontal cortex is associated with moral judgments, and should it be damaged, a person may not understand the choice they are taking and the implications of it as well. The amygdala is associated with aggression and maternal instincts, but is still very much so the same in males, and it is also an extremely old part of the brain. So we all love the term, the lizard brain. And the angular gyrus is located around the parietal lobe. If damaged, it is associated with depression, poor memory, frustration, and belligerence. The reason for these three specific portions of the brain being called out is because damage to them can also lead to release of other chemicals in improper proportions, or perhaps even a deficiency of chemicals. The idea of serotonin in deficient numbers leading to anger is a long-studied topic. Some have deemed it too simple, as usually with the brain, there is usually more than one thing causing issues, typically because of the neurochemicals associated with like every function. So instead, it's sort of a cascade effect with multiple issues leading to the problem. But the generalized thinking is that those who are prone to outbursts or aggression are those that have serotonin levels diminished when samples are taken from their cerebrospinal fluid. So increasing the amount of serotonin in the brain would fix the issue, right? Well, yes and no. But before getting to that, where might this deficiency come from? It could be something as simple as your brain having a naturally lower level due to genetic issues, but another reason could be because of the damage leading to lower numbers, or even inability to release serotonin in the right amount. So why is it a yes and a no? Increasing serotonin levels is what's affecting anger, as these sort of help balance out emotion and mood. This would help a person, and injecting a nice shot of serotonin into infected might also help. But this isn't a permanent fix because the rage chemical is still there, affecting the brain's functions and actions. What the scientists were working on also was an inhibitor, as it binds to a chemical or receptor, rendering it useless so that the neural pathways are not activated. And inhibiting serotonin would also just lead to more rage. The chemical they were actually looking for is known as arginine vasopressin. This particular chemical is produced in the brain, specifically the amygdala, which again is associated with aggression in humans during its activation. In fact, if this particular point of the mind is overstimulated, this can lead to near constant outbursts and violent behavior. Violent criminals have had their brain scans done where this area is shown to light up, indicating too much activity and also more readily available activity than those with more controlled emotions. This area of the brain is also what helps mothers go absolutely ham on people if they get near their offspring, and it sends them into a violent rage, which we all know the story of the mom literally picking up a car off her son after he was entrapped. But this is important as it shows the physical ramifications of neurochemicals and what kind of effect it can have on our strength and endurance, which we will also discuss momentarily. So now that we know what chemical they were after, what is the inhibitor? Likely there are two possibilities concerning how this would work. The first is an injection of compatible structures which would actually bind to the chemical itself. When they did, the release of this chemical into the synaptic gap or elsewhere would stop it from being able to bind with its co-receptor. With the binding not possible, the pathway would be stopped and the signal not sent to the next neuron. This would stop the violent aggression, at least presumably. The second method would be to bind to the co-receptor itself. However, doing so may actually activate this pathway, so this may not have been the desired outcome. It could be possible to find a portion of the receptor blocking the chemical from attaching, however, if multiple receptors were needed. If this is the case, then this would be the most long-term effective, as the inhibitor would not have to keep finding new chemicals to attach to. It was all so perfect, but went completely awry when it was introduced into the primate population. While chimps are fairly similar to humans, they do lack certain cells and chemicals that humans have. For instance, simian immunodeficiency virus, or SIV, or human immunodeficiency virus, or HIV, are different in terms of lethality because chimps lack the cells necessary to progress SIV to acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, or AIDS, whereas humans have those tissues to progress the illness to AIDS, which ends up taking us out. Differences like this means it needs to be studied heavily to assess what is being affected, and do humans possess the ability to transfer those exact results. Ebola was the virus chosen for its virulent properties and ability to infect cells by force, introducing this inhibitor. When introduced to the chimps, however, this genome would alter slightly, changing the inhibitor, creating the opposite effect. This leads me to believe that the receptors on the neurons themselves were the target. It may be that the finely tuned inhibitor changed very slightly, and instead of blocking the receptor, it inadvertently activates it. This inhibitor was likely to be designed to block most of, if not all, the rage pathways in the brain, but with this mutation, it would end up actually activating all these pathways, and you can kind of start to see how this might be an issue. It was first seen with the chimps that their propensity to anger and aggression was well beyond that of what was normal. After the animal group chimp were attacked and bitten, the Ebola virus origins inhibitor would quickly enter their bloodstream and begin infecting them, activating all the rage pathways of the mind, while also still having some of the effects of Ebola, such as tissue liquefaction. The infection timing of the virus stated in the movies is roughly about 20 to 40 seconds depending on the dosage. And I would have to say that is actually completely ludicrous. Biological processes do not move that quickly, and there is no way incubation time would be that quick. I know I'm being a stick in the mud, but for something like this to happen, hours to days would be the minimum needed. And we will actually discuss that here in a moment, but getting off my soapbox, it appears as though the infection routes are bodily fluids in direct contact with mucous membranes or other person's non-infected bodily fluids. If you get the rage virus, blood on your skin, you are actually okay. But should any get into your mouth or eyes, or saliva actually pierce the skin of a person, they will succumb to the rage virus quite quickly after that and begin attacking their comrades. But what do we see with the infected? Getting a look at them, let's specifically discuss their eyes for a moment. And the reason is this idea comes up in the second movie as well. When a person is infected, the capillaries in their eyes burst and their iris turns red. Literally, they are so angry they are seeing red. But it would appear that during this event, taking into consideration the liquefaction of their organs and bleeding, capillaries of the iris have burst as well, leading to blood accumulating within the eyes, meaning that they may actually eventually go blind. An interesting thing to note as well about the infected is their drive, which is borderline sadistic, to infect non-infected. First, they have the Ebola virus, so fluids are leaking out of them constantly. They will actually use this fluid to drip into people's faces or vomit on them to infect those not experiencing the glory of rage. They will also outright attack anyone who does not appear infected and seek out more to satiate their anger as well. One of the more interesting things that can be seen with the chimp is that it was clapping as the person was being attacked at the beginning, which mirrors Dawn and 28 weeks later, seemingly taking glee in attacking or seeing others attacked. This suggests higher brain functions are still happening, but the prefrontal cortex is majorly subdued. But what about the physiological effects of the mind kicking into overdrive concerning your rage? When you enter a state of fear or anger or fight or flight or anything like that, your body begins dumping chemicals into your bloodstream in response to the chemicals upstairs dictation, mainly adrenaline. Under times of extreme stress, this chemical makes you almost superhuman in a way. You can run faster, hit harder, think quicker, and hopefully overpower any attacker to survive. Usually the body will begin to calm back down after the danger has passed, which can actually still leave residual effects such as shaking and exhaustion after depleting your body in such a short amount of time. The issue with the rage virus is that this adrenaline is actually never shut off. As seen with the infected, they can overpower virtually anyone, even if that person is dumping adrenaline into their system as well. They can also outrun most people too, as the non-infected succumb to exhaustion by natural processes that just do not seem to affect the infected. But there is a massive catch to this. While the average non-infected is slower and weaker, they actually listen to their meat suits, something that the infected are no longer able to do through the noise brought on by the concoction of neurochemicals and hormones being dumped into their bloodstream. The main issue with the infected is their vulnerability to their own needs. Unlike something like a zombie, the infected in 28 days later are truly just infected, meaning that if you were able to cut off the source of their ailment, they would likely return to normal. But seeing as that's not possible as research was in its infancy, they're really just people running around for days at a heightened stress level, not eating, not drinking, always fighting, always running. The issue is though, is that the body can run on adrenaline for a while and stored fat reserves, but this will metabolically deplete the body. We actually see at the end that before too much longer, the body begins to become decrepit and completely devoid of muscle tone or fat. This is the final point of life for those infected. With no incoming nutrition, they fall to their biological needs, limiting the outbreak as long as it is contained. During the outbreak, however, the virulence of this inhibitor is something, honestly, like an Ebola outbreak. Ebola is exceedingly contagious should you come into contact with bodily fluids, and that's something the infected specialize in. However, I would have to say, with the breakdown of internal organs, this creates a whole host of issues. So I'm going to do something I haven't tried before. And now, I'm no film critic or anything, but I'm going to critique the absolute living crap out of this movie's infection and discuss what would actually happen. Firstly, the jump from chimps to humans. While possible with HIV, the issue is compatibility. We see that with HIV specifically, this was more than likely a multiple exposure event rather than just a single dose issue. With the rage virus, the mutation specifically happened in chimps, meaning that it was adapted to their bodies and their genetic coding, not ours. To make that leap would require quite a bit of exposure and time, meaning this is not likely to occur like it did, and instead would really just mean you got beat up by a really angry chimp. Another issue I see is with the inhibitor itself. The mind is a tapestry of interactions, all very necessary to making you. Completely shutting off one chemical in the brain because it was deemed bad, with very little research how it would likely have severe consequences for the operation of the brain. This could actually wreck your brain's ability to operate. It's all about balance, not just stopping a chemical. Next, the Ebola virus. The Ebola virus. Why would you choose a virus like this instead of something a little more benign like the flu? This virus is extremely detrimental to your body for a multitude of reasons, but mainly its ability to completely melt your organs and liquefy you internally. I've stated this a few times, but this is my absolute biggest issue with the infected. We see them spewing out fluids constantly. Going back to the metabolism of the body, this is my main gripe. As it turns out, we need water and food to survive. With the organs liquefying, first off, you are spewing up water at an alarming rate, but also you're not able to take in nutrition as the organs are not operational. You drop in 3 days with no water under normal circumstances, but with this infection, you would drop in literal hours. After you begin coughing up bodily fluids and sweating and running around, it just doesn't make any sense. The scientists that chose the Ebola virus rather than a more, like I said, benign form of like flu must have been on a whole different level of dumb ideas. Not to mention, they didn't even subdue the portion of the virus responsible for apoptosis brought on to the cells by the body. It seems as though they tried to, but with very little research into that area and to see if it actually worked, especially when you have a ton of chimpanzees throwing up blood, this wasn't just a mutation, this was negligence. Another issue I would have to say is the actual lifespan of the infected. It is stated that it took weeks, which we will get to momentarily, for the infected to drop off. Again, that's not likely. Hours of spewing up fluids would render the muscles so weak, the blood so coagulated in the body, and the brain so dehydrated that delirium would follow, and then quickly immobilization. Nutrition has nothing to do with it. Once again, it all goes back to water. Without it, you drop. Simple as that. And the body under these extreme situations needs more water than normal, and with them hemorrhaging the water out of themselves, longevity is severely decreased. Also to bring up, incubation time. The fact is, with a virus, if it is too virulent and destructive, it's actually better for humanity, because if it is not able to move through a population effectively, as it takes the host out too quickly to infect others. The rage virus is a perfect example of this. The host is still up and moving under real circumstances though, the body would fall apart so fast, the virus not be able to effectively spread to others. However, this is negated by suggesting that the virus takes literal seconds after coming into contact with the bloodstream to infect someone, but again, there's no way, man. A virus must first attach to a cell, infect the cell, and then the genome is read and the body begins producing whatever particular structure the virus wanted it to or coded for. In most cases, this is usually other viruses, but in this case, it's the inhibitor activating the RAGE pathway. This happens so quickly that it suggests it's not even using cellular mechanisms, but then goes on to also be reliant on the adrenal pathways to give the infected its strength. The reality would be, once you are bitten, it would take hours to days for the symptoms to manifest, which is more than enough time for you to be quarantined. So there are several issues with the outbreak, as you can see, and I mean, there are more than just these, but something I found particularly odd was the blending of real symptoms like rabies mixed with how the body soldiers on despite massive damage. In one particular point, you actually see a soldier who was infected in the second movie with internal organs exposed. A hit like this suggests spinal damage and lack of ability to breathe. And I'm sorry, but no. There is no way this guy is up and walking around if all circumstances with the virus are based on mundane happenings. He would not be breathing. After like 2 minutes of not breathing, especially walking around, you would probably just completely black out. But you know, with zombie movies, there's this idea that they aren't exactly alive, but suggested by these movies' rules, these are infected, not zombies, which indicates they are alive and must rely on bodily functions, otherwise the infection wouldn't have ended weeks later due to starvation. Yet they are able to push their bodies past physical limits to survive even a day of infection. Alright, so enough nerding out on these issues. Now that you have a pretty good grasp on what the infection does and how it interacts with the body, we can finally move into quite possibly the worst idea the military has ever had, which I can only imagine was made up by someone who is missing half their brain. The movie and plan that takes place in 28 weeks later. This one starts with everyone's favorite hero, Don, willing to do what it takes to willing to run away from his wife and leave her to her fate to be devoured by infected, brought on by a young boy showing up seeking refuge, and then after it all hits the fan, running away from the rest of your group to save your own skin. You can already tell he's pretty much the hero we deserve. After Don's definite not retreat but advance in another direction, he escapes via boat. After a short while, the infected naturally begin to become bodied by starvation as NATO forces take control of Britain once again. 28 weeks after the outbreak, Team America has arrived under the command of Brigadier General Stone and bring in settlers. That's right, bring in settlers to an area that is near a hot zone and still actively is assumed to be a hot zone, as it hasn't really been cleared yet. Instead of clearing the area entirely, house by house, making sure no infected remain, they instead bus in civilians into a controlled area and re-establish the population 6 months after an outbreak that almost completely annihilated the population of England. This safe area is known as the Isles of dogs. Dawn's children are reunited with him, but the kids will be kids, and they decided to go into the hot zone that they saw the horrors of firsthand and go back to their old house. I'm actually surprised an outbreak even started initially with this grade A thinking. Here, however, they come across their mother, who was presumed body by the beginning of the movie. However, something is different about her. Despite being attacked, she is not infected. She does still share the burst of capillaries in her left eye, much like the other infected, though. Upon realizing his wife is still alive, Don goes to Alice, where they reconcile. But this will be short-lived. A blood sample was taken from Alice earlier, and it was determined that she was infected but asymptomatic. The issue is, even though she doesn't show symptoms, she is very much so contagious. Unbeknownst to Don, that is. When he leans in and kisses her, he is infected with the rage virus and begins to attack Alice very shortly after. And here is why you don't bust in civilians when, at minimum, a working military zone should have been established for the better part of a year. Don immediately begins turning people at the safe zone, and then those go on to infect others. Eventually, a code red is called, which basically means GTFO. Infected and non-infected are taken down alike as military attempts to contain the outbreak. Eventually, the entire city is engulfed in flames, with the two kids, a soldier, and a researcher trying to get out. Through circumstances, the kids are all that is left, with Don stalking throughout the entire movie, which, side note, is a very bizarre trait for the infected to show. Typically, complete disregard is shown for the infected's body and status, but Don acts with restraint and stealth in many situations, suggesting that while he is not immune, there is more higher thought going on in his head than what could be considered average. Don does attack his own son, biting and infecting him with the virus in the tunnels. His daughter ends him, but it is shown that his son possesses the same carrier status as his mother with the virus, clearly displaying the traits as seen in his eyes. However, he does not fly into a violent rage like the others. And it all ends on a happy note, with Paris being invaded by angry infected to now spread the disease to the mainland. So if you're still with me, we have already discussed the effects of the disease and what it has on the body and the improbability of said disease. But what about carrier status? Would this be possible, and if so, how? Well, carrier status of any virus or germ is an interesting thing, and it is absolutely possible. There are many carriers of, say, MRSA, for instance, which is a bacteria that can lead to pretty severe skin infections, and some are even antibiotic resistant, but carriers may not have symptoms all the time. The herpes virus is another example of a virus that many people are carriers of and may not even be aware or have any clue of how they got it or if they are currently infected. Many with this virus have the virus lay dormant in their nerve clusters, waiting to present. Some may never even have symptoms, but are still able to transmit it to others. Another interesting one is the Epstein-Barr virus. This virus is a member of the herpes family, and 95% of adults were found to possess the antibodies to combat EBV. So odds are you listening to this and you are an adult, congrats, you probably have Epstein-Barr virus, and so do I. But even I, oddly enough, it appears to be a carrier of the flu virus. Every year the flu swings through my town, and in fact I've actually been tested for the flu and it came back positive, but I've never displayed any symptoms like fever, fatigue, muscle aches, or nausea. Instead, if I recall correctly, I just sort of sneeze a lot. But essentially, it's all based on your genetic makeup and the virus itself concerning the rage virus. Due to the chimera nature of her eyes, it may be possible for her to possess two different copies of genes that render her a carrier. This is backed by the transfer of those genes to her children when the son becomes infected. The thinking is that with these genes, this allows the virus to enter the cell as if a normal infection were taking place. However, the body, while infected, does not follow the same pathway another would. In someone who's not a carrier, all the rage neural pathways are activated, leading to spasmodic events, reddening of the eyes, and leaking of the blood from eyes, ears, mouth, and other orifices. With a carrier, however, upon them being infected, the eye capillaries burst in the left eye, which seems to be the only symptom. Again, there are many reasons as to why the body would react the way it is, but what might be the reasoning for this? I believe it is coding for the neural receptors in the gene sequences. Because the virus is so effective at converting large populations, it's safe to assume it will attack those receptors in a normal person, or really just attach to them. However, bodies can be somewhat unique person to person. A small mutation in the gene sequence can lead to a completely different way that the body operates, and we call this evolution. If Alice's neural receptors were slightly different from the average person, and subsequently the chemicals produced by her body were slightly different in terms of shape, the body could still communicate, but outside infection may not be able to affect it the same way. With the addition of this rage virus and its subsequent inhibitors, which are actually activators, this means that they would not be able to properly attach to her neural receptors. Because of this, she does not display the actual symptoms of rage. However, this would not be enough. As we see with the infected, they are leaking quite readily all over the place. So why not her? After the virus enters her body, she should essentially have Ebola symptoms minus the rage, right? Well, this may also be due to a specific set of genetics. If they are changing the receptors in the brain, then they may have the ability to actually change the receptors on the cell themselves. Because of this, the rage virus may have difficulty attaching attaching to these cells. And based on this, they may proliferate only within the bloodstream without causing harm to the organ function, as clearly she is still living, eating, and drinking. So presumably it may be affecting her red blood cells or white blood cells, as well as the salivary glands, but not the organs themselves. So without the breakdown of this tissue, she can continue living and spreading the disease unknowingly. Another possibility is that the virus itself has mutated much like it did with the chimps. After the proliferation of this virus amongst the public, the disease would have passed through many people, interacted with many genetic codings and immune systems. She may have been infected with a version that may be comparable to the flu rather than Ebola, given its mutagenic nature. Ebola can outright take out a host, but won't proliferate well, whereas the flu may take out the host, but typically it will have enough time to be spread. So its lethality is decreased for the price of increased longevity. But again, seeing as Don was infected with the disease and turned, his son was infected with the same disease because he bit him and not turned, I would have to agree that this all boils down to genetics. So I bet you didn't know that there's probably going to be a third movie on this. Apparently they met up in 2019 to discuss it, and my money is it being called 28 months later. Anyhow, this was, I believe, the longest video I've done to date. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please leave a like, as I worked pretty hard on this one. So feel free to like, share it, and do all that good stuff. I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, Patreon, and second channel links in the description if that interests any of you. And would also like to thank a few of my patrons. First up, it's our lone astronaut, It's Not a Spoon. Thanks, bro. Next up, our scientists are FreedomUnits44, Skilt, and Trey Windenall. Thank you to you as well, my guys. And to the rest of my patrons, as always, I thank you as well. Your help goes a long way. All right, so that's a wrap on that one. I hope you guys have a good one. Enjoy your weekend, and I will see y'all in the next one. In the small town of Ogden Marsh, Iowa, life was usually pretty quiet. Everyone knew everyone else, everyone talked amongst one another, and life seemed pretty simple. However, while talking, there were rumors of an explosion that had taken place somewhere deep within the swamp, but no news was reporting on it, and nobody was really coming to investigate what it was. As days passed during the first baseball game of spring, a resident would wander out onto the field with a handheld exhibiting bizarre and out-of-character behavior. This man would ultimately threaten the sheriff of the town, David, which would ultimately result in that resident's demise. After a toxicology report came back with the autopsy, it was found that his blood alcohol level was 0, even though he was previously considered the town drunk. This would only be the beginning for the town's problems, as many others would start to act strangely and to their own detriment. But what exactly was coursing through them to make the average person turn into a bloodthirsty monster? We will discuss that in today's episode. So I hope you guys enjoy the biological analysis of the 2010 version of The Crazies. And if you haven't seen the 1973 version, you should probably also go watch that. First thing we need to discuss is the earliest sightings that began cropping up across the town. Shortly after the encounter with the resident on the baseball field, more cases would begin popping up of people acting strangely. Judy, who is David's wife, is the only doctor of the town, and she would actually run into the earliest case despite not knowing it was the earliest indicator of this outbreak. One of those recently infected would begin displaying symptoms of repetition, indicating that something in their brain was misfiring. Attributing it to possibly a brain cancer issue or mental degradation, she would send this man home with the promise of getting brain scans on Monday, but this is where we begin to see how quickly this disease takes root inside of a person. After running the wheat thresher inside of the garage, which sends his wife outside to go investigate, she would eventually hear her son yelling and then run back inside of the house. The issue is, though, this was a trap. She would then hide with her son inside of a closet where they would be locked in together. Afterwards, he would then set the house on fire, and while it burned in the background, he was apparently mowing his lawn. Seemingly, he would take glee in the passing of his family in such a violent manner. Later, as David revisits the baseball field out of compulsion and probably guilt, he would then run into the principal he had seen just the day before. Much like the man who had visited the doctor's office, he was in a state of catatonia isolation, until the sharp yell from David, which would bring him back only momentarily. To this, the principal would then begin repetitiously repeating himself that the kids are resilient and would be okay, and as the bell rang, he mentioned he needed to get back to class. After hearing of the rumor about some sort of blast from the marsh area and a report of people being found, as well as people in his city and town really kind of acting strangely, David would load up with a guide and his deputy to head out and search for something that could be the causation of these issues. Quickly, he found a plane had crashed in the area and was completely submerged. This sparked quite a few questions, like why nobody was looking for it or why there were no reports on the news over a missing airliner. He concluded that the plane must have been forgotten because it was never supposed to be in the air with the knowledge of the public. Returning to town, based on the water supply maps and the plane crash, David concluded that something from the plane was spreading through the water supply and hitting homes by the reports of those who went crazy first. He would go on to confront the mayor, requesting that the water needs to be turned off. Seeing as it's a farming community though, this was kind of looked upon unfavorably. The mayor told him to basically eat it and it wasn't going to happen. So he went to the water source himself and turned it off. Unfortunately, by this point though, the disease had already infected most of the area. As things continued to progress in the town, people began acting even more odd. The original man who had turned on his family was confined to a jail cell and began exhibiting new symptoms such as extreme catatonia, bleeding from orifices, bulging veins and arteries, and an extreme rage. After confirming they did in fact put a prisoner transfer request in that was never answered, David goes on to check the phones and the internet and notices that they are completely cut off from the outside world. He then notices a car outside at this point and then runs outside to confront this person. A lone woman is seen riding her bike through the street in a childlike manner singing, as clearly the entire town seems to be losing its focus, until eventually they all lose their mind. Turning his attention back towards the black car with the dark tint that was not seen before in town, he approached it and it peeled out before David could get a look at who the person was. With this confirmation, David began to become quite aware that something was happening, and quite possibly whoever was in that black car may be in part responsible. And here's where things go absolutely haywire. Quarantine teams show up and begin rounding up the entire town. Those with a fever are considered infected. Those without are placed elsewhere. Judy is currently pregnant and displaying a slight fever as a result. Separated from David, she is forced into a room where other infected individuals are all displaying symptoms. However, the quarantine team did a pretty poor job, and some were still free and walking around. Specifically in this instance, the principal. As he makes his way through the infected area, no love is lost between him and the others that are infected, as he indiscriminately takes out anyone he comes across until his attention is brought onto Judy. Right before stabbing her with a pitchfork, he's taken out by David and they escape with Russell and Becca. Grabbing a car, they begin trying to make their escape but are spotted by a military helicopter. So ducking into a car wash, Becca is pulled out by an infected and bodied. Eventually the car is destroyed as they escape on foot and hide from the helicopter. However, as they continue to walk, Russell begins to display symptoms as he becomes increasingly agitated. It isn't too long before David is able to subdue an intelligence officer after this to get some information. He was informed that a plane in the marsh was being sent down to Texas to be incinerated because it contained a virus known as the Trixie virus. This virus was government made and designed to destabilize a population before ultimately becoming self-limiting. It is a waterborne disease as well, and interestingly, it appears that there are some infighting amongst the government on this, and the intelligence officer may have sided with those who preferred for the incineration of the virus. He mentioned that he was able to help, but Russell's apparent infection is becoming increasingly more present. After taking out the intelligence officer with a shot to the head, David is able to take the handheld from Russell, but soon the tables are turned as Russell appears to take David and Judy hostage on their walk. After a while, David is able to convince Russell he's infected, and he still has enough consciousness and ends up choosing to sacrifice himself so that Judy and David could sneak past the soldiers holding the quarantine line at the edge of town. Judy and David go on to find a vehicle and are successful, but not before finding all those who were deemed non-infected by the soldiers. They were lined up and mowed down in the back of a semi-truck trailer like cattle. The reason for this is actually still to maintain the quarantine, but we will get to that in a little bit. David and Judy take the semi as the radio they found continues to count down. As the town was deemed past acceptable recovery levels, a nuke was dropped on the small town, erasing it from existence along with traces of the plane or virus. However, even though the virus was apparently waterborne initially, and even with Judy and David surviving past the expiration point and making their way to a new town, quarantine procedures will be placed on the new, larger city, as apparently they are considered to be carriers of this virus. So the virus is fairly interesting for a few reasons. First, its presentation. Second, its self-limiting factor. And third, its apparent transmission changes that concerns those tasked with quarantining it. So let's get to what we know about it and fill in some gaps later. The virus, when infecting an individual, will begin to alter the brain's functions of this person, though what it seems to be is really just a rabies infection. As we know with rabies, the wound from a bite may be painful or numb. Bat bites typically do not cause any symptoms, and rabies symptoms appear when the rabies virus reaches the brain and spinal cord, usually about 30 to 50 days after a person is bitten. However, this interval can change and vary up to 10 days or more than a year. The closer the bite to the brain, for example if it was on the face, the more quickly symptoms appear. Rabies may begin with a fever, headache, or general feeling of illness or malaise. Most people become restless, confused, and uncontrollably excited. Their behavior may be bizarre, and they may hallucinate and have insomnia. Saliva production is greatly increased, and spasms of the muscles and throat as well as larynx occur because because rabies affects the area of the brain that controls swallowing, speaking, and breathing. These spasms can be excruciatingly painful. A slight breeze or an attempt to drink water can actually trigger these spasms. Thus, people with rabies cannot drink, and for this reason, the disease is sometimes called hydrophobia, which is fear of water. As the disease spreads through the brain, people will become confused and agitated, and eventually coma and death are a result. The cause of death can be blockage of airways, seizures, exhaustion, or widespread paralysis. In fact, in 20% of people, rabies begins with a tingling or paralysis of the limb that was bitten. The paralysis then moves through the body, and these people, thinking is typically unaffected, and most of the other symptoms of rabies do not develop. And this is sort of why you have two versions of rabies. One is known as dumb rabies, which is you move very slowly, you're kind of catatonic, and the other is like rage rabies, which is you're very angry, you're prone to outbursts, you're spasmodic, things like that. We see with the Trixie virus, it begins to follow a similar path in some respects. Catatonia could be related more to confusion, considering they're able to snap out of it early in the infection process, but this confusion eventually turns into malicious behavior. After a person is infected with this virus, it's clear an immune response would be launched by the body. As they drink the contaminated water, the virus would be very close to the brain, perhaps leading to the quick infection rates that we see. But at any rate, the virus moves into the brain tissue, and as I have discussed in other episodes, this can actually lead to brain swelling as it is known, but it's not so much that the brain itself is swelling, but it's actually the meninges swelling, leading to the presentation of anger and bizarre behavior. This virus would also require a much faster rate of replication than rabies does, and may be able to infect more cells than just neurological tissue. And this may explain why it does not take as long to begin exhibiting symptoms. When any pathogen enters the brain, the immune system has limited options at its disposal due to the blood-brain barrier and difficulty actually getting into the brain. Because of this, it will swell the lining of the brain in an attempt to raise temperature and pressure. This lining, as I just mentioned, is called the meninges. The issue is, however, that this will ultimately damage the brain, leading to the expiration of the infected. In rabies, we see people eventually become aggressive, and we also see this in the Trixie virus. With the lining swelling, this would possibly destroy the prefrontal cortex of the brain, which is responsible for logical thinking and has a hand in controlling emotional outbursts. In fact, if you want to see an example of this in somebody that actually is living and is not really infected with Trixie virus, look no further than Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage was a man who actually had an on-site accident happen where a piece of metal was blasted underneath his jaw and out through the top of his head. This piece of metal ended up cutting off the frontal lobe from the rest of the brain. Afterwards, he was susceptible to violent outbursts on occasion, despite being a very even-keeled person initially. The same can be said for those infected. As their frontal lobe is destroyed, this leads to the repetitious speaking, as their brain is almost firing repeating patterns due to the extra external pressure within the head, and we see this sometimes after brain trauma when stutters or repeating yourself begins to form. But as the immune system continues to ramp up swelling, this will continue to worsen. Another thing to note about this is it's not just enough to destroy the frontal lobe. With damage to the rest of the brain being done, presumably the amygdala would also be damaged to some degree. And if you have seen my rage virus video, you would know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, you should definitely go watch that next. With the amygdala damage, which is where a lot of fear and panic and actually rage come from, this would be kicked into overdrive, creating a rage in people or even possible hysteria. We see in the quarantine area that some people are seen laughing uncontrollably, which actually mimics prion disease. In prion disease, portions of the brain are destroyed, which can then lead to a laughing disease, as it is known, but it's also called mad cow disease. But as it seems that the Trixie virus progresses, the brain is destroyed in some areas, leading to outbursts of laughing and confusion. In others still, their drive to attack is ramped up. In a particular point, it's interesting to see that even though these people are not operating at a higher capacity and really just more at baser instincts, which are undoubtedly warped by the virus, they also still continue some higher thought, just not morality. In the town, we see one individual running from 3 hunters previously seen in the movie. However, they are not trying to contain the outbreak, but instead are infected themselves. They do not attack one another, possibly due to the bond of friendship they had previously, but this would fall apart soon enough as they begin to progress in infection. They still hunt down others they do not share this bond with, and are even able to still understand what handhelds are and how to use them. The bond can also be seen in others who were punching a dumpster for some reason. Despite the rage they feel in their brain and would without a doubt attack others, they are seen taking this aggression out on inanimate objects rather than each other, despite being located in close proximity. This suggests that the rage begins well before the complete destruction of the frontal lobe of the brain, and seeing as the amygdala is located at the base of the brain above the mouth, this would indicate that this is the infection pathway through the base of the brain case. And quite possibly one of the best examples of human bonds is being represented by a mother and son. After David took out the father of the group at the beginning, infection, and after the rest of the family's infection, they track down David and attempt to take him and his wife out. Despite showing late symptoms, their minds are enough intact to hold on to the original anger and work together to body David, although this would ultimately fail due to Russell being at the right place at the right time. However, the virus has a progression through time, which appears to be a combination of both Ebola and rabies. Specifically concerning the rabies portion of the disease, we begin to see that as the days pass, their movement becomes more rigid and less controlled. With the Trixie virus, this would suggest that the spinal cord and brainstem begin to suffer the effects of the disease as the infection progresses. This leads to muscle spasms, which in turn causes less control of their limbs. Still though, those infected are able to move themselves, just not as effectively. With the Ebola portion in mind, we begin to see severe hemorrhaging from the eyes, mouth, ears, pretty much any orifice they have, they will probably be leaking from it. This is due to the fact that naturally Ebola damages the lining of blood vessels, which causes the body to begin leaking blood. However, we can see on the body, more specifically in the face, that blood vessels are beginning to bulge. So it would be assumed that the blood vessels enlarge, and this does two things. First, it would cause the weaker vessels to rupture. Those in the eyes are fairly susceptible to this, which is why we can see blood red in those eyes in those infected. Second, as the vessels rupture internally, this would continue to put more pressure on the brain of this person as it begins to pull within the skull. On top of this, those vessels enlarging but not rupturing would continue to damage neurological tissue and organs therein. And even still, those vessels would actually be rupturing everywhere. We see in the cornea specifically that the eyes are beginning to turn yellow, suggesting that liver damage is quite prevalent and not functioning properly, and this is producing jaundice. With these vessels bursting in the face also, this would lead to widespread bruising that we see and the discoloration of their skin. And this brings us to the next part, the self-limiting factor. This disease appears to be so lethal that it wouldn't necessarily be a great thing if it continued to ransack the surrounding area and just create a bunch of aggressive and angry infected. From beginning to end, we can see that the Trixie virus has worsening effects on the body. Mentioned previously, we see that the meat suit continues to break down as time progresses. It is known that you have a peak of 48 hours after initial infection when the symptoms become the most pronounced. You are at peak aggression, peak bleeding, peak degradation of the mind, but shortly after this, the body begins to falter quickly. 24 hours after this peak, people completely bottom out and succumb to their infection. With all the blood vessels bursting, their muscles becoming more rigid, their brains becoming more and more damaged, and their lack of nutrition at all, the body simply reaches the wall and more than likely will go into multi-organ failure. Those still alive would also be taken out by the nuclear strike, but those who were likely initially infected after reaching their end would do so before the blast wave hit them at all. There is, however, something I find quite interesting about this disease overall. It appears to be a virus capable of spreading through water, but it is not seen if it spreads through bodily fluids or if it's airborne. And I would go ahead and say that because it is seen that people are leaking quite literally everywhere during their infection, it must be able to spread through bodily fluids, because what would be the purpose of this? The whole idea of the Trixie virus is that odds are people would figure out what the source was. In this case, it was the water. However, the virus would still be present in those fluids of the body, and due to the up close and personal nature of those infected, I believe it can still be passed along by body fluid contamination. And I believe this because when David was stabbed through the hand by the infected family, he ended up taking out the mother with the same hand that was stabbed. Cross-contamination is a huge issue, and this exposed him to the disease. On top of this, the next day as he makes his way towards the next town, he is still under surveillance and a quarantine for this town is enacted. David is infected but does not know it or isn't showing symptoms yet. This would imply that the body can pass along these fluids and thusly can pass along the Trixie virus. This may be why originally they wanted to incinerate it, as it was not just a virus you could confine to an area, as if someone were to escape the quarantine and containment, then they could infect others. This could also explain why the quarantine team took out the whole town, as perhaps carriers show no symptoms of infection but are definitely still infected. So the Trixie virus was developed by the US government to destabilize a local population, but upon realizing the virus could not be controlled to just one source and in turn could spread to others through means such as bodily fluids or even airborne due to coughing and sneezing, it was deemed too potent. Unfortunately, due to a faulty aircraft, a crash landing would infect a small town that would then go on to infect a much larger city of over 100,000 people, which is why we need the Crazies too, in all honesty. But I hope you guys enjoyed the breakdown of the Crazies movie. If you did, leaving a like helps, and subbing is a great way to keep up to date on when I post. I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, second channel, and Patreon links in the description if anybody's interested in that. I recently posted a video on my second channel that got hit with the hammer, as usual, but I should have another video out tomorrow morning covering C. difficile and how they are using CRISPR as a way to sort of overcome it. So if you want to see that, definitely go check it out. Anyhow, I would like to thank my patrons real quick. Huge shout out to It's Not a Spoon, our lone astronaut. Thank you, sir. And next up, I want to thank our scientists Skilt and and Trey Windenall. Thank you guys as well. And to the rest of my patrons, of course, huge thanks. Your help goes a long way to keeping this channel afloat. All right, so that does it for me. Just as a disclaimer, go wash your hands, keep your distance from one another, stay inside, play some video games, watch some TV, try not to be too anxious. If you do all this and be smart about it, you'll be okay. Anyhow, thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned zombie movie rooted in reality rather than supernatural parameters? Dawn of the Dead is one where if you take the 1970s version, these were supernatural beings that post-mortem arose with the affliction and began hunting down their previous companions or anyone in close proximity. In the 2004 version, this is more of an outbreak of a disease that attacks the brainstem as well as cerebrum of a person and activates various pathways to make them hungry and violent. So hungry, in fact, that they would attack family members and eat them. In today's episode, we will discuss what exactly happens in this version of the movie and what sort of virus are we dealing with. And I promise you, it's actually not rabies this time, so we can all breathe a collective sigh of relief on that front. But before breaking down this virus, we must first examine the timeline of events and ultimately how this would lead to an apocalyptic scenario which proved to almost be humanity's undoing. But first, I just want to give y'all a quick heads up. I am streaming more now that I have time to do so you can find all my old streams on Roanoke Games, which is my third channel because I'm super original. Or you could watch me over on Twitch at Roanoke Gaming YT, just so you guys know. All right, so back to it. So it starts in a hospital, naturally. As Anna finishes up her shift as a nurse, she heads home and ominous warnings begin appearing on the radio. But I don't really know about you guys, but after working shifts where you actually have to use your brain a lot, you typically run on complete autopilot on the way home. She heads home and gets caught up on date night and misses the emergency news bulletin as a result. Early the next morning and presumably through the night, a very quiet apocalypse had begun taking place. The neighborhood girl apparently had been changed and entered the room. Upon looking quite mutilated, Lewis freaks out and approaches her, requesting that Anna calls 911. However, this would prove to be his undoing as she bites him in the neck, severing his jugular vein, judging by the low flow pressure of blood. Anna attempts to call 911 while covering up the wound, but to no avail as the lines are completely tied up. In her attempt to get help, she disregards Lewis for a moment, where he eventually loses consciousness and then rises back up, completely taken over by the disease, and immediately begins to attack her. She bolts to the bathroom and shuts the door, where something interesting happens. Lewis stops attacking. This will be important for later on as it shows that perhaps object permanence has been lost, and lost quickly. And this may indicate what is happening in the human brain throughout the infection process. Anna decides to run and flees to her car with Lewis on the chase until someone else who is wandering around is attacked by him. And as she is escaping, looking at the absolute wreck her neighborhood has become, someone attempts to carjack her. She ends up stepping on the gas and fleeing him as well. However, in this process, she runs off the road and crashes into a tree, knocking herself unconscious. And here we get a pretty clear view of what is happening across the world. Riots and violence have overtaken order. As people run and try to escape the infested hordes, many drop in the process, adding to that number. Governments become overwhelmed and start having to take brutal measures to anyone who may attack. Essentially, the whole world begins to crumble as the infected begin to outweigh the non-infected. With Anna waking up, she is confronted by the group she will be with for the remainder of her time on the mainland. Police Sergeant Kenneth Hall, electronics salesman Michael, petty criminal Andre, and his wife Luda. After proving she is not infected, they break into a nearby mall and they find it has already had its fair share of infections. An infected mall cop attacks them. Luda is scratched and Kenneth is badly injured while wrestling with the infected until he is subdued by the boomstick. After they are confronted by CJ, Bart, and Terry, the other mall cops, Anna's group surrenders their gear in order to stay there. After, they split into groups to further secure the mall and take out the infected mall cop, showing that destruction of the brain does indeed work against the infected. Upon getting on the roof, across the street they spot a man named Andy who operates the handheld store, and god, it is becoming so lame to say that, I really need to find a new way. So comment down below what sounds better. That won't totally wreck the prospect of these videos getting the green dollar sign, because I'm probably just gonna call it Boomstick. Anyhow, he's across the road holding down the store, but the parking lot is completely infested with shambling masses. The next day, continuing to hold down the Fort Mall, a delivery truck of survivors rolls up. To CJ and Bart's dismay, they are disarmed and overruled as Anna's group accepts the survivors in. Norma, Steve, Tucker, Monica, Glenn, Frank, and his daughter Nicole, as well as a mysterious woman who nobody knew, was brought in. Although the mystery woman is pretty much on her deathbed, or really death wheelbarrow. As they move everyone in, the woman without a name takes her last breath and is pronounced DOA. Moments later, however, she sits up and begins to attack the group before Anna gets her through the eye with a poker. With this, Anna theorizes that the disease moves through bites. The smaller the bite, the longer it takes. And after this idea is realized, they discover that Frank has been bitten and quarantine him immediately. Upon doing so, his situation deteriorates rapidly and he begins to outwardly show signs of an immune response. Shortly after he succumbs, he is taken out by Kenneth upon his reanimation. As time progresses, Kenneth becomes absolute bros with Andy across the street and other people start hooking up. You know, party at the end of the world scenario. Eventually, as the power goes out, it becomes apparent that they will need to check the generator. They head down to the parking garage where the group is attacked. Bart is bitten and then eaten in the process, and the horde is doused in fuel and set ablaze. A dog is also found during this process, which would be used in the group's most dumb idea to date. During all this, however, Luda gives birth to Andre's baby, but takes her last breath during this process and then reanimates. They are found by Norma during this process, and after an exchange of rounds, all three are bodied. The zombified baby is found by Anna and then promptly executed. After this exchange, they realize they cannot indefinitely live at the mall. The group decides to make their way to the marina and travel on Steve's yacht to an island on Lake Michigan. They begin reinforcing the shuttles that they found in the garage, and on their way out, the plan was to pick up Andy. However, through this time, Andy's food rations have begun to dwindle and he has approached starvation. To stave off this, they send the dog, who the infected appear to have no interest in, and attach food and a walkie-talkie. Chips is sent to Andy's store, but the infected ends up following the dog through the dog door. Nicole loses her mind and crashes a delivery truck into the store to retrieve her dog, as she is quite fond of it. As Kenneth is watching all this happen, he sees Andy is still on the roof. And there is also something interesting happening, because Andy appears to be writing something on the whiteboard, but then he just shows that he smeared it with blood. Despite being infected, old habits stay with him, which we will actually discuss. With the rescue underway for Nicole, the group would grab as much as they could and head back to the mall. However, Tucker would break his leg and CJ would attempt to drag him to safety. This would be fruitless, however, and CJ would mercifully take him out after Tucker was bitten by many different infected. Once reaching the mall door, Steve had not been guarding the door like he said he would, and due to his negligence, the mall would be breached and they would have no choice but to flee from it. Everyone enters the buses and begins navigating the wholly controlled by infected city. While trying to dispatch an infected clinging onto the bus, however, Glenn would lose control of the chainsaw and accidentally slice into Monica's torso, ending her in the process. He also ends up meeting his end when the bus crashes due to blood splattering on the windshield. Steve abandons Kenneth and Terry just seconds before he is ambushed as well and taken out by the same zombies clinging onto the bus. The others within the remaining bus pull over to pick up Kenneth and Terry before encountering the zombie Steve, who quickly fell to his bites. Anna takes him out and gets rid of the other zombies clinging onto the bus. Having dealt with Steve, Anna grabs his key to the marina and gets back onto the remaining bus to escape. The group then heads towards the marina, where CJ holds off the pursuing zombies after signaling to the others to escape. He soon finds himself overwhelmed and sacrifices himself to detonate the propane tank to take out the infected around him and those currently biting him. Ouchies. And in the end, Michael was bitten too and chooses to stay behind and let the group proceed without him. A lone shot rings out as the remaining group members head towards an island. There will be no rest, however. Footage from the camcorder on the boat concludes with a group of infected running out of the woods after they arrive on the island. The camcorder drops and the group's fate remains unknown. So now that you have basically seen the movie, if you've actually never seen it before, I would recommend going and watching it, but now you can kind of have a good idea that these are not supernatural beings or people who remain steadfast in the face of anything short of completely disassembling their bodies, but really they play more by the biological rules of our meat suits, and should enough damage be sustained, they will likely drop as any other person would. So what exactly is going on internally, and how are these people infected, and to what end, and what might they be infected with? Well, according to the health officials in the Dawn of the Dead movie, they don't know what's infecting them, they don't know if it's airborne, and they don't know if these people are alive or expired. Well, I am here to completely throw a wrench into that line of thinking because some assumptions can actually be made. First thing we need to establish in this is viral load and bite area. It would appear that bites closer to the brain of this person are actually faster acting. We see with Lewis, upon his neck being bitten, this would likely have pierced the carotid artery to some extent as well, which is the blood supply of the brain. Because the virus was introduced at such a critical point, it had a fast-acting effect on the brain. The virus quickly overwhelmed the body and turned Lewis in moments rather than minutes or hours. Later we see from a hand bite on Frank, he turned much more slowly, taking what seems to be hours. And even still with Luda, she was scratched, introducing a very small amount of viral particles to the body, meaning this took much longer in terms of days, if not weeks, for her to be fully infected. So what is viral load then? Viral load is as it sounds. How much of a given virus is there? Now, not with all, but with some diseases, there is a need for a certain amount of the virus present to actually cause infection. With other viruses, however, only one virus particle is needed to begin the infection. However, this can be sort of like likened to starting a fire with one match and large sticks versus starting a fire with a flamethrower and wood that is doused in gasoline. The less virus that makes it into the system, the longer it takes, and conversely, the more that makes it in, the quicker symptoms manifest. This is because the virus requires movement into the cells, the replication of itself, and the release of other viral particles. Pretty standard. So with this, we can conclude that the closer the bite is to the brain, and the more exchange of fluids between the infected and non-infected, the quicker the person is changed. And based on this, it must be a virus and not something like bacteria or a parasite or perhaps a prion disease. And yes, you can say prion as prion or prion. It appears to just be a matter of preference. Anyhow, bacteria may have a similar effect on the brain as does the virus, but it would not be able to replicate itself fast enough. Parasite would cause behavioral changes, but its ascent to the brain would be slow, which would require the passage of months to have any real effect. And prion disease can be relatively fast acting, taking months. However, it would not take just moments to cause the degradation that we see in the host. And I mean, just as a side note, the virus would have to be faster than any virus we have ever seen before. Likely not formed in nature, this virus from Dawn of the Dead would have definitely been man-made to achieve these effects. So establishing that it is in fact a virus, I would have to say based on the evidence given, this is not an airborne disease, but is more based in bodily fluids like HIV is. We do not see any of the infected coughing and actually see breathing difficulties not associated with coughing or sneezing. What we do see is perspiration to an extreme degree, the destruction of smaller blood vessels throughout the body, and salivating. This would indicate to me that this is actually a blood infection and is limited to actual bodily fluids. And here's why. Because the bursting of blood vessels and the presentation of gasping people towards their end. As the virus destroys blood vessels, this has a couple effects on the ability to transfer this disease. First, most infected are actually bleeding in their mouths. There are many blood vessels that run within this area, and with them bursting as shown in the other areas of the skin, this would allow the virus to go directly into the uninfected host's bloodstream. If they weren't bleeding, I would also be inclined to think that maybe there could even be some virus in their saliva. Considering the nature of the saliva and how many blood vessels run through the glands responsible for producing it, it's not too far-fetched to think that viral particles could be amassing here as well. And I mean, I just have to say, after all, we do see this with the rabies virus, but this is not to say that this is actually rabies. What I do believe it to be is an extreme case of viral meningitis. Viral meningitis is the most common type of meningitis and is not usually life-threatening, but again, judging by the speed at which the virus can take over the body, I believe it must do two things. First, it would need to obviously inspire an immune response. But second, I believe this response to be more allergic in nature, dependent upon viral load. A small amount introduced into the system allows for a natural response. Macrophages activated, they lose as the virus spreads through the body, replicating, eventually causing the meninges within the skull to expand and compress the brain. And this leads to symptoms that we see with people slowly changing. But if the viral load is large enough and close to the brain, an allergic response causes the internal surfaces within the body to begin swelling, as well as the blood vessels themselves. And as these surfaces swell, this may be what we see in the Mystery Woman. While heavier, it does appear as though if she is having some sort of swelling response, perhaps this may have been the allergic response rather than the meningitis response. This swelling would cause the blood vessels to also burst throughout because of the histamine response. And this is known as vasculitis. This is essentially when blood vessels inflame and burst. We see this actually in the eyes of the infected post-infection. Their eyes completely change, showing that they have become damaged. And because of this, the body recognizes the invader and completely freaks out if the virus is present in large amounts. Smaller amounts lead to a much more slow burn. Here, the body does have a response, but it is much more gradual, and because of this, the body does not swell as much. Blood vessels still burst and ultimately lead to the same end. The meninges swell, and this in turn puts pressure on the brain, which we can see actively happening in those infected. So let's take a look at that real quick and cite some examples. The first example I came across to show the brain is dealing with swelling is the actions of the infected. It is noted that short-term personality changes can become apparent during meningitis infection, and one of them is aggression. With the rapid pressure put on the brain, this can cause a person to fly into a rage-like state. However, as the pressure mounts within the brain, this can also put pressure on the brainstem. Which brings me to the point of people gasping. The brainstem actually regulates breathing. It's usually an unconscious thing, done without you having to think about it, but as I say this, I'm now manually breathing, and so are you. What fun we're having! With this pressure on the brainstem too, too much pressure can slow a person's breathing until finally it stops altogether. And after a person stops breathing, this is what appears to be the end of them. But is it really? We see that when a person stops breathing, moments later they're up and moving again. While the brainstem does control the heartbeat as well, the heart has secondary pacemakers in place to also keep it pumping. And that's why if you say like break your neck, you may still survive as your heart keeps beating. That said, what I believe is these infected are actually not bodied after they take their last breaths. The heart still pumps, but they go into a state of shock and their breathing stops. With them mentally checked out, so to speak, the most basic portions of their brain take over. This, coupled with the virus meningitis, gives them a severely altered form of instinctual drive to eat and aggression. This leads them to attack anyone and everyone around them, no matter who they are. And while on the topic of brains, however, I did want to point out something that's interesting. Not all higher thought is lost, although with Lewis, he did lose his ability to understand object permanence, which does indicate some damage. So the cerebrum is undoubtedly damaged by the disease and the pressure it endures. But when Andy was infected, he'd gotten so used to writing on the whiteboard, and even post-infection, he still wrote on the board with blood out of compulsion. And even as everyone in the mall sees, the parking lot is completely packed with people. Now, it may sound strange now, with online shopping and human contact being avoided, but once upon a time, people used to actually congregate at malls. If you can believe it, like a lot. It was a place to hang out. So after infection, people would still have these drives from their pre-infection state, indicating that some portions of their cerebrum remains intact and operational. Even the little neighborhood girl who interacted with Anna a lot gets into her house because she still remembers Anna prior to her infection. So I do not believe that the virus is airborne but bodily fluid dependent. Those infected are still alive but detrimentally altered by the virus and aggressive. And this is just a virus produced by humanity, as a virus like this, apart from possibly Ebola, wouldn't affect the meat suit in such a manner. So could there actually be a measure put in place to stop this disease? Well, if a person could be sedated, it's completely possible their own body could overcome this disease by natural immune system, as they are still technically alive. And even still, anti-inflammatory medicine could be administered to keep pressure off the brain until the virus is cleared. An antiviral medication could also be administered to stop the replication of this virus as the body fights it. That said, it is extremely fast acting and quickly overwhelmed all military and health organizations, and because of this, they were not able to effectively respond to this threat. Although I will say, because of the living nature of those infected, they would eventually have to start dropping if no new food sources were found and water was not taken in, because they are not supernatural and they are still very much so human. Likely the only thing keeping them alive for the time being is the blood drank from those they take down and the meat that fills their stomach. And I also just want to note something about the dog for a moment. They may not attack it because their eyes are heavily damaged by the bursting blood vessels. The dog could be a tasty target if they could see it, but because it may be out of the infected's line of sight, it is able to move through, because as soon as the infected see that door open, they begin to attack to get Andy. So maybe a dog isn't a foolproof measure. But I want to thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and leaving a like would be great if you did. If you just found this channel, subbing is also a good way to know on when I post. And again, posting live streams on my third channel and streaming on Twitch if that interests you. So interestingly, my state is opening back up on Friday because there has apparently been a significant drop in COVID-19 infections. So just wish us luck on that one, I guess. I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, Patreon, second and third channel links in the description if anyone is interested in that. And I would also like to thank my patrons. Huge shout out to our astronaut, It's Not a Spoon. Thank you for returning, my guy. And next up, our two scientists are Skilt and Trey Wendenall. And I want to thank the rest of you guys as well. Your help is greatly appreciated, because right now, let's just say the livelihood of YouTubers is in total free fall, which is expected because everything else is currently in a flux. So your help is absolutely fantastic during this time. All right, so that's gonna about do it for me. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see y'all in the next one. I wanted to say before starting this that I do have a purple channel, and it's called Roanoke Games, so you should go check that out. All right, anyhow, as people continue to press the boundaries and increase the general knowledge of humanity, it's becoming quite apparent that some areas of science should be more than likely just straight up avoided. Even with these untapped areas holding new technologies and abilities, at what point would it be considered unethical to essentially conduct the experiments where the fruit just isn't worth the squeeze? Well, a general outline to this answer has to do with introduction and hybridization of human genetic material with animal DNA. And if this is the case, then you probably have a clear-cut no. Although even with that thinking, there is room for experiments to wiggle through. More specifically, however, in the events taking place during the movie Splice, two scientists would cross the line and create a being through nefarious means, each with their own interests and reasoning for its creation. However, as the creature grew, it would begin to go beyond their grasp and control. This creature is the result of what happens when human ego and science meet, which which honestly yields something that's fairly interesting, and I can't really fault them too terribly because I definitely don't have one of these things in my basement currently. Definitely not, so don't worry about it. But apart from that, today we will be discussing the genetic experiment from the movie Splice and get into its physiology as well as origins apart from human. We will also talk about the genetic combination that it stems from, so oh yeah, it's going to be a science heavy one, which we haven't really had in a hot minute, so it's about that time. So let's discuss this monstrosity from Splice, shall we? So first things first, I have noticed as of late, I keep getting comments, XD video starts at blank blank go there, which is actually kind of true. The part of the video that is discussing, let's say, the monster does begin at that point, but not everyone has seen the movie, which I discuss and do like a quick synopsis. So this is usually required to get somebody up to the same page. But for those that have already seen it, there will be a timestamp up on screen, so go to that to bypass the summarization of the movie if you want to bypass. But for everyone else who may not have seen this yet, let's jump into what happens when you get frisky with a lab experiment. So it all starts with a breakthrough. Genetic engineers Clive Nicolai and Elsa Cast are doing what scientists have always sought after: fame. In fact, being a scientist myself, I am in a published paper for what I discovered, but my name isn't, so hashtag cog in the machine. But these particular scientists are more interested in gaining notoriety in their field for creating hybrids for medical use. Working at a company named Nucleic Exchange Research and Development, or NERD for short, the two scientists' claim to fame was their veriform known by the name of Fred. So a veriform is like a worm-like creature. Fred was a small dog size and was intended to be the mate for their female specimen known as Ginger. After introduction, they imprinted on one another as seen by their internal membranes touching and being accepted. Don't ask what those membranes are. After mating, Clive and Elsa came up with the idea that they could take this even further than just the creation of veriforms. Their plan was to combine human and animal DNA to revolutionize the science of genetic research, having them squarely at the forefront. Discussing amongst themselves, they figured the best way was to go to their bosses who were backing their entire project. So at this point, you know you are treading outside the realm of ethics when a backroom meeting with CEOs ends up with them basically telling you flat out no. Their idea to combine human and animal DNA was deemed too extreme and shot down immediately. They were, however, put in charge with locating and extracting the protein needed from the veriforms for use in a commercial drug, which was the initial intent. Saying screw that, the two scientists decide to go ahead with their own project, as you do when your boss who's funding your entire career in research tells you not to. This would ultimately spell their end, but prior to that, after disobeying their superiors and pursuing their own agenda, they would ultimately go on to develop a viable prepubescent female creature. Originally, they had decided that they would terminate the creature before it even got to the point of what was considered birth, so they would stop it before it got full term. And even this was only due to Elsa persuading Clive to let it live past full term. Seems a little strange, doesn't it? Her attachment to a science experiment. And this attachment would ultimately end up not really going her way. Anyhow, after letting it live, and then Elsa trying to figure out if it was violent or not, she would be stung by the creature's tail and go into anaphylactic shock, which is, if you ever wanted to really know what that is, it's when your blood vessels all dilate kind of at once and your blood pressure drops so low, as well as the narrowing of your breathing passages causes you to quickly go into shock. The chemical compound that the creature injected causes almost immediate shock, meaning that whatever is growing within this animal is highly toxic to humans. After injecting her with an EpiPen and getting Elsa back, they discovered that the creature is not only viable on its own, there is no need to do an autopsy right now as it's aging faster than normal. Minutes are proportioned to be days, so they decide to let it live the rest of its life cycle to study and observe it over the course of its entire life. During this point, it is equated to a child concerning mental capacity, but its brain is developing faster and roughly at the same rate as its body. During a test to determine its cognitive abilities, the creature spells out nerd relating to the shirt Elsa is wearing, so they decide to call the creature Drin as a result. As the creature continues to grow over the next few days, it eventually reaches young child status. The issue begins to crop up that they fear they will be discovered soon, and not to mention, prior to this, the creature attacked Clive's brother after he entered the lab unannounced. The display of aggressive nature would become a massive problem later on. Due to their research wing being small and the creature growing as fast as it was moved to a new location to keep it concealed. After doing so, they noticed a massive spike in temperature. Assuming it was a dangerously high fever, they attempted to place her in a large industrial sink to lower the internal temp, to which we get to our first issue. Clive thinks that this creature should be put down. He fully submerges Drin in the water, but as it turns out, she has amphibious lungs and is able to breathe this water. At first, Elsa appears happy because Clive apparently saved her, but it becomes more clear only moments later that maybe this wasn't a life-saving action. As renovations continued in their wing, the whole place was due to be torn apart and rebuilt. Lab labs were beginning to be moved, and the area was no longer safe for Drin. They moved her out of the barn and into the woods to continue their work and studies. Up to this point, Drin was given a starchy paste with sucrose to sweeten it. Upon breaking free in the woods, however, Drin quickly hunted down a rabbit and displayed carnivorous taste, as well as an elevated hunting ability, possibly better than that of a natural, homegrown human or other animals in this environment, indicating that she may actually be an apex predator. During this time, their initial experiment with the veriforms and protein synthesis had also begun to go awry. It appears that Ginger had spontaneously turned male. During a publicized presentation of their work meant to secure future funds, the two creatures were no longer imprinted on one another or even mates at this point. Instead, they were rivals. The two veriform males attacked one another. The tank was bathed in blood and both were mortally wounded, and in the process the tank was destroyed, showering prospective financial backers in blood. After this, pressure begins to mount as it does, as their bosses are pretty ticked. Because of this little escapade, they pretty much lost all of their backing, and the project was about to fail. Going back to the barn, Elsa and Clive continued to keep Drin under wraps and confined to this area. While continuing to study her, Clive realizes that the DNA donation from the human side was actually not random, but was in fact one of Elsa's eggs. Elsa at this point begins to treat Drin like a human child and tries to further her bond with her. However, upon discovering a cat that Drin was hiding, she takes it away for fear that she could become sick. During these times, Drin continues to attempt to escape and shows she possesses wings that fold within her skin. This gives her the ability to fly, meaning that she is no longer confined to just hunting on the ground, but can also take to the air. So, things are about to get like a little strange, and you've been warned on this. Eventually, Elsa comes back to her senses and realizes maybe it was cruel to take the cat away. She returns the cat, but by now, alarmingly, Clive and Drin had already begun to form a bond that may not have been exactly platonic. Upon returning the cat, Drin attacks the cat, to which Elsa smacks Drin in anger. Drin retaliates and attacks Elsa, threatening her with her tail dagger before stealing the keys to escape. I mean, Drin almost had it, but then she stops to smell the air and Elsa smacks her in the head with a shovel and knocks her unconscious. After Elsa removes the dagger under the point of classifying it as dangerous misbehavior, Elsa returns to work and then synthesizes the protein using the dagger she pulled from Drin. And holy god, here we go. Clive had returned back to the barn after finding Drin post-surgery. After their almost kiss while dancing earlier, things are getting a little too hot and heavy, and Clive made the ultimate weirdest move I have ever seen and ends up getting kind of frisky with the science experiment. Bro, just why? And then to make matters worse, I mean, getting caught with a human female and having your human girlfriend walk in is pretty bad. But getting caught with your human hybrid by your human girlfriend, I'm not even really sure there's a way to react to that. So then this sparks a coming to Jesus meeting. Clive accuses Elsa of creating this creature because she wanted control over it. She didn't want a child because there were too many variables, so this was a close second for some reason. And then somehow this works, and she concedes that they were both wrong. My guy, what? Running a DNA analysis on the protein Elsa had given William, they find human DNA. Considering William had expressly forbidden it, this causes him to investigate further. Clive's brother tells him where to find them, and then they both proceed to the barn. During this time, however, Drin had another fever spike, and they assume that she had become bodied by it in the process. They buried her out back of the barn, but after William arrives, Drin was already clawing his way out of the grave. Oh yes, it's a him now. Much like the veriforms, Drin had now turned into a male and began attacking the group. William and Gavin were almost bodied immediately by the superior hunter. After Elsa takes off, she's then cornered by Drin. And to quote Talladega Nights, she had the old bull, now he wants the young calf. Well, we will just kind of skip this part because we know what happens. Clive attacks Drin to save Elsa, but Drin overpowers him. Elsa intervenes in this, and just before she's about to take out Drin, she momentarily hesitates due to her bond. This allows Drin to take out Clive with a tail stab to the heart. Clive immediately falls, and then Elsa smacks Drin in the head with a rock, taking him out before leaving her completely alone, but also not alone. Fast forward, and later Elsa is informed that Drin's body contained numerous biochemical compounds for which the company will be filing patents on. Joanne offers Elsa, who is fairly traumatized by the events that just unfolded and who is also now visibly pregnant with Drin's baby, a large sum of money to bring the baby to term and continue with the pregnancy, which Elsa accepts. So yeah, that thing is totally gonna claw its way out like it did out of the artificial womb it was originally in. So there's a couple of interesting things concerning Drin, but let's take a look at her physiology first and foremost. Drin grows at a very rapid rate and is quite an agile creature, sporting a tail which is revealed to contain a regenerating stinger, 2 hind legs as well as missing digit on each hand, and finally revealing wings that she hid within her own skin. She also possesses a barbed hood on the back of her neck, but apart from these, she does not appear that much different from a human, which interestingly and biologically should creep you out. Humans are interesting creatures. You and I possess many quirks being the species we are, but one that is fairly strange, which goes way back into our folklore of old, is our flat-out hatred of anything that mimics us. Ingrained in humans is the ability to seek out patterns and things that designate the objects around us as either human or non-human. When something falls in the middle of that, our brain is entirely creeped out by this. Something that has always fascinated me is our reaction to these things that fall in this category. And this is why Drin is unsettling. Her almost human appearance almost passes the test of your brain, but not quite, meaning that it is a complete unknown. So this is why things like skinwalkers or wendigos or things like that always creep us out, because they can mimic speech of humans, or they can kind of look human from far away, but they don't move like us. So your brain kind of hits panic mode. But getting back to Drin's physiology, starting with the feet, they are actually hands. Actually, they kind of look somewhat like necromorph feet. Possessing more finger-like extensions than toes, the structuring of the feet and legs are digitigrade as opposed to plantigrade structuring with humans. It appears to be a 70-30 split concerning genetic influence in this area. The structuring itself stemming from more animalistic origins, and the feet and skin stemming from human genetic influence. As the creature ages, the legs stay the same, but proportions change. The legs above the knee become more human and female. Based on what we see surgery-wise, the abdomen, chest, and arms are fairly similar to that of human females. Internally, however, while she does possess lungs like you or I and is able to breathe in air, she also holds a second set of amphibious lungs that are activated as she ages, allowing her to breathe. Obviously, a huge difference is the tail, but it's not so strange concerning humans. Initially, we had tails. And I know you start treading into things like people don't want to hear, but even today, children can still be born with vestigial tails, a leftover trait from long ago. This particular tail houses a stinger capable of injecting toxins that causes immediate anaphylactic shock. Moving down the arms, we find that she is actually missing a finger. This may at some point happen to humans should our pinkies disappear, which it's also time for a side tangent real quick. In my Dark Ones video, I mentioned that we are losing our pinkies, but I don't really fully discuss why. Now, it is possible that once something becomes vestigial enough, it may disappear. It's not guaranteed, but it can happen, as it's happened before, like with our tails. It doesn't have a purpose so much, and as a result, we lost it. Now, this is not to say this is always the case, and even now, as I wrote this whole script, I did use my pinky finger to type this, so it does serve a purpose more so now than it might have in the past. So the Dark One video, it is possible and disuse can cause that, but it's always not guaranteed. But alright, anyhow, this would indicate that in Drin, this DNA is not there, meaning that the DNA she does have codes for 4 fingers as opposed to 5. Moving up to the head, we see quite a few physiological changes that are rather interesting. Initially, shortly after birth, the creature appears to have a rodent-like face, surely stemming from mammalian traits. As she grows, a large line continues to show across the middle of the head, which, if you didn't know, when you are forming, you actually have your face come together and meet in the middle. This is why sometimes people get cleft palates, because right around the mouth, it doesn't meet correctly. And that's why also with a cleft palate, you can have the roof of your mouth form unnaturally, because it also didn't meet properly there as well. But anyhow, the eyes face more outwards than they do face forwards. Again, from what I can assume, this comes from amphibious, and then as it ages, it becomes more of a mammalian predator. Through her aging, the eyes will begin to sit more forward, and eventually her face becomes largely human. Hair never forms on top of her head, but apart from that, everything appears to be in place, and she does actually have hair on her skin. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is a life cycle and internal physiology, which brings us to origins. What is Drin actually combined with? Well, clearly, half of the equation is the human egg, and the other half is a little more complicated. This hybridization does not appear to be with human and then a single animal. Instead, I would have to say it's a few animals combined with human DNA. The first one being amphibious, something like frogs. The second animal being a clownfish, and the third animal being something like a scorpion. I know it's kind of convoluted, but based on the presenting traits that are not human, I would narrow it down to these 3. We can see the amphibious traits in a few areas. The legs, for instance, do appear to be frog-like, albeit not the same structure. In frog legs, they are more to the outside, but in Drin, they are more underneath, due to human influence and connection of the femur to the pelvis. The toes of frogs are also longer and working off human DNA to create longer toes. This is presented on her feet. The scorpion is fairly obvious. The tail stemming from the back end of Drin and the ability to produce poison. This insect lineage may also give Drin the wings that we see. They are not feathered, then they do not appear to be like bat wings either. Due to this, while scorpions do not have wings, insects' DNA may possess initial DNA for this. And it's also entirely possible that she is mixed with another set of DNA DNA passed to Scorpion to produce these wings. And the third animal is a clownfish. And I can hear you. Roanoke, why a clownfish? Because I'm about to ruin Finding Nemo for you. When Dren changes her sex from female to male, this is not actually all that uncommon. In fact, it happens all the time in the animal kingdom. Known as sequential hermaphroditism, these species such as coral reef fishes change their sex as a normal anatomical process. Clownfish, wrasses, moray eels, and other fish due to reproductive functions. In clownfish, if the female at the top of the hierarchy kicks the bucket or disappears, the most dominant male now becomes the female. When this happens, another male becomes the dominant male and mates with the new female, which also explains why Marlin wanted to find Nemo so badly. Judging by the animals Dren is mixed with and the ability to change as such, we actually see key points in the movie where changes happen. Every time Dren got a fever, it's quite alarming to Elsa and Clive. They assume her to become dying to some degree and even assume her bodied at one point. However, I disagree with their assumption. There is this little thing called metabolism. What I believe is happening within Dren during these points of extreme fever is a massive growth of cells and new phenotypic traits. Take the clownfish, for instance. When it is going from male to female, what actually happens is the testicular tissue is completely broken down and recycled, and then there is a massive growth of uterine tissue during this time. So within the artificial womb, Dren flatlines before starting up again and continuing her growth. I believe that this was due to a combination of genes forming within the body. Later during her child phase, before her amphibious lungs come in, she has a massive spike in temperature. As the body changes and cells grow, this produces heat, and because of this, they submerge her and then discover that she has this trait, though they had no idea she had it. And I base this whole argument off of the context clues, but also her final fever. It appears as though she's about to kick the bucket, but much like her first flatline in the artificial womb, this is no different. After a massive spike in temperature and an apparent flatline, she is buried and then becomes male. With a new gene switching on, this would produce a massive influx in different hormones such as testosterone and phenotypic changes within Dren's face and body, as well as such growth of new gear in the lower half of her body and an increase in muscle with perhaps the addition of new organs within her body, and more specifically, the formation of gonads. Fact is, Dren was never really sick, her body was just undergoing changes, and this would indicate that her life cycle is as such. Much like humans in the womb, organs begin to form to what our sex is. When a sperm and egg combine, you are either male or female, and nowadays that's a pretty controversial statement, as there are some outliers to that. There can be genetic issues that arise which cause you to form both or really neither. But with Dren, however, she was neither male nor female until the initial flatline and subsequent restart where she became female. After she had aged, she would begin to exhibit traits and form new organs as she matured. During maturation, she could reach a point where it was possible to mate with other males if she existed within a group of older males. But considering humans were the only game in town, she ended up mating with Clive. After full maturation, she finally becomes a male at the end of her life cycle and spreads his genes as opposed to spreading others' genes. And this happens in the animal kingdom quite a bit, and because of this, it's a possibility. After becoming male, she mates with Elsa, but this would likely go very terribly. Females can only donate the X chromosome during reproduction. So even as a base, Dren being male means that the Y chromosome had to be recombinated elsewhere. So likely the baseline X is still there from Elsa. And it's not really shown if the baby within her is male or female, but judging by the life cycle of Dren, that would mean that this creature is female, which means whatever Elsa is carrying is not only an abomination, but likely an inbred one at that. So holy hell, this movie got really dark really quick. But if you enjoyed it, or at least I hope you guys did, it would be great if you leave a like and maybe sub if you're new, because it's a great way to stay up to date on when I post. I'll drop my Twitter, Twitch, Discord, Patreon, second and third channel links in the description if you guys are interested in that. And I'd also like to thank a few of my patrons. Huge shout out to Trey Windenall, our astronaut. Also want to thank our residents, James Wiley, Nahili, because I got it right that time, Robert Plattner, Some Red Dude, and Vincent Garcia. And to the rest of my patrons, you are greatly appreciated. To be real, things on the old YouTube are super unstable right now, and your help goes a long way towards keeping things in balance, so I really do appreciate that. All right, so that's gonna do it for me. I appreciate you guys watching, and I will see y'all in the next one. Per usual, let me tell you about the Purple Channel Roanoke Games. I'm about to exclusively start streaming over there as long as I don't get banned by a deer human, so if you want to come watch, link is in the description. As humans have evolved on Earth, we went from being a mid-tier predator reliant upon the safety of treetops to the apex species on the planet capable of really having no naturally occurring predators in a relatively short amount of time concerning geological timescale. The day our ancestors decided to pick up a rock and hurl it, the other predators around us were basically like, no, you can't just destroy our evolutionary race and make claws and teeth useless, to which we responded, haha, rock and club go smash. Now that I have affirmed I am part of the cool kids club concerning memes, this is actually the reality. Human intelligence allowed for us, the nerds of the animal kingdom, to develop artificial power, allowing us to overcome every other species, and unless we are caught out in the open with our guard down and no way to defend ourselves, the only real animal that we have to worry about are other humans. Enjoying the most pronounced version of this protection, a group of paramilitary soldiers, likely in a form of special forces or really mercenaries, were sent into the jungle to rescue humans from other humans. While there, however, they end up running across a predator species known as the Yautja, which are larger, stronger, and more deadly than any other human. So in today's episode, we will be talking about the predator from the 1987 movie Predator. I make this designation because there have been a lot more predators to come to light since time has kind of, passed, which we will discuss their specific morphology as a subspecies and where they appear to have arisen from since the Yautja initially left their home planet. So let's get to the lore and morphology of this absolute beast of an animal and find out how it was able to overcome all but one in this episode. So we have probably all seen Predator. It's essentially one of the best movies out there concerning aliens hunting humans in my personal opinion, but in case you would like a quick summarization, then you know that we gotta do that. If you want to skip past that point, I'll put a timestamp up on screen, so head to that point to get to the biology, but alright, I'm gonna drop you into it. From the beginning, we start out with the arrival of Dutch and his team in the jungles of Guatemala. Told by Dylan, a former friend and ally, that the cabinet members and senators have been taken hostage by a group of militant guerrilla fighters, they are to be dropped into the jungle by helicopters and basically told good luck. While moving through the jungle, they stumble across the remains of a US Special Forces group, or Green Berets. Flayed down to their skeletons, it's clear that they are dealing with some bad dudes, but seeing as this looks more ceremonial in how they were found, the team is confused and disgusted by what they see. Continuing with their mission, they eventually find a group of guerrillas deep within the jungle thanks to Dylan's information. After witnessing one of the hostages being taken out, Dutch orders the team into position so they can begin their attack. Being the sexual tyrannosaurus that Dutch is, he straps some C4 to the running truck, creating power, and then drops it off its blocks. It runs into the camp and the raid is underway. Once finished, it becomes clear that there are no senators or hostages anymore. Dutch confronts Dylan and is told that they were set up to get them out there so that they could retrieve this intel. He is told that in a few days, this would be over the border and would be out of their reach. Their mission was also to retrieve the military operatives, however, but they were all ended before they could get rescued, so the mission was only a partial success. And this is also much to the dismay of Dutch, considering that he actually knew some of these people personally. After the conclusion of the raid, a girl named Anna was captured, who was the final remaining guerrilla, and decided to keep her alive to get information so they would take her back to the extraction point. After they leave, we get our first look at the Predator's hand as we see it picks up a scorpion and examines it using thermal image. As they move through the forest, things begin to quickly happen. Hawkins is the first to go as he is stabbed by the Predator's arm blade and picked up into the trees, where he is hung upside down for later trophy acquisition. While searching for Hawkins, Blaine goes out into the jungle where he finds an animal moving across the ground. He turns his back on what he thinks is safe, but then is hit with a plasma bolt center mass, which blows out his spine, lungs, heart, and ribcage, ending him instantly. Enraged by the fall of his friend, Mac initiates a firefight with the creature and ends up wounding it. This causes it to bleed with a fluorescent green blood. After injuring it, the creature runs off to begin suturing and tending to its wounds, showing that the animal is clearly not of this planet. Dutch still believes that the gorillas are responsible, but Billy is adamant that the perpetrator is not human and is met with skepticism. As night falls, the group decides to make a camp and then set up traps along their campsite to ward off whatever is out there. As some of the traps are set off, Mac ends up taking out a wild pig by mistake, believing that it is actually the creature. Predator then comes in to attack the group and then takes Blaine's body, utilizing the confusion brought on by the pig. Dutch then realizes that it is using the trees to travel, which has completely negated their perimeter traps. Attempting to catch the creature with a net the next day, it ultimately and momentarily succeeds, but during this point, the creature is able to escape, injuring Poncho in the process. As it runs off, Mac and Dylan go after it. Mac crawls through some underbrush before being spotted by the creature and having his brain case pretty much caved in by a plasma bolt. Dylan is left alone in his pursuit suit, which would spell his undoing as a plasma bolt severs his arm. Turning around in one final act of defiance using his other arm that's still intact, Dylan attempts to take out the creature, but due to its speed, it is able to get in close with a stab. It lifts Dylan up in the air, and then he meets his end as well. With the group dwindling, the remaining members make a break for the extrication site. During this, Billy decides that it's probably a good idea to square up on this thing and removes his handheld, brandishing only a machete. Only moments later, a scream is heard, marking his end, and then shortly after that, Poncho is then ultimately ended. The Predator would go on to wound Dutch, and before Anna could pick up a handheld and fire upon the creature, Dutch kicks it out of her hand as he understands only attacking this thing means that you're deemed a challenge. And considering Anna has been unarmed, Dutch then orders her to get to the chopper so that she can be extricated. I know, my Arnold Schwarzenegger accent is completely on point. The Predator then pursues Dutch into a river where the cloaking device is interrupted by the waters overwhelming the circuitry. As Dutch is dropped from the waterfall, he climbs back onto shore. He enters an extremely muddy part of this area that completely coats him. The Predator then approaches the area that Dutch is in, but doesn't seem to be able to spot his heat signature due to this encasing of mud. Realizing that this can be used as camouflage, Dutch begins to craft traps and offensive measures. All the while, the Predator continues to collect its trophies from the mercenaries it had taken out and that had fallen. Dutch lets out a yell to lure the creature back in and starts to fire as the final battle begins between human and alien. Dutch disables the creature's cloaking device and inflicts minor injuries, but then falls into the river, losing his mud, and then is pinned by this creature. The Predator recognizes that Dutch is a much more worthy opponent, and due to its honor-bound nature, discards its mask and plasma caster. A hand-to-hand fight ensues, but it becomes quickly apparent that even though Dutch is an absolute monster himself, the being from another planet is much stronger and much more resilient. Or is it from another planet? We'll get to that soon. Severely injured, Dutch retreats back to a fallback point, which is booby-trapped. Upon the Predator entering the burrow to finally finish off Dutch, it ignores his taunts of "Come on, kill me, I'm right here!" after it finds a sharp protrusion above its head. Thinking it's found one of his traps, it walks around the other side. Dutch then manages to crush the creature using the trap's counterweight. Picking up a rock to continue the fight, it's apparent the Predator has been bested, but the Predator does not want its technology to fall into the hands of humans and just basically rage quits. Activating its nuclear option, it detonates the device in its forearm. Prior to this, it begins laughing maniacally as Dutch takes off trying to get out of the blast radius. After it self-destructs, the helicopter shows up to take Dutch away, who's beaten and dispirited, but alive. So, all caught up in how the aliens just completely murk us. Alright, good. So let's get into that sweet, sweet morphology, because the origins of this species make sense considering how they appear and evolved on their home planet. So the first thing that should be known about the Yautja species is that it's very old. There is some evidence-based origin and a speculative one, and from this we can kind of gather its age. The speculative one should likely be discounted, but it is interesting nonetheless. So the Yautja body is one designed to breathe a similar atmosphere to that of humans, but is different to some degree. The Yautja prefer atmospheres of 1% more oxygen and 4% more nitrogen. This may actually explain their strength to a degree as well, but we will get to that in a moment. And it also might explain the blood we see. So considering their blood is green in color, I would have to assume that unlike us, their blood is copper-based. Copper is not as efficient at carrying oxygen as iron is concerning hemoglobin connections with oxygen, but it is still entirely a viable option for an evolving species. In fact, a lot of animals on Earth have copper-based blood. Mollusks have been known to have this evolutionary trait, but more interestingly, arthropods in particular. Why is this interesting? Well, let's get into an overall look of this creature. An average Yautja is an imposing monster, standing roughly 2 to 2.8 meters or 6.5 to 9 feet tall. These animals tower over humans who average between 5'8" and 6'4", with outliers on both sides. A Yautja is also built like a dump truck. This creature is covered with muscle and very little fat due to primarily its diet and lifestyle. A predator is essentially a nomadic creature going from system to system hunting the most dangerous creatures as a rite of passage. The Yautja are also known to be omnivorous, although it is not seen in the Predator movie. The face and body of a Yautja appear to be a blending of creatures. So on this planet, insects were first concerning complex multicellular organisms. These insects existed in the water for the most part, but as time progressed, some turned into fish, while others kind of just crawled out of the water. There was a time in Earth's history where the atmosphere had more oxygen, and during this point, massive arthropods hunted lizards. Eventually, as oxygen waned, this would cause the opposite to take place, as what tends to happen in an evolutionary race. But looking at the Yautja, it appears to be like both. The skin of a Yautja is scaly. The hide is extremely thick, able to withstand wounds that would outright end a human. It bleeds a green color and is able to be sutured quickly. The skin is also apparently acting as a way to take in heat, Metabolically, due to the skin and preference of the Yacha to seek out warmer areas, and its ability to resist extreme heat such as boiling water, the Yacha likely evolved on a planet that was extremely warm, if not scorching. This may mean that the creature is somewhat cold-blooded, much like a reptile on Earth. So in the immortalized words of Dutch, the Yacha is one ugly motherfucker, because when it removes its mask, we get a good look at what it looks like. And I gotta tell you, I agree with Dutch. The mandibles on this face look like that of arthropods, and for some reason, on each side of their face, these hinge heads can open up a portion for seemingly some unknown reason. Now, it may have been a specific type of animal they could have eaten from an evolutionary standpoint that they needed these extra set of mandibles, but for any other situation, it doesn't seem necessary. A regular mouth with fangs can be seen, showing that yes, they do in fact eat meat and probably the prey that they eventually take out. The Yacha also internally have an ability that may seem strange, but it actually is just a form of sight like you or I. This creature has its own version of sight, which helped it hunt down prey. Behind its yellow or green eyes that typically will be the morphological trait of a Yacha, it seems that a red-like infrared coloring is how they view the world. Able to detect the body heat of animals, this is their main view. Now, likely on a superheated planet, other creatures would have a cooler body temperature, so they would appear kind of more blue or black in its field of view, and everything around it would appear red, which makes sense why in the jungle, if it's 98 degrees and humans are 98 degrees, it does actually have some issues spotting humans under those conditions. But the mask that the Yacha wears kind of gets around this issue by giving it infrared sight all the way up to ultraviolet, but once removed, it becomes much less able to block out the surrounding heat of the jungle to see humans. Now, infrared sounds pretty odd, right? Well, snakes, blood-sucking insects, fish, frogs, all can actually see in infrared. And it's interesting that both of these variants are either reptiles or insects, isn't it? Coincidence? I think not. On top of the head exists what appears to be dreadlocks, but in reality, these are sensory organs. These organs are actually rooted in Yacha culture. As they grow, adornments are added, which can be extremely painful. And because of this, I can only assume that these organs are sensitive to pressure changes within the environment and are used to almost feel around them due to airwaves. But what do these dreadlocks report to? Well, the brain, obviously. The intelligence of a Yacha, as to be expected, is quite pronounced. Due to the trials and tribulations on their own planet as they evolved, possibly under more extreme conditions than that of Earth, this means they may have been tested more than humanity was. This led to the strongest and most intelligent to survive. Their written language appears to be a system of dashes, but this has apparently served them well considering they achieved spaceflight and have interacted with humans in the past, which will be discussed in its own episode. But what is intelligence if the brain case and body are fragile? The skeletal structuring coupled with the musculature of the Yacha is staggering. Not only are the bones longer, leading to more biomechanical force being able to be imparted, but the muscular connections and thickness of the bone themselves allow for the Yacha to pull some interesting feats. The muscle mass on the body allows for the Yacha to jump 3 times its height and climb as if it were not currently being affected by gravity of the planet that it's on. This muscular strength likely stems from the higher oxygen levels the body usually enjoys. With more oxygen, even with less efficient methods at carrying that oxygen, this would mean that the muscles could grow larger and contract harder. This over time would have led to thicker bones to accommodate this growing muscle mass. But what does this boil down to? Well, during the fight with Dutch might as well have been fighting like 3 of himself. The bones are strong enough to handle the Yacha jumping down from heights over 10 times itself and weighing 250 to 350 pounds or 113 to 159 kilograms. This is thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of newtons of force. This would pulverize human bone and snap them like twigs. Yet the Yacha regularly operates under these conditions and does combat with much more lethal animals than Homo sapiens, basically just gonna beat the living crap out of us. Essentially, the Yacha is a creature that if you took all human strengths and none of the weaknesses and then multiplied it by like 100, you would get them. These strengths have made them the dominant life form that humanity knows of so far, and even in groups, brief encounters outnumbering this creature, this alien is able to outmaneuver and outmatch any well-conditioned human. But how did it get like this then? Well, there are 2 main lines of thought as to where the Yacha originate from. The first is more evidence-based due to their physiology, and the other is more speculative, but also has a chance of being correct under the right conditions. So I know I just said the first, but starting with the latter, let's start by saying this. Earth is old. Sometimes we don't realize that this rock has been around for 4.5 billion years, give or take a few 100 million, and you can't even really conceptualize that much time. It's actually impossible for humans to see that number and understand it. There's actually a video on It's Okay to Be Smart. They did basically a timeline of the planet by pulling a giant piece of string and then showing where markers were along the way. I would absolutely recommend going and checking that out because it will kind of give you an idea just how old this planet is. But we also like to think, apart from all that we are the only sapient creature that's been on this planet. But then the question is, how would we even know if there was some a few million years ago? Looking at human structures from even a few hundred years ago, there is almost nothing but rubble due to the weathering of time. And this is potentially the origins of the Yautja. The idea goes that they originated from Earth hundreds of millions of years ago, and possibly even perhaps billions. Around the same time, insects and reptiles were battling each other for survival, or I guess I should really say amphibians were battling each other for survival. A species arose on Earth that was strong and violent. Through trial and error, much like humans, they clawed their way up to become the dominant species. That said, they wouldn't stick around on Earth, and there are two hypotheses as to why. The first is that the Yautja were picked up by a superior species that was already spacefaring at this point due to their potential, or at least seeing their potential. The species would be trained and brought into the fold and given technology which may explain their tribal nature, even now, yet access to monumental technology. This line of thinking is interesting as it would put them squarely into the era where Earth was stifling but had high oxygen content. It would also put them around the era where it's possible that the insects and amphibians still had a living relative as a missing link, which they may have actually ended up being. The second thinking is, considering they arose so long ago, the species progressed, formed their own space program, and continued to advance. Eventually, there were no more challenges on Earth, so they left to hunt the cosmos for bigger game. A species like this would have to be used to these challenges, considering that the giant beasts like dinosaurs were roaming the planet, depending on how long they stayed on Earth for. This would also explain their physical toughness, as if they weren't imposing or able to survive, they would have been eaten. And another strange thing to note about the possibility of all of this is that females of this species do actually produce milk, meaning there appears to be some mammalian traits as well. And this may also explain their fixation on Earth as a target, seeing as it used to be the old stomping grounds and now another species has evolved to live there. The second assumption, which was the first one I mentioned, is that, and this one makes a little more sense to me personally, despite them sharing characteristics with species of this planet and being carbon-based life forms themselves, this is not to say that this couldn't have happened on other planets, meaning that they have come from other planets. The planet the Yautja appear to be from is known as Yautja Prime. Yautja Prime is an unforgiving, rocky planet with very little vegetation. Boot, the climate is extremely hot, which may be why the Yautja also prefer to hunt in warmer climates of Earth. The atmosphere is similar in composition to Earth with a little more oxygen and nitrogen. This would indicate that carbon-based life forms could form there much like on Earth. Wherever they came from, whether it be from a more primitive Earth or from another planet entirely, this has led to a creature that is much stronger and older than humanity. Ultimately, this means that humans will likely remain prey for these creatures despite the sapience intellect humans have, or at least until we actually start creating Spartans to combat the hingeheads. Wait, don't we already do that? Well, I want to thank you guys for watching. I hope everyone enjoyed. If you did, leaving a like would be great, and if you want to share this, that would also be cool because my videos have been getting screwed to the wall again. I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, Twitch, and channel links in the description, and I recently made a video about walking corpse syndrome on Croto and Medical, if that sounds interesting. But apart from that, I would like to thank my patrons real quick. Huge shout out to our astronaut, Trey Windenall. Thank you for your support, bro. And next up, I want to thank our scientist, Skilt, and our residents, James Wiley, Niley, that's probably not the way to say that, Robert Plattner, Some Red Dude, and Vincent Garcia. I also want to thank the rest of my patrons because y'all are keeping the dream alive, and I really do appreciate it. All right, so that does it for me. Thanks for watching, and I will see y'all in the next one. What happens when you take a perfect evolutionary monster that's also a hunting machine that survived the destruction of its planet, rode an asteroid into our planet, survived that impact, and then pin it against the squishy Earth bodies? Well, complete and absolute destruction of most ecosystems, and including in that, the destruction of our own society. And subsequently, A Quiet Place Part 2, when that comes out, which is actually confirmed, humanity has been knocked back on its heels, which is far better than any other animal. These perfect predators that touch down from space are merciless machines as they work through the planet, adapting and eradicating all life. However, what gives them this ability to survive these countermeasures, and how might humanity yet overcome this species? Well, let's discuss that in today's episode. So as per usual, I will put a timestamp up on screen if you would like to bypass the summary of the plot, but if not, I will get you up to speed. So let's drop into it. So first off, this movie is an absolute nightmare. If you don't know, A, I'm clumsy, 2, I snore, and D, I have tinnitus. To be absolutely quiet would be maddening, and I for sure would have been annihilated the first night after I fell asleep. But then again, I would have been spared from the constant beeping noise, so I guess it could be worse. So what happens during the events of the movie though, now that I'm done complaining about the constant noise I hear? Well, nothing good. We start off in a store ironically in the year 2020, which, hold up, for real, this appears to be fall, and it's currently summer, and it only took 3 months, which means this likely takes place in July when the aliens first touch down. And based on this year already, this movie is a documentary of the future instead of just fiction. So, July Apocalypse expansion pack confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. But before we get to our own demise, during the course of this cursed year known as 2020, it's basically just a skeleton crew of humans left and the quietest of animals on the planet. The aliens that touch down have incredibly sensitive hearing, and as a result, anything that makes any noise is attacked and mutilated. Here we see a family attempting to scavenge supplies in a town long after its abandonment. While there, kids are being kids and totally not reading the room concerning the end of our species, and one, known as Bo, is drawn to a space shuttle toy. The dad takes it away for fear of it making noise, which was honestly a good move, but the daughter gives it back to the kid. Unbeknownst to the family, the kid puts the batteries back in while walking home, and the toy starts making space shuttle noises and alerts a nearby creature of the family's presence. The dad takes off to yeet the toy out of the kid's hand, but alas, the kid is yeeted instead. This apparent attack causes his instant end. Roughly a year later, Reagan, the daughter, continues to feel some serious guilt. While technically not her fault, it still sort of is her fault, but kids, what are you gonna do? While Lee continues to make radio contact with anyone else, or really, doesn't make radio contact with anyone else past his neighbors, it all really becomes a fruitless endeavor. Nobody is picking up the phone. All the while, however, he attempts to continue to work on the cochlear implants for his daughter in an effort to fix them. After his attempt to fix his daughter's hearing, they go to a river where we get the first major, so yeah, this family is already not too smart moment. While at the river, the father and son quietly talk after they drop a fish. The son tries to bolt, but the dad tells him it's safe because of how loud it is. Later, they go to the waterfall where the dad is able to yell, but they are still safe. So you can literally be next to water and are safe. So it really kind of turns out to be an interesting idea to live on a quiet farm then. While walking home, Lee and his son stumble across an old house that an elderly couple lived in. The old man is ready to check out, however, after finding his presumed wife's body. Lee signals for him to stay quiet, but the man is really kind of just done with this. He lets out a yell so that the monster will come back and take him out. And take him out it does. With a quick slice to the chest, considering what we see it do to a truck later, this quickly opens the rib cage and he meets his end. While away during this, the mother's water ends up breaking and she goes into labor. She heads down into the basement to flip on the lights to red to let Lee know that she has gone into labor, but steps on a nail and drops a glass frame as a result. This alerts a nearby creature to her presence and they enter the house. Arriving back to the house and seeing the lights, Lee discovers Evelyn in the bathroom after setting off the firework diversion. She has already given birth to the baby and she is hiding from the creature currently skulking around the area. They quickly make their way into the soundproof basement area they had already created, which again, if they have a soundproof basement, why are, okay, anyways. Promising that he will actually go and protect the kids, Lee takes off to look for them and Evelyn falls asleep in the basement. Shortly after, however, she wakes up to discover it has been flooded and the creature has already found its way in. So then the kids almost die in a grain silo, which is a real thing if you didn't know. If you go into a grain silo, you sink. So don't ever do that. But interestingly, this is where we see another trait of this creature. As Reagan's cochlear implants let out a high-pitched frequency, it appears to injure the alien and cause it great discomfort. However, the reaction is not by chance. The aliens apparently have the ability to affect electrical activity in the area by an unknown means, but it could be by known means to me, so we'll cover that in a minute. At this point, the creature returns and attacks and wounds Lee. Marcus and Reagan hide in the truck, but after seeing his father wounded, Marcus shouts. This causes the creature to begin ripping apart the truck. Lee signals to the kids that, bro, it's cool now, but I gotta meet my end because, total dad move. I guess kids really will be the death of you. He yells and draws the monster away, which then attacks and ends him. With only the kids and mom left, they retreat down into the basement where the creature returns. At this point, Reagan has realized that the implant weakens the creature or at minimum has some effect on it. She switches on her device and the creature has become painfully disorientated. Realizing that this is actually what's causing it, she then puts it up to a speaker and amplifies it. And this causes the face to open up, exposing the soft, fleshy, gooey goodness that's known as the inside of its head. Evelyn takes it out with a boomstick, and upon doing so, two creatures hear the noise, which is to be expected considering they can hear from miles away. So the family arms itself with a newfound way to actually fight back. So now that we are all caught up, what a wild ride. This movie is interesting to say the least, but there are some serious plot holes and downfalls. I mean, if humanity only had spears at our disposal, I would probably be inclined to believe this is possible, but we literally have armor-piercing rounds. But we'll kind of cover that, but let's first get to the biology, and then we can tear apart the premise here. The size of this creature is actually not that much taller than a human. It stands roughly 6 to 7 feet tall, or about 2 to 2.3 meters tall, and due to its emaciation, I wouldn't put this thing over about 300 pounds. It's a marginally humanoid creature that looks mildly emaciated to boot. They are stated to be an evolutionarily perfect animal, and this means they're able to adapt to any environment, no matter the atmosphere composition or lack thereof, temperature, presence or absence of light. It really doesn't matter. They can exist and thrive in any condition. The aliens do not possess eyes to hunt, but instead hunt by sound. The large ears they do possess under the armor allows them to interpret the clicking noise that they emit, so I would have to assume this is probably a form of echolocation, meaning that they can somewhat see their surroundings and can find you if you don't stay still as well. On their exterior, they possess impenetrable armor. This chitinous material appears to be about a third to maybe even a half-inch thick and is apparently immune to all forms of penetrative countermeasures. Because of this, they fear no animal on Earth. This armor can also be shaped. On the front limbs of this beast are claws several inches in length, which is able to rip apart humans like tissue paper as well as trucks from what we have seen. This armor also acts as a tremendously strong barrier to the outside. Considering they come from a different planet and are basically just space herpes for worlds, they would need to survive the confines of deep space. And they are able to do this, and in turn, survive an impact onto a planet. This barrier also protects from extreme heat and cold. Internally, this creature is massively powerful and insanely quick, able to traverse miles in a matter of minutes and destroy vehicles as well as grain silos. These beasts are able to easily overpower defenders and attackers alike. Also concerning internal metabolism, it appears as though they don't have a need for energy in a traditional sense, which again is just kind of one of the most dumb things I've ever said, but like I said, we'll get to that. Instead, these creatures are able to hunt much better than anything on Earth, but with that said, they do not eat their prey. Instead, they mutilate them and leave them. So starting with the feet, we see that this creature has a stump-like appendage, appearing less like a specialized land organ and more like an afterthought, which may explain everything later. The structuring of the leg, however, is much like that of the predators on Earth, digitigrade and able to support their weight appropriately. Moving up to the hips, we see that it has a pelvis much like a human. Moving further up, nothing is too notable concerning the chest or abdomen, except for its overall emaciated look and armor plating. Flanking either side of the chest are two large front limbs. These limbs serve as the main offensive lever. Much like animals on this planet, this creature has an elbow and a wrist. However, the actual carpal bones are much more elongated, and the phalanges are tipped with chitinous claws several inches in length. Again, these will be completely adequate at slicing open anyone who makes any noise. Moving up to the head, we see that the only vulnerability that it has, or that we know of, is the overlapping chitinous plates. When trying to listen, these will open up, revealing the face underneath. Here we see jagged teeth in all directions, several inches in length. No eyes are present, but on either side are large fleshy ears meant to take in information and hone to its location. So we need to discuss internally what is going on with this thing. As we know, this creature does not eat prey. It simply hunts and destroys it. So is it really hunting at all? Well, based on its complete lack of nutritional intake from humans, as made mention by the people who created this thing, it appears to be a territorial creature more so than a hungry one. This would mean that internally this creature must have something at its disposal, and I believe that to be its own means of energy production without the need for outside consumption. And this also is made known by the fact that when these aliens first came across on the asteroid that hit Earth, that would have taken millennia and probably longer than that to actually get here. All the while, the few on the chunk of rock would not have likely been eating one another or anything else. However, because of this distance, it isn't likely they're receiving energy from light type of deal. First, because being in the cold, dark recesses of space indicates that there is very little light, if any at all. Second, because of the actual physiology of these creatures. Because they don't have eyes, their evolution on their original planet was likely well past the habitable zone of their star, or at least what's considered habitable for humanity. Their ability to resist extreme temperatures and their lack of eyes would indicate, at least to me, that they were presumably like confined to a moon or planet further out from their parent star. This planet or moon would likely have been frozen at the surface with water, but due to the internal temperature of the planet, it's likely allowed for water to be liquid further down. In fact, I believe one of the moons of Saturn, is it Io? It might be Io. Anyways, this moon is presumed to have water that's liquid underneath the surface, but it's going to be straight up pitch black down there. But that's kind of why I theorize this. Again, with no eyes, this would indicate that darkness is how their evolutionary traits would arise. Visible light is something that a species and life form in general would take advantage of. Instead, due to their frozen world, sense of sound would be preferable. Now, sound works above and below water. In fact, it does travel faster and further in water, but it still works in air as well. These creatures would likely have evolved in the dark, frigid waters of their world, and I'm just working with what they gave me, but they could likely come up to the surface, say if it was in an elliptical orbit around their sun. So an elliptical initial orbit may thaw out the planet at some point during its revolution around the sun. We can see the results of this as they have the ability to run on land and are quite effective at it. However, where they really shine in their ability is to swim. It is known that after landing in Mexico, North and South America were hit the hardest first, but shortly after that, these creatures spread throughout the ocean and began making landfall in other areas and taking over the local population. We also see how seamlessly this creature slips into the water in the basement and maneuvers around without disturbing the surface. Another reason why I believe this creature was from the depths of the ocean and hunting more out of territory than sustenance is once again its metabolism. We know deep down in our own oceans there are hydrothermal vents. Here organisms are able to live without sunlight or food and instead use chemicals coming from the vents for this food. Likely these creatures from space would do the same, or even still may have some unknown method of eating, because during their stints up on land, I don't think hydrothermal vents are that present, and they're definitely not present on our planet concerning on continents. Another trait that appears to be otherworldly but actually rooted in reality is this creature's ability to be affected by high frequency and electrical signals. First, the high frequencies can damage the creature's hearing, sort of like a person getting flashbanged. This will send them reeling backwards and ultimately knock them unconscious, likely due to a runaway amplification within its perception organ. And that sounds weird, but have you ever been sitting there just minding your own business and then your ear goes really quiet and then it just does this weird E noise for like 30 seconds? That is essentially a self-replicating signal within the hair cells within your ears, and then your body gets it under control about 30 seconds later. So it can be assumed, at least with the hearing of these aliens, that maybe they don't have the ability to get that noise under control at certain frequencies. And the electrical interference may seem weird, but actually there are creatures that have that on this earth. First, we see that electric eels, and that's pretty much the standard, their ability to generate electricity could have an impact on the field around them, but more importantly, and probably more likely, is like how the sharks have the ability to perceive electric signals. This organ is known as the ampullae of Lorenzini. These tissues are electroreceptors and can help them detect electrical fields around them. But it sounds odd, but it's actually not, because when mussels work, they generate small electrical fields, and that's how sharks can find prey. So it would appear that the aliens may have a version of this, except way beefier. The electric field they look for may have likely been from a larger animal on their planet, and as a result, the small electrical fields of humans go unnoticed. But this field the alien puts out is able to affect the conduction of electricity within the house at certain points, causing the lights to flicker on and off. So here we have a creature with impenetrable armor, doesn't need to eat, appears to not be able to breathe, can resist temperature variants that would drop a human, can detect from miles away just by sound, and appears to be straight up unstoppable. All this led to every military within 3 months completely giving up trying to destroy these things, and in turn, this led to the collapse of society and likely bunkers being flooded. And here's why I think this is absolute nonsense. First, good lord, the biological plot holes. So let's discuss armor for a second. Chitin is a naturally occurring material grown by biological organisms. The issue with that is, however, too much and the creature is stiff, too little and it's brittle. Somehow these creatures are immune to all forms of countermeasures. So just good lord, no. Let's discuss what a 50 cal actually does. An armor piercing round can literally punch through a 1.3 inch thick of solid steel. On top of this, it has the added effect of compression waves which liquefy muscle, bone, skin, whatever. That much force imparted into this creature over chitin only being what, maybe 1/3 of an inch thick, means that the compressional wave is still being imparted into the body, meaning that each hit is creating a bubble on the other side of that armor, even if it doesn't punch through, destroying that area of the body. And this is why even if you're wearing a like if you're a cop, right, and you're wearing like a resistant vest, you still get bruises on the other side because that energy is still hitting. So there's the first issue. Countermeasures would absolutely work. Second, I'm just spitballing here, but what about a freaking tank? You're telling me that a tank round, a thing literally designed to destroy armor and pierce it, can't punch through chitin? Spent uranium, as far as I know, is one of the strongest armors that I think humanity knows of so far. Could be stronger now. It's been a couple years. So unless this creature is quite literally packing armor made outside of the knowledge of the periodic table, which seems unlikely, then a tank round would punch through these things with ease. Not to mention, it's a tank. Drive over it, spin the tracks, mincemeat. And these things, yeah, they're powerful, but they're not getting in a tank. Or hey, even third option, why would you not place a boombox out in the open or hover a drone and then like literally attract every creature within a few mile radius and then just detonate something you know for sure has the compressional wave to liquefy past armor? Look, all I'm saying is I don't care if it's an alien or a perfect evolutionary machine. At the end of the day, its body, just like ours, is nothing but a chemical reaction that needs to remain ongoing for survival. If this wasn't the case, then being shot in the face from the mother at the end would have done nothing because its body would remain functional. But it destroyed it, which means it must play by the rules of life, and no biological creature creature is going to resist everything and more than what the literal military can throw at it. I remember watching this in theaters and thinking, why didn't they just sort of like just make this thing a god? Because this creature has a glaring weakness to it. If it can be taken out by one shot and yet it's able to resist everything just because it folds in its face, like no. So this is an invasive species. Eradication from Earth is likely not possible based on its ability to hunt in the oceans, but safe zones could nevertheless be created quite easily, and unless we were fighting this thing with swords and axes, technology trumps nature in most respects. But I also want to talk about this creature in general. I don't get it. Everything about its evolution and ability doesn't make any sense from an understood science perspective. If a creature doesn't need to eat, why have teeth? Defense, right? Well, its defenses are basically impenetrable. So again, why have teeth? Territory, right? Well, if it's defending territory, why do they seem to move on both land and water? Surely their food source is likely in one location over the other. But then if they don't need to eat, there's no point in keeping territory. And if you don't need to hunt, why are the organs so fine-tuned for literal hunting? The argument can be made that maybe this creature doesn't find humans edible, but it's stated that they only possess animal intelligence. So still, when they take out another animal, surely they would chow down, but they don't. But there is something known in nature as the good enough feature. A way to think about this is, why in the name of all that is holy are human breathing tubes connected to the food tube, which means we can choke? Well, it's because nature deemed it good enough. These creatures don't appear to fall in this category as good enough. It almost appears as though these traits were handpicked and bred by something else, because all of this coming together appears way more plotted and planned than by random chance. Because is anybody really going to sit here and tell me all of these factors with it were designed by nature? Because this is way too great to be just good enough. But who knows? Maybe we'll see in A Quiet Place 2, the quest to seal up plot holes. As human levels of technology have increased, we have gone from the idea of spontaneous generation to kind of just bad blood being the root of all causes, or like demons or something, and all of these plague humanity, to a fundamental understanding that there are creatures we cannot see with our own eyes that can invade our bodies, causing us to become greatly ill or even drop us as a result. Because of this, humans for a very long time have hoped something would come along that would break us of this mortality rate. As our methods became more sophisticated, this led to a breakthrough in an understanding of viruses specifically. The first major instance of this, when it was noted that those who contracted cowpox seemed to not be able to contract smallpox. Inoculation with cowpox became standard, but nobody really understood what the connection was. This simply was a cause and effect at the beginning that helped us live in a world where smallpox was a major issue, but now it is no longer really a problem, as we have eradicated it, except for like a few small batches in areas that the common person wouldn't really know of. After doing this, many other advancements would take place, and humanity attempted to tackle polio to great success, but due to botched batches that they kind of rushed, people ended up contracting polio in the 50s rather than staving it off. So even with science, human error can rear its ugly head. Over the last 70 years specifically, our understanding of viruses in particular has grown monumentally. No longer are they just seen as an annoyance or even deadly disease, but they can actually be used in this timeline, the world you are sitting in right now, to deliver gene-altering material to correct diseases, fight other viruses, and even fight a form of skin cancer. And this actually and interestingly ties this universe of I Am Legend to ours. During the events just before Christmas, roughly a few weeks before actually, a virus was overhauled to combat cancer, which was being hailed as a literal cure for it as well. However, this virus would have far-reaching implications for humanity and would almost bring about our extinction as a result. So in this episode, we will talk about the Darkseers as well as the virus and why it may have done what it did, because I didn't know if you guys know this or not, but viruses are my jam. So let's get to it. But first, before I get to that, did you know I'm streaming on a regular schedule on the Purple channel? If you want to check that out during the weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time Zone, that would be cool with me. I'm trying to build it up, and it's been a lot of fun so far, except for The Last of Us Part 2. I really hate that game. So as per usual, I will put a timestamp up on screen if you would like to bypass the summary of the movie, if you've kind of already seen it, but if you haven't, let's do a quick rundown as to what actually happens and why we find the world in the state that it is today. At the very beginning, we hear an interview being conducted where essentially cancer has been cured. Utilizing the measles virus as a conduit for this cure, it will attack the cancer cells, infecting them, bursting them, but also making the body more aware of the cancer that is there. Everyone seems pretty jazzed about it, but it's not meant to last. Immediately, we see a deserted ruins of Manhattan and a man hunting for food with his dog Sam. It's quite apparent that this whole city is abandoned. There's no pockets of survivors, no bandits, just U.S. Army virologist Lieutenant Cole Robert Neville and other wild animals. animals. Attempting to keep his sanity, he continues through the mundane life in this post-apocalyptic world, talking to mannequins at a store, watching recorded TV news broadcasts, the usual. During these events, we see that in his basement, he is actively working on a cure for the cancer cure that has ransacked the entire planet. Some of the lab mice appear to have had really no effect brought on by the different compounds Robert was working on. Others seem to have just completely dropped because of it, but one in particular began having a reaction. Pupillary reaction to light, less aggression, and lower temperature. Seeing that this was a potential cure, Robert called it a day and then set off to go hunt some food. Here we get a flashback of what was going on and where his family went. In an attempt to get off the island before the lockdown hit, they arrived at a group of people also trying to do the same thing. The military is scanning everyone to make sure the infected do not get off the island, and after scanning Robert and his daughter, they are cleared. However, upon scanning his wife, she is quickly deemed as infected. After Robert's guards raise their rifles to the other side, an altercation almost breaks out until Robert pulls rank and demands another rescan. After clearing her for heading to the chopper, we see in the flashback the effects of the virus is already spreading. One mother can be seen with blood coming out of her eyes as a result of her infection, and this is a sign of things to come that will be explained later. After getting on the helicopter, there is some confusion as to what's going on, and a helicopter ends up crashing. When this happens, it hits the helicopter that Robert's family was on, and they are immediately ended in the process. As Robert continues his hunt, it leads him to begin chasing a deer with Sam. The deer panics and then runs inside of a building to escape, with Sam closely following. Robert freaks out, knowing that the Darkseers typically prefer the safety of buildings during the day. Moving into the building, we get our first quick look. Moving through the building methodically, we see him shine a flashlight on a group breathing quickly and apparently sleeping. Moving out of this area, he ends up finding Sam hiding underneath a table. He looks over and then finds that a Darkseer is currently eating the deer that ran in. It shrieks at him and begins the attack. Taking off in a full sprint, this creature is quickly on Robert's tail. As he runs, Sam breaks off through a dog-sized hole in the wall to the outside. Robert, however, is forced to jump through a window after being attacked, which in turn brings the creature outside. And we see that even though it is not in direct sunlight, the creature writhes in pain in the mere presence of light and then is quickly ended after just a few seconds of being outside. Robert, upon finding this group, sets up a snare trap and then gets a female in the process. If only it were that easy. Bringing her back to the basement, which is a pretty messed up sentence I just typed, he begins injecting what I assume to be the cure that was based on the lab mice. It seemingly works for a moment as her core temperature starts to drop and her breathing begins to return to normal. However, after a yell, she crashes out and her heart stops. Robert injects what I imagine is adrenaline into her to get her heart restarted, or likely a compound used by paramedics to do the exact same thing, which in turn restarts her heart, and she returns back to infected status. Deeming it a failure, he stops for the night. The next day, as Robert is driving around, he notices that Fred is standing out in the open. Well, Fred is a mannequin from the video store, so what the hell is Fred actually doing out here? Completely losing his mind over it, Robert starts screaming this at Fred and asking if he's real. After having a mental break, he steps in a puddle to which the car next to him drops off and then snares his leg, knocking him unconscious as it brings him up. Coming to, as his watch alerts him that night is coming, the sun fades and a lone male who presumably set the trap for Robert with the infected dogs shows up. The sun provides some safety momentarily, keeping the dogs at bay, but eventually they get past. A fight ensues and this causes Sam to get bit in the process. After getting home, Robert injects Sam with a cure, but it appears that it's too late as she shows signs that she is turning and he is forced to choke her out, which ends the poor quadruped. Vowing revenge at this point, Robert goes to the place where he has been going to try to contact survivors. He sets up a trap to lure the Darkseekers and waits until they run past, then attempts to ram them with his vehicle. Eventually, during the attack, he is rendered unconscious and picked up by a woman and a boy and brought back to the house. When Robert fully comes to, he is told that they were from a survivor camp, and he insists that no such thing exists. Back at the house, Robert adjusts the potential cure and injects the female Darkseer again. However, it becomes apparent later in the day that they didn't come back home during the late morning hours, but actually the early morning hours when the Darkseers were still watching. An attack on Robert's compound begins as he attempts to hold them off, and eventually it all culminates in the group being cornered downstairs in the lab. Behind a thick glass door, Robert notices the cure has begun working on the female and that she is returning to human. Yelling that he can save everyone falls on deaf ears, so he puts the woman and the boy in a coal chute and pulls out a grenade and rams into the alpha male that has basically been tracking him for a couple days now, which takes out everybody in the room. And then at the end, the woman and the boy go back to their survivor camp and it is a real thing. But there is an alternate ending which is way less depressing, but still kind of depressing. Upon realizing that the alpha male just wants his mate back, he apologizes and returns the female back to the Darkseer. Seeing as these creatures do actually have high intellect, the alpha male leaves lives with his group, and Robert looks upon all the pictures of experiments that he did with remorse. He then decides to leave the area and go back to the survivors camp, seemingly giving up on trying to cure this disease. So first thing we need to cover is, why did this go so horribly wrong for humanity despite the best intentions and the fact that to some degree it did actually work during the trials? Well, the human body is a fickle thing. Things that affect you may not affect me and vice versa. For example, I am a carrier of flu. Due to specific genes that I have and likely my blood type playing a role in it, when I catch a virus, I am less likely to show extreme symptoms. So I've actually never really displayed any symptoms of the flu. I mean, I get a little more tired than normal, but no fever, no body aches, no headaches, just a little tired. And this is after being tested and confirmed that I did have the flu. So I've been told though that the flu is bad, but I've just never really experienced it myself. For others, the flu can be deadly, which is why medicines like Tamiflu were invented. But the moral of this story is, it's how your body reacts to viruses, and this is largely indicated by your DNA. So assuming that the test group was utilized for this cure, known as the Crippen virus, it may have been relatively small and they needed to work with a specific blood type, and it is possible that there may have been some bias. As a result, those who were tested on had their cancer cured, and it appeared to not be an issue. So as the cancer cure was implemented across the planet, it started to interact with those who did not have any specific criteria, and as a result, may have inspired different results. We know that the virus chosen to be the cancer cure was a modified form of measles, but to understand the creatures created and the lethality of it, we have to know what measles actually does. Measles is for some reason thought to be a relatively harmless disease, but the fact is it does more damage to your immune system, even if it's just a mild case, after one infection than 5 to 10 years of HIV left unchecked. We know for a fact that measles increases the chances of children dying for up to 5 years post-infection because it will absolutely annihilate your immune system's memory. Alright, so we all know why we're on this channel, and it's time for that sweet, sweet science, because I absolutely love how the immune system and diseases conduct their conflicts. It's likely why I did what I did as a scientist before becoming a YouTuber. In our bodies, our immune systems do more than just fight diseases. They remember them too. So within the immune system, there's something known as B cells, and B cells are responsible for remembering diseases as well as producing antibodies the body has fought before, and as a result, when this disease pops back up, these antibodies are quickly released, which in turn will annihilate the disease before it has any chance to get a foothold. And this is why vaccinations are important, because likely you actually have come into contact with the disease that you've been vaccinated for, but your body overcame it before you were even really noticing it or it had any profound effect. But anyhow, B cells will release these antibodies to attack invaders as they are selected for the remembering of the shape of the cellular surface receptors of this invader. And I know that was a tongue twister, but it is what it is. So when you're infected with measles, this destroys these B cells as your body basically has to go nuclear option and throws everything it has at the virus. The result is the loss of these B cells and then immature B cells needing to take their place. They have no memory of any disease that you have fought before. They also cannot as readily produce antibodies, and as a result, you could see a decreased antibody level up to 40% depending on the severity of the case. This means that your body's immune system is working at 60% capacity, and illness more readily bypasses these barriers in place, and this leads to more problems. Measles also attacks the body in general. When you are infected, you get a rash, and this is because the virus attacks the capillaries in the skin, and as a result, the cells will release histamines to attract immune cells to help clear this infection. This ultimately causes damage to the body, but in the end is more readily healed than the immune system. So taking this disease, the doctors of this universe decide to reprogram it to infect cancer cells. Using what we know, how does this work? Well, it's a two-pronged attack. As the measles infects the cancer cells utilizing receptors specific only to the cancer cell, the virus enters a cell, hijacks a cell much like it would any other, and then builds more viruses, eventually causing the cell to burst, destroying it. This also has the added effect of activating the natural killer T cells. NKT cells are responsible for finding and destroying cells infected with viruses, so as a result of the likely infection of cancer cells with the altered measles virus, NKT cells will find the cancer cells and destroy. This causes the cancer to be attacked by both viruses and the natural immune system of the body as well, because of the role of the NKT cell and how it is programmed to attack tumors regardless. So I hope you enjoyed that little bit of breakdown. Obviously, the immune system is much more complicated than that. That gives you somewhat of an idea. So this created essentially the cure for cancer known as the Crippen virus. But where it all went wrong is likely the genetic differences amongst people, and here's why. The natural infection rate of measles is said in the movie to be about 90% of the people that were infected. And this is assuming everyone was infected and then bled out on the spot. If you didn't know, measles in its most infectious form has a 90% infection rate, which perfectly adds up to the 90% infection rate in the movie. So this comes out to about 5.4 billion people who completely dropped days after the infection, and the bleeding from the mother's eyes in the flashback kind of shows this. And considering this is also a natural thing for measles to do, attack blood vessels, this is actually pretty accurate as to why it may have done this. Regardless, 9.8% of the population appears to have some resistance to the disease, but it's not good enough. After their infection, their body was able to resist the worst effects to a degree, but it inspired many changes that we will cover in a moment. But largely, they became Darkseekers, a vampiric albino zombie creature cannibal who retained its intelligence somewhat, but hostility was greatly increased. And this means there's about 588 million Darkseekers. Then the last 0.2% of the population were completely immune or may have just been carrier status. This left only about 12 million normal human beings who presumably became food for the Darkseekers. This small group would likely have been extremely scattered and very unaware there were any survivors, much like Robert was. So why the spread of numbers amongst humans like this? Well, presumably once again, it all appears to come down to how the body reacts. We know that measles can affect blood vessels. Likely also for this cure to work, the virus was changed to bypass any previous vaccinations, meaning that a 99.8% infection rate was acceptable as a medicine. So vaccination status wasn't a factor, which again points to how the body reacts versus some outside influence. Those that were susceptible to measles like normal, now infected with this form of, I guess, super measles, had the effects happen as normal. As their blood vessels were attacked, it didn't just stick to the capillaries, but instead likely went on to the larger vessels, such as, the aorta, for instance, and began attacking everything, which led them to quickly bleed out. The eye scans were likely to look for damage to the ocular capillaries, since those were very sensitive to damage. This would show infection status quite quickly and reliably as long as you didn't have like a pre-existing condition. Those who were Darkseers were sort of like middle ground. And when I say middle ground, what I mean is the virus likely still attacked their blood vessels, but considering B-cell selection with a virus as random chance, these would have been, depending on how you look at it, fortunate enough to keep the virus somewhat at bay, but this appears to be a continuing battle in the body. So let's get a look at Darkseers and see what the result is for those who remain alive but infected. The list for symptoms is quite lengthy. Externally, we see that the now infected are suffering from a form of albinism. As a result, all skin pigmentation appears to have been lost, and this loss means that UV radiation is no longer effectively absorbed by the melanin, which in turn makes them susceptible to burns quite quickly. And because of this, Darkseers shockingly seek out the darkness. Being forced into this nocturnal lifestyle is how they stay alive, because even moments outside, we see they suffer and succumb to this detrimental effect. But due to their nocturnal lifestyle and likely destruction of blood vessels within their eyes, leading to potentially issues with the retina, this has caused the pupils to remain dilated to bring in as much light as possible, which makes them even more susceptible to the light outside, inducing great pain within the eyes. And I conclude that this may be the result, as when we look at the gums on Samantha as she changes, the blood vessels almost seem to enlarge and inflame, which would cause problems with delicate tissues. Another symptom for the infected is hair loss. Hair is the result of fast-growing cells, and under times of extreme stress for the body, hair can be lost as a result. And here, we can see it's more present than ever. Internally, this person is an absolute mess. The stressors put on the body would likely decrease lifespan by a considerable amount. So first, let's talk about the actual infection. We see that this person was infected, and when they were, they undergo a lot of physical changes, but on the inside, they are more profound. The blood vessel dilation, for instance, would likely cause the brain to experience a consistent migraine-like pain. Again, this would be important to stay out of the light as a result, but due to the infection, the meninges within the skull would also swell as the body continues to fight this disease. So fighting this disease also means that the brain is somewhat in control as to what's happening, and because of this, the body temperature is roughly about 40 degrees Celsius or 104 degrees Fahrenheit, which is an extremely high fever. This constant state of infection and such a high temperature would also make them delirious. This, coupled with the meningitis, may have the added effect causing them to be more aggressive due to the added pressure on the brain of this person, which is actually cited as an issue with meningitis now, or it can be. Either that or you're just kind of knocked unconscious. Basically, anything that messes with your brain has a lot of varying effects. But this heightened state of pain would also have the added benefit to release adrenaline. It is known that Darkseers have adrenaline constantly being dumped into their system. This has given them super strength and increased senses, but it has a secondary effect of increasing demand for oxygen. And we see most Darkseekers are hyperventilating as a result of this increased demand. So now you may be wondering about the albinism as well, and I too kind of wondered this, but it's actually pretty simple when you realize that measles has a tendency to go into the capillaries of the skin, and this causes a rash. So it's not too hard to imagine that it may be entering the skin cells at this point too, and when there, it would altered the DNA. Because of this, melanin production is affected until this creature becomes pale white as a result. Those who remained immune or just carrier status all appear to not just be infected. Whether they are or not really kind of seems irrelevant. Their bodies just do not display any of the symptoms. This may be entirely possible, believe it or not. So an example of why it might be possible is due to the bubonic plague a long time ago, which still exists today. Some Central Europeans are now resistant or outright immune to HIV as a result because of the mutation concerning the Delta 32 allele. The virus can no longer attach to the cell, and as a result, it cannot infect person. Now, HIV can adapt because it mutates very readily, which means it might be able to attach to other receptors, but essentially after the bubonic plague rolled through, the co-receptor that was above the cellular surface is now partially underneath the cellular surface, so it can't really attach that well. But again, it might be able to go with another receptor. But it's likely that the 0.2% who are immune, going back to the Crippen virus, have some sort of cellular receptor that the virus cannot attach to. Therefore, they can only be eaten and never infected. What's also interesting is that this disease has the ability to jump species. Whereas humans were susceptible to both the airborne strain and direct body fluid transfer, animals appear to only be infected by direct body fluid transfers, as when Sam was bitten by an infected dog that the alpha had, which shows why the virus was able to span across the world so quickly, because it's in the air and in the fluids. It appears that animals such as dogs may only be susceptible to fluid transfer because of the close proximity to human, which resulted in continuous exposure to the virus, which means it was able to mutate or adapt to some degree for another receptor on a cellular surface. Which, you know what that means, right? That the 0.2% likely could in the future become infected if they remain exposed for long enough. But should they keep their distance and also allow for enough time to pass, those infected would likely start dropping just from old age if they don't reproduce, because they actually can hunt, and then they can kind of retake the planet, albeit this would be a massive genetic bottleneck. But maybe one day we'll get I Am Legend 2 Electric Boogaloo, which explores this idea. But until then, I want to thank you guys for watching. Leaving a like would be awesome if you enjoyed, and subbing is a great way to stay up to date on what I post. So we passed by 300,000 subs last week. I appreciate the support, guys. Guess we'll keep this thing going until we hit 1 million, shall we? I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, Twitch, Patreon, and other channel links in the description if you're interested in that. And I'd also like to thank my patrons real quick. Huge shout out to my 3 astronauts, It's Not a Spoon, Trey Windenall, and AVC. You guys are awesome, and I want to thank you for all the support you give in this channel. And I would also like to thank our lone scientist, Skilt, for his stellar support as well. Thank you, man. And to the rest of my patrons, you guys are greatly appreciated. Paying back these student loans is always fun, and with your help, it's going a long way to make that possible. So thank you. All right, so that does it for me. Let me know what you guys thought down in the comments, and I will see y'all in the next one. During the events in Overlord, disturbing sciences would come to light conducted by the Germans during World War II. In an effort to recoup the losses from the war, with many of the soldiers that had dropped in battle, deep within an underground facility in France, a serum was being worked on, referred to as the TAR serum. Having the ability to reanimate the deceased, but also drive the living insane, the townspeople were subjected to many different experimentations as the process became more and more refined. Eventually, Americans would be dropped well behind enemy lines and finally stumble upon this lab during a completely separate mission. But how does the serum work and twist as well as contort the human form as well as almost supernaturally keep people alive? Well, let's discuss that in today's episode. So the movie was actually pretty good if you haven't seen it. I'd say definitely give it a watch. It was like one of those B movies that sort of slipped under the radar for a lot of people, myself included, for quite a while. But as per usual, there will be a timestamp up on screen now to bypass the summary of the movie if you have already seen it or just sort of want to go watch it yourself. So head there, but for everyone else, let's go ahead and get into the timeline of events that almost completely annihilated this group from the 101st Airborne Division. We start our journey with never seeing most of these people again. Tasked with dropping in on the eve of D-Day, a paratrooper squad is sent to destroy a German radio tower confined in an old church. The goal is to completely level it, as it would stop the Germans from calling for reinforcements during the next day's battle. Should they fail, likely the invasion would suffer way more casualties, and subsequently the battle would be even more difficult and taxing than it was already going to be. While en route, AA guns shred the planes on their approach. Many of the paratroopers are KIA in that moment and never even make it to the ground. Eventually, while just about to jump, the plane is sheared in half and everyone is thrown out. Falling to the planet, Private Boyce is able to get his parachute open just in time as he crashes into the water moments later. After freeing himself and retreating into the nearby woods, he sees his sergeant get annihilated by a patrol group. About to attack, Corporal Ford stops him, saying that he was already dead when he hit the ground. They make their way through the woods and meet with the remainder of their squad. While hoofing it towards the village, they end up coming across a minefield where Dawson is immediately blown to pieces mid-sentence. Leaving just 4 of them left, they will eventually make it to the village. The village is an absolute cluster, completely controlled and inundated with German patrols. The 4 remaining Americans take refuge in the house of a woman named Chloe they stumbled across in the woods. Living with Chloe is her 8-year-old brother Paul and her really gross-looking aunt, which we'll see in a moment. As the Americans explore the house, Boyce runs across the aunt, who is heavily disfigured by the German experimentations. As they plan out what they need to do to get to the tower, eventually one of the German patrol leaders enters the house, and with it, also his patrol members. Cornering Chloe and threatening her younger brother with the same experiments that disfigured the aunt, Boyce can't stop himself and charges in to put a stop to this. Because of these actions, this forces Ford to begin an attack, which ultimately results in the restraint of Waffner, the German patrol leader. After, Boyce leaves the house looking for Tibbett and Chase at the rendezvous point. However, while sneaking around the outskirts of the compound, he notices German soldiers burning disfigured civilians in droves against a wall. Getting a close look at them, you can see that their skin has become inflamed and most of their hair has been lost as well. While trying to hide, Boyce is chased by a dog and jumps onto a truck carrying bodies into the church. Getting out of the truck, Boyce enters the compound, which, how in the name of all that's holy does he not get seen by like the driver before opening the door? We may never know, probably because it's just a movie. While carefully moving through the base, he happens upon not only the radio operating room, which is his primary target, but also the secret laboratory where the Germans have been performing their various experiments on villagers involving a mysterious serum and a large pit filled with whatever appears to be almost like black tar. As he moves through, he sees the power of this serum in action when he stumbles across a person kept alive who is nothing more than a spine and a head. How she is able to speak is actually biologically impossible. I just want to point this out. We'll kind of discuss how the nerves can be affected, but this person would obviously meet their end extremely quickly, but it is creepy nonetheless. Moving through the compound, he comes across another paratrooper who is captured alive, Rosenfield. Pulling a long implant out of his abdomen, he limps him through the compound before ultimately cracking open the sewer system and escaping, but not before grabbing a sample of the serum contained within a syringe. Heading back to Chloe's house, Tibbett and Chase have already returned. Ford proceeds to beat the living hell out of Waffner to get information on what's happening at the church, with Waffner not giving up any of the information that is desired. Ford proceeds on with the torture, stating that you have to play as dirty as them if you want to win. So after the facial reconstruction, Chase is sent upstairs to get Waffner ready for transport. While Chase cautiously approaches Waffner, Waffner is able to overwhelm him and then begins wildly firing around and then ultimately hits Chase in the chest, and this would lead to his end momentarily. Here we get our first look at kind of what's going on. In a moment of bad ideas, Boyce injects Chase with the serum, which at first, this shocks Chase back to life. He asks for water and then crushes the canteen with his hand. Upon standing up, however, things are not really looking that great. The serum works its way through his body, contorting and twisting him, all the while snapping bones. Chase screams at Boyle, questioning to him what he did to him before Ford takes him out momentarily and then finishes the job a few moments later. Seeing what the serum does, Waffner makes a run for it, and in the pandemonium, a patrol shows up to investigate the chaos. Waffner has half his face blown off, and the patrol is ended on the spot. Waffner then escapes with Paul back to the lab as Tibbett and Rosenfield launch a frontal assault as a distraction. Inside the lab, Waffner injects a serum which has not really been tested on living patients, which gives him a great strength and still some control over his mind, though this would be fleeting. While the frontal assault happens, Boyce, Ford, and Chloe all enter the base using the sewers. Planting the charges, Chloe then runs off to find her brother before being chased and cornered by an infected, and she's forced to use a flamethrower on it, which is actually pretty metal. She leaves the base, and all while this is going on, Tibbett and Rosenfield are pursued by base defenders. Tibbett is injured grabbing Paul, and Chloe takes out the remaining Germans attacking. Inside the base, Waffner has fully transformed into a super soldier, basically. Throwing around Ford like a rag doll, he eventually picks him up and puts him on a meat hook held up by his sternum, which, if you don't know, would be incredibly painful. Boyce attacks, but then is flung through a window in the process. During the chaos, it is revealed how the serum is made, which we will talk about momentarily. Seeing as the only thing that can really be done against the monster is to play just as dirty as them, Ford injects himself with the serum, giving himself super strength in the process and healing his wounds. He then attacks Waffner, fighting him just long enough for an oxygen tank to be ruptured, resulting in an explosion. This sends Waffner into a tar pit heavily damaged, which, unfortunately, this sends his mutations further off the rails, and Boyce begins to carry Ford outside. Ford says he can walk and then locks the door behind Boyce, separating the two. He then says neither side should possess this power, and then lights the charges just as Waffner climbs out of the pit along with other infected arriving to help in the fight. The entire place is then decimated after the charges are set off. The radio tower falls and the laboratory is destroyed. After, Boyce is questioned by a superior officer about a rumor that there was a laboratory down there, to which he responds it was just a tower and a radio room. D-Day, as in our timeline, is ultimately successful successful and nothing is ever dug up. Alright, so probably a good place to start is where does the tar serum seen in Overlord come from? Well, as we know from Waffner spilling the beans inadvertently or really just monologuing, this particular tar, as it's known, comes from underneath the town. As mentioned, it has always been down there, and only recently had the German army discovered an actual use for it. Now, I don't know if you know much about World War II, but back then, Germany was basically getting pressed with greater and greater pressure back into their homeland, and the soldiers were falling left, right, and center. So, in an effort to reclaim some ground, Germany, as in our universe's Germany, started doing some really strange things with tons of rumors flying around about different sciences that were kind of being dabbled in that they really shouldn't have been, and this was all in an effort to recover. Ultimately, it wouldn't be enough, but in this universe's Germany, they had gone with the idea of building the perfect super soldier, one who could be brought back after grievous and ultimately lethal wounds, one that could be raised and be much stronger than the average man, and to this, they utilized this tar serum. The tar was injected into the chest of this person and would ultimately have some fairly strange effects. So next, let's cover the effects of these injections and how different stages of life would inspire different results before we ultimately discuss what this stuff may actually be made out of, which actually may line up with what we see, which, I mean, that's kind of why you're here, right? To watch me use science to explain what seems unexplainable. So how is this stuff made? Well, first, as we have seen with the villagers, everyone is collected on a needed basis. Humans are then placed into pods where it seems they will ultimately change and mutate. After being added, this tar is then placed with these people inside of the pods. And as the tar invades their bodies, a secretion begins to escape from their bodies and then fill the bag. This secretion is then collected, and this is the current stage at which the German scientists were at. After accumulating these dark secretions, it would appear as though it may have been refined somehow. And likely this refining process was actually separating the raw tar from the secretions that the body had, so a filter would be used. Once refined, it would then be ejected into the chest of the individual, but only when they were deceased. Upon the injection, harsh muscular contractions can be seen in the cadavers, activating long since ended muscles. From here, it appears as though the injection may take a few moments to actually spread throughout the body and take over the cadaver entirely. Once that is done, however, the person is able to move and react to stimulus. There does appear, though, to be different ranges of movement dependent upon who was dropped and when they were dropped, and also potentially if there was still brain activity, as well as what happens when someone who's still functional and living is infected. Before getting to those differences, let's first discuss this stuff and what it may actually have been, as this will help us understand later why differences appear in those who are deceased versus those who are living based on infection patterns. So what is this tar serum actually? Well, considering these secretions from the human body, what it does to the body, and where it is located, my money is it being on a fungus. Sounds pretty strange, right? Well, actually, there's a ton of clues as to this being the case, up to and including general location. Seeing as this material is found underground in a place that has allowed it to really kind of mix with water, this is where I believe the name tar comes from. It is simply a fungal bloom within water that is being used on people. So what sort of fungus may it be? Well, look no further than Entomothora muscae, also known as puppeteer fungus. Never heard of it? Well, imagine it's sort of like cordyceps except for fruit flies. This fungus is fairly devious, but also has an interesting aspect as we learn more about it. Essentially, upon the infection of a fruit fly, this will cause the fruit fly to ultimately begin some strange rituals upon sunset. Known as the sunset dance, the fruit fly will then climb up to the top of a stalk or leaf, or really anywhere it possibly can. But what's most interesting about it is that the fruit fly will begin to act strangely, almost as if it's combating something in its own head. It will show it desires some other action, but then will continue on to be puppeteered almost towards some other goal. And that's just entirely creepy. After sunset, the fruit fly will then outreach its tongue and fluid will be secreted, which then bonds the tongue permanently to the structure. After a few hours, the battle inside is lost and the fruit fly will meet its own end. But the invasive fungus is not done yet. Now, it is hypothesized that there is a specific molecule released within the fruit fly, and that is the controlling factor. The fungus is not poking at a piece of its brain, but quite clearly has control over the nervous system. This is shown as the fly's wings spread outward and finally settle at 90-degree angles from its body. Throughout the night, the fungal stalks will begin to exit the carapace of the fruit fly and almost appear like cotton on the body. When this happens, the time is almost right. Now, the fruit flies are known to climb up on leaves and stalks in the morning to warm themselves. Upon sunrise, other fruit flies will do this as normal, except one fruit fly has stayed the night. When the sun warms up the flies, the stalks will then fire out fungal spores that will embed themselves into neighboring flies, infecting them in the process to begin this entire life cycle all over again. It's also known that male fruit flies will still mate with female cadaver fruit flies, which ends up infecting the males as the female is just sitting there. So with the puppeteer fungus in mind, why do I believe it to be just this? Well, first, the secretions that are put out by the body. as a pod human is infected with the tar, the same molecules from this fungus seem to be released. The serum itself is nothing more than these molecules, and we can see that this is like a collection of tar and molecules inspiring differences within the human body for a few reasons, one of the biggest ones being that the human nervous system may heavily be affected. The tar would also affect the skin of a person, changing them to become disfigured. We see this with the ant and the townsfolk that have been abducted by the Germans. They likely are not completely infected, but their skin would permanently have the fungus within it, secreting these molecules. The second reason I believe to be this fungus is because of what we see with people infected in general. The time frame apparently plays a huge role, and I believe it comes down to the brain. So here's my generalized thinking on how this fungus infects and then changes. To someone who has been deceased for a while, the fungus and molecules work its way inside, activating the nervous system. Now, after about 10 minutes, the human brain is completely fried and without oxygen. This means that the human element to these soldiers are long gone. Instead, they are driven by the fungus entirely as it manipulates the nervous system, restarts the heart if the tissue is viable, causes muscles to take back up chemical differences and begin contracting. And we see with these soldiers who have been deceased for a while, they walk more slowly and it looks more ungainly than a normal human. Not to mention, when Boyce stumbles across the severed head and just spine, the head is still able to move the jaw, and that would really be more just muscular contractions, and it keeps repeating the same thing over and over again, which let's have just a little bit of reality here. The lungs are gone, so the head would not be talking at all, but in theory, maybe the jaw could still be moving. We see with specifically Chase the results of a recently deceased brain that still had some activity being infected with these molecules. Likely, Chase went into shock and then flatlined out due to his injection. So close though to the post-mortem stage, we see that when he comes back because of the fungus, he still is mentally there for a moment. The reason it doesn't last long is likely due to blood loss. The brain likely still had a little bit of oxygen left, but when he mentions that somehow this doesn't hurt, referring to his wounds, this means that the nervous system is actually not relaying pain information, or the brain is no longer picking it up. Due to this, it is not his own molecules communicating, but a forced communication brought on by the fungus, which changes quickly with degradation to the neural tissue. As the fungus continues to override the body, it quickly begins pulling muscle and twisting bone in Chase specifically, and likely would do the same to other infected, which we kind of have seen. The biggest difference may be that those who were deceased longer have weaker muscle tissue because most of it has become necrosed, but Chase, being recently deceased, has stronger muscles. So out of the gate, he was able to crush the canteen with his own hands, showing that his strength had been increased. Again, this would end quickly as neural degradation increased to that of a completely deceased person, and the fungus would then begin to force the body to become more chaotic in structure and actions, meaning that right at the beginning, Chase seemed human, but then as it went along, he started doing things that weren't quite human, and this is basically Chase's mind essentially flatlining while his body wasn't. The third reason I think it's a fungus and not some like ultra mega supernatural thing is how it affects the living. When Waffner injects himself with a serum, they had basically never tried it on a living person. Because of this, the results of it would be unknown. To his happiness, he remained in control. His facial injuries started lessening in pain and also seemed to be healing. His strength quadrupled and his durability was that of a superhuman. Essentially, he was superhuman. And the same thing with Ford after he was put on a meat hook. Upon his injection, he possessed more strength, could ignore his wounds, or had them healing, so he thought. And he could take Waffner on in open combat. However, what was actually going on inside their bodies, and why didn't they immediately change like the others? For this, we have to take a look at the living versus dead body. Obviously, with the living, the immune system is a major factor, and would likely be fighting the fungus, slowing it down to a certain extent. Meanwhile, the muscle tissue would still be under the effects of the fungus along with the nervous tissue. So because of this, the contractions of the muscle were much stronger. Again, I point out, humans only use about 1/3 of the strength we are capable of because our bodies would probably not enjoy being injured constantly by just movement. And this is why adrenal glands providing adrenaline can give us more strength, make us quicker, and because that's within us. The strength is there, you just have to unlock it. The fungus likely activates every movement as if the nervous system were under the influence of the adrenal system and then some. This makes people ridiculously strong, but would degrade the meat suit quite quickly. We see, however, this is not a perfect process. First, the likely degradation of the body over time can actively be seen. Starting with Waffner, after his injection, he quickly begins to change. Not as fast as someone who was deceased and injected with this, but again, this is likely due to combat from the immune system trying to destroy the fungus and clear these molecules from the body that shouldn't be there. Inflammation is the main form of defense at the beginning, and considering the nervous system is latched onto, it can probably be assumed a form of meningitis would begin begin to take hold, crushing the brain. Blood vessels also seem to be suffering from this, likely due to the heart pumping much harder than normal, meaning that the blood pressure is through the roof, and much like every other muscle, the heart is being pushed to max capacity, which, again, symptoms of this can be seen in the eyes. The extra pressure and internal battle within the body would have fairly far-reaching implications and would ultimately make this person have a short lifespan, but where we would see this happening a lot is within the brain. Again, those who were deceased or chased likely have their neural tissue degraded at an increased capacity, but also Waffner and Ford exist under the same increased blood pressure, so neural tissue in them would also be destroyed quickly. At first, they had complete control, but as the neurons began to wither from internal pressure, this would cause them to get more and more violent as well as bloodthirsty, which we see actively happening during their fight when Ford pushes Boyce out of the room. Ford's humanity would really kind of be leaving him at this point, which indicates that the cerebrum injuries are mounting. And Waffner likely already was down to his basic instincts at this point, and internal brain functions really being the only things left over, such as the amygdala activation increasing rage. The fungus would ultimately invade the body after injection and then seemingly go to the spinal cord. Once there, it would activate the heart if it was still viable, travel through the bloodstream if it could, and then head into the muscles, making people incredibly strong and durable. Those surrounded by the tar would suffer a different fate, as it would disfigure and change people into monsters. And those who were alive and injected by the serum would have the ability to ride out the wave for just a little while, enjoying the benefits of being a super soldier, but this would come to an end as their brain would have pressure put on it by meningitis, which would slowly begin to destroy neurons. And those who were deceased or recently deceased would have a similar time frame, but they would ultimately be contorted more quickly as time went on. During the events of 2008, Japan messed up big time, and I'm not just talking about ahegao or octopi either, although it does have to do with the ocean and tentacles. Deep within the recesses of the ocean crevasse, a creature was discovered to be sleeping. This animal was monumental in size and would snack on whales and probably sharks to boot. In an effort to understand what it was, subs were sent down to study this mammoth beast. However, during these studies, they would inadvertently awaken it and unleash it on the planet. So today, we'll be talking about the Cloverfield monster known as Clover or Clovey. There's a lot of confusion about its origins and if it actually is native to Earth or not, so we will be going over that. We will also discuss the parasites that reside on its skin and what the effects they have on people are should they bite anyone, and good lord, it's pretty bad. Cloverfield opens up with one of the most happy and annoying couples I've ever seen in my life. Getting through the diabetes-inducing display of love, you'll actually notice something in the background, which will be the first thing we will discuss. During their ride on the Ferris wheel, way out in the distance over the ocean, you can actually see something drop into the water. This is thought to be the monster or maybe an egg that it was hatched from, but according to J.J. Abrams, this was actually the satellite that was being used to study the Cloverfield monster. And to kind of learn about this, we're going to have to go into the manga momentarily to set up the events prior to what happened in Manhattan. In the actual manga, which it might be manga, but I'm just going off what Filthy Frank said, the creature is very much so originating from Earth. Upon discovering that the creature was actually down in the ocean, they began to sort of harass it to a marginal amount, which actually causes it to wake back up and completely destroy the submarines around it. As it ascends from the dark depths of the ocean, it destroys the oil platform above it, which was actually a research facility. The monster then makes its way across the ocean. When it enters the surrounding waters of Manhattan, the satellite that was being used to track its movement ends up crashing into the planet and landing into the ocean itself. Now, I just want to note something here. The Cloverfield monster is canon to Earth as of the movie Cloverfield, and that being said, the Cloverfield paradox kind of brings up the point that the creature may have originated from another dimension, or was somehow awakened by the actual experimentation happening on the ISS with the God particles. To keep things concise in this video, we will be operating under the original lore that this creature is native to Earth. However, Paradox does show us some interesting things, which we will discuss a little later on. But first, for anyone who hasn't seen Cloverfield, let's get you up to date on what happens. With the Cloverfield monster swimming in the waters near Manhattan, it doesn't take long before it surfaces. After Rob and Beth split up, Rob is bailing out of the whole country as a result. But before he goes, his friends and brother throw him a going away party. As they are all getting hammered, Beth shows up with another dude, which when I watched this when I was like 12, I was like, oh, I guess that's how adults act. But now that I'm an adult, what? Why in the name of all that is holy would you show up to like your ex-boyfriend's going away party with another dude and it's at his house? Honestly, I think she should be eaten by the monster. But anyhow, as they are partying, eventually an earthquake is felt and the whole power grid shuts shuts off momentarily. During this point, everyone goes inside and power is restored. They watch the TV and see that an oil tanker was attacked in the river, or that it had exploded. Figuring out that they could actually see the river from the top of their apartment building, everyone runs up on the roof to see what's happening. While on the roof, they notice a huge explosion a little further away that flings debris towards them. As they run back inside and back downstairs, they are met with a Statue of Liberty head being flung at them. The Cloverfield monster, originally thinking it was edible, attacked it, and upon discerning that it was non-digestible, flung it into the city. And this is where things begin to go absolutely haywire. The creature enters the city and in the process destroys many buildings and landmarks. The group makes a run for it, but not before being told by Marlena that the monster was actually picking up people and eating them. And I mean, really, it's actually any animal that was caught in its way was eaten. Considering it was making its way down Broadway, horses are assumed to be included in this as well. Continuing on, the group attempts to follow everyone else and make their way out of the city on Brooklyn Bridge. While crossing, however, Rob gets a call from Beth and she sounds a little distressed, which actually I'm pretty sure everyone is a little distressed at this point. He decides to hold up and talk to her, or at least try to, while the Cloverfield monster passes underneath the bridge. You can actually see that people and cars on the lower level of the bridge are freaking out and began to run before people on the top section notice. A lot of people seem to think that the bridge breaking was actually intentional, but this was just the tail of the monster as it moved by. However, Jason, who is Rob's brother, gets caught in the tail whip and crushed instantly. This severs the support of the bridge, leading to its collapse. Retreating, the group runs to safety to a nearby store, where Rob is able to call his voicemail and hears Beth. He decides that he needs to go deeper into the city to get her. The group reluctantly follows, which would ultimately really kind of end in most of their demise. As they run through the streets, others try to stop them, but due to language barriers, they aren't able to understand. But it's not like it really matters, as everybody knows what's actually happening, considering you can see the monster from basically across New York. As they are running down the alleyways and then down a few city blocks, the monster appears and we get our first solid look at it. A huge gaping maw towering over the group. Its face almost looks like an anglerfish of the Mariana Trench, which gives credence to its Earth origins. But shortly after noticing, the military engages and fires everything it has at it. Tanks roll in with armor-piercing shells, but nothing seems to be working. In fact, all they really seem to be doing is aggravating it. The group descends into the subway where the real nightmares await. During an earlier portion of the outbreak, the media is shown videoing the monster as the military engaged. When they did, however, things began to drop off the skin. Seen only for a moment, these creatures were about the size of a dog and would attack people fairly successfully. After presumably ransacking the small area of humans, they too descended into the subway. Assuming that the subway was safe was probably a stupid idea, and the group decides that walking the tunnels is a much better plan than being on the surface where the monster is roaming around. And I mean, you know, they could still hear the footsteps, so maybe it wasn't like the worst plan in existence. But while walking, they turn on night vision to see exactly what the noise is that they are hearing, and on the ceiling, these creatures that dropped off the monster were crawling. They break off in a sprint, but are quickly caught up to. After a short confrontation, Marlena is bitten quite deeply in her shoulder. This would ultimately prove to be her undoing. Not knowing better, Rob would pour water onto the bite to clean the wound, and inadvertently this would speed up the process. As they moved into the mall from the subway tunnel, Marlena begins complaining about getting dizzy, and then she starts acting a little strange. The military finds them and pulls them into the medical area, where Marlena's symptoms begin to speed up. It isn't too long before the medical personnel realizes that she was actually bit. As they are pulling her into the quarantine area, we can see the outline of her, and then she explodes internally. We know this happened because as they entered the medical area, a soldier can be seen who was bitten, and his abdomen was torn open from a clear outward pressure. But don't worry, we will be getting to that as well. I have a pretty good theory, I think, on it, but that's going to be a little later on in the video. Deciding to press on, Rob, Judd, and Lily continue on to Beth's apartment. Finding her building leaning against another building, they climb up to the top and rescue her from the piece of rebar that had impaled her. All the while, the monster is still moving in the background. They run off until they find the military checkpoint that they were informed of earlier. Lily gets on the helicopter first and takes off, which ultimately results in her successful evacuation. The second chopper takes the rest of the group, but apparently they got the world's worst pilot. Instead of flying, away from the monster, Mr. Curious over here decides to follow the path of it and assume that the towering monster couldn't, maybe jump. After a run on the monster using ordnance, they assume that it was taken out, to which the monster ends up biting the chopper blades off, yeeting it towards the ground. All except the pilot survive, but this is just momentary. The helicopter is clearly something that the monster directed its anger at after it got hit with ordnance, so it goes to the area it crashed in Central Park, which is like 3 steps for it. Beth and Rob apparently were still in the wreckage or further off, and Judd is standing alone in the open. As he's underneath the monster, it doesn't notice him at first, but it doesn't take it long. It ends up attacking him and then biting him in half. As Beth and Rob seek cover underneath the bridge in Central Park, they are pretty much out of time. The bombing sirens begin going off in the distance, distance, which I have to be honest, they should have probably been going off when the monster attacked, as that's a general all-purpose, yo, something bad is happening over here kind of noise to warn you that it's time to leave. Anyhow, the military enacts the Hammer Down Protocol. After the island was evacuated, which was considered a success due to the millions of people pulled out of the city by helicopter, bridge, or tunnels, unfortunately, some would invariably be left behind, like Rob and Beth. This protocol was enacted as a last resort when the city could not be saved. At 6:42 a.m., Mk-82 General Purpose Ordnance were used on the creature. 80 of these ordnance were deployed by a single run of a B-2 Spirit craft. These significantly heavier ordnance ended up breaking through the creature's tough exterior and destroying it, ending its rampage through the city. And at the end of the movie, you can actually hear that Beth and Rob are possibly still alive, just buried in rubble. However, this is not confirmed, but they mentioned that the creature is still alive, but in fact, this was disproven by J.J. Abrams, and it is canon that it is completely dead. So with New York completely destroyed and this creature now downed, how was it able to survive shot after shot, blast after blast, before ultimately bunker-busting ordnance had to be used to break through it? So let's take a look at that biology. First thing we need to establish is this is actually an infant of its species. Crazily enough, this creature awoke from its slumber and is a smaller, younger version. And even then, humanity could barely contain it. In fact, humanity may have made it worse because while we were attacking it, this caused the infant pain, and this, along with its disorientation, caused a lot more destruction in the surrounding area. We know this creature is also young because during the Cloverfield paradox, we see what an adult actually looks like, and these particular creatures easily burst through the cloud layer, indicating that they are several thousand feet tall, and at that point, short of a nuclear option, this creature would continue to ransack any planet. But what are the parameters for the young, or at least the Cloverfield monster that we see? Well, this monster currently stands at 240 to 300 feet tall, and this comes out to 73 to 91 meters tall. However, this is its leaned over appearance. In reality, it can stand to about 350 feet tall, which comes out to about 106 meters, or a tenth of a kilometer. And speaking of kilometers, the length of the body is about 12,000 feet or 365 meters, which is a little over a third of a kilometer. Seeing its large size, this would put the creature at about 5,806 metric tons. The creature also has a gaping maw, which is 15 feet across and 35 feet tall, or 4.6 meters across and 10.7 meters tall, easily able to fit large prey or really an entire group of humans. The longest tooth within the mouth is said to be about 5 feet or 1.5 meters in length. The monster is a quadrupedal animal on the ground, but is an avid swimmer in the ocean, seeing as that's where it originates. It is equipped with a long triforked tail that would be used to move itself through the water, much like an alligator or a crocodile moves. However, even while under the water, it still utilizes its limbs to latch onto the surface of the ocean bed. So starting with the hand feet, the double jointed limb pair is actually longer than the other two. These creatures have multi-fingered hands or feet that bend backwards so that the creature can utilize its fingers as toes. And that's how I'm going to relate those two things. The double jointed squat legs are powerful enough to actually support this creature on land, which is actually kind of fairly odd. So a side tangent for a moment, there's a good reason why elephants are only the largest creatures on land when we can have creatures the size of whales in oceans. As a creature continues to grow in size, it must adhere to biological constants. An elephant can only be as large as it is because of the constraints of gravity, and if it were much bigger, it would need more air, or at least the oxygen in the air, which we just don't have. Animals in the ocean can get much larger because the water actually supports this weight. But, you know, we have found fossils of giant animals on land in the past, but all I'm saying is that when a whale comes up on land, even though it breathes air, the beaching of itself can actually crush it due to the water no longer supporting its weight. But I would want to say this, the third thing that's kind of interesting, you know, you have quasi big animals on land, much larger animals actually in the water, but there's something called deep sea gigantism, which is actually in the lower portions of Earth's oceans. You've got creatures that are monumental in size, like say a giant squid, which actually does fight with whales on a common basis. In fact, I think they said there is a battle taking place between a whale and a squid every 15 minutes on Earth, and typically those squid can be monumental in size, and they all actually live down in the deep sea trenches. But anyways, this creature, I imagine, would suffer the same fate as soon as it got on land. Upon exiting the water, it would no longer be supported and would falter under its own mass. Fingers would break, and then arms, and not to mention the air would be too thin, leading to hypoxia in this creature. So all I'm saying is, we will get to why it is as large as it is, but this would for sure cause an issue with its emergence from the ocean. Anyhow, these legs are able to support the weight as stated and allows it to move relatively quickly for its size. Each of its feet are are roughly about 30 to 40 feet in length, or about 10 to 13 meters, which is going to be about the size of a city bus. The overall skin of this creature is a white pallor. This is explained because of its deep sea origins. As we know, no light reaches the trenches of the ocean, and it is the darkest dark imaginable. Because of this, melanin is not really all that necessary, giving the creature this color. And on the skin, there are many parasites which will be covered. The head of this creature is fairly interesting. The sharp bony features and two eyes with pupils large enough to almost completely obscure the sclera from view. This would likely be due to the necessity to scrape together any piece of light underneath the ocean so that it could see, or it could see the light put off by other prey utilizing bioluminescence. However, this would mean it would have an extremely difficult time on the surface of the planet. The sun is bright, if you didn't know. And if you've ever gone to an optometrist and they sort of dilate your pupils, walking outside can almost be painful and induce a pain response from the actual light entering your eye. This is because your eyes must constrict to limit the amount of light coming in, and when they can't, it's almost too much. With this absent with the Cloverfield monster, it would be able to see great at night, but any explosions or the sun coming up would almost be blinding to this creature, further scaring it. Its face has membranous sacs on each side of its head behind the eyes. Some seem to think that these are ears listening or picking up vibrations, but if you've ever caught a fish, you can see the gills working overtime to get water past the gills even though it's air. I would assume these to be sort of like gills that help it breathe air. Considering this is what we see on the creature that is also in the same area that some gills would be, and the fact that it is able to venture onto land means it would need these membranous sacs to capture air to utilize oxygen as the water is no longer flowing over them. The mouth of this creature is absolutely insane. Lined with massive teeth, it is able to basically crush anything and eat anything in between these jaws. But a question remains. If the arms are so large along with its mouth, how does it capture smaller prey? And this might not be something you think about, but if you have hands the size of a house, it's going to be really difficult to grab something that's small. Like, imagine if you had a bunch of ants on the ground and you are hungry. How difficult is it to grab some with your mouth? Well, the Cloverfield monster has an answer to this problem. Tucked between the monster's legs, and I know that's a sentence that nobody ever wants to say, there are two external esophagi. A lot of people actually assume these to be an extra set of arms, but actually these are used to wrap around victims that are much smaller than that. This would be invaluable in deep sea especially. Problem with the ocean is that if you don't have a good grasp on prey, it'll get away and you might not find it again. So much like the giant squids fighting whales, they will wrap these tentacles around their prey and hold on while they bite. In particular for Hud, the esophagi are used in conjunction with the bite simultaneously, which results in him being bitten in half, which is, ow, that seems like it hurts. That's like when you're fighting the hive mind from Dead Space and you screw up using the line gun and Isaac gets ripped in half. Oh god, that hurts. But the esophagi also have teeth-like projections, and that can be used to secure a solid grasp on the prey. As Marlena had mentioned, after the monster moves through the city, it uses the esophagi to pick up horses and people alive and eat them. Getting back to the skin of this creature, it is extremely resilient due to the deep sea pressure and the nature of what this creature eats. This thick, tough skin surrounding it is resistant to all projectiles and even armor-piercing rounds. After all, it must withstand the several hundreds of thousands of pounds of pressure deep under the ocean and be able to deal with the lack of pressure on the surface without succumbing to these changes. The only thing that it was able to pierce its hide was the super heavy ordnance, of which multiple had to be dropped onto it. But I know what you're thinking. Alright, so the biology of this creature is interesting, but where did it even come from? This creature actually appears to be native to Earth due to its morphological traits, but in the Cloverfield universe, it is different from other beings. While most animals feed on other animals, this creature cracks open the surface of the seabed and feeds on what's called seabed nectar. What is seabed nectar? I am glad you asked. Deep under the ocean, this material was discovered, and when tested on humans, it turned out to be edible. However, it is highly addictive. Despite the addiction qualities, it can cure disease in humans and has health benefits that surpass our own medical technology. It also has a drug-like effect on the brain, bringing on waves of pure happiness. When consumed by the Cloverfield monster, it increases cellular activity and growth, and it's assumed that it also does this in humans, which are those health benefits that I was talking about. But because of this, as the presumably smaller creature ate this nectar, it grew in size, and as it grew, it entered a state of slumber more than likely due to the metabolic constraints until finally reaching the size that it is now. That said, there are also creatures who consume this nectar as well, but will not grow as large as the Cloverfield monster. So I'm going to make a comparison based on what I see. The Cloverfield monster's origins may very well just be the anglerfish that consumed seabed nectar, and the parasites that exist on it are actually sea lice. And if you don't know what that is, have you ever been to like the beach and you get out of the water and you can feel things all over your body biting you, but you don't see them? The only way to get them off is to actually shower. power. So these guys are basically the sea lice. They're little parasites that latch onto your skin and then bite you, and it's really annoying. But these comparable sizes would make sense considering the size differences we see between these two animals pre-seabed nectar consumption. But speaking of biting, these parasites, what exactly do they do? Well, the parasites are roughly the same weight and height as a dog, and interestingly, they actually hunt in packs, it seems. But, well, at least when it comes to humans. They have 10 legs in total, consisting of 6 spider-like double-jointed limbs and 4 pincers on the top and back of their bodies. The jaws of these creatures are very large and possess pale gray skin with multiple black eyes, just like the Cloverfield monster. Their hunting method is to listen for vibrations from afar and hunt down the creatures that they hear. They will trap and surprise their prey concerning humans and animals underwater. Within their mouth, these creatures have teeth that are used to open up puncture wounds that lets in saliva that causes cellular swelling and rupturing, but also has another effect, which we will cover here in one moment. Within the body of the parasite, they have high levels of seabed nectar, which in turn also increased their size and ability to grow overall. On top of this, it changed their forms, making them much more lethal in combat, with many military personnel succumbing to these attacks. But let's discuss for a moment why they exist the way that they actually do. We see when they attack and bite Marlena that Rob attempts to help by pouring water on the wound to clean it. This was actually a fatal error on his part. The saliva in the mouth is meant for something like the Cloverfield monster. With the thick skin it has, these teeth can pierce it and inject the saliva. After mixing with water, this would in turn cause a sore to rupture on the Cloverfield monster, which would actually release blood, which is then drank by the parasites. And this is much like how sea lice bite you in the ocean. However, after its size increase when biting a human, it still has the same effect. Seeing as the creature was underwater, the saliva would undoubtedly mix with the water in the ocean. And this is what makes it so dangerous. When it mixes with the water, it forms a chemical reaction that causes a quick burst gas. In the human body, it's unsurprising that the abdomen actually does explode. Within us are a lot of fluids, but the largest collection and softest area are actually the abdomen. After Marlena is bitten, the saliva mixes with the water they poured on it and then continues to move throughout the body. With it, in the abdomen and bloodstream, we see the effects in the brain somewhat. With the dizziness and disorientation happening, it's clear that air pressure is increasing within the brain, leading to this feeling, but more than likely in the ears as well. However, with all this reservoir of water in the intestines, the air pressure rises dramatically. In moments, and almost all at once, the reaction is nearing completion. This causes the person to swell up and explode through the path of least resistance, which is, like I said, the abdomen. But with this being the case, what sort of chemical might it be? Well, we know that the saltier water of the ocean exists near the ocean floor. As water cools, it sinks and gains salinity. One of the interesting things about this type of water is as salinity goes up, this is because of higher concentration with things like sodium. And you can actually have lakes of super salinized water at the bottom of the ocean, and if any animal actually goes into that, it'll instantly body them due to the chemicals like sodium that are in it. Well, let me ask you something. Have you ever actually seen how sodium, like pure sodium, reacts with water? If you haven't, you could literally blow your hand off if you were able to hold just a little bit of it and then dunk it in water. Sodium reacts violently with water, which may explain what's happening with the parasites. To protect themselves, the sodium may actually be encased in a mucus within the saliva. As the mucus wears away, however, the sodium becomes exposed, and this is why adding water is worse, because it may wash away some of this mucus. When the sodium builds up in the body, it may be a timed effect. Coming into contact with water in our bodies is almost rinsing off the mucus within the bloodstream, and this produces some gas bubbles at first, causing the dizziness. But as more and more sodium becomes exposed, and eventually larger chunks of sodium, this causes the explosion that we see, which is stated takes the path of least resistance, which happens to be the abdomen. It can be assumed that the parasites may acquire the sodium from water around them and concentrate it, or possibly from the crust itself, where they get seabed nectar from scavenging. The same sodium is then injected into the skin of the Cloverfield monster to burst holes in the skin so that they can drink the blood and the nectar that flows through the body as well. So overall, if I had to take a shot at it, I would say that the Cloverfield monster, who apparently is an ancient being and is also still considered in their infancy, judging by the size of the monster that we see in the Cloverfield paradox, originally may have been a normal animal such as an anglerfish, judging by the facial structuring. But through time and exposure to eating seabed nectar, grew to massive proportions, which we know is the case with this nectar, due to cellular growth. The parasites that latch on and plague the military during the initial battle are simply sea lice that appear to have a secondhand exposure by being attached to the anglerfish, or perhaps a parasite similar that can exist at those depths. And given enough time, maybe they too would actually end up reaching Cloverfield monster proportions. But man, this was, I do do believe the longest video I've ever done, maybe. It might be the longest. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed watching. And if you did enjoy, leaving a like would be very helpful, and subbing is a great way to stay up to date on when I post. I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, Patreon second, and third channel. That's right, I do have a third channel. It's called Roanoke Games because I'm very original. But that's where I'll be posting all my live streams to make them kind of easier to find, so I'll put that in the description. And also, speaking of patrons real quick, I'd like to thank a few of mine. Up first, our two scientists are Skilt and Trey Wendenall. Thank you guys for your support. And next up, our residents are James Wiley, Robert Plattner, and Some Red Dude. I also thank you guys as well. And to the rest of my patrons, your support is massively appreciated because currently YouTube, as well as basically everyone else in the economy, we're all experiencing the same thing, which is a mild depression. So your help goes a long way, and like I said, it's greatly appreciated. But at any rate, I want to thank you guys for watching, and I will see y'all in the next one. Roughly 100,000 years during the rise of modern Homo sapiens, a ship would touch down on planet Earth in an area so remote our species wouldn't discover it until 1982. This ship, however, was not carrying visitors seeking out other planets to colonize or discover, but instead was seemingly taken over by an entity that not only did advanced forms of life have difficulty containing and ultimately failed to do, but would go on to ransack two camps in Antarctica, one belonging to Americans and the other belonging to a group of Norwegians. The Norwegians were the first to discover this creature and were quick to celebrate their finding. However, this creature would break out of its icy tomb to hunt down the people to secure its own survival. After the Norwegian base was destroyed, only two survivors would remain. A dog, or what was believed to be a dog, would flee, and the Norwegians would attempt to hunt the creature down, knowing that it was not actually anything from this planet. As it fled across the icy landscape, it happened across the American base. Here, the Norwegians, with the language barrier in place and the accidental wounding of an American member, would cause them both to be taken out before they were able to warn the other team of what was actually going on. This mistake would cost the American team most of their men and sled dogs. From here, the creature would once again be doing what it did to the other base in an effort to continue growing and thriving. Using much of the same techniques from the Norwegian base, flamethrowers would be resorted to, which were highly effective, but not before most of the members were converted or destroyed. So you're all caught up now in case you haven't seen the movies. This brief rundown would give you an idea of what we were dealing with and what ended up happening. First thing I would like to say is this is my first time discussing a movie versus a video game, so I'm kind of working with footage already captured, so bear with me. And I mean, I've been getting requests to discuss the thing now for probably since like literally the first day of my channel, so let's give it a shot. So to start, where did the thing come from? Based upon information obtained from the 2011 version and the opening scene from the 1982 version, along with what would be discovered at the end, I would have to presume that the aliens that arrived to Earth were in fact infected already, or were well on their way to becoming infected. The crashing into Earth would not suggest that the thing originates from that tech level, but there is a contradiction that we will see later when it comes to the crash landing. However, even this can still be explained if we use time frames. The thing is considered to be a supercellular parasite. In this sense, it's able to absorb the host much like any other parasite does and feeds off them. However, the thing takes it one step further by perfectly mimicking the animal, no matter the species it seems. As it is able to mimic everything down to how the person would act, speak, and conduct themselves, this would make it exceedingly hard to root out the hiding until arguably it was too late. But the question remains then, how is it possible that it is able to do this? Well, supercells are not like normal cells. In fact, they are pretty much super comparatively. These cells in our own bodies would be the immune cells. Their specific task is to spread out and find cancer cells or cells infected with viruses and subsequently destroy those cells by inspiring apoptosis. However, the term supercell is colloquially used as it's not exactly a medical term in biology, or at least not really used in my neck of the woods. But think of a supercell as a cell that is able to do much more in terms of interaction with other cells than just signaling and communication. A supercell can typically induce a response in a cell, just like as mentioned previously with our immune system, or the supercell can take over a cell entirely as seen as a trait the thing handily possesses. This idea is really not all that strange either. Every day our leukocytes engulf and destroy other cells that would enter our bodies. As we see when a blood sample is taken from one of the infected men from the thing, his red blood cells are surrounded by more spiky looking cells. Upon contact with these spiky cells, the red blood cell is absorbed, broken down, and then the spiky cell forms into a red blood cell. This process is continued until the body is formed, or in some cases, looks like a congealed mass of god-awful stuff I would never want to touch. So let's discuss for a moment then how the body would become infected by this creature. It's clear from what we can see the cells doing that these spikes seemingly line the entire surface of the cell, all 360 degrees. In Earth's biology, things like viruses have a similar path of infection as they attach attach themselves to the surface of a cell to infect it. However, should a cell not present the correct cellular markers, then that cell cannot be infected. A major example of this, which a lot of people may not know, is the HIV virus. 1% of the Caucasian people are actually immune to HIV as they possess a homogeneous set of genes, and even then they can still be resistant to HIV if they possess a heterogeneous pair of these genes. The Delta 32 allele is what's responsible for this resistance. During the bubonic plague outbreak, a small population was able to survive and go on to breed after others were wiped out. This mutation in the Delta 32 allele made them more resilient. How this inadvertently had an effect on HIV was the presentation of the CCR5 protein complex on the surface of the cell. Instead of forming outside of the cell, which is what HIV initially uses to attach itself to, it is formed under the cellular membrane. Because of this, HIV was never able to get a hold on the cell and thusly was never able to infect it, which means it was not able to get a foothold in the body, which rendered the HIV virus completely ineffectual against the person. Looking at this example, something as terrible as HIV can be thwarted by something as simple as a different growing pattern of a protein complex. So then, how would this make something as alien as the Thing be able to bypass all cellular markers to infect a person? Well, I believe it all goes back to presentation of the supercell. The cell is surrounded by spikes, so rather than relying on the cell to present the opportunity to be infected, it pierces the cellular membrane and drags it in. Much like harpooning a whale, I guess. After doing this, it would lyse the cell and absorb the genetic information housed within the nucleus. With this information obtained, its cellular functions, which I must say are ridiculously faster than ours, can form the shape, correct cellular markers, and even may be able to carry on the same function as the cell if the creature saw fit to do so. But seeing as this is just a blood cell, let's talk about resistance as well. For instance, why doesn't your body mount any sort of effective strategy against it concerning your immune system? Well, firstly, let's discuss your immune system in general. What you hold within you is a thermonuclear answer to disease. If the immune system could be programmed to attack a certain ailment or disease, the process would be so effective it could virtually eradicate almost any invader. Ironically, this nuke also has the ability to wipe you out and your cells if improperly directed. But the issue is, we currently only have one way to effectively program it, but that science is still in its infancy. And even still, it's nothing like being able to attack actual alien biology. So let's start with the basics. White blood cells versus the Thing's supercell. Upon first being infected, your body would likely become aware of the presence of other cells in the body, but would quickly lose track of them. As we all know, the Thing's supercell is able to quickly and efficiently assimilate to whatever cell it has infected. Once the Thing has assimilated to your cell, your body's defenses would no longer be able to recognize it as not one of its own. Because of this, white blood cells are mostly useless. Should a white blood cell find the Thing cell before it assimilates into another cell, there's also no guarantee that during this process, the white blood cell attempting to engulf that supercell wouldn't then be assimilated in the process, or even the lysine material that the white blood cell uses could be entirely useless. However, by sheer probability, some white blood cells may be able to effectively destroy the Thing cell, but this would not be anywhere near enough and the infection would still be quite assured. Next thing we can discuss is the adaptive immune system. White blood cells are considered to be the innate immunity and they are sparked to action pretty quickly when a possible infection has happened, but they are unfocused and less effective. The adaptive immunity is much more focused. The biggest issue is for the adaptive immune system to be activated, you need genetic material from the invader, which comes from the cells being destroyed by the innate immune system, but you also need time. Considering the infection spreads so quickly from cell to cell in a person's body, it's virtually impossible for the adaptive immune system to be activated. This may be why the Thing must act so quickly, however, because arguably if your adaptive was activated, it may in theory be strong enough to overcome the disease. The reason for this is something called the cytokine storm. When your body is under attack from a disease, inside of you, you have something called B cells and T cells. By complete chance, these cells have random configurations of proteins they can release called antibodies. Should a Thing cell be destroyed, and what sort of cellular markers, if any it possesses, which I believe it does have those, are then presented to B cells and T cells, the body can learn about its attacker. The spikes, for instance, would be a huge downfall for the Thing, as these would be blunted and rounded. Anyhow, should a T cell or B cell be activated, they will multiply and begin releasing these antibodies in mass quantities throughout the bloodstream. When this happens, the antibodies will seek out the antibody, which is the Thing, and attach themselves. In theory, this could yield the Thing's main attack completely useless, its ability to latch onto cells and change them. It would be like putting a cork on each spike of a cactus. All of a sudden, it becomes a lot less dangerous to handle. At this point, should the lysine material work via white blood cells, which this whole idea is predicated on getting genetic information from the cell initially, so lysing would have to work, then the body could possibly overcome this disease. However, again, I have to say this is extremely unlikely to be activated in the time needed. We see when people are infected, they succumb in hours to minutes depending on what dose they were infected with and where it was. For instance, when one of the American team members is bitten by the dog on the leg, the dosage was small and as such took longer to spread throughout the body. However, with split face, the dosage was large and quite close to the brain. Because of this, the person was quickly taken out and added to the biomass of this creature. So this is just my general thinking on this, but actually there may be a way to beat the thing, and it would all be based on antibodies of our body that could work against the thing, and that would be by using a vaccine. If it were possible to extract gene information from the thing, it could be used to develop a vaccine against it, assuming that the creature doesn't change from its original form of cells to something different. And I don't imagine it would, because it only changes with the addition of new genetic information, but likely its own genetic information would not be lost in the process. So the idea is like you have a car that can take you anywhere, but it won't move without the key. The car is the thing's cell, and it can turn into anything it wants, but the genetic coding of the prey cell is the key to kickstart this process. Regardless, a vaccine would be worth a try, considering that it does have to interact with our cells to change it, so it must play by what can only be assumed to be general rules of not just our planet, but life as a whole, no matter the planet. Also, fairly ironically, any person with an autoimmune disease may fare better than those without, as the body is already attacking itself. So those who destroy the thing cell because it presents cellular markers the body is used to attacking may actually get that genetic information to continue the fight against the thing. But I would have to say the most interesting aspect of the thing isn't just the cellular war taking place in your body or the assimilation, but how it ultimately becomes you and can trick apex species on Earth and out in space into being too late to form an effective response. So let's get into not only the assimilation of your meat suit, but the replication of you as well. Consciousness, movement, rhythms of the body, breathing, it's all very complex things. As humans, we barely think about it because
it works. It just works.
But in reality, humans aren't even sure what consciousness is or why we have it. We could get into like a 20-page discussion on how the brain operates, so it's kind of a little bit of a rabbit hole, which I do have to tell you, recently there was a kid that had 90% of his brain gone, and they didn't know it as he grew up, and he suffered literally no mental impairments from it. But if adults have a stroke, it could permanently impair them. Again, what are humans and how does the brain work? Difficult to tell. But the physical process of it working and also the physical structures of it are very different ideas. We are quite aware of placement of certain pieces and how those interact to get something else. There is an idea that if you were to somehow take an exact snapshot of your brain, all attachments between neurons, electrical signals, chemicals, everything, you could create the consciousness of that person and then let it progress from there. It may be the same as the original snapshot, or it may turn out different. It just really depends on how it all comes together. Because of this consciousness that may be preserved, then your cells are what give rise to consciousness, along with all chemicals associated with it. But all right, we're treading way too far into consciousness. There's a lot of debate onto what it is, but from what I believe, configuration is key. When the thing's cells assimilate the red blood cell specifically, it seems random. They float around and just get to cells. But this is because it's also floating around in plasma. Take something like a muscle cell or a neuron that is stringently connected, and you have a whole different set of parameters. We see that when Split Face is infected, at first his face seems to be melting with the others, but after a few seconds when he yells, the creature also yells. This is because muscles are fusing together, which means that these cells are no longer just free floating, but anchored in place like any other cell needs to be. The unwilling participant in Split Face is also able to maintain a few seconds of consciousness, arguably because his skull provides a temporary barrier, but then again, this skull is quickly converted, which then would go on to the brain. Now, Split Face didn't really need to blend in. At this point, the creature had a lot of biomass and was fairly lethal to boot, but for when the thing needs to still blend in, it is imperative it becomes the person. And this goes back to the snapshot of the mind. When the cells are infected, specifically the neurons, the shape is assumed as well as the interior mechanisms, and the cell becomes the neuron. It would quickly link up back to its original configuration, not only to retain memories of the neural pathway, but also infect other neurons that were near it. As the infection spreads through the brain like wildfire, eventually the whole brain is converted with the same configurations adopted. The entire life of this person would would likely be remembered by the thing as well. On top of that, learned information, an understanding of specifically human tactics, and the knowledge that outside of this frozen wasteland lies the rest of humanity and more biomass. It seems, however, that even while adopting a human's physical form, this is tenuous at best. Should the thing be discovered or injured, it will quickly drop the facade and choose a different form, usually hosting bony protrusions and razor-sharp whips, to kind of stave off their human attackers. And largely, this is effective. It is able to move faster than a human, is much more powerful, and more lethal in the process. Because it is able to reconfigure the muscle, bones, and really anything from the physical form of the adopted body, this means that each individual cell still possesses its own genetic coding, and the praise genes are not adopted into it. Instead, likely in the cell are mechanisms to read the DNA, much like our own cells, which in turn will develop specific shapes and patterns. But when the need arises, it can read its own genetic coding and change into what it wants. An interesting aspect of this is that the creature is certainly a carbon-based life form then, and this would also imply that the genetic constants such as guanine, adenine, thymine, cytosine, and concerning RNA, uracil, seem to be universal as this creature can interact and read these chemicals, but due to its changes, I would also hazard a guess as to say there are extra chemicals in its DNA backbone that may not be in ours. But this also explains why the alien spaceship, which I mentioned at the beginning, crashes in the beginning of the 1982 version of the Thing. The Thing was never of that technology level, but instead may have infected a creature upon the ship. When it did so, much like the human camp, slowly but surely it ran through the alien crew, until finally either by an alien's choice to strand the Thing on a desolate planet that ironically would have intelligent life later, but didn't really have intelligent life then, or maybe the pilot was infected and began succumbing to the Thing, crashing before the Thing had a chance to regain control of the ship, is really unknown. Should the Thing have intentionally crashed on Earth, then this would raise the question as to why it didn't pilot the ship more effectively into a better area, seeing as it was able to utilize Earth's vehicles with little difficulty, which we have seen. So this says to me it didn't have control of the ship, as if it did, it would also have a snapshot of the alien pilot's brain and would have probably gone on to continue to infect other worlds. All I know is we kind of got screwed in the process. Also, I did want to point out something that people may not have seen or really even noticed in the movie, or at least the 1982 version. Who is actually the Thing in 1982? Well, apart from everybody who got kind of bodied in the process. Well, have you ever noticed MacReady is breathing out and you can see his breath, but Childs is breathing and you can't see his? Seems a little strange, doesn't it? So what does a pandemic look like? Well, now the entire planet knows, and I sit here with a sore throat while my fiance coughs in the other room, so it's safe to say we might be totally boned on that front. But speaking of boned, what happens when a different form of infectious disease begins to take hold in a small community in the woods? This particular disease starts out infecting livestock within the area before eventually jumping species to human, and further beyond that, outside of this backwoods town. So today, we'll be talking about the movie by Eli Roth, way back in 2002, when the fall was actually cold, cabin fever, and the diseases that reside within the skin and flesh of humans. As per usual, there'll be a timestamp up on the screen that you can bypass the summary, but wouldn't you rather just listen to the soothing sounds of my voice? No? Alright, well let's get to it anyways. We start our journey with a hermit walking through the woods. Seemingly, he has been out hunting for a while and has found himself a rabbit for himself and his dog. As he tries to wake his dog up, he grabs its arm and lifts, but the dog's chest and abdomen have completely torn open, spraying the hermit dog's blood, instantly infecting him through the mucosa membranes in his eyes. While this is happening, a group of college students are let out after finals. Funnily enough, the articles I read have said that it says it's spring break, but have you seen the trees and the woods? This is definitely like November. Anyways, while driving by, they tell a kid not to go to college, and this isn't important, but college, while expensive, is an absolute blast. It's like one of the most expensive parties you'll ever have, so if you're on the fence, go to college. If not that, go to trade school. Alright, done being a dad. Regardless of that, as they drive through to their destination, they stop at a small gas station where they meet the owners. While sitting with Dennis, Paul gets his hand bit, which honestly, why would you sit next to a random kid and try to shake their hand? Seems a little weird. But this causes a bit of a verbal altercation with the store manager over putting up a sign about it, but it instills some tension between the group and the owners. As they go inside to get their drinks, Bert attempts to steal candy and then gets caught. Back in the truck, they head towards the backwoods where the cabin is and then head inside. The group decides to split up at this point, with Bert running off to hunt squirrels, Paul and Karen heading heading down to the lake to swim, and Jeff and Marcy straight into the bedroom. While Bert is running around like an idiot, missing every shot, eventually he happens upon a hermit by accidentally winging him with a shot meant for a squirrel. The hermit crawls out of the ravine with his skin heavily damaged as Bert yells for him to stay back before firing a warning shot into the ground, which sends the hermit falling backwards into the ravine once more. Bert then flees from the area and remains silent about the event. Later that night, as the group is sitting around a campfire telling a ghost story about a bowling alley that had been taken hostage by a crazy person, a friendly drifter named Grim and his pet dog Dr. Mambo show up, which the first dog I get, I'm gonna have to name it Dr. Mambo. Discussing if they can hang out, he flashes the green he has, and the group decides to let him stay. Before they can, however, rain begins to move in and they have to cut the fire short and head back inside. Grim heads back home to pack up his belongings in the meantime and then reunite with the group. While Grim is gone, they wait inside the cabin until they hear a knock at the door. The hermit from earlier has made his way out of the ravine and now is asking for help. Bert immediately shuts the door in his face, saying he's sick and shouldn't be let in. While the group argues, the hermit gets into their truck and begins vomiting blood all over the inside. The group then runs outside and begins attacking the truck and him in the process, which ultimately heavily damages the truck. The hermit exits the truck and approaches Marcy and Karen. Paul accidentally lights the hermit on fire at this point, which sends him running off into the woods. The next day, it becomes apparent that they need to look for help in terms of fixing their truck. Jeff and Bert first set off to look for a tow truck and then encounter a farmer. She is gutting a hog and is angry at the fact that all the meat is bad as well. The same illness has been affecting her livestock for quite a few weeks. They enter her house to use the radio, and as it turns out, the hermit is this woman's cousin. They quickly leave the home after fear of being connected to the assumed bodying of this hermit. While back at the cabin with Karen, Paul is approached by a cop who says that he heard some commotion and is concerned. They mention the hermit, and the cop agrees that they must have just ran him off and that he would put in a report and get the tow truck out there, but that it's going to be alright. Back inside, Paul calms down Karen, who is upset over the slaying of the hermit. Once she seems calm enough, he attempts to seal the deal, but I guarantee you, whatever is wet down there is wet for all the wrong reasons. After retracting his hand, he discovers it is covered in flesh and blood. Pulling the covers back, he spots that the infection has spread to her groin, to which the group isolates her immediately in the shed for fear of it spreading. As they are attempting to figure out what to do, Dr. Mambo returns without Grim several times and fairly aggressive to boot. Jeff keeps watch over Bert, who is fixing the truck to keep the dog at bay. Every once in a while, it will still return. Upon fixing the truck, Bert actually coughs up some blood, but doesn't bother to tell the others. He then checks his lower abdomen, where it's apparent whatever Karen has, he has got as well. He then takes off after Jeff and Paul discover that he has actually caught whatever disease this is. After seeing this, Jeff is terrified of catching whatever this is and then heads out on his own with the drinks to quarantine himself away from the others. As Bert attempts to find help at the convenience store, Dennis ends up biting Bert, to which Dennis's dad and his two friends give chase. Back at the cabin, Marcy worries that they will all become infected, and Paul attempts to calm her down as well. And seeing as they say, that there's a party at the end of the world, even if it's a small world, Paul and Marcy instinctively do the do. Regretting the affair, Paul leaves while Marcy takes a bath crying. Her skin is looking damaged at this point, and as she shaves her legs, flesh begins to peel off. In a panic, she runs outside screaming, where Dr. Mambo is waiting for her. She is then eaten alive at this point, and that will be discovered later. As Paul was attempting to find his group, he eventually runs across a reservoir. Floating within it is the body of the hermit. After falling into the water and onto the hermit, he realizes that the infection is spreading through the water. Paul hoofs it back to the cabin to warn everyone not to drink the water, but upon getting there, he finds pieces of Marcy everywhere. He opens up the shed to find that Dr. Mambo has been feeding on Karen as well. Paul takes out Dr. Mambo with a handheld and then proceeds to bludgeon Karen with a shovel out of mercy of her situation. Which, holy lord, man, the boy's gonna have some serious PTSD at that. There had to be a quicker way to do that. As Bert begins to succumb to his infection, he makes it back to the cabin pursued by Dennis's father and two companions. They open the door to the cabin and immediately take out Bert, which is absolutely brutal. No talking, no exchange, just bang. Paul then nails his friend with a shot, who falls back and then hits Dennis's dad in the stomach with another shot. Paul comes outside to find one guy fiddling with a box, which I'm not really sure what he was doing, but then he gets a screwdriver in the ear and meets his end via brain bleed. Paul then runs off to look for Jeff and attempt to save him at minimum, but then finds Grim has been half eaten by presumably Dr. Mambo. Paul, having no clue where Jeff may be, runs to the convenience store, where he then jacks a truck. While driving, however, he discovers he's infected too. He crashes into a deer and then gets out of the truck, where he runs into the woods and then is reunited with the deputy who promised him the tow truck. Apparently the tow truck broke down and they had to get a tow truck for that tow truck, which I don't know if I just can't read the situation. Is it a lie or is it the truth? I'm not actually sure. Paul then requests a ride to the hospital, but before leaving, a call comes over the radio saying that a group of kids went on a spree and they have some sort of skin infection, meaning that the police should shoot on sight. The group quickly turns on Paul. Paul in turn attacks and infects several of the deputy's new friends before knocking out the deputy as well. Paul is then picked up by a passing truck and then weakly tells the doctors and police where he may have contracted this disease. They can't understand him, so they decide to take care of the problem since the hospital is not equipped to deal with these kinds of wounds or infections. Paul is loaded into Winston's squad car and in vain tries to tell him about the infected water supply. Paul is then dumped at the edge of a creek. Jeff, who presumably awakens from a drunken stupor, finds all of his friends deceased in the cabin except for Paul. Sadness eventually turns to relief as he realizes he was the only one to make it out alive because he quarantined himself. He steps outside and is immediately blown away by the cops, who still have their original orders. At the end, we see that the kids that have made lemonade from the creek where Paul's body was just upstream have caused the actual police officers to be infected by the contaminated water. All the while, a truck in the background heads out, presumably being bottled water from the reservoir, spreading the infection even further past the confines of the small town. So getting a good look at the degradation of the meat suit, we can see that the body is suffering from some pretty severe and life-ending issues, which starts as almost inflamed skin and then continues as it melts off the body and rips away with the most minor of pressure. So the question remains, what exactly is causing this, and what is happening at a cellular level which results in destroyed skin? Well, before getting to the actual cause, we must first take a look at the symptoms and syndromes that actually exist in real life, and unless aggressively treated, would ultimately result in the same fate as these friends experience. Seeing as the water supply is infected, upon ingestions of the contaminants, it's clear with everything else, the infection begins in the mouth, throat, and stomach area. However, it does not stay there. Following the pathway of the water, it would infect the entire digestive system and continue into the head of this person. Seeing how the hermit looked at the beginning, it almost appears as though it's a head cold. His eyes and nose are red somewhat, indicating inflammation and infection of the mucosa membranes in those areas. However, he is splattered with blood from his canine companion, so his origin of infection was likely through the eyes. This may actually be why he might last longer, as the infection had to travel down from the eyes. However, likely it still uses the bloodstream as the main mode of transportation. Another thing to note is that when Karen was infected, she also displayed the same mucosa membrane inflammation in her face as well, meaning that areas with lots of blood vessels do appear to be the first to fall. For the rest of the campers, their infection, though, was purely through the water they drank at random points in time. Their infection, as mentioned, would likely have traveled through the throat and to the stomach, and because of this, their infection was center mass, which would have made a quicker distribution point to the rest of the body. And this would have also likely caused them to start coughing up and throwing up blood much faster than the hermit as a result. Another major point I wanted to discuss was how the virus travels and where it ultimately ends up. As the body degrades, not only do we see ejection from the blood from the body, but we also see the physical manifestations on the outside of the body. Because of this, as mentioned, the circulatory system would have been the mode of transportation, infecting the rest of the body throughout, but also necrotizing tissue. Why do I believe this to be the case? Well, when a person is infected, small sores and burst blood vessels begin to appear in the skin. The early signs we see this happening is when Bert's abdomen appears to have small bruises underneath the skin on the lower abdomen, which indicates that the capillaries of the skin are bursting and leaking into the surrounding tissue. As the disease progresses, larger sores begin to appear on the skin that look like holes until ultimately the skin begins to fall away. So what's happening underneath? Well, as you know, the top layer of skin is no longer living anyways. We are all really just dead skin cells. But in the hypodermis layer of the skin, where the blood vessels are located and more than likely extending into the dermis layer, this is where we see the most damage occurring. As blood vessels below the skin burst, these areas of the skin are no longer receiving oxygen or nutrients, and as a result, the skin begins to die from the inside out. All over the body, large patches lose oxygen, which allows for minor pressure applied to the skin to cause it to completely tear away, seeing as the anchor point for the skin is no longer viable. However, you may have noticed that they seem to experience very little pain while this is happening. I mean, Karen didn't even know that she had a wound in her groin area, and most of this just appears to be mental anguish, knowing that you are going to be meeting your end soon. Well, the nerves located within the skin are also choked out as the skin begins to die, so nothing is reporting the pain. As the disease progresses further, it appears to also heavily affect the larger blood vessels internally. In the throat and internal organs, blood begins to leak into the digestive system, which we see in those in the later stages. They actually begin to vomit blood, or at minimum cough it up, which means that the blood vessels in the lungs are also suffering to some degree. But the vomiting of blood is actually very normal because blood is an irritant to the lining of the actual stomach, if you didn't know. In the latest stages, disorientation begins to set in. As the blood vessels in the brain are destroyed, as well as blood loss creeps in, we see people get more lethargic. In the hermit's case, he didn't seem to understand basic commands or intents, which is why he was pretty much set on fire. In Karen's case, she got more and more tired as the virus took hold. As blood levels dropped and subsequently oxygen levels within the brain, keeping your eyes open open would be increasingly difficult, and you would more than likely be going into MODS, which is multi-organ dysfunction syndrome, which essentially means that you're going to have multiple systems start shutting down. Not really that great. But there is an actual syndrome, believe it or not, that exists in real life, and it's known as Stevens-Johnson syndrome, essentially when the skin necrotizes from the inside out. However, with STS, this is much more mild, and the more extreme version of this would be toxic epidermal necrolysis, or essentially lysing of the tissue in the epidermal layers. So you're sitting there, and you're kind of wondering, well, Roanoke, you know, man, we're waiting for what this is actually called concerning the disease. Well, as the movie put it, it is an unknown disease, basically. They say it is a virus, and judging by its ability to move through water and how quickly it infects, completely breaking down the body, I would have to agree. But what sort of virus might it be? Well, judging by its ability to infect livestock initially and the hemorrhagic nature it possesses, I would have to say it's an adenovirus. An adenovirus is one that destroys blood vessels and is usually found in deer, or as of late, we find it in deer. It is shared through bodily fluid contact, which we see with the dog getting blood in the eyes of the hermit, and it causes profuse bleeding by rupturing blood vessels, but more importantly, it may be shared airborne, but if bodily fluids leak into water, it has shown viability for a while in this environment as well. So what it appears to be is that first, this adenovirus existed within a population of wild animals, whether it be deer or some other type. Through interaction with livestock, it was able to mutate and then jump species. Once this happened, the virus would then be around humans much more readily and may have even adapted to humans, much like how swine flu jumped to humans from pigs. This is made mention by the farmer angrily saying that all the meat was ruined and how the sickness has been going around for weeks. After jumping to humans, the lesions and hemorrhaging seen in deer would now be ours. And the virus didn't stop there, it also made another leap into dogs, which we can see with the hermit's dogs, and likely Dr. Mambo was completely losing his mind because that dog got super aggressive, which can be explained by the fact that when Paul actually goes out to find Jeff, he ends up finding Grim half-eaten, presumably by Dr. Mambo. Anyhow, the virus is then spread in large quantities via the dead hermit in the lake and infested the water supply. After, it was then as simple as being sucked into the cabin from the pipes that ran there. And then at the end, we see that the mutated form of adenovirus is then spreading out via bottled water to the rest of the world, which would ultimately lead to even more cases popping up and potentially even worse water supply issues. What does it look like to be at the wrong place at the wrong time? Well, look no further than the movie Wreck, or Record, or Red Dot Wreck. As a news crew was following the fire department and is sent out to an area of Barcelona late in the night, they arrive to already find something has begun to affect the residents of this apartment. Reporting that they heard inhuman shrieking from the third floor, the residents gathered downstairs and awaited for more police to show up. However, what would end up happening would come in the form of a quarantine. As the dwindling crew left alive continues to search for an escape, they continue to find more and more clues about what's happening. The outbreak of this disease is spreading throughout the apartment complex quickly, and everyone is suspect. But what exactly is this disease? Where did it come from, and what are the effects it has on the human physiology? Well, let's discuss that in today's episode. So as per usual, for all those that have seen the movie and don't want a recap, skip the timestamp up on screen to bypass. But if you want to stick around and watch the summary because you actually haven't seen it yet, or you just want to help out watch time, I definitely won't be complaining about that. We start off our video with a hot Spaniard woman who back in 2007 is really the only reason I even remember this movie. 15-year-old Roanoke. Classic. Anyhow, as they are discussing, they are there to follow a crew of firefighters and EMTs. After being shown around the entire building, which I have to add, I did ride-alongs as an EMT for a while when I was getting certified, and man, this is a nice station. More so in the middle of a city. But I digress. As the night seems to be going nowhere, the news crew is there to film a show called While You Were Sleeping. And while you were sleeping, there is a call that goes out about an old woman named Mrs. Izquierdo, which I'm pretty sure I just pronounced that like crap, who is trapped in her apartment and is shrieking at the top of her lungs. As the fire department rushes out, they approach the building with sirens off and notice the police have already arrived at the scene. Heading in the apartment building, they find that all the residents are a little freaked out on the lower levels of the lobby. They agree that they need to head up and check on the woman, which you'd actually be surprised how much the fire department gets called out for, say, like a mental break or someone suffering from psychosis. It's pretty common, actually. As they move into the woman's apartment, they find her standing in the corner in the dark. And I gotta tell you, if I was ever ever on a call like this, I would probably immediately turn around and leave. The police officer approaches her first and tries to get her to come with them, to which she ends up becoming exceedingly aggressive, jumps on the officer, and then bites him in the neck. Getting all the way down to what appears to be the jugular, since it's a low pressure bleed, they carry away the officer downstairs and attempt to stop the bleeding. When trying to get back to their trucks, however, to attend to the officer, they find that the building has been quarantined off by police and military on the outside, who immediately begin telling them to stay inside the building. With the officer continuing to bleed, they quickly ask anyone if they're a doctor, to which they find a medical assistant who is able to help stave off the blood loss. As they're trying to figure out what to do, one firefighter has remained upstairs with the old woman to sort of talk her down as well as keep an eye on her. A scream can be heard as Alex is then thrown over the banister by the old woman and is critically injured. And judging by the landing location and the blood, that's definitely a skull fracture, and his face will likely never look the same after that. The remaining officer, news crews, and firefighters head upstairs to contain the woman. As they re-enter the apartment, a young woman is seen crawling across the walls and ground before succumbing to her wounds. Mrs. Aguero then runs towards the officers upon hearing them again, which Sergio is then forced to take her out with a few shots, although this only temporarily works. Everyone then exits the apartment and heads back down to pool in the lower levels. The news crew immediately begins to interview everyone and getting their take on what happened, and begin picking up bits of information that things were happening well before the night began. One of the interviewees is a little girl named Jennifer. Her mother claims that she needs to get out of here because her daughter has tonsillitis and she needs her antibiotics or she will continue to get more and more sick. While interviewing her, she claims that her dog Max is sick at the vet as well, but it is not known if this is connected, but you already know that I'm going to connect that later, so just stick around till after the summary. As everyone continues to try to find a way out, the building is getting more and more locked down as every possible exit is sealed. A call can be heard outside saying that they will be sending in a health officer shortly to assess the situation and talk to everyone. Blood will then be taken from everyone inside and checked for contamination. Upon his arrival, he makes his way towards those who were injured by the already infected. He immediately begins treatment on them. However, in the process, they begin to become aggressive, much like Mrs. Izquierdo. As everyone flees while trying not to get bit, they end up locking the infected in a textile shop at the base of the apartment. Having a second to breathe, the health inspector begins to explain what is happening to everyone as he makes the connection this disease may have come from the dog. Knowing that the little girl was quite clearly in the presence of the dog for a while, they begin to turn towards the little girl to figure out what exactly is she sick with. The mother explains again that she just has tonsillitis as the residents then confront her. In the middle of this, Jennifer fully turns and then attacks the mother. She ends up vomiting blood in her face and then flees upstairs, shrieking the entire time. Before taking off after the little girl, Sergio then handcuffs the mother to the stairs in case she ends up turning as well, as transference of the disease is not well known at this point. Sergio, Manu, and Pablo all run upstairs chasing after the little girl. When they find Jennifer, she ends up biting Sergio, who then realizes that he's basically done for at this point. He tells the others to leave him and lock him in. During this, they come into the stairwell and find that the remaining healthy residents are all hoofing it upstairs, and the mom is just basically being eaten at the bottom of the stairs. The infected had broken out of the warehouse area and were flooding in. All this is in vain, however, and they are all captured one by one, bitten, and infected. While discussing ways to get out, eventually the hazmat guy reveals that he has actually been bitten as well and will turn soon. He locks himself behind a gate, proclaiming that it won't hold permanently. As he slowly succumbs to his wounds, the group attempts to figure out what to do and where to go for their escape. They come to the conclusion that there is a drain that leads to the sewers at the base of the apartment. It's their best bet, but they need a key to get in. While discussing this, however, one of the members of the group is grabbed by the recently turned health officer and bitten on the scalp, securing his infection. The remaining Angela, Pablo, and Manu take off to find the key that will allow them to escape and survive. While ascending the stairs, however, Manu is then bitten outside the apartment of the key's location. He doesn't mention it, but says that he will hold this spot. After searching the apartment, they head back out and discover that all the residents, including Manu, now have a taste for blood. This forces them back into the penthouse to seek shelter, and this would prove to be a very bad idea. Entering the penthouse, it becomes clear that there is something wrong in here that has been going on. All over are pictures of religious symbols mixed with the occasional medical equipment, and very little explanation as to who was here and why. They know from earlier there was a man, but he was never actually home, or he came home very little, sometimes with months of time in between visits. Finding a tape recorder, they get a better idea of what's going on. The recording mentions that a man was an agent of the Vatican and that he was charged with the task of isolating the enzyme responsible for a young Portuguese woman's apparent possessing. It was assumed demons had entered her and then turned her into this monster. Through this work, however, it becomes apparent that while attempting to treat her, the enzyme mutated and became extremely contagious. Knowing that she could no longer be saved, he sealed the woman in the house to meet her end via starvation. However, in the eternalized words of Ian Malcolm, life finds a way. day. While searching the penthouse for some sort of escape or really anything, they see the attic door open. A little boy who was infected was also trapped up here and breaks the camera light in the process of smacking it. Left in the darkness, Pablo quickly turns on the night vision, and him and Angela move slowly through the penthouse in total darkness. As they do, Tristana, a Portuguese woman, makes her way through. Completely emaciated and dazed, she appears to be on the verge of starvation, and as she moves around, she's also seen holding a hammer. Angela and Pablo try to escape, but Pablo ends up making too much noise and then has his head bashed in with the hammer by Tristana. Angela recovers the camera and then looks through the screen and sees that Tristana is actually eating Pablo at this point. She panics, trips, drops the camera, and the camera continues to record. While dragging herself forward, Angela is then dragged away by Tristana, presumably to suffer the same fate and become a woman witch. Nailed it. So what in the name of all that is holy or unholy is going on here? First, I would like to say after watching Quarantine as well, it would appear as though copyright laws are not universally accepted on this planet, clearly, because it's almost a straight rip of Record. But what Quarantine does have going for it is scientific validity, whereas Record is just kind of strange in the sense that there's also like a supernatural element to it. So let's get to what this disease does first. It would appear as though the main ways this disease is transmitted are by bites and blood, which means saliva is on the table as far as a transmission vector, which is pretty evident based on everyone who was bitten and turned. This would also likely indicate that all bodily fluids are a potential media in which to transfer this disease. When the little girl throws up blood on the mother's face, I can only assume that the mother would have been infected at this point. On top of this, the disease seems to be able to spread regardless of species, as when the dog was infected with the same disease as everyone else. This is fairly interesting and may actually just be a mammalian disease as opposed to a specific animal type. We see though in the little girl specifically that there is an immune response within people. Like I said, the little girl does have tonsillitis, which means her body was actively fighting whatever was infecting her. Another more grosser aspect though is if you read the comics, Tristana was actually forced to do the do, which is how she initially contracted this mystery illness. So the question is, what exactly is this disease? Well, as the health officer discussed, it was a form of rabies, but they weren't actually sure as to why it was so contagious. However, the Vatican agent from the tape recording goes on to say it was actually a demonic enzyme in a form of possession, which I gotta say, just what? Like literally what? Let's take a look at this disease progression real quick, because what? There first appears to be a variance amongst those who are infected, which would indicate biology plays a huge factor in how this infection progresses. After being bitten, the officer with the neck bite succumbs in hours to the disease and turns. As he turns, we see physically he begins to convulse, his eyes roll up in the back of his head, and then he gets up and starts attacking. With the little girl, however, she has apparently been sick for a while, enough time to go to the doctor and get prescribed medication for this actual disease to boot. We also hear the medical officer discusses how blood type may also affect how the infection spreads and how long it takes. Oh, by the way, time for a little bit of a side tangent. Have you ever wondered why we have different blood types? Seems pretty strange, right? I mean, what's the point? Well, actually, did you know that different blood types can outright naturally make you more resistant to certain diseases? It's an interesting fact that's actually overlooked by a lot of people. The reason is because as your ancestors evolved in certain areas of the planet, they were subjected to different viruses, bacteria, parasites, and over time, their blood changed and adapted, much like the rest of the human body would to any environment. Due to this, changes within the blood help people resist and combat diseases that others may fall to in mere days. Pretty interesting. Anyhow, this may actually be an explanation to this disease in the movie. They say children are more resistant, but we really only see one example of this, and it's not really an indicator that this child can last longer in the presence of this virus or bacteria or anything than adults would. It's entirely possible that the girl simply had a different blood type, therefore she was better equipped at dealing with a similar virus which her body may actually have recognized, whereas the few adults in there did not have this potential resistance. Again, however, as we can see, this resistance doesn't mean much, and they are still turned in the long run. But as this disease progresses further, we begin to see it take its toll on the body. In the little girl's case, she throws up blood, which would indicate that the stomach is bleeding and likely esophageal or lung tissue degradation has begun to form. We also see in her eyes that they are turning red as blood vessels burst, turning the sclera red around the iris. So now we know this virus does damage to the blood vessels, but another thing that can't be overlooked is the tonsillitis. You know what really affects salivary glands and makes it look like tonsillitis? Straight up rabies. You know what can jump species from human to dog and vice versa? Straight up rabies. And you know what can make you aggressive and have violent outbursts? You guessed it, straight up rabies. And you know, okay, you get it. But as the medical officer himself says, this seems to be simply a form of rabies that is not understood. Symptom-wise, it doesn't just add up, it fits to a T. Rabies can be transmitted by salivary glands through through bites. It can also presumably, if throw up blood, that can be mixed with saliva, and then that enters another person's mucosa membranes, and this would cause a positive infection status. The only thing that doesn't quite make sense is how did it get downstairs? Well, look no further than our good friends, the vermin that have been with us since pretty much the beginning, rats. I believe that rats becoming infected initially and then infecting the dog spread this disease further than the room upstairs. And here's the thing that makes me sort of scratch my head, and I found kind of annoying, to be honest. Look, I get it. Humans are superstitious. It's a way for us to explain what was out there back when we huddled around fires and hunted with spears. You could arguably say superstition, belief in religion, all of that is ingrained in us, and without getting too philosophical on it, that's what makes us human. But why in the name of all that is holy would you send a Vatican agent to handle a purely biological disease crisis? He then goes on to say that it's a demonic enzyme. Excuse me, what? You mean it's a virus that we have that is clearly mutagenic, as he puts it? How does this have to do with anything demonic at all, or possession? These are quantifiable symptoms with a literal disease that explains what it is. This is the part of the movie that just totally lost me. We get it, demons scary. But you know what's probably scarier? A literal virus that mutates out of control that we can't get in front of to stop, that can easily jump species and turn hosts into bloodthirsty monsters. Alright, I'm getting off my soapbox. Internally, the host would be a wreck, but what I find most interesting is the longevity of the body under these conditions. With a virus coursing through the meat suit, it's clear that stressors on it would be tremendous, more so concerning blood loss. With the blood vessels being attacked, this means that the brain would also be under attack, and brain damage would be mounting quite quickly. With the standard symptoms of meningitis setting in and putting pressure on the brain, the person may become more aggressive as a result. And we see this in the movie. This also affects the part of the brains responsible for self-preservation, which would decrease host longevity. I would imagine this person would drop a lot sooner than the movie lets on. Tristana may have had a less aggressive, more stable form of the disease initially, one that maybe wouldn't have torn up her body so much, but through experimentation by the Vatican agent, the disease would mutate, and as a result, the residents were infected with a much more volatile and aggressive form, meaning that they would likely not last as long as the initial host. So what is the disease? Well, I really just believe it to be a form of rabies, granted one that we haven't seen before, and with the symptoms actually coming on a lot quicker from bites transferring this disease would be something interesting to see. But its ability to jump from humans to dogs and back to humans, this would likely mutate it in a certain way, making it possibly more lethal to humans as it picks up new tricks from new hosts. The disease leaves the brain inflamed, with the meninges around the brain swelling, thus putting more pressure on it, causing further damage, ultimately leading this person to losing their humanity in the process as the cerebrum decays. I don't believe it to be demonic in nature, however. That part seems completely ridiculous to me, and really it's just kind of there for the 3 spooky 5 me factor. How prepared is the human race for an extinction level event? Well, we'd like to think that we could overcome most things that would threaten our survival of our species, but really the reality of the situation is we can barely handle the naturally occurring diseases on our planet when an outbreak does happen. Everything is all panic, really. We break down to our most basic instincts. However, that said, there is still cooperation, at least concerning small groups of people, when faced with a scenario like this due to human socialization. In the movie Splinter, both these ideas would come together on a group of 4, showing just how underprepared a human actually is for something that we don't understand. Deep within the backwoods of Oklahoma, a creature likely originating from outside of Earth's biosphere touched down and immediately began infecting animals within the woods. The creature, however, didn't think, it didn't really plot, it was just better adapted at taking over our meat suits and influencing Earth's squishy fauna than those bodies were at controlling the infection. So in today's episode, we will discuss what this creature is, what exactly it does to the body of an animal it infects, as well as its main mode of transference. So as per usual, which per usual I say every time, there'll be a timestamp up on screen. Jump to that point if you want to skip the summary of the movie, if you've actually seen it already, or you just don't want it spoiled. The movie was actually pretty good for like a low budget flick, so in case you haven't seen it and would want to go do that, I would actually recommend it. You know, though I'm no film critic, I'm just a dude with a YouTube channel. Anyhow, head there and we'll meet back up. Otherwise, let's drop into this. The movie opens on a gas station where our boy here is about to get a bad case of splinters. As he sits, he hears a noise from behind and heads out to find out what it was. Seeing an animal, he attempts to shoo it away, but then is attacked instead. Assuming it to be rabid, it begins to tear into him, infecting him quickly with this mystery disease. We see his body begin to contort and twist, and then we immediately cut to a couple camping. On their anniversary, they agree to head out in the woods and do some camping together. The one appears much more adept at dealing with the environment, and the guy is just a biology nerd. I mean, honestly, who chooses a biology degree anyways? After showing how good he is at breaking tents, they decide that they will have to stay at a hotel as they can't sleep outside. They load back up and head towards the road. While driving, a woman exits the woods and then flags them down for help. They pass her, but then decide that they should probably figure out what she needs. While discussing in the car what to do, a man approaches the car and then asks them to roll down the window. They don't immediately do it, so he brandishes a handheld, to which they oblige to follow the lead on this one. Alright, so like, here's my favorite part. It's the old adage of smart people have no common sense, but dumb people survive purely off of common sense. Sometimes. Seth is given orders multiple times to do things that he just doesn't know how to do. Being told to drive, he can't drive stick. Told not to make a move, he tries to grab an axe. I mean, I get it, don't get me wrong, but I'm relating like ridiculously hardcore to Seth. It's kind of disturbing. And I will continue to relate as the movie goes along. With Seth unable to drive stick, it's up to Polly to drive her car. While cruising down the road with the convict known as Dennis and his drug addict girlfriend Lacey, it's pretty clear that Lacey is starting to suffer some heavy withdrawal from whatever that she's been taking and has been hooked on. While moving along, they end up running over an animal. This blows out their tire in the process. Dennis orders Seth to change the tire, but again, he doesn't know how to which Dennis remarks that he suffers from a severe case of CDS. Can't do crap. Vindication, as I do in fact know how to change a tire. I've done it many times in my life. Anyhow, Lacey believes it to be Ginger, which I guess appears to have been her puppy, and her and Seth walk over and look at it. Running over this animal has caused them to get a flat tire, so Polly and Dennis change the tire, where Dennis is then stuck in the finger by what appears to be a black splinter. Thinking nothing of it, they continue to work on changing that tire. While checking the animal out, Lacey freaks out, telling Seth to save it because he's a doctor, to which he expertly surmises, yeah, that thing's not living. As soon as he does, however, the body begins to rise somewhat. A little shocked at this, they stand there as the creature lunges at them, but its body is so severely broken by the hit, it misses. Lacey takes off in her withdrawal scrambled brains, screaming. Dennis freaks out thinking Seth tried something, and then they all get back in the car and take off, leaving the tire with the splinters and the creature still behind. The animal didn't just blow out the tire though, it also sliced straight through the radiator. With coolant completely depleted in the engine, it begins to overheat, forcing them to stop at a gas station only a few miles down the road. Dennis asks Seth if he actually knows how to pump gas or not, while he and Polly head inside. Lacey takes off to use the bathroom for other purposes than probably actually just using the bathroom, while Seth pumps gas. As Lacey tries to enter the bathroom, the door appears to be wedged shut. Inside, Polly and Dennis cannot find the person running the gas station, so Dennis decides to start stealing food. Eventually, Lacey gets the door open and reveals the attendant who had been infected earlier. He pleads for her to basically end him before getting up and attacking her. She runs away with the attendant on her heels. Dennis comes out and fires a shot at the attendant, but it does nothing, and the attendant ends up attacking Lacey, who then falls to the ground after hitting her head, and she pretty much met her end there. It then turns to attack Seth. It misses Seth and then hits the car. Dennis, Polly, and Seth all run inside and then lock the door. Dennis has a freak out seeing Lacey laying on the ground outside, to which they come up with a plan. Dennis and Polly will watch the monitors to see if the creature on the car moves or not, and warn Dennis if it does, while he checks on Lacey. Dennis makes his way outside and then begins to see Lacey's arm move. Assuming she's still alive, he tells her to stay still while he drags her inside. In the process of dragging her, he is attacked and has to move back inside, barely being let in by the couple. As he enters, he turns to see Lacey is back up and attacking the glass. They shut the door on her arm in the process, which causes her hand to be severed. The hand gets up thing style and begins, I guess you could call it, looking around. Dennis drops a bag of charcoal on it and completely breaks it after determining the pieces have the capability to attack on their own. After picking up the bag, Seth then inspects it and notices something new. Nothing like this exists on Earth. The hand was being metabolized actively, to which a black goo was the metabolic waste. Or at least that's what they think it is, because usually preliminary ideas can be wrong. While determining what the crap is happening, a sheriff arrives and attempts to arrest Dennis. The trio yell at her to get back in her car and call it in as something is out there. Believing the couple to actually just be suffering from a severe form of Stockholm Syndrome, she assures them that they are okay and Dennis will be arrested and he won't try to do anything now. After attempting to call it in, but being too far out in the woods to get a signal, she ends up seeing something jump across the roof. Too quick to spot, it eventually jumps down on her and uses its spikes to cut into her midsection. Upon doing so, the weight of her legs and the severing of her spine, as well as most of the tissue, causes her to bisect and then be pulled up to the roof. While up there, the creature joins her flesh to its via the spikes to become an even larger beast. The trio then devises a plan to get help. Now it's time for the big brainy brain guy to have an idea. So Polly and Dennis decide that a forest fire is the best way to get help, even though they are literally sitting on thousands of gallons of fuel. Seth convinces them that that's not the way to go, as they continue to dump lighter fluid out the door, and instead he tries to get the sheriff's radio that has been left on the ground and attached to her lower half. Upon doing so, the creature attacks once more and then shoves its arm through a small opening in the window, to which it becomes dismembered. The arm then begins hunting all of them inside the store, attempting to infect everyone. Dennis opens the door to the fridge and they hide from the arm as it moves away and breaks off its attack. While in the fridge, Dennis's arm begins to hurt. Earlier, he had one finger break as a result, but now the whole arm is beginning to turn bad. In an Evil Dead farewell to arms moment, they decide to amputate the turning limb and save him from completely changing. Okay, so this part made me cringe like horribly bad. So they start to cut into the bicep and then cut around the bone. Ah! Have you ever been pinched on your inner arm before? It really hurts. Then the bone break with, oh god. Anyways, good lord, I can feel it. After taking off the arm, they presumably dispose of it so that it can't get up and then attack if they weren't careful. After Seth continues to inspect the creatures and determines that due to the infection pattern and how it spreads, that it must actually be a fungus or mold taking control of corpses as well as the living. As it does, it consumes the blood of the person. Because it attacks animals, he figures out that it must be hunting by some form of temperature sensing, which is why at the beginning of all this, the creature attacked the overheating car rather than Seth, as it was the hottest thing around. They still need to call for help, so a plan is hatched. Considering it's 93 degrees outside, Seth says to lower his body temperature to ambient levels so he can actually walk outside and call for help in the squad car, which is actually a pretty ingenious plan as long as you don't pass out. They lower his body temperature successfully and he begins to walk outside in relative safety. However, as he walks, his core temperature begins to slowly rise. As he is walking, Polly and Dennis attempt to distract the creature with fireworks. It works momentarily, but eventually it breaks off. With Seth's body's temperature rising, he is stuck in the car while the thing is outside trying to get in. Eventually, it leaves as it is able to enter the store. Dennis and Polly hide once more in the freezer to avoid detection. When the creature left the car, Seth was able to grab the boomstick and then head into the building. He ends up helping Dennis and Polly escape as the lighter fluid trail was set ablaze by fireworks. Dennis decides that he's done running at this point. He offers to keep the creature contained while Polly and Seth make a run for it due to him being heavily infected around the neck in the process, meaning you're not really going to cut that out. As the creature exits the building, Dennis then shoots a gas pump, igniting it and the creature and ending it for good. However, Dennis is still infected. Dennis gives Polly and Seth a key to a bank account and tells it to give it to the wife of the man that he shot that he ended up in jail for. Dennis then blows the propane tanks, incinerating himself, the station, and any of the bodies that were left infected around the building. As we see in the end, however, it's not over. Many native fauna in the area were infected and were still laying dormant in the woods, waiting for other animals to happen by to spread the infection further. So getting a good look at this creature, the first thing is it's fairly easy to surmise that it's not from this planet. In the immortalized words of Seth, this is something new. And seeing as it's new, what can we draw out from its infection ability as well as what it does to the body? Well, first thing I would like to cover is what may be its intended prey. What do we know about molds? Well, they're usually found in dark, damp areas. They tend to flourish away from sunlight, preferably. Seeing as this material was found in the woods, this would at least be somewhat palatable for the mold growth. But I would imagine it's completely possible it prefers to exist underground or within caves. But what may be found in those caves or underground? That's right, potentially armored animals. Looking throughout Earth's history, there have been many examples of armored creatures and still are. But considering what the Splinter is able to do to a pressurized tire, or more importantly to a radiator, which is metal, nothing on Earth would have enough armor to resist this thing. Likely, the animal that would be infected by this creature would have to be something that dwells under the ground and is armored with much more thick plating, perhaps likely consuming either metallic substances or rocky material. To give you the best idea, this would likely be sort of like the rock worms from Gears of War 2. Why do I believe this to be the case? Well, really life is nothing but adaptations and reactions when you get down to it. Because of this, it's not hard to imagine seeing that this mold would likely have to overcome some pretty blunt and stout armor in order to infect whatever creature it intends to digest. With that said, infecting isn't enough if the creature falls too quickly, which may suggest the low dosage rate being a slower infection, a much slower infection actually, and even with the infection completely taking over the body, it is still able to move creatures. So with this just quick likely summary of the mold, it would clearly hail from another planet. The fauna there may be much more heavily armored than anything located on Earth, and when the armor is pierced by the mold, the infection proceeds as normal, although there may be actually some adaptations, making this creature not completely infected, but who can really know that? Then something happened, likely a meteor or asteroid impact that shot out a chunk of rock from the surface containing this mold into space, where we find it in the Oklahoma forest after impact. After landing in Oklahoma, we see though the absolute power of invasive species. Sometimes with invasive species in their native environment, they are pretty low on the totem pole. Things around them have adapted to their presence and then they to them. When entering a new area, however, these adaptations make them more greatly adept at annihilating the local populace of creatures. Take fire ants, for instance. They are an invasive species and have a propensity towards wiping out giant populations of insects in the US as a result. They even been pretty much war with the black ants that have been here forever on a daily basis, to which the black ants have actually had to adapt to deal with them. Or even the lionfish in the Caribbean, compared to the local fish, they out-eat and out-hunt them, leading to a possible extinction level event for some species in the water. Or even something that's closer to home for me, pythons in the Everglades. They have been known to not just destroy bird populations, but also eat other alligators down there, and it's really becoming an issue. But the last example is a pretty important one. Alligators are pretty strong, as we all know, in the Everglades, and they used to be top dog. But now another apex predator around is causing issues to the balance of this ecosystem. This is essentially the mold and the humans, because even though we are more mobile than the mold has a way to make itself mobile that humans cannot overcome except through fire. So let's take a look at what happens to the body as the mold begins to take hold. It's pretty clear that the mold's control over the meat suit is absolutely an evolutionary trait. Again, as mentioned earlier in the hypothetical scenario where it comes from, when a creature becomes infected, it may either A, take a while to spread because the creature is adapted. I mean, it can even be imagined that they could lose a section of their body, sort of like how lizards lose tails, or B, it progresses the same way as on our planet. Either way, with this section of the body or whole body, it would likely be prudent to spread outwards, sort of like how seeds spread away from the parent plant. So the mold controls the functioning of the body to move itself out of the area towards new hunting areas, or it progresses slow enough that the host moves to new areas, which is exactly what we see with the gas station attendant and with Dennis. When the gas station attendant is infected, we are not shown the dosage, we aren't really shown anything about the attack. All we know is that the other animal was infected, and judging by the aggressive nature shown by the attendant later, we can only assume that the animal gave him a large dosage of the mold. Regardless of the dosage, the ending is an absolute assurance. When Lacey goes to open the door, he is laying on the ground with many spikes exiting his face, arms, body, basically everywhere. What I find interesting, however, is that he's still alive. Despite this heavy infection, he tells her to end him. Except I can't say what he actually says because then I'll get spotted by the overlords, but this implies that his brain is still functional. He then gets up and proceeds to attack. We see later with Dennis, as his infection progresses, it starts with pain in his ligaments and fingers specifically. The infection is small, as he was just pricked in the finger a few hours ago, but as Seth discovers later, the creature is actually eating his blood, and the mold continues to grow within his hand as a result. After breaking several of his fingers, eventually it begins to take hold of the muscle within the forearm itself, and it is determined that the arm has to be cut off to stop it from progressing as far as the gas station attendant did. And this is only after it starts snapping bones in his arm. So clearly this thing would have a localized influence over the neural tissue at the beginning, but I believe it progresses past that point eventually. But you know what this almost reminds me of? If you really look at this stuff, a ferrofluid. We see when the hand is broken by the charcoal bag that it leaks this fluid that appears almost like waves, like it's being influenced by something unseen. But we also see that the splinters are very much so solid, and this would lead me to believe that this mold may actually have extreme magnetic properties, and as a result, how it influences your nerves is by the same magnetism. So the generalized thought is that a magnetic field really doesn't affect humans too much. After all, we live in one, and we can go get a powerful magnet right now and put it up to your arm and nothing happens, right? Well, this is true, but if the magnetic field does get strong enough, it can actually begin to affect the ion balance within nerves themselves. When this does happen, this can cause the nerves to fire more aggressively or not at all, and everything in between. Magnetism absolutely can affect the nerves if it's at a high enough level, which this may explain why this creature goes after the blood of animals on Earth. It seems likely to me that animals or material it originally grew on likely had an element that could be magnetized quite easily, is found in ferrofluid, and as a result, it chose to attach and grow on this stuff. And this would be used for nutrients, and the magnetism could just be an off product. And of course, it's iron. Iron is one of those elements that is massively important, and luckily for Earth, or really us, I guess, it's also relatively abundant, but also abundant in animals. Our blood contains iron, and seeing as this mold is drawn to that iron, it would make sense for it to feast on that specifically within an animal. With a mold going after the blood rather than just the tissue of a person, it would also make complete sense as to why the gas station attendant was still alive after his grievous infection. It's not really consuming him, it's just consuming his blood, but as it spreads, the magnetic properties would cause him to lose control of his body as he literally loses control of his neurons. Again, the same thing with Dennis's arms snapping like a chicken wing. With parts of the body already deceased, however, we see that with Lacey, her arm quickly begins to be taken over and twitch, and even when severed, the hand is able to get up and move. So surely the neurons would probably be destroyed when they're deprived of blood, and I do believe this happens eventually, especially considering at the end of the movie we see basically stationary animals, they're no longer moving. But have you ever seen that video where somebody puts basically salt on the muscle of a fish and it begins to move again. Even though it's been hours since they've become just a piece of meat, with the ionic level changes, the body can still move, which is likely what the mold is doing to the hand meat and body meat of others. My last point towards magnetism being the culprit and the ferrofluid thinking is what happens to the sheriff after she is bisected. It's easy to think, oh, well, alien mold combined to make big alien mold, but I don't think so. The way the splinters actually reach out to one another after part of her body is already infected, it looks completely like a magnetic embrace rather than just some thinking creature to me. This may also be how it moves. Using these splinters, it can move a limb and even has enough power to snap bone if it turns a certain way. So now let's discuss hunting. As we know, the mold is alive and not just an amalgamation of magnetism and ferrofluid. As a result, it naturally has a desire to grow, thrive, and survive. It is said that in the movie it hunts by body heat, or at least senses body heat. This would mean that animals of the planet that it's native to are organisms that contain heat. And I'm about to have a Vsauce moment, but does it really mean that? Considering this stuff would likely be underground and how the material is not able to determine the difference between body heat and, say, the heat of an overheated car, what is it really sensing? So it consumes presumably iron, it's looking for heat, and it's underground. What does that say to you? Well, it should be telling you that likely this creature is looking for iron reserves underneath the ground or animals that consume those iron reserves and produce heat. The clues are all there as to what its food source is, you just have to separate them out. So what do I think is going on? The animals of Earth are just sort of an unfortunate media to be used. The mold likely desires to consume iron, which is why it goes for blood. It looks for heat because the deeper underground you get, that's where iron is found, and it's also way warmer, and there may be differences in heat in certain areas indicating what is edible and what is not. When it hit Earth, animals nearby mimic the heat it looks for, and upon attaching itself, it did find iron, which it consumes to continue the infection. Too much heat does destroy it though, which means it's looking for a specific range, and through this interaction with the bodies of animals, it is able to influence the nervous tissue gradient and move limbs, but even after they are severed. Humans and demons. Name a more iconic duo, I'll wait. Well, unfortunately for every human down in Florida, every 23 years for 23 days, a creature would arise to hunt down humans and harvest them for its own means. As brother and sister Trish and Derry would find out traveling home from college for spring break, this creature would begin hunting them after seemingly letting them go. We see further on past this point, the creature's hunting patterns will change as it begins to attack groups. So today it's pretty clear what we're covering, the beast from Jeepers Creepers 1 and 2, because we don't talk about Jeepers Creepers 3. So strap in, because this is probably going to be a longer video. But up on screen, you will see a timestamp that will bypass the summaries because we were covering both movies. I decided to do this after the debacle that was the Wreck breakdown. So let's go ahead and get to it. We open up with Trish Jenner and her brother Derry traveling in a pretty sweet 1960 Impala, although we all really know the best year for Impala was 1967. Regardless, they're coming back from college for spring break. While driving through the scenic Florida countryside, a large old-looking truck that is being pushed really way faster than it needs to be able to go threatens them and tailgates. They try to let it pass, but it has no intentions and instead keeps driving up on their tail, which threatens to run them off the road. Eventually the truck does pass them, to which Derry remarks it's probably just some hillbilly. Though much more likely, because it's in Florida, it's really just Florida man. As they're cruising down the road a little bit later, they see the same truck is stopped at a pipe near an old church. The creature notices them passing while he is throwing a blood-stained sheet down the pipe, which causes the creature to go after them. As he begins to chase them, he runs them off the road, frightening them, and gets the old adrenal glands pumping, and then breaks off the chase. After they manage their escape, or really are just let go for reasons unknown to them, they go back to the church to try to figure out what exactly is going on, which is likely an awful idea and will prove to be one. Derry hears some noises coming further down the pipe, and he decides, yo, you know what's a good idea? Crawling down this pipe, with Trish grabbing his feet. He tries to see how far he can go, but eventually he is then dropped into the dwelling. Once he wakes up in a darkened hole, he finds a man who is already on his way out. He pulls back the sheet to find that his abdomen has been sliced open and stitched back up with rope. The man meets his end fairly quickly, and after Derry begins to look around, he ultimately finds hundreds of people sewn together on the walls in various poses, and quite honestly, which is normal, freaks out as he exits the pipe and then heads out to the car. The two flee the church and head down the road attempting to find help. They stop at a diner and gas station and run inside saying that they need some assistance. The phone begins to ring and a strange woman warns them that they are in danger. She tells them that if they hear the song Jeepers Creepers, then the demon is close and they need to run away as fast as they can, though likely this is going to do do nothing for them. As they call the cops shortly after their arrival and they let them know what's happening, the police are fairly reluctant to believe what they say. While talking, the diner worker comes up and says something just raided their car. They run outside and find their laundry has been strewn about and the car was open. Derry heads to the car to find a handprint on it. The police at this point begin to believe them, at least to a degree, and decide to give them a security escort out of the area. As they're driving down the road, the police learn that the church where the bodies were has caught fire. The signal goes out and the police car lurches. The female cop looks out the window to find that the beast is standing on top of the car. It makes short work of the female cop before pulling the male cop out by his head and then cutting it off quickly. The two cars almost wreck, but the beast is actually the one who is driving the cop car. It then exits the car and eats the tongue out of the male cop's head. Trish and Derry floored out of the area as the beast loads up the bodies into its truck. They speed down the road before finally stopping at a reclusive old woman's house and then beg for her to call the police. She asks who they brought with them as the creeper is just outside her fence. She pulls out a boomstick and fires at it. It breaks through the roof of her house and then begins terrorizing the cats inside her home. She heads in and then after 2 shots are fired, she appears at the door not talking. It turns out the creature is basically just presumably lifting her up by her midsection as this creature reveals its face. And they surmise pretty accurately, this thing isn't really quite human. Trish and Derry are followed out, to which Trish ends up hitting and running over the creature multiple times, which does seem to injure it, to which it attempts to fly away, but its other wing is apparently broken. As they drive to the local police station, they are approached by psychic Giselle Gay Hartman. She tells them that she was actually the woman that had called them at the diner. She begins to tell them, much to the dismay of the police, what this thing wants. Known as an ancient creature called the Creeper, it wakes up every 23 years for 23 days during the spring to feast on human body parts and add it to its own. She also explains that the creature seeks out people based on fear and that once it's found something it likes, it won't stop. And unfortunately for Derry, it's found something it likes. The wounded Creeper was able to fly into the police station after healing itself enough and then broke into a jail cell where it ate a prisoner to further heal itself. After doing so, a cop finds it and begins firing on it, but it does very little to stop it. The Creeper is then swarmed by all the police in the station, but takes out a number of them in the process and continues to evade capture. As they are trapped like a rat in a chia pet, Giselle warns Trish and Derry that one of them is going to meet their end terribly. Derry demands to know who, and Giselle looks at Trish. After they are put in the interrogation room, the Creeper ends up finding them and sniffing and tasting them. Creeper throws Trish aside, but then chooses Derry. Trish then offers her life for her brothers, to which the Creeper appears to almost consider the offer, but then escapes out the window with Derry. The day after Trish is picked up by her parents and Giselle returns home in regret. As the church had already burned down, the Creeper had to change hideouts. At an abandoned factory, a pan-through reveals that the Creeper is working on something. When it moves in, we see the back of Derry's head and a large portion of his brain has been removed. So much so that after the Creeper took his eyes, you can see straight through to the other side where the Creeper looks through to reveal it has taken Derry's eyes and added it to its own. So now fast forward 3 days, this drops us off at day 22 to the events of Jeepers Creepers 2. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a long one. On the old farm, a family is working on setting up scarecrows to keep their crops from being ransacked. One scarecrow in particular, we see crows appear to be surrounding it. As the youngest son Billy sets up, he notices that the scarecrow looks a little stranger than normal, as the dad Jack tries to set up a post hole and his younger son Jackie is working on a car. Billy approaches the scarecrow and then notices that it actually has giant claws. Billy turns tail to run as the Creeper gives chase. Billy takes off yelling for his brother and his dad as the Creeper flies overhead, smelling the fear on Billy. He pounces on him to keep him quiet moments later as both Jack and Jackie have heard Billy yell. His dad runs out with a boomstick, but before they can get to Billy, the creature flies off with him as he meets his end later, sort of like via a piece of his brain being extracted. Or at least that's what it appears to be. The next day, the family is obviously pretty bummed out, not completely understanding what they just saw. They latch onto the idea that this thing took their son and brother and decide to seek it out for revenge. Further away, the Bannon Bantam basketball team, try saying that 3 times fast, is returning home from a championship game. As they are driving back to the school, they become stranded on East 9 Highway in Kissel County when their bus blows out a tire. After the adults exit the bus, they hear over the radio that after the Creeper's lair burnt down, they had found over 500 bodies, some with wooden teeth, meaning that this thing is several hundred years old. However, the theme was that no body was found complete, either missing organs or body parts. While the adults try to radio for help, the teens take a break and relax on the roof. The Creeper flies over Kimball, freaking him out, but does not take him at this point, as possibly the Creeper may be only wanting to eat at night. The adults, after not being able to reach help, decide that their only option is really just to limp the bus back to town. In a stroke of luck, back across the county, Jack has found the dagger dropped by the Creeper. After taking a look at it, it flies from his hand. He determines that this is a weapon to use to attack the the creature. He welds it to a homemade harpoon gun and then attaches it to a truck, but becomes frustrated when he can't get it into the proper shape. As time continues into the 23rd night, Minxie is having a dream. In it, Derry and Billy are trying to warn her of what's out in the cornfield. When she looks out, she spots the creature throwing another star at the tires, to which they immediately blow out the remaining tire. Here, things start to go totally south. As the adults attempt to set out flares and warn other drivers, another car pulls up. They say that they will go get help and the cops and then take off. While they do, one of the coaches gets pounced on and taken away before his yell even registers. The flare drops from way up high as everyone has no idea what just happened. The bus driver then orders everyone back onto the bus as Bucky radios for help to no avail. As he does, the bus driver puts down a fourth flare and then is taken off into the sky, just like the coach. While attempting to understand what is happening from inside the bus as their final coach stands just outside the door, the creeper then grabs him and tries pulling him away. He latches on with a death grip to the frame, but even with the help of the teens and his death grip, the creeper proves that his strength is superior to multiple of the players, as then that coach is then taken off and then they scramble back inside and close the doors. Back across the county, Jack is listening to the scanner and finds that the creeper may be making his attack. Upon hearing Kissel County had stories, this leads him to his target along with his son to seek revenge for the taking of the youngest. Back on the bus, everyone is attempting to radio for help when the creeper latches onto the bus and begins to smell everyone's fear. As it does this, they quickly hide, but what's the point? The creature then moves around to the back of the bus looking at the teens. As he makes his selection, he finally gets to D, who appears to be his main target, as he shivers with pleasure, which is a statement I never want to say again if I'm being totally honest. He shakes the bus, loosening bolts in place, and then climbs onto the roof and flies away. Minxie at this point passes out and has a vision. She is told that every 23rd spring for 23 days, it gets to eat us. For hundreds of years, this thing has been in an endless cycle, and so far no human intervention has been able to take it down, and it just keeps coming back. As the Taggarts get closer to their confrontation with the creeper, they happen upon the car that had passed the bus earlier. Showing the strength of the creeper, the roof has been completely peeled back like some sort of tin can, with both the driver and passenger long gone. As they investigate, they receive a distress call from the bus. Jack informs the teens that they will call the police, but turns off the radio as the creeper is his prey, and no matter who gets in the way, he will avenge his son. As they feel a sense of relief, they begin cheering. The creeper then lands back on the bus and pierces the roof and begins to pull Bucky up by his head. They grab him but are losing ground quick. Rhonda runs up with a javelin and then puts it through the roof and impales the monster through the shoulder, just pretty much annoying it greatly. She then retracts the javelin and then pierces it through the head, which does actually do some more significant damage. It appears as though it is not able to remove the javelin, and it also shows Derry's eye that it took, which is now completely useless, so Derry just totally ate dirt for no reason. It removes the javelin through the side of its head and looks pretty disoriented. The creature then tries to fly off before falling back down onto the bus, blowing out all the windows. With the creature on the roof, now is the time to run. They attempt to open the doors but discover that the creature had actually sealed them in by damaging the bolts. As they attempt to get out, the creeper's wing falls through the roof, scaring everyone. As the wing lays there, Dante investigates it, which it awakens and then ensnares him in the wing. Upon doing so, the creature rips off Dante's head and leaves the body to flail around until finally collapsing. Understandably, everyone is more than a little shaken at this point. Rhonda takes a look at the creeper, who is on the roof still, to see Dante's head moving up through the creature's body. It is pulled up through the neck and then reanimated. Upon doing so, it changes into the creeper's normal morphology and then flies off fully reformed and oriented. After this, Scotty just wants to run. He points out that there are two classes of people, those that will be eaten and those that won't, and that the Taggarts could be a very long way off and even going in the wrong direction, which, you know, he kind of is right about that. After some argument, some get off the bus, some stay on. Those that get off quickly see the creeper watching them against the backlight of the moon and all take off running. The creeper quickly picks off the guy with a star to the back of the head. Scotty is then pinned by his arm to a tree by the knife that the creeper had. As they try to free Scotty, they finally pull the knife, but the creeper then flies in for a quick bite, taking Scotty off into the distance. While the fast food flees, Minxie is then picked up by the Taggarts. Jack demands to be taken to the bus, but Minxie explains that it cannot be taken out by normal means. Because of this, there's really no point. Jack really doesn't care as they continue on to where the bus is located. Arriving back at the bus, Bucky is in the process of once again being taken by the creeper. However, Jack puts a harpoon through the creature's center mass, impaling him. The creature then tries to fly away and begins to pull the truck as the harpoon is connected by a rope. As Jack attempts to reel it in, he's not successful as this thing is really freaking strong. The truck continues to be pulled around like a toy. Eventually, the harpoon is dislodged, but Jack is able to get a shot off on the creature through the bus. The creeper then flies back into the sky and begins to go hard. It is able to begin pulling over the bus and the truck before ultimately flipping the truck entirely. As the creature escapes into the sky, Izzy, Rhonda, and Dee find the truck that they saw earlier with the bug on it. They quickly get in after seeing a shadow overhead and begin to flee. They drive as fast as a truck is able to, but it's clear it's not going to work as this creature can reach a speed well over 100 miles per hour. As it catches up and gets closer and closer to Dee, he fires a flare in it, knocking it off balance and away temporarily. As he drives into a field and then pushes Rhonda out to save her, he yells for Dee to stay down and then slams on the brakes. The creeper crashes through the truck and flips it. As Dee wakes up, he sees that the creature is sniffing the air and it quickly locates him. However, the creature is also missing an arm and a leg, so it begins jumping towards him to heal itself. Dee begins crawling away with the creeper on his tail. Eventually, they get into a keep away match just long enough for the creeper to get a harpoon through the head. It falls backwards as Jack walks over to it and begins to stab it multiple times in the chest and abdomen. As he does, it does appear that the creature is gravely injured. While laying there, it seems to meet its end as its eyes shut and it begins to bleed. However, its eyes shoot back open and it stares at Jack with the face wings beginning to cover its head. Mixie explains that it's really not dead. Jack stabs it again and says that it looks dead to him, but Mixie knows that it actually just ran out of time. At the end, we see that Jack has aged 23 years along with his son. They are waiting for the bat out of hell to come back within the next 3 days, give or take a day or two. He sits with his harpoon waiting for it to arise so he can begin the fight all over again. The creature is looking somewhat emaciated at this point in its hibernation, meaning that metabolic activity is still taking place and it is very much still alive. Alright, so you still there? Excellent. Told you this is going to be a long video. So for those that did stick around, it's time to mess with those just returning. So for everyone returning at this point, that's why Jeepers Creepers in my book ranks 9 out of 10 in the sex factor, as explained about 5 minutes ago. Okay, so now we have a decent understanding as to what this thing is capable of. Let's get a good look at it before trying to figure out what exactly it is. As believe it or not, there are some context clues if you do pay attention. As seen when Billy was trying to get a good look at the scarecrow, we see that this creature has a plantigrade structuring of its feet, much like you or I. However, it does appear to also possess claws on each toe. These claws can be used, as well as the feet, for grasping prey up much more easily, kind of like a gargoyle would should the need arise. This would imply that the bones of the feet have been altered to some degree to become more grasping than like our feet are, which is just really more for walking. The legs themselves are plantigrade as well, with forward-facing knees that bend much like a human's. Moving up to the abdomen and torso, we begin seeing that this creature is pretty jacked, but also possesses skin much thicker than that of humans. Appearing to possess scales on its body, this clearly protects it from the tools of humanity and allows it to keep going. It can, however, be pierced if the object is sharp enough, but we will get to the internal anatomy later on. The arms are actually not crazy large. This creature overall is more stout and powerful, making it able to subdue an athletic human with little to no problem unless incredibly injured. However, it does not appear to possess infinite strength by any stretch of the imagination, as we saw at the end of Jeepers Creepers 2 when it was able to be held off from its prey and then takes a harpoon to the face. The hands of the creeper again are powerful and tipped with claws, much like the feet, but not unbreakable. Moving up to the head is where the real moneymaker is. This thing is butt ugly. The skin on its face is scaly and overlapping. Flanking either side of the chin appears to be scaly jowls that run up to the sides of the nose. Its mouth is lined with razor sharp teeth that are like little tiny needles. Lines of scaling can be seen running all over the head, but really this just appears to be where the claws sit from the back of the head. The nose has a third opening around the center bridge that opens up to allow more air in to absorb the sense of prey. This creature also appears to have some hair on the back of its head in the first movie, but when it gets a new head, this is all lost, and that makes it completely barren. Overall, this creature does appear to be roughly human-sized, but significantly more powerful and able to resist damage far surpassing that of humans. That said, I wanted to talk about its internal biology for a moment as we get a better idea of what this thing is. Why does the creeper exist? Well, like I said, the lore mentions every 23 years, 23 days it gets to eat, but it's not so much eating only as it is replacing damaged body parts, as we know it took Derry's eyes, and it also ate the officer's tongue, and it replaced massively damaged body parts like the head with other heads. So the question is, internally, is this thing living? Well, surely it must be alive, because if it wasn't alive, why would it need to replace body parts? Also, if it suffers enough damage to its body, it appears it can be halted or at minimum disoriented enough by this action. However, damage that would appear to take it out doesn't really take it out, but the same damage does have some effect on it. With this in mind, what do we know about demons? Well, apart from biblical scripture, let's just say they beat the hell out of humans and really can only be banished, not necessarily killed by us. It also raises the question as to what a demon would actually want with the human body apart from possession, but I mean, why would it observe hibernation patterns, have to heal itself, have to sniff out prey, and have to eat? Some of you probably know where I'm going with this, but for those that don't, I don't think that this thing is like an honest to God demon so much as it is a puppeteering organism. Alright, so here come the hate comments. It's wreck all over again. But I mean, if you really think about this thing and what it does, it'll kind of start to make sense. Let's start with the strongest reason for it being a puppeteering organism. Think about what makes you, you. Your brain, that's you. Your meat suit is simply life support. If you damage that life support enough, then it's lights out for you. This creature can be damaged to the point that it is lights out, as seen when the dad stabs the creature 35 times, and it does seemingly die before being jolted back awake for hibernation. I believe the body did technically die, but this creature within it, or really on it, didn't. The puppeteering organism is pretty easy to see if you actually do pay attention in the second movie, but it's literally that web thing on the back of the head. That thing attached to the base of the skull and spine is the creature that's really in control of the body, not the creeper itself. When the creeper is then stabbed through the eye socket by the javelin, the reason it's so disoriented, much more than normal, is because the javelin went all the way through to the creature on its back, injuring it in the process as well. Causing damage to the actual creature that's controlling everything is why it was injured. When it was also run over by the car, again, this caused damage to the thing on its head and back, and this is the reason it was knocked out for a while. Stabbing the body in the torso and abdomen 35 times did not cause damage to the creature, but instead caused damage to the body, meaning that the body was possibly dying, but the creature did not, and it was able to shock it back to life for hibernation. The idea that the creeper being a puppet becomes more clear when you realize it's actually human. Everything on this had to be replaced by human parts, not some demon parts. The eyes, ears, arms, legs, doesn't matter. Over the centuries, it's replaced by human components. The reason for this is we age and we die, but this creature controlling the body does not, or at least it has a much greater lifespan than humans. Therefore, it needs the body to remain functional, so it hunts the species that is its preferred host to repair the body. The repairing of the body and the idea that this is a separate organism also becomes more clear when the creeper literally takes off its head and then has the new head come up from its torso. The creature reaches into the neck, pulling it up, and then latches onto everything, quickly changing it to its preferred visual markers. Now, the quick change of the creeper's face likely shouldn't happen that fast, but because it does, this would mean DNA is being changed entirely. Just want to point that out. But another thing to note about this new head is also the brain. The brain still belongs to the young man who lost his body, and judging by the time frame, it's still alive, and after the connection is made, it would be supported by the new body once more, meaning that it should technically still be alive, meaning that he's still in there. But it doesn't matter, because even with the brain being functional, that's not what's piloting the body. And this does make complete sense, because if you have the brain still functional, that means that the senses are still functional, and the interpretation of those senses is still functional, which means electrical signals are still being sent, which the creature can then still interpret, which means it's now still viable as a hunter. So you may be asking, well, why does it do this? What's the point? I mean, again, imagine it as sort of a symbiotic relationship that definitely favors the winged creature more so than the human, so it is somewhat parasitic. Or it's definitely parasitic, you're just used for your meat suit. Long ago, hundreds of years previously, is when this thing first arrived. Likely, it was quite literally some wings, a skinny organism with the same web-like wing pattern that we see on the head. It was able to find a human and then attach itself, working its way into the spine and brain. It would seem at that point it was compatible, and the physiological changes began to take hold as the body was changed and adapted to hunting. The whole purpose of entering this relationship would likely be to be better at hunting. With it attached, it may on its own not have had the capability to successfully hunt or sniff out prey, or it's extremely vulnerable to damage in its singular form. But after finding a body, it would be able to really use the naturally occurring senses, enhance them with, say, the extra nasal opening closer to the olfactory bulb in the brain, and then, as I said, continue hunting humans much more effectively as a result. Now, one giant wrench into this whole idea that I have would be kind of the appearance of the song Jeepers Creepers playing if the beast is near. What would inspire radio waves to be picked up by a car? Sheer coincidence or something else? Again, this would appear fairly supernatural to you or I. However, I will say this. Back in the 1700s, you would have been burned at the stake if you had showed someone from that time era that you can turn on a TV nowadays just by pushing a button on a remote. The point is, we see things that we don't understand as supernatural. So with that, a possibility, and I'm just saying, a possibility is that this creature does have some electrical interference ability around it. And considering it can interact with the neurons of the body to pilot the body, I would say it's possible it may be able to emit short-range frequencies, which can then be picked up by cars, because after all, it's just all energy. I know a little far-fetched, but it's not more far-fetched than saying a demon doing quite literally the same thing. Plus, I do want to add, it goes with its MO. This creature is a little bit sadistic, which we have seen when it toys with its prey. It's a thinking creature and does possess intelligence, and does really seem to enjoy the song strong for some unknown reason. So what's the best way to kind of toy with your prey and scare it? Letting it know that you're coming after it, and there's virtually nothing that it can do to stop you. This may also explain why at certain points cell phones and radios do not seem to work properly, as the creature is in close range, and its electrical and radio disturbance blocks the incoming and outgoing transmissions, like on the cop car or the bus, when the cops were literally just talking to somebody and they weren't able to actually reach anybody when they were on the bus. Another thing I would like to add as far as possible electrical interference would be how the birds are affected. We see many times that the crows appear to be around the creeper in various times when it is beginning to hunt or is about to wake up. But did you know that birds are extremely sensitive to electrical fields and magnetism? Specific portions of their brain appear to react to these changes. So my general thinking is that the same electrical field that may be producing the song that's heard on radios indicating it may be near, may be the same field that affects birds from what we can see. Again, far-fetched, but we are working with some pretty far-fetched scenarios. All this in mind, coupled with the fact that it does absolutely behave like an animal versus, say, like a demon, would make me think that this thing is a much more naturally occurring creature than, say, like a hellspawn. The biggest thing that gives away the two animal hypothesis is the hibernation. It's pretty apparent that the creeper would like to continue its own personal revenge against the father at the end of Jeepers Creepers 2 for sort of messing up his hunt. But the crawler creature ends up kind of slowly engrossing the head as it's reaching the point that it has to go into hibernation for some unknown reason. Potentially a leftover trait from wherever it has evolved from. So now I'm just going to add in something here because I love this movie and I've always kind of thought about how would you destroy it. So how do you destroy this thing? Good lord, there are so many ways. Too many ways, actually. I mean, you could even Terminator this thing into a vat of liquid metal. But we have actively seen that this creature is affected by damage to its body and limbs, meaning that it can't just regrow from a small amount of tissue. First things first, separate the creature on its back from the body. While in hibernation, we saw in the barn that this thing is nailed up by its wings, meaning that despite incurring damage, it will not move or wake up. Once these two components are removed, for good measure, sort of cut the body into pieces, place them in separate, sort of welded metal boxes, and then bury them. As for the creature itself, it would likely be unknown if it can regrow from pieces, so odds are you don't want to just cut this thing up and then make more of them. Instead, without its host body, it is likely to be much less effective at hunting or even less dangerous. Keep it in one piece, metal box, welded shut, dig a deep hole, concrete around that box, and then never talk about its location. Way back in the day when I was but a young Roanoke, I had the pleasure of watching a movie that scared the absolute hell out of me, and that may have legitimately made me the way I am today, where I enjoy horror movies, and it's probably a contributing factor of why I even started this channel. I was like 6 at the time, so by adult standards, it's not too bad, but by kid standards, good God, this movie was terrifying. And speaking of God, you'll find none with this beast. Way back in the woods of the Southwest, ironically, there's also like a desert, but there lurks a creature there whose only purpose is vengeance. Brought forth by the request of a conjurer, it'll stalk the ones marked for termination and seek them out in sadistic and inspired ways. The creature affectionately known as Pumpkinhead will track down everyone, no matter where they hid, one by one and eliminate them. And not one by one because they scattered either. It will literally walk into a group and just grab people. So today we'll be discussing the lore and morphology of this creature, as biological thinking may not apply considering what it is. Oh, and stick around to the end as I have a cool fact as to why this thing may look so familiar to you. So let's get to it. So first things first, there is a timestamp up on screen for those who have either seen the movie or want to bypass the summary. Go there and we'll meet back up. From what I've heard, weirdly not a lot of people have actually seen this movie, despite it being pretty good. So if you haven't or just don't want spoilers, go to that point. For everyone else, let's drop into the aptly timed 3 spooky 5 me monster as we approach October. We open up the movie with a man running his tail off trying to escape from something unseen. Whatever it is, which we know it's Pumpkinhead on this side of things, has been summoned to take revenge on the man named Clayton Heller. It's not explicitly told what he has done or if there are others involved, but he has been accused of ending the life of a little girl. As the creature stalks him through the area, he finally arrives at a farm owned by the Harleys. A man, his wife, and a boy sit inside, handhelds in hand. Clayton bangs on the door requesting to be let in as the man tells him to leave as they can't help him. Clayton proclaims, "What kind of Christians are you?" before he is forced to take off away from the household where his presumed friends are. The man eventually meets his end near a ravine as the creature catches up to him. The boy watches through a window as the man is ended by this creature mercilessly and swiftly. After this, the creature presumably returns back to where it came from and is not seen again or even talked about for many decades. Sometime later, Ed has grown up and started his own family. After the passing of his wife Betty Lynn 10 years prior, likely due to complications with birthing their son Billy, it's just father and son at this point. After some pretty stout setting the scene, I guess you could call it, where they're both tremendously happy to the point of it being nauseating, here comes old fate to break up the love fest. And in this case, it takes the visage of a group group of teenagers. This group rolled into town to stay at a cabin and ride dirt bikes. You know, as teenagers do. In this group, there is the stereotypical doucher who goes by the name of Joel, which just as like a side note, why is there like always one guy who in real life would have like no friends and they're always in these group of friends? It's like, who invited him? I'll never get that trope, but anyways, after drinking and driving while on probation for injuring someone else with a vehicle, he gets on his dirt bike and takes off near the family's small store. The rest of the group go in and begin shopping for supplies. While Joel hits a jump, Billy has gone out to get his dog and was right in the path. He is struck by the dirt bike and is immediately gravely injured. The group flees with Steve staying behind to deal with the consequences. The father returns and Steve tries to tell him that it was an accident. So here's a bit of side information for you guys. If you suspect a spinal injury, for the love of God, just do not move the person. That is a big no-no. The kid was hit by a bike and seems quite injured, so the father picks him up and then takes him back to the house where his son later meets his end from the crash. And again, just another side note, just call an ambulance, take him to the hospital, something, man. I mean, I don't think cold water is gonna help. So now things are pretty messed up, and obviously the father would like his son back. After hauling his body up to another family he is familiar with, he asks about an old woman that can help. The grandfather looks at him and then says that she can't help him, but she can take him straight to hell, and that he should go back, bury his boy, and forget about this. Ed isn't impressed with the suggestion and then leaves the abode, only to be stopped by the grandson, Bunt, down the road. Bunt takes him to the road that leads to the witch and then bails out as she scares him. Ed enters the old shack with his son's body to meet a woman named Haggis. He asks if she can bring back his son to life, but she says there's nothing she can do as she can't raise the dead. She does mention, however, that she can bring him vengeance, but there is a powerful price. She directs him to Razor Holler pumpkin patch, where Ed digs up Pumpkinhead's disfigured corpse from the graveyard and brings it back to Haggis. Haggis then cuts Ed's and Billy's hands and pours the blood from both over the creature's body. This jolts it back to life and subsequently knocks Ed unconscious. While unconscious, the creature grows to considerable size and leaves the shack on a mission of vengeance. Jumping over to where the teens are, when they got back to the cabin, they attempt to figure out what should be done. Tracy tries to call for help, but Joel yeets the cord out of the wall before knocking Chris unconscious and putting him in the cupboard so he can't call for help. An argument ensues when Steve returns, but nothing comes of it. Steve then tells Joel that the dad did not call the police and that he wasn't sure anyone was even looking for him. Again, why would you have a friend like Joel? It's just beyond me. Later that night, after Pumpkinhead's summoning, Maggie and Steve go outside to discuss what they should do and just in general calm down. Pumpkinhead approaches using the trees to mask his closing in and then grabs Steve, probably the only person who didn't deserve to be taken out. He pulls him up into a tree, injuring him before throwing him against another tree, likely snapping his spine. The rest of the group watches in horror as nothing can be done, as Maggie is then grabbed and then dragged away. However, she is not taken out immediately. See, Pumpkinhead enjoys messing with his victims clearly as he comes back to the cabin with Maggie. He presses her head against the window above the sink, dragging her along the window pane. I guess that's why they call it window pane. She appears to still be alive at this point, but then she is bashed through the window and has a large piece of glass slice open her abdomen. Given the amount of blood that pours through, I'm gonna go ahead and say that this was an abdominal aorta slice from the broken glass. Pumpkinhead then proceeds to enter the cabin on the other side and approach Kim, who fainted after seeing Maggie slammed against the window. Joel attempts to attack the creature, but instead has his arm grabbed and twisted. Pumpkinhead looks at him again, and like I said, he likes to mess with his victims, so he throws him and then grabs Kim by the head, pulling her outside. Once outside, he drags her up a large tree and then drops her onto a boulder far below, also breaking her spine in the process. At this point, the teens all take off and ask the locals for help. They attempt to steal a truck and escape, but the owner comes out and threatens them, telling them to leave and that they are marked. After a short exchange, Pumpkinhead arrives, which scares the owner of the truck away. Ed arrives and takes a shot at the beast, which it falls backwards. Assuming it's met its end, Joel approaches it, saying it's dead, as it grabs his leg. He attempts to fire at it, but it grabs the rifle and pierces him through the abdomen and holds him up in the air. Like I said, good riddance to that point. Ed tries to take another shot at it, but the truck owner's dog bites him on the arm, which injures the creature as well, showing that they are linked, which is also shown when Ed can feel his victim's pain and suffering at the hands of Pumpkinhead as well. The remaining teenagers, Chris and Tracy, take off. Bunt arrives to help them and takes them to an abandoned church. Because it is hallowed ground, it slows the creature as it's not exactly naturally occurring. The creature still walks in though and destroys anything holy it can find before moving on with his tracking down of the teens. The teens come back to find their vehicles completely destroyed, showing the absolute powerhouse that this creature is. However, interestingly, the motorcycle appears to be perfectly fine, almost set up. Oh wait, it's not fine. The creature has purposely set up the bike but removed the gears and chains so it would not move. It descended silently next to Chris as he got the bike started and picked him up along with the bike. It threw him against a tree and presumably ended him in the process or severely injured him at minimum. Pumpkinhead then drags his body back to Harley's house where Ed, Tracy, and Bunt take shelter. While in Ed's house, Bunt tries to hide in the closet after Ed and Tracy leave. Pumpkinhead at first wanders through the door and looks for anyone but does not find anything. After hearing a noise, however, as he was leaving the closet, he quickly throws back some clothes and finds Bunt hiding. Pumpkinhead then grabs him by the chest and heads outside as he prepares to end Bunt. Ed runs outside with a flamethrower to take out the creature, but in the process runs into a pitchfork. This causes Pumpkinhead to immediately drop Bunt and writhe in pain. As Pumpkinhead and Ed's gaze meet, its face begins to become more human, almost somewhat like Ed's. This epiphany makes Ed realize that he and the creature are linked and that the only way to take out this beast is to take out himself. He runs to the car and puts a handheld to his temple and then pulls the trigger. Alright, so at this point, I have no idea how Ed even gets out of the car, but apparently he's alive despite some lead in his brain. Ed then tells Tracy to take him out, which she obliges as the creature once again goes for Bunt. She pulls the trigger and ends Ed. A moment later, Pumpkinhead takes his last breath, falls to the ground, and then bursts into flame, presumably going back to hell. Seemingly, it is all finished, and we see in the last scene that Haggis has taken Ed's disfigured body to the burial site, where he dug up Pumpkinhead, and he is now the next to be risen should anyone ever call upon this creature again. So I'm pretty sure we all have a clear understanding of what this creature is, but before getting there, let's first talk about its morphology and understand what makes it such a lethal hunting machine. Starting with the feet, we can see this thing looks a lot more dinosaur than human. The feet are much larger than anything any human would be, with walking on the balls of its feet and a digitigrade structuring. On the feet themselves, the creature has 3 large toes tipped with a claw at each end. This would be quite effective at evisceration, however, it does not really appear to use it in a combative role. Instead, the feet are used to jump high distances up into trees, more than likely run faster than humans in general, and take longer strides than people can as well. The tarsal bones of the feet are extremely elongated, with the ankles being at about the height of a mid-femur of an average adult male. On the back of these ankles are large haunches that jut outward and will mimic the ones on the pelvis and shoulders. The calves of this creature look more human, but have become more elongated and stretched in the process. The quadriceps are about twice as wide as the calves, having also been elongated themselves. On the pelvic bone exists a jutting of 2 prongs, much like that on the ankle and the shoulder. For what purpose these serve really isn't clear, but considering the bone elongation throughout, it's not surprising to see that maybe arches have formed on some of the more girdle bones. The abdomen is much like a human's with abdominal muscle, but it appears more emaciated. The chest has more ribs than the average person would and has a sucked-in appearance. Moving up to the shoulders, we see that the same symmetrical prongs appear like everywhere else in the body, and the arms have about double the length of an adult male, with the hands having 3 fingers and 1 thumb. Each of these fingers is tipped with a claw several inches in length that can be used to torment living prey by slicing the skin on their faces or bodies or stabbing people. It's entirely lethal. The head and face of this creature are the real moneymaker. In fact, you may think this looks pretty familiar, but we will get to that in a moment. This creature's head has multiple lumps and pale white eyes with reptilian pupils. However, it lacks irises on these eyes. There is no nose to speak of, and this creature instead just has 2 nostrils surrounded by wrinkled skin. The head is completely hairless overall, and the mouth is lined with several razor-sharp teeth. The back of the head juts outward, suggesting a larger than normal brain for its overall body size, and this brain will house its sadistic tendencies. Okay, so as we all know, this thing is clearly a demon. However, for it to properly hunt, it does need to take over a human body. Whoever summoned the Pumpkinhead demon last is the one who will become it. After losing your soul, your body will become shriveled and changed by the process. When inhabited by the demon post-mortem, you will rise again, and your body will become completely changed and mutated into what we see here. So taking the worst traits of the brain, coupled with a demonic soul, and you get this creature's personality. Not only is it an excellent hunter, it seemingly can supernaturally find you anywhere. Having a hyperfixation on the marked ones, it does not seek out others to destroy. However, should anyone get in the way, say like Bunt, it will have no qualms about ending those who helped the marked ones. As the creature does stalk its prey, it also likes to mess with them. Making them suffer and be terrified is seemingly how it enjoys operating. Picking apart a group one by one, rather than just ransacking them all at once, is shown when it takes Kim, but throws Joel to the side for later, knowing this would cause him some, pretty bad mental anguish. But this mental anguish is also passed along not to Pumpkinhead, but to its conjurer. But how can you cause anguish without the ability to back it up? When going against humans, it's clear this thing is much stronger than anything that it originated from, from, which is humans. We see clearly it is able to flip cars and tear them apart, so it's easily able to throw people around like rag dolls, as well as pull them up into trees straight up and then drop them. But more to the point, this creature is highly intelligent. This isn't just some animal with raw power. Because of the massive brain case, it's able to think and plan. Seeing as it left the motorcycle, this was a trap set to attract its prey, and again, inflict more turmoil when it jumps down and throws Chris, which also lets any survivors know that it can think, and it's probably smarter. So I did this with the Jeepers Creepers thing, and I kind of enjoyed it, and I enjoyed reading the comments, so here's some critical thinking for you. How do you stop this thing? Well, seeing as this creature is a demon based on the summoning of a witch and bound with blood spells, you're pretty much totally screwed, my guy. It does appear that churches and holy objects will cause it some pause in motion, and it may be that since that church was abandoned, and even with it being hallowed ground, it had been a while, so it was able to tread there for that reason, your only real option would be to try to trap this thing. While incredibly strong, the creature does not appear to have infinite strength, and as a result, materials can be used to contain it. If it were possibly contained within a holy area, this may further weaken it, allowing it to be contained, but I'm gonna tell you, the odds are not in your favor on that one. The only other way is maybe you might be able to outlive this thing, but it would also ruin your life in the process. Should you take out the conjurer before the creature gets to you, then that would technically stop it, and since the conjurer is human, that's likely an easier route to go. However, the lore states that should this creature ever arise again, the first thing it does is eliminate old targets. That would mean you would constantly have to be looking over your shoulder for as long as you live if anyone ever raised this thing again. That said, it needs the host that conjured it to be planted back in the holler where it came from. So understanding that, your best bet is completely incinerating the conjurer's body. Destroying every piece of that person would ensure nothing could ever be planted or raised again. But this is at least by conventional thinking. We are dealing with magic and rituals here, so who's to say that a body couldn't be re-pieced back together from the ashes? Your best hope is that nobody ever raises this creature again, should you survive long enough for anyone to ever need it again. So before I wrap this up, getting a good look at Pumpkinhead, does this thing remind you of anything? Well, it should. The original design of Pumpkinhead was created by Stan Winston, who was also the designer of the Alien Queen in Aliens. The bodies are extremely similar, even down to the amount of saliva produced by both of these creatures, which I thought was pretty cool and worth mentioning in this episode. Polar nights are not something to be taken lightly. And the uppermost latitudes along with the deepest latitudes around the Arctic and Antarctic circles, for around 1 month a year and even longer in some other areas getting up to 6 months a year, this night is continuous and unbroken. The day recedes and the area is plunged into darkness, leading to a whole host of issues for humans such as depression, alcoholism, increased violence, and just a general feeling of malaise and fatigue, as your meat suits are not getting any nutrients from the sun such as vitamin D. However, with all the wildlife and dangerous animals in these regions, one particular predator would be one that nobody really saw coming and would absolutely 100% benefit from these conditions. Way up in Alaska, on the cusp of the end of human habitation where few cities lie further north, is the town of Barrow, Alaska. Approaching its own month-long night, the town becomes besieged by bloodthirsty vampires infected with a virus that makes them almost completely invulnerable to all forms of defenses the town had at its disposal. So clearly today we'll be talking about the movie 30 Days of Night, as well as what these vampires are and ultimately what was the fate of the town. And since it's spooky month, what apropos timing! Alright, so you know the drill. Up on screen there'll be a timestamp that you can jump to, and that'll take you to the point where we actually talk about the virus and see what it has done to the human form. But for everyone else, let's get to a summary of the movie, because apparently this movie wasn't really that well received, so who knows, you might not have actually seen it. So we open up on the town of Barrow, Alaska. This small town located around the 71st north latitude line is quite active as people are beginning to get things together. Every year, roughly 300 to 400 people of the original 530 inhabitants pick up and move further south to Fairbanks, or even further south to escape the darkness of the month. Usually going off without a hitch, this time will be different. Just offshore, a large ship is seen to have been stranded or destroyed. There does not appear to be any life left on the boat, and instead, only one man can be seen rowing from the wreckage. The town continues to prepare for the coming darkness as a stranger from the boat makes his way into town. Once there, he begins to sabotage the town and its ability to communicate. Phones are stolen, which are noticed by the sheriff, and then they are all burned outside. Later, the sled dogs are also taken out to prevent anyone from leaving in any capacity, apart from walking and then freezing in the wilderness. As Sheriff Eben Olson investigates these crimes, he begins to become suspicious that there is someone amongst them that doesn't belong. He's told it's really just stacked up to teenagers pulling a prank, but with all the other strange things happening in town, he isn't so sure that's the case. As he continues with his investigation, the sheriff's estranged wife, who was planning to leave the town, ends up missing her flight out of there after a tractor runs in her truck when it loses control and the brakes seize up. Missing the plane means that she's gonna have to stay in town just like everyone else and face the oncoming onslaught. As night begins to fall, the sheriff runs across a stranger who had earlier been sabotaging the entire town. And with his work seemingly completed, he goes to the diner to get some food. After grabbing a waitress's arm, the sheriff tries to de-escalate the situation, but things begin to seem like they're going to get a little more violent after the sheriff begins to question the man. Having not seen a plane or a sled or a boat or anything come in or fly overhead, sheriff connects that this stranger may be responsible for what has been going on, seeing as he just randomly appeared with no warning or sightings of his arrival. The stranger then gets up to attack the sheriff, but then gets a handheld pressed against the back of his skull as it's the sheriff's estranged wife, Stella, subduing the stranger. As the stranger is then put into a jail cell, he begins to taunt Eben, Stella, and Eben's brother Jake, as well as the grandmother. He begins to let them know that their end is coming, and that there's really not much they can do to stop it. Believing him to just be insane, they tell him to pretty much shut his mouth, but the stranger would in turn be quite correct. Shortly after putting him in the jail cell, 3 co-workers are deciding where to go so that they can rage, because their shifts are now over. They walk outside discussing where to open their 5th when the vampires begin to attack the town, starting with the telecommunications center and power supply area, quickly ending them as the woman runs off to likely meet her end shortly after. They plunge the town into complete darkness and cut it off from the outside world entirely. This would obviously raise some suspicion as to what's happening, so the sheriff loads up with his estranged wife, then heads out to the plant to see what's going on. As he approaches the plant, it is completely dark and there is no movement from anyone. As he begins to inspect the plant, he finds that one of the workers' head has been stuck through onto a pike. Racing back towards the town with Stella, he gets on the loudspeaker and begins telling everyone they need to go back to their houses, lock their doors, and arm themselves with whatever they have. This would do very little ultimately, as the warning came too late and the tools were not powerful enough to stop these creatures. At this point, the attack is in full swing. We learn that the alpha vampire's name is Marlowe. They appear to speak some language that utilizes their throat more than their tongues, and as a result, it appears quite guttural. As they begin their attack, it is all-out chaos in the streets, with people falling left, right, and center, and others running and gunning. There's no defense to any success. Most of the townsfolk fall in the initial attack and then are just left out on the streets. Some of the vampires are ended with crack shots to the head, but anything less of that just makes them angry. It is discovered that the sheriff's grandmother has fallen in the attack after Eben heads back to the station to check on everyone, but prior to this, those that were still left alive after the beginning phases of the attack all meet in the diner to discuss what they should do about their current predicament. While this is happening, Stella and Eben are attacked while their SUV is then flipped, but they are ultimately saved by the snowplow driver from earlier. Going back to the diner, they all decide that they should hide in a local house whose owner left earlier that day. There's an attic space that you would never know was there from the outside, and it seems like that would be their best bet. Meanwhile, in the station, it comes out that the stranger is the reason for all of this. He was tasked with searching out towns after the ship was attacked and allowed to live as a result, but we will find out this isn't a permanent situation for any human. Believing that Marlowe would actually turn him into a vampire, he entered Barrow and they tracked his scent. After being placed in the cell of the station, Marlowe finds him and thanks him for doing what he was told to do, and then proceeds to snap his neck. So the lesson here is, don't make deals with the monsters. Live human and meet your end as human, because humanity #1. After this, we learn that nobody will be turned in the town. Instead, it is really just a meat packing plant. Everyone will be drained and no new vampires will be joining the band. He orders that after they are done, they will destroy everything to ensure that humanity continues to believe the vampires are just a bad dream made up by primitive man and nothing more. After about a week's time, the vampires begin changing tactics to draw out any remaining survivors. A lone survivor is then sent out into the streets to be used as bait. She walks the streets calling for help as the vampires move along rooftops looking for any movement. Eben wants to go out and help her, but after finding John in the crawl space underneath a building, he becomes entangled with that. The woman was not successful in finding any people, so she is ended after a group toys with her first. As Eben attempts to help John, it becomes clear that he has been infected and is now a vampire. John appears to attempt to hold back even though he is actually fully transformed, and this is really largely unsuccessful, but it does slow him down a little bit. To the fortune of Eben, John gets tangled up in a swing set, which then gives Eben the upper hand as he is able to separate John's head from his shoulders. He learns at this point that the only way to get rid of a vampire is just to straight up behead them. After this event, Wilson and his senile father, who are also hiding up in the attic, decide to leave, to which they end up meeting their end out there with the vampires. This only further confirms to the vampires that others are still in hiding and are still very much so alive. In their search for these survivors, they end up finding that John has turned and was ended, designating that one human in particular is continuing to fight. As weather moves in, a blizzard whips up and creates a whiteout condition. Now typically the vampires have increased senses of hearing, smell, and sight. However, with these conditions, all these increased abilities actually turn against them, making them worse off. Utilizing this, the group moves to the general store where a child has been turned, and then she attacks the group and wounds one of them. It takes 3 adults to pin her to the wall where Jake ends her. Unfortunately for the group, the whiteout at this point ends, exposing them, and they aren't able to make it back to the attic. Eben decides that everyone should probably make a break for the police station, and he will provide a diversion by going off at his grandmother grandmother's house to get an ultraviolet lighting system. As he makes his way to the house, he is able to get the generator going, but the vampires are hot on his tail. He gets the UV light ready to rock as Marlowe's mate bursts through the door. He uses the UV light on her and she reels backwards and it burns her to disfigurement. Marlowe then bends down next to Iris and takes her out with a bite to the neck to put her out of her misery. So as you may guess, this makes Marlowe just a tad bit upset, and he has now identified who is actually fighting the vampires successfully. As Eben runs out of the house, he is further pursued by these vampires, almost being overtaken. Bo then arrives with a backhoe and begins running through them with the tiller on the front. This causes enough damage to many of the vampires to actually end them in the process. Ultimately though, he would crash into the hotel, and as he exits the tractor, he would attempt to end himself via dynamite after lighting a case with a road flare, but ends up surviving the blast. Marlowe then gets him and drags him out and digs his shoe into his head, cracking likely the cheekbone, weakening the skull before bringing his foot down on it a second time, completely crushing Bo's skull in the process. This, however, was successful in giving Eben enough time to make it back to the police station where he meets up with the remaining survivors. After arriving, Carter sort of launches into a monologue and tells the group of how his children and wife are now gone. Being clearly turned, he mentions how they are waiting for him on the other side and how he doesn't want to live forever. It becomes clear in this monologue that his teeth are much sharper than normal, as the rest of the group begins to realize that he is actually turned. Requesting to see them in the afterlife with his last shred of humanity, Eben takes him into the back room and separates the old thinking case from the meat suit, hopefully sending him to see that family. 2 more weeks pass, and in that time, they manage to find the deputy, Billy Kitka. They signal to him across the street with a flashlight and then go out to meet him. Billy explains that during the initial attacks, they took out his wife and kids as well, and his handheld ended up jamming as he tried to take himself out of the game. Since then, he's been hiding underneath the house. They take him back to the station, where they actually learn that others made it to the power station, which controls the oil pipeline and appears to be the only structure that has any power. Eben, Stella, and Billy all sneak towards the plant as a new place to stay safe. While doing so, however, they spot a figure walking down the road covered in blood. A young girl appears to be used as bait and is being stalked by the vampire Zuriel. Seeing as it's a child, Stella runs out and grabs her and brings her back, to which Zuriel sees. Eben and Billy attempt to distract the vamp while Stella gets the girl to safety. Ultimately, they are separated, but then both make it inside of the plant, with Billy being followed by a vampire. As Eben enters, he's happy to see that the other survivors did in fact make it into the plant. However, this is short-lived. The vampire attacks Billy and bites into his neck. This infects and dazes him in the process, making him for easy prey. The vampire then turns to attack Eben, but Billy gets up and knocks the vampire into the shredder, which actually, shredder beats everything. No head separation required. When Billy threw the vampire in though, his arm got caught in the gears and it's a stump. Eben attempts to help but is pushed off as Billy's screams become less and less human. As the vampire shrieks take over, Eben is forced to take out Billy with an axe. At this point, with sunrise only a few hours away, the vampires decide it's time to take out the town entirely. They slice open the oil pipeline and let the contents begin flooding the town. They then light the oil ablaze to cover their tracks and preserve their secret. However, during this, Stella radios to Eben to tell him that she and the young girl are hiding underneath an abandoned truck across the street and that the flames are heading towards them. If they stay, they will be burned alive. If they run, the vampires will run them down and take them out. Eben realizes that he cannot beat the vampire alpha with normal human strength, so he injects Billy's blood into his radial artery. Watching the blood travel up his artery, he quickly changes as the infection has a direct route in. Overriding the hunger, he approaches Marlowe to fight. A direct challenge to the alpha causes the other vamps to back down and watch what happens. Marlowe addresses Eben as the one who fights, and then they begin to brawl. After a vicious battle, Eben is then thrown to the side with Marlowe charging him. Utilizing his super strength, Eben then punches through the open mouth of Marlowe and straight out the back of his head, ending him in the process. With no time to spare and the group now leaderless, the other vampires disperse quickly. Eben and Stella are seen after watching the sunrise together. As it does, Eben begins to burn. Stella holds him while his skin turns to ash, which looks just, ow, incredibly painful. Eventually the UV light does its work as Eben is turned to ashes mostly and then ended. Okay, so this is a long one, but this movie was pretty lit and had a lot going on. So now that we have an idea of what's happening, we can kind of work out what's going on with these vampires. So there's usually 2 lines of thoughts with vampires. It's either a disease or it's supernatural. But it can be seen clearly with these creatures in particular that this is much more of a disease profile than that of some crazy unexplainable link. Although with that said, there are some things about these vampires that may point to either something we don't yet understand as a species, or it could be supernatural. The vampires from 30 Days of Night are not your standard vampire. They do possess all the standard traits of vampires, such as the added benefits that mean they easily outclass humans. The first is your standard super strength. Upon infection, it does not take long for these creatures to easily overpower others. Even children can take several adults to subdue them, which would mean that the young girl that we see in the store likely had the full strength of a full-grown man. This scales upwards as well well, so a full-grown vampire man would be stronger than probably just several human men. The vampires also have an added ability that they can just straight up resist the cold like you wouldn't believe. In Barrow, Alaska during the winter, in the middle of a polar night, it can easily get down to negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 29 degrees Celsius. This would be enough to freeze a human in a matter of hours, like literally freeze them, or at minimum induce hypothermia inside of an hour. The vampires, however, do not seem to notice. Wearing regular clothing, their bodies continue to operate as if they were at room temperature. And we will actually get at why this is a possibility here shortly. But not only do they have the ability to withstand cold, but their body durability is off the charts. Able to take rounds to organs, presumably this would be healed, seeing as they are infected and not so much undead. Another ability is increased sense of sight, smell, and hearing. These creatures are essentially the perfect hunting machines. They can track humans, even tracking the stranger's movement during the day by following his scent in the snow at night for presumably miles, until they eventually reach Barrow, Alaska. But now we start getting into the more strange adaptations associated with vamps. Each vampire is inexplicably linked to the alpha. Usually this is seen through the vampiric screeches or the gestures that the alpha will do, and this will allow like attacks or basically let other vampires know what's kind of going on. However, it is confirmed in lore that this appears to be almost telepathic, and there is a link between the alpha and the group member. This would seem to suggest a few possibilities that does not have to be connected to neural connections, but could more likely be related to pheromones and body language. Pheromones may be more of a natural impulsion that allows the leader with the strongest pheromones to dominate a group of vampires and subject them to his will. However, this would have a limited range, but body language and gesturing seems to be much more in line with what we see in the first movie. Another strange ability seems to be teleportation of the vampires. Able to do short distances. Again, I would have to ask, is this really teleportation? Basically, have you ever seen a spider jump before, like one of those really small spiders? It almost appears as though it moves instantly. It's not really so much teleporting as it's just movement so fast it's outside of human perception. Now, are the vampires really teleporting or just moving so quickly it's outside of human perception? I would say you be the judge on that one. And the last and final ability of the vampires is apparent immortality. The creatures we see attacking Barrow have been around since humans apparently huddled around fires talking about what was out in the darkness. This immortality isn't true immortality, however, as the body can most definitely be destroyed and they will meet their end should this happen. So with a quick rundown of abilities, what makes each of these apparently possible? Well, as we know for certain, this is a disease, likely a fast-acting virus more so than a supernatural corruption. A pretty good indicator of this is that someone has to be bit or scratched, and depending on where and when it happened and how much exposure, this person will turn accordingly. So after John's exposure, he apparently stayed under that house for quite a while before turning. Likely he was scratched and a small amount of the virus was transferred. However, when Billy was bit on the neck, this turned him quickly, having a close access to the brain. When Ebbett injected himself, this was also a similar path as like being bit in the neck, and this goes straight for the brain and infecting the body quickly, allowing him to turn quickly as a result. The virus does appear to affect every cell in the body and would likely induce structural changes within the brain as well, which isn't so surprising due to the impact it has on a cellular level. And this all goes back to neurons. Post-infection, it's clear that these would be heavily impacted. First, concerning muscular strength, the neural firing would likely be stronger and incorporate more muscle strands. As a result, this would lead to an increased strength that we see in these vampires. However, with increased muscle strength, this would also mean that the repair mechanisms would need to be better to repair damaged muscle. After all, you were human. It would be clear that the virus would need to have an ability to affect the metabolic pathways of the body as well as the mitotic abilities and gene repair mechanisms. Going down to a genetic level, likely these genes are inserted from the virus, and this would code for better protein reading mechanisms and repair of the genes of the cell. With this better repair, cancers wouldn't develop due to gene errors, which would be quite necessary for the process of increased mitosis. With damage to the muscle from the strength and likely the speed that seems like teleportation, cellular division would need to be ramped up to 11. With this constant division and cells to keep the body in working order, any mistake in cellular division would likely cause this creature to devolve into a cancerous mass. As a result, starting with a solid foundation allows them to exist and continuing to survive for millennia, because as we see, their bodies don't physically age from the day they're turned, likely not only repairing the genes but also adding telomeres and junk DNA to kind of keep the vampire the same age as it was when it was turned, so this is why they don't degrade or even reverse their aging, sort of like a snapshot of their DNA permanently from that point on. This is backed up by two reasons. The increased metabolism would produce a lot of heat. This may be why these creatures prefer to stalk the northern latitudes, as their heat internally produced is balanced out by the frigid cold around them. This is why they can walk around with little to no issue, not even acknowledging the cold, whereas humans would freeze solid. However, the laws of thermodynamics still do exist. We see that the vampires have their skin appear ashen and gray, almost like someone who is frozen or experiencing hypothermia. And humans, this lack of blood flow and eventual cooling of their internal temp would lead to RN. In vamps, however, their internal temperature is more than enough to keep them functional and alive. However, the skin is still very much so exposed to extreme temperatures, and the cells are still dividing to produce heat, but is pulled away quicker than it is replenished, at least on the surface. This makes them appear gray, as blood flow is likely very limited near the top levels of the skin. The mitotic ability hypothesis also works, considering that these creatures are not truly immortal. The body, if damaged enough, can be overwhelmed, and they can be ended, meaning that a chemical reaction, much like with us, is what's keeping them alive, not some mystical force. Able to heal from wounds from a handheld, the brain being destroyed, however, or even separated from the body, will end them on the spot. And speaking of brain, let's talk about the possible physical structure changes. Now, it's entirely possible, as mentioned before, that the body may be producing pheromones as a means of communication that, with the heightened senses of the vamps, they are able to pick up and be influenced by, something humans aren't really persuaded by. However, there is something called mirror neurons. For longtime watchers of this channel, this may sound familiar, but for those who haven't heard of this before, what is something humanity doesn't understand? I mean, really, we have since the old days stacked up something that we didn't understand, and we just called it magic. I mean, spontaneous generation wasn't disproven until the mid-19th century, and now it seems laughable to assume that something comes from nothing. We had no idea about bacteria or viruses, we just believed the gods were making us ill, or it was bad blood. Well, what about the idea of telepathy, or even that our minds could influence the world around us? Okay, so we're gonna get a little out there, but there were experiments done that did show that placing a person next to an RNG and then told to think about a specific number would cause that number to appear more often than not. Pretty interesting, but the idea is traced back to something called a mirror neuron, located in the premotor cortex as well as the inferior parietal cortex and primary somatosensory cortex. These are known to light up after imaging scans are done when apparently trying to communicate via thinking rather than talking, at least in certain individuals. Anyway, the moral of the story is we have no clue what the brain is capable of, or alterations to what parts could in theory change behavior entirely and communication. Well, this virus in particular, it would seem that it's likely that this would affect the mirror neurons, potentially making them capable of telepathic communication. Also, just so you know, I'll link the RNG experiment in the description. It's a pretty interesting read. It gets a little out there though. It's CIA, so that, you know, you should probably know what you're expecting there. So I know you guys think I forgot, didn't you? Let's discuss for a moment why it is that the vampires turned to ash, as in Eben's case. Seems pretty odd, doesn't it? Well, not if you look at it at a cellular level. One of the things humans need to survive that we get for free all the time, at least during the day, is vitamin D. And this is provided by a chemical reaction after coming into contact with the sun. Find it a little strange that vampires avoid the sun at all costs? Well, as it turns out, vitamin D has antiviral properties just in its existence. Not only does it bolster the immune system, but it seems to naturally cause issue for viruses. So here's what I believe is going on. The bodies of vampires are naturally low or completely depleted of vitamin D, and that's why they stay out of the light, to keep that level low. This allows the virus to flourish within them pretty much unchecked. However, upon coming into contact with the sunlight, vitamin D begins to be being produced because the cells are still cells as they were once fully human. This chemical reaction affects the RNA within the cell transmitted by the virus. Upon this issue arising, the cell undergoes some severe issues. Perhaps the metabolic pathway becomes unchecked due to damages to the virus RNA caused by the vitamin D being produced finally. And as a result, cells begin cooking themselves as the usual control factors coded for by the virus are destroyed. And this runaway process begins to literally burn the cells as each cell produces more and more heat, which ultimately releases steam and then desiccates the cells, turning them into what appears to be ash. So what do I personally think is going on here with the vamps? Well, I believe that these vampires are simply influenced by a virus that preserves DNA at the time of infection, ramps up metabolism leading to super strength, much faster ability to move, which is beyond human perception, and a mind changed and altered that causes them to regard humans as former, but in no way affects their intelligence. As a result, you have excellent hunters that can plan, track, and also hunt way more effectively and ferociously than any human is able to resist. Human potential. Has it been reached? No. Can we push our meat suits further? Absolutely we can. On average, every day, you only access roughly 30 to 50% of your strength and stamina due to limiting mechanisms within the brain that stop us from damaging ourselves due to exertion. Of that accessible strength, say things like when we go to the gym, if you lack mental fortitude, your brain will get tired long before your body does. What about in other areas? How about lifespan, for instance? Once upon a time, we assumed largely that those that lived to 60 were an anomaly, and the average age of demise was around the your late 30s, early 40s, and if you go even further back in time, it was earlier than that. So obviously, there is room for improvement concerning our body's function, undergoing mitosis, combating diseases, recovering from exertion, and in general, our life can get more efficient. To solve these issues, a small group of doctors within Australia devised a test that would be used on an unsuspecting neighborhood as well as their own employees to begin using a mystery supplement that would affect the cells of people, unlocking their true potential. However, you saw the title of this video and it has the word body melt in it, and that's exactly what would happen to those that were actually lucky. Others would fare much worse. So today we'll be discussing what exactly happened, what is this mystery supplement, and what would ultimately happen to the human form when exposed to this Vimuville dietary supplement. So you know the drill at this point. Up on screen you'll see a timestamp. Head there if you want to bypass this movie, but I will say it's from the tail end of 1993, so even the clothing alone is worth watching the summary for. For those of you that do stay, I gotta tell you, this is one of the weirdest movies I have ever seen in my life. I'm actually a little concerned about Australia as a whole. Should we be like checking up on them for their mental well-being? Then again, it's 40 degrees Celsius and everything there is trying to take them out, so I guess that would probably artistically influence me as well. Anyways, let's get to it. We open up with a few doctors getting frisky. I've learned recently that you gotta censor everything for this platform, so sorry about that, y'all can't see the goods. But while the guy lays on the couch apparently on something, the female doctor who also heads distribution and sales branch for this concoction injects him with a liquid. Her words state that this is enough to put down about 20 rabid Rottweilers, so he won't make it till morning. The man eventually gets up and leaves the office after pulling information on where the test subjects are living. Upon doing so, he exits the facility, then burns his ID cards to erase all evidence of him being an employee there, because, I mean, come on, it's 1993. It's not like computer files were really that reliable back then, I think. Anyways, he gets in his car and then sets off to warn those unwilling participants of what has arrived in their mailboxes. Getting to the actual town of Holmesville, a Melbourne sub, he stops at a gas station to go inside and get detergent of all things. This will be discussed later as to why he did this, but after chugging the detergent, this isn't an ideal situation and he exits the gas station and gets shakily into his car. Wounds begin to open up on his neck as he is pursued by officers for his crazy driving that he is doing. He makes it to the actual neighborhood where he would ultimately meet his end via tentacles that have formed within his thoracic cavity, and it appears as though they have moved up through the trachea and out of the mouth. So the whole detergent thing was actually, if you didn't know, the reason the Tide Pod challenge was stupid and entirely dangerous is something that is that basic can actually just straight up melt your cells. So he was essentially trying to keep the tentacles at bay by melting them. But anyways, they end up just choking him before he can warn anybody what's in their mailbox, and the test continues as planned. As the cops rope off the area, the neighborhood begins its day after people getting an eyeful of the dude out front. One man opens up a free packet of Vimuville and pours it into a glass and then drinks it. Fast forward, things aren't looking so hot for Paul. Oh, and I think I should mention this before going forward. Imagine this movie is a lot like VHS if you've seen that. There's an overarching plot with many subplots scattered throughout. It kind of shows the effects of the vitamins, which is fantastic because it gives us evidence as to what it's actually doing. Okay, so anyways, Paul heads out to the airport for reasons where clearly he seems to be off his A game. Two teens in front of him assume that he's on something as he continues to zone out, and he looks over at a woman. As he does, a beam of light envelops her. Later, as he drinks his coffee, a disfigured woman sits across from him, at least that's what he sees, and then she begins to talk about how it rains too much in Sydney. She says she needs a place to stay, and then he obliges as she disappears. While this is happening, the two college students known as Sal and Gino are heading to a resort where they are promised to get paid for certain donations. Pretty pumped about the idea, they take off in the car after having presumably taken the vitamins as well. While driving, however, they would ultimately have their windshield broken off camera. As a result, they're forced to pull over at a conveniently placed mechanic who literally has a sign up for replacing windshields. They pull off into his shop and immediately begin to show signs of mental alteration. The mechanic there, with his two sons and daughter, all appear to be a little off. The mechanic himself sporting some sort of growth on the side of his face, and his children appearing quite inbred or perhaps possessing genetic deficiencies, though I will probably say it's inbred, as the mechanic mentions to his daughter to keep it in the family later. Gross. Anyhow, the two young men instantly strike up a seemingly personal friendship out of nowhere with these two inbred sons and decide to hang out with them while their windshield is getting fixed. Meanwhile, in Melbourne, Paul is beginning to largely feel the effects that something is off within his body. He ends up falling asleep on the couch in his office and then is awoken by his assistant who tells him to go home. Paul appears not to know how he got there at this point. Arriving back home, the hallucinations continued. The disfigured woman appears in the hallway and he points to the guest bedroom and says that she can sleep there. Again, this would have just been kind of like a complacency thing, only brought on by the effects of this vitamin and its mental alterations. Shortly after, he lays down to go to bed and she appears, except this time she is no longer disfigured. Instead, she begins massaging his stomach, and just before reaching in and grabbing his guts, he awakens covered in sweat, clearly showing knowing it was a dream. Back across on the way down under with the college-age students, the 4 boys end up taking out a kangaroo with a rock, which I'm pretty sure is borderline treason in Australia.
That's a bloody outrage, it is!
However, upon doing so, rather than the normal reaction of kind of contemplating the senseless demise of a creature, they all cheer. Again, this also points to them having consumed the vitamin as their brains are becoming affected. The 2 inbred sons take out the adrenal gland and then split it, which I do have to point this out. That's the neck. I'm not really sure what kind of kangaroo has its adrenal gland in its neck. So here's where the most prominent mental impairment is displayed. The shorter of the 2 college students runs off with the daughter into the shed. While in there, she just kind of continually stabs him in the junk and eventually bites his neck, causing him to meet his end, while the other just runs and hides. He attempts to steal a truck and then make his escape, but the steering is all jacked up and it can only turn right. Probably a pretty good indication considering the circle of dirt. He eventually just hits a tree and the family moves in to finish the job on him as well. At this point, the cops have begun to get involved and 2 detectives have begun to become suspicious at the health club after finding some clues that pointed back to them. After interviewing the lead of distribution, they determine that there's not really enough to go off of and continue on to where the tentacle man is being held. While looking at him, they find that the cells of his stomach have become degraded and that the tentacles grew from nowhere. His official cause of demise was deemed hypernatural. Moving back to Paul, things aren't so hot at this point for him either. His hallucinations are becoming more and more stout. After looking into his mailbox, he has a minor freakout moment where he sees the same woman that is apparently living in his house, but she's not actually there. Eventually, as he lays in his bed, she mentions how she's chosen 11 men before him to take their ribs and that she is going to take his, and then just straight up massages his rib out of his chest. But considering this is a hallucination, this would probably just indicate he pulled his rib out of his chest. While Paul is going boneless across the road, the Noble family gets a Vimuville flyer and a letter stating that they have been invited to come on vacation at their health resort. Moving on, there's a couple expecting a child relatively soon next door to the Noble family. After going for a checkup, they make sure that everything's okay for a routine check-in with the doctor. It is revealed that the doctor is in league with the woman who runs the distribution center, and that this may actually be entirely his project, or so we are led to think. This is likely when he gave the pregnant woman the dietary supplement, which she took without thinking. After the appointment, Dr. Carrera, as he is known, receives a call from the distribution manager as she has lined up many stores for the supplement. However, the doctor wants to go back to testing because the supplement isn't behaving as it should, stating that it didn't take out the employee from the beginning quick enough and that it was having no effect or erratic effects on others. They didn't know how it would behave and it could ultimately attract the attention of the cops, which it already has. Later that night, the pregnant woman gets up to get a glass of water and finds that her stomach isn't making the usual noises it always does. Stacking it up to maybe just indigestion or growth of the baby, she chooses to ignore it, but something much more sinister is happening within her. She gets up the next morning and sees that the Noble family is leaving out for a trip to the health resort. They leave and then she heads back inside. After going back inside, her stomach begins to heave and causes her great distress. Eventually, just straight up a placenta is dropped onto the ground, and it's essentially sentient, so it slinks away. She calls the doctor asking if it's normal for a month before the baby is due for the placenta to drop, which tips him off that he probably needs to go check on her. She tries to find it to no avail as her stomach continues to shift and change shape. She goes onto the bed and then grabs a knife to cut open her belly to stop the pain as her husband comes in. He tries to stop her, but then is attacked by the placenta facehugger style. After sliding down his throat, it resides within his stomach and is revealed that the pregnant woman's baby has turned to a gas within her and then blew open her stomach, ending her in the process. The husband is then arrested for being sus and taken to the police station. The detectives question the doctor after he arrived, asking him if he knew anyone else in the area or if she was on any supplements, and he denies obviously, but the detectives are beginning to become a little suspicious of the doctor. While in the neighborhood after the cops leave, the doctor realizes that he must cover his tracks and Paul is still infected. He enters Paul's home with a vial of what appears to be a tranquilizer and approaches him. When Paul turns around, his face is mostly melted and his eyes are bulging. Paul then grabs the doctor and begins ripping his ear off. In the scuffle, the doctor leaves behind his vial and syringe. After the health club, the family has arrived and then heads inside. They are met with a largely empty building but like a ton of food on the table. They all sit down and begin eating, not knowing that there is a supplement in it. As they eat, the dad is the first to show signs as his mucous membranes begin producing a ton of snot, which is pretty nasty. It is shown after the snot begins to move as well, indicating that the cells have become sentient within him. So I'm not gonna lie, this place does look pretty boring and the kids agree. While the daughter and son bicker about it, the son decides that he will head out to the half pipe to go skating and then camp outside. As he does, his own mental impairment takes over and he goes for a jump and messes up the landing, slamming his face into the half pipe. His family, assuming he's just out camping, doesn't bother to check on him, and it can be seen that the vitamin supplement has begun melting his face in the night as he meets his end. Oh yeah, this movie really isn't that shy about taking out kids. Back at the health club, things aren't going too well. The entire employee staff is hopped up on these things. The main distribution manager is seen popping them like candy and is becoming increasingly unfocused. The two jacked employees are also on them and and begin to suffer ill effects. The first one, upon watching some stimulating videos, literally has his gear explode. Then the other is getting frisky with the female employee, and he ends up having a muscle seize and ends the female employee, and then has his own back split open near the spine, ending him. So while the health club is becoming more and more unhealthy by the minute, back in the mechanics after disposing of the two college kids, the doctor arrives to talk to his old business partner. Apparently the mechanic worked with the doctor back in the day and developed this supplement. However, after the apparent takeover by Dr. Carrera, he swiped the stabilizing blend he created. Without it, the supplement will ransack the body, and the body can't handle its newfound potential. Realizing everyone who is infected will meet their end, the doctor then tries to cover his tracks, but it is too late. The dad is the first to go in the novel family, well, apart from the son. He ends up producing like a ton of mucus and then slips and hits his head. As he lays there, more mucus begins bubbling up out of his mouth when his wife finds him. So she freaks out and runs off to find the daughter. The daughter is trying to figure out what's happening and then runs to the distribution manager, who is currently literally melting. She tries to slap some sense into her, but it causes her head to implode shortly after contact. Completely forgetting about the son, the mom and daughter take off to find another doctor up the road in town. After arriving, the doctor asks them what they were doing at the chemical plant that's been shut down for years. After the realization that chemicals were pumped into them, the mom begins to suffer an attack at this point. As the doctors ask what's wrong, her tongue begins to grow at an alarming rate until it eventually fills up her entire mouth and then hangs out the front. As you could probably imagine, this would actually cause her to suffocate by shutting off the airway. The detectives at this point arrive and then see the doctor brandishing a handheld in the parking lot. He has apparently lost it at this point and then fires a projectile into his hand and then eventually his head. With nobody to take back to the police station, they just shut down the plant and then head back home. When they arrive, Mr. Placenta Man is still there and now is fully infected. The supplement having festered in his stomach has caused him to throw up on almost every cop there before finally succumbing to the internal injuries brought on by this supplement. All seems to be over, but it's not actually done. As the detective heads inside to get aspirin for the other, a panning shot shows that some of the supplements did make it out into the general public and are sitting on the shelves waiting to be bought. Alright, so the question on everyone's mind: what in the name of all that is holy is this stuff? Well, it's marketed as a dietary supplement, and really it's said that it's a vitamin. However, A, it was produced in a previously shut down chemical plant, which is strange for vitamins to be created that way, and B, to my knowledge, no vitamin in the quantity shown in what these people were taking, whether to be a pill or powder, would cause the body to slough away like that. No, what it actually appears to be is something else entirely. When the doctor was questioned about what may be going on or if there were any diseases that cause anyone to hallucinate, first thing he mentions is a virus. Many viruses can affect the brain by inducing something known as meningitis. Meningitis is an inflammation within the meninges which protect the brain and surround it in the inside of the skull. What happens is, after the immune system is activated, these will inflame and this can induce coma, aggression, visual and auditory disturbances. Basically any of the senses that report to the brain, which is all of the senses, can then be altered by the brain itself due to pressure from the meninges pressing on the skull and then putting back pressure on the brain. So the first thing that we can establish is that some sort of immune response appears to be happening. Whether it's the overproduction of mucus from the father, the fatigue in Paul, as well as the visual and auditory hallucinations he suffered when seeing the woman that wasn't even there, or even the distribution manager who began to suffer from double vision when looking at her screen. The time frame also seems to support that the immune system has been activated. As stated by the employees at the beginning before meeting his Rule 34 demise, phase 1 is hallucinations. That's already been equated to possibly a sort of cytokine storm or inflammatory response to the invader in the brain, resulting in changes to the neurological activity of the brain. The second phase is discussed as being glandular, and this can only bring us to what is actually invading. In your body, you have the lymphatic system, a system of glands used to store and house T cells and B cells to combat foreign invasive organisms should the innate system be overwhelmed. Well, judging by what we see to those that stay alive the longest, clearly they are combating what appears to be a virus. Their lymphatic system is activated and the immune system begins to attack the invasive species. This may be why the third phase is just an all-out dissolving of the body, and here's why. As cells were invaded by the virus disguised as a proprietary blend of supplements, the cells would be infected and invaded. After catching wind, the immune system would then begin ordering cells that were infected to undergo apoptosis. And for those that don't know, apoptosis is programmed cell death. As the body degrades, it appears that this virus may also be within the neurons of a person or even possibly producing enzymes to stop temperature increase, resulting in fever. So it does not appear as though there's a fever in most of them, so the people may be kind of lethargic like Paul was, but have no fever until the later form arrives, which is why he would wake up sweating. But again, we don't really see it in any others, except for maybe the father of the Noble family, when he looked pretty sick before meeting his end. However, I don't believe it to be just apoptosis affecting these cells, leading to the degradation of the meat suit. Taking a look at any of the matter that leaves the body, it appears to move independently. Now, obviously, this is pretty strange, but in the natural world, this can be common. Maybe not at the speed of, say, the mucus in the sink, which is nasty, but a protozoa is a eukaryotic cell that can propel themselves through environments, and usually that's aquatic environments. Regardless, after the body is infected with this virus without the inhibitor that the mechanic swiped when he left, it appears that the virus either goes haywire within the body and changes due to the immune system pressure, or it happens at a deeper level and the inhibitor stops the rewriting of genetic coding within the person and preserves genes, whereas without the inhibitor, it ends up destroying these crucial genes. If it's the former over the latter, this would kind of explain the melting of people, as cells are just in mass quantities destroyed by the body. But if it is the latter, this is kind of my thinking with it. Multicellular organisms play well together on a cellular level because everyone wins. Safety, warmth, nutrients, you're stronger together than apart. And over time, cells have gotten on board to create animals, trees, fungus, you name it. Anything that's multicellular obviously possesses many cells. Now, this isn't just a choice, but a carefully crafted set of genes that allow for the coexistence and signaling and communication with cells. When something doesn't play by the rules, we call this cancer. In our bodies, cancer is basically just a biological douche that stays in and uses resources, but doesn't want to play by the body's rules. So medicine or immune system intervention is needed to destroy the cancer by force. With normal cells, apoptosis can be ordered and the cell will self-destruct, which keeps everything working and running smoothly. The virus would likely destroy these genes or rewrite them. As a result, the cells no longer want to play together, and instead it becomes every cell for itself, or at minimum, that's what it appears like. This would explain the apparent degradation of the stomach tissue and the formation of tentacles as these cells bonded together in different structures than the structures they originally were in that worked for the body. This would also show why the infant was melted down so quickly, as these cells noped out and completely split up. Another reason to suspect this is a virus and not just a supplement issue is transference. Now, usually when you take a vitamin, you can't just like have it go to the next person, like if you kiss them or inadvertently bleed on them. It's not an infectious virus. That's not how it works. But you know what can jump between people? Viruses. And this is why at the end, the husband was fully transformed, as he was essentially infected and the virus continued to run its courses, melting him down. And the final reason to suspect a virus is timing. Those that are functional and living would appear to last days or the better part of a week before having their skin tap out and it decides to leave. However, remember the kid. Slamming your face into the half pipe likely took him out of the game at that exact moment. As such, no functional immune system was present, no antibody formation to the virus, no resistance. He ultimately was broken down extremely quickly for his exposure. So in summation, this virus is a fast-acting, fast-reproducing organism that likely was kind of like a form of early genetic alterations to unlock human potential. The issue was, however, without the inhibitor, the genes continued to be altered until most cells were rendered on their own and left the collective organism, resulting in the end of the person and really just their complete meltdown. Seismographs, nothing was appearing until the last 3 days. However, prior to all this, it's pretty apparent that these creatures are not, say, immortal. They still have biological processes, and I severely doubt that they could survive from an era where the dinosaurs were walking around, based on the area's history and geological changes over time. So here's what I believe happened. These creatures likely started out as just regular carnivorous worms. After the destruction of the dinosaurs, much like any of the other animals that were around, they kind of began to grow. As prey began to get larger and the landscape in the west began to change, this would induce those changes as well. So we know that the Sierra Nevada mountains are rapidly rising. Even now, within the last couple million years, they have done so, completely changing the area. When this happened, a lot of creatures got stuck out in the west, and as time continued to pass, the prey that they were usually likely adapted to hunting, such as large mammals of the past, began to go extinct. This left less and less food in the lower elevation areas as the climate began to shift. Eventually, east and west of the Rockies, most of the large mammals were lost, which led to the extinction of the graboids in those areas. In the Rockies themselves, these creatures would find themselves in smaller and smaller pockets of usable ground to traverse through until ultimately it would cause some of them to adapt. Those who adapted would have the added life cycle of the Shrieker, and due to this ability to change, the Ass Blaster would form to sort of traverse peaks. However, even in the mountains, our species would continue to dwindle, as did their food sources, with the mountains continuing to rise. Eventually, a small area in the southwest was likely the last hunting ground for these creatures, with their primary food having completely disappeared. dirt. Some adults may have adapted and hunted smaller game, but eventually the ecological upheaval of the area would be too much. The last clutch of eggs was laid as the ground became dry and sandy. These eggs would then hatch to form the graboids later, and as we will discuss, there are still probably other clutches of eggs waiting to be activated. This suspended animation state was disturbed by humans, but luckily is still contained by the mountains for the most part. The reason is that these creatures are highly adapted to traveling through dirt and likely need a specific type of dirt. Loose, sandy soil is easiest for them to traverse through, and likely more compacted dirt or clay would be difficult. Getting a good look at their bodies, we can see that apart from their tough skin, which is almost impenetrable to small arms, this thick, callous skin is capable of withstanding hits from underground rocks and would likely be segmented like a common earthworm too. With circular muscles in the body, this would sort of allow them to undulate like earthworms do, but the longitudinal muscles would allow them to almost swim through the dirt. And it can also be assumed at this point, judging by the fact that these creatures have no ears and no eyes, they can probably sense vibrations in the ground much like earthworms can. In fact, birds actually hunt earthworms by tapping their feet on the ground to mimic the sensation of a mole in the dirt, which actually sends the earthworms going back up towards the surface. Sort of like how humans walking or horses galloping kind of sends a graboid to the surface. But it's not just muscle that allows it to move through dirt so effectively. Looking at the face of this creature, it has a streamlined skull. The bony jaw would suggest that unlike other worms, it in fact may have some internal structures, which we will get to momentarily. The jaw shape allows for dirt to slide past it and have its body move behind unhindered. The movement of the powerful muscle in the body appears to move the little bony protrusions on its side to grip the surrounding dirt, and then it can propel itself faster than Homo sapiens' running capability. These bony protrusions are known as setae, which on smaller worms is like a bristly hair. However, for the larger graboid, they are quite clearly beefed up. Internally concerning the jaw, the worm is much like any other worm descendant. The eels aren't really all that uncommon. In fact, smaller earthworms push their pharynx out of their mouth to grasp and hold food. So the worm protrusions are not like separate beasts, but instead may just be a part of the pharynx, and when the prey is pulled in, they're then swallowed whole rather than being picked apart by these extra little mouths that go nowhere. Concerning the inside of the creature, there may be solid internal structures. Surely not a skeleton like in you or I, there's definitely not a vertebrae, and there's likely probably not a giant ribcage like on a snake, but instead little anchor points of the protoskeleton may exist to keep the jaw in place correctly as it moves through the dirt, which also gives the muscle an anchor point to move itself through that dirt to boot. This would also assist the graboid with holding up creatures it's currently trying to dig under. If it were like a regular worm, holding up a house or a car or a trailer or the bobcat would make it extremely difficult and would likely flatten the worm. So with solid structures occurring naturally to give it shape, this would allow the creature to pull off these feats we see it doing, like quite literally lifting a store or a house by its foundation. These creatures would also appear to be very intelligent as well, more so than your average animal, but not above humans. I would almost compare it to the intelligence of a tiger. Tigers have been known that if you tread in their territory, they will literally hunt you down with almost human-like skill. Like, no, really. Go look up stories about tigers stalking people. There's an account of a man who hunted one, ended up wounding it, and then he couldn't kind of finish it off, so the thing tracked him back to his home extremely far away, and it continued to hunt for him. But because of the graboid's ability to hunt, they are purely carnivorous and would likely be the apex predator of their time. And due to this, all other animals were on the food list, which likely includes early men coming over from Asia back in the day, and we still kind of are concerning Tremors 1. They would have been used to holding up the weight of large creatures like mammoths, using things like group hunting based on how they move towards perfection, meaning that they are also social hunters. This intellect is displayed as well as their social ability when they set a trap for the bobcat tractor. The remaining seem to have dug a partial U-shape around the tractor as it moves slowly forward, with the survivors only seeing it off to the side. This would indicate that the creatures knew where they were going and built a trap as such in case they sort of like diverted their course a little bit. Also, being on that one side would mean that they were being funneled into the area towards the main point of the trap. So overall, these creatures likely originated after the dinosaurs, but most went extinct shortly after the Ice Age. Some were able to adapt, but as the landscape continued to change, this would not only affect their apex species status, leading to extinction, but also the disappearance of prey would lead to a very few amount of eggs remaining that we know of. After human activity brought them out of their egg dormancy, the subsequent disappearance of humans again in the area would cause them to sort of enter a metabolic suspended animation until once again human activity released them. So this is our first stage of life, and it would result in other stages which will be covered later. Once again, it's that spooky time of year. Happy Halloween, everyone. And to celebrate that, we're going to ruin folktales with science. Or I guess really kind of make them more believable, or at least explain them. Someone in the comments will say it's ruined anyhow, but what are you gonna do? Deep within the Highlands of Scotland, a small group of soldiers is dropped under the guise of a military training session. Missing out on the England versus Germany football game, most of them are pretty bummed out. As they move through the area, strange things begin to happen as they are making camp, and within just a few hours, they come face to face with their own mortality as human tools and measures are useless against these things. So today, as the title suggests, we will be talking about the movie that really made me start getting into the idea of cryptids, Dog Soldiers, and the werewolves contained within. Alright, so let's get to it. So you know what to do. Up on screen, you'll see a timestamp. Head on over there to bypass the summary. If you haven't seen this movie, bro, stop watching right now and just go watch it. It is quite literally the perfect movie for this time of year, and despite it being made in like 2003, I personally think the effects hold up pretty well. Plus, it's got all the disemboweling that you can handle. And if you do head there, I will give you a heads up. We will be talking about how the body is changed by this transformation on an anatomical level, seeing as, well, there's really no way around it. It's a supernatural disease. But that doesn't mean we can't discuss what is happening internally to these creatures, as shown by the clues that they present. So, what's better than camping? Not being eaten, for one thing. We open up our story to a couple camping deep within the Scotland Highlands. The air is cool, the ground is damp, and the werewolves are hungry. They spend their days sort of screwing around, and after, the woman gives the man a present, a silver letter opener. They continue to hang out in the tent, but as they do, they begin to hear a noise. The zipper on the tent is being slowly opened. As it is, they freeze in horror, staring at it, not making a move. Probably not the best plan, seeing as the woman is then immediately grabbed by the legs and is attempted to be dragged out. The man grabs her arms, but after a brief struggle, judging by the amount of blood, either her leg was ripped off or it dug into her abdomen. When it did, this sent her into instant shock and she was dragged the rest of the way out. From the man's perspective, something then enters the tent and then he meets his end as well. In another part of the same country in North Wales, a soldier named Cooper is running through the woods being pursued by others. Eventually he is caught up to and held captive. As he is complimented for being the last one to be caught, having eluded the forces for over a full day, it is revealed to us after a short conversation that Cooper was attempting to join the special forces known as the Special Air Service, or SAS for short. However, shortly after his capture, the leader known as Captain Richard Ryan orders Cooper to take out a dog in cold blood, sealing his entry into the SAS. Cooper refuses to follow Captain Dick's orders, to which old Dick takes out the dog anyhow. Seems like a waste of resources and training, but what do I know? Cooper ultimately is failed because of this and then returned back to his unit. Roughly a month later, a squad of 6 British soldiers are then sent out into the Scottish Highlands. After the helicopter drops them off with tools containing only blanks, it's clear to see that their training is not as pronounced as the soldiers we saw earlier. Sergeant Wells is leading the team and keeping everyone organized as they move out into the forest. Their mission is to conduct a training exercise against the SAS to help them learn as well as keep the SAS sharp for future missions. While they set up camp for the night and begin trading stories, the sergeant mentions about his friend meeting an unfortunate end, which has taught him to keep his mind open on things because of the manner of how it happened. As Spoon launches into a joke to cut the tension afterwards, a cow is then dropped onto the ground, terrifying them all momentarily. Upon further inspection, it is revealed that the cow had puncture wounds from bites all over it, and it was really just ripped to shreds. Out in the woods, the group of soldiers has already been spotted and is currently being tracked by the SAS, so I guess critical mission failure on that front. We'll get them next time, but it's also about to be mission failure for the SAS. From an unseen set of eyes, the SAS team is currently being stalked. Captain Ryan is out in the woods as something clearly is seeing him from the trees. Able to see perfectly fine at night, it attacks the SAS group, and only the captain is really able to get off a few rounds. The rest of the team goes dark, and only the British soldiers are left around the campfire. The next day, the plan is to continue their counter mission against the SAS, but Sergeant, after inspecting the cow, decides he is more curious about what happened to it. He instructs the soldiers that they will be moving in another direction to determine where all the blood came from. Having this open mind, it's assumed to be wolves in the area, but at the same time, the sergeant isn't really sure what took it out and would like to look further into this issue. Moving through a thicket of woods, they eventually happen upon what's left of the SAS team. Ammo and full clips are scattered everywhere, but nothing was used. Upon realizing it was live ammo, the soldiers begin to question what was happening, but upon doing so, realize that Captain Richards is still alive. They see he's gravely injured and begin trying to patch him up. While they ask him what happened, he keeps shouting that there was only supposed to be one cryptically and then won't answer their questions. As the soldiers attempt to radio for help, they realize that the radio is in fact completely trashed. They can't get airlift, they can't call for help, and they're completely isolated. As night begins to fall, they begin hearing noises in the thickets of the wood. Eventually, an all-out assault of an unknown contact begins and everyone begins to quasi-panic. They begin to unload everything they have, with some soldiers running and scattering. One soldier in the chaos, known as Bruce, is then impaled as he tries to run from one of the creatures. Sergeant Wells finds him, but as he does, another beast emerges from the woods. He opens up on it, but barely does anything. He's then mortally injured with his guts hanging out of his stomach. Before being ended though, Cooper shows up to help and then pulls him out of there. The ones left begin a mad dash through the woods, carrying the sergeant along with Captain Ryan with the beast hot on their tail. Every once in a while they will turn around to fire on it, but these really don't deter them in the slightest. As they exit the woods, a rover pulls up driven by a civilian called Megan, who is a zoologist. She says that the night previous she heard firing in the woods and came out to investigate, which I would implore you, if you hear firing in the woods, you probably shouldn't go investigate. She mentions that there is a family that lives up the road as the beasts begin to attack the vehicle that they are in. Shiving one through the arm, eventually Megan is able to get traction and then takes off down the road towards the family's house. At this point, the remaining soldiers are Wells, Cooper, Spoon, Joe, and Terry, along with Captain Ryan. All head for the house to seek refuge from their unknown assailants. After their arrival, they take Sergeant Wells upstairs and begin to treat his wounds the best they can. Without proper medical intervention, however, it's simply a band-aid and will need much more attention when they aren't currently being hunted. It is understood at this point that these creatures are in fact werewolves. The zoologist mentions it may seem crazy, but there are things out there that we just simply don't understand. With this information, they realize if they can hold out till morning, then they should revert back to their human forms. After this, as they head outside to check on the rover as well as the area, Cooper and Terry look around and they realize that the rover's engine bay has been completely obliterated. With their only chance of escaping this place ruined, they look further out and see that these beasts have surrounded the house, trapping them. Cooper opens fires on them, but it does nothing. They move inside and begin locking down the house, and during the ensuing scuffle, Terry's just straight up abducted by the beasts and won't be seen until later. The soldiers begin to realize that if they don't get out of there or they send only one person for help, then nobody is going to make it. Megan tells them that there is another car in the shed, but she doesn't have the keys for it. As such, someone will need to hotwire it. Joe's the man for the job. Spoon jumps out the window to be a distraction and yells out for the werewolves to come and get him. One moves in to attack and he takes off running. Joe then makes his move quietly to the barn. He opens up the door and begins hotwiring the car. When the lights turn on, it reveals that Terry is currently in there too. A lone werewolf is currently feasting on his still living body. Terry looks at Joe as the wolf bites into his neck and then completely takes his head off and throws it at the car. Another werewolf begins to attack the car and he floors it out of there backwards. As he pulls up to the house and waits for the others to gather the rest of their stuff, a stream of breath can be seen next to him. He asks, "You're behind me, aren't you?" He then turns around to go out fighting, jumps into the back seat with it. The werewolf though is much stronger, however. It quickly takes him out, spraying the inside of the car. As the others open the door to the back, the rest of Joe comes oozing out of the cabin. Or at least, what's left of Joe. Captain Ryan at this point is starting to look a little more chipper for some reason. After suffering grievous wounds, he's now up and walking around. The rest of the group still doesn't trust him, so they tie him to a chair to interrogate him. He reveals that the men were actually just live bait. They were sent out to attract the werewolf and given blanks so they couldn't injure it. The SAS was supposed to go in and then capture the creature, but it turned out there were multiple of these werewolves which overwhelmed them. He mentions what's worse is they were given permission to use the men as live bait. Enraged, Cooper and Wells try to take Ryan out, but it's too late. He falls to the floor and is greatly pained. He looks up and his eyes have turned yellow. Realizing he is turning, everyone backs up. Moments later, Ryan gets up fully transformed and the group attacks him with everything they have. Eventually, this is enough to overwhelm the creature and it breaks through the window and escapes. After, it is revealed that the family that lives there are actually the werewolves, and they are literally taking refuge in the den of these things. They attempt to further lock down the house as the werewolves continue their attack, where, alright, I don't know man, this part just always gets me, so I have to mention it. It made me laugh as a kid, and it still makes me laugh as an adult. One of the werewolves sticks its hands through the mail slot, and as Spoon is nailing wood to the door, he starts smacking the living hell out of it, which I always thought was hilarious, but this absolutely going ape on werewolves will be seen later from Spoon, but it still gets me every time. At this point, an all-out fight with anything and everything ensues between the soldiers and werewolves. Being extremely low on ammo, they now have to resort to pots, pans, knives, swords, lamps, plates, basically anything to create distance and injury. They understand, however, this is not going to work for very long, and the only thing keeping these things even remotely at bay is they have no idea how much ammo they actually have, so they need another plan. They discover that the house possesses a lot of gasoline, seeing as it's so remote. They decide that they will use the rover that Joe drove over that's currently leaking gas everywhere, and this will create a trail, and they will put a bunch of canisters in the rover and then blow the barn. Megan concludes there must be werewolves in there, and this plan should work. As they complete the plan and blow the barn, however, it is revealed that there is nothing in there. Instead, from an earlier injury Megan received when she cut her hand on a window pane where the werewolf blood was, she is now turning, and she let the werewolves in by unlocking the back door to the house. The werewolves surround her as part of their pack, but Megan is quickly taken out by Cooper, seeing as she's still vulnerable in her mostly human form. At this point, it's a fight for survival. Wells and Cooper are forced upstairs with Spoon being left downstairs, each fighting their own werewolf. I'll tell you, my boy Spoon puts up a hell of a fight, man. Again, literally going ape on the one attacking him, he ends up throwing the whole kitchen at it and then getting into a fist fight. He eventually finds a knife and begins to stab the creature, and during one of the kicks, he actually ends up knocking out the canine tooth. Gaining the upper hand, he tries to take it out by beating it with a pan, but then another werewolf shows up to help out the other, getting third-partied because werewolves have no honor. He says he hopes he gives them the shits, and then they begin to eat him. Upstairs, Cooper and Wells are split up, with each engaging in a game of keep away from the werewolves. As they begin breaking through the doors though, Cooper breaks through the wall to Sergeant Wells, where they both attempt to hide in a wardrobe. Now you may be noticing at this point that, man, considering Sergeant Wells' guts were hanging out not too long ago, he's doing pretty well. Well, that might be a problem later. As they hide in the wardrobe, they find the remains of presumably the campers from earlier in the month. The werewolves in turn find them, to which Wells shoots through the floor to the kitchen and they both momentarily escape. Cooper then looks up to find a watch and a pile of gore, which is what's left of Spoon, meaning that they are the last two left. Sergeant Wells knows something is amiss at this point internally as he feels pain unrelated to his wounds. He shoves Cooper into the basement and tells him to let everyone know what happened. He then shuts the hatch and begins to fill the room with gas. As he does, the werewolves enter, but they don't immediately attack. Wells' eyes then turn yellow, and with his last bit of humanity, he raises his lighter. Another werewolf smacks it out of his hand, to which Wells then hits the lighter on the stove, causing the explosion that destroys the house. After the kaboom, Cooper is down in the basement looking around. He finds pieces of people and the rest of the campers, but doesn't know it. As he moves about, it turns out that Captain Ryan is waiting for him down there. It begins to attack him, throwing him around. Interestingly, it doesn't just end him, but we'll get to that intelligence later. As it continues to punch him and throw him around, the Border Collie then attacks, giving Cooper just enough time to find the silver letter opener from the camper. He stabs it into Captain Ryan's chest, which makes him vulnerable. At this point, Cooper has no qualms about taking out a dog in cold blood and pops Captain Ryan right between the eyes, ending him. The movie wraps up with a view of a sensationalized newspaper under the title "Werewolves Ate My Platoon" under the score of the game from the night previous, ensuring nobody would ever believe it and werewolves would still remain folklore. God, I love this movie. Honestly, it's one of my favorites. Nothing quite like a bunch of trained soldiers fighting monsters. Always kind of a cool concept. So seeing as this is quite clearly a supernatural disease that doesn't stem from anything located in the real world, I figured we would go over the anatomical changes of a human turning to a werewolf, because there are quite a few, as well as the mental preservation and I guess also degradation in some areas concerning the brain. I know this isn't the standard, but every once in a while conventional science cannot explain everything. So let's get to a breakdown of the werewolf, shall we? The intelligence of a werewolf is more than that of a wolf, but less than that of a human. Looking at context clues throughout the movie, it's pretty apparent that an area of the brain associated with complex thought and planning has been heavily influenced. And this is likely due to the structural changes in the brain due to skull growth. When a human is infected, starting with the head, we see that their heads do increase in size, but the brow slope is at a much greater angle than normal. Because of this, pressure on the prefrontal cortex would much likely be higher. Increased pressure on any part of the brain is never a good thing, but it's interesting because as we know, any changes to the frontal lobe can result in memory loss, degradation of higher level thinking, and advanced planning. The way the werewolves attack the house shows a lack of high level thinking and advanced planning in particular, as they continue to attack with reckless abandonment. Instead, they attack like an animal would with a smaller frontal lobe. Another interesting thing to note about this hypothesized pressure on the frontal lobe is memory loss. Now, I don't know if you know much about werewolves, but supposedly they never remember what happened or where they were or how they got somewhere. Because of this, while that pressure is on the brain, they aren't making new memories, and when the skull goes back to its normal shape, this relieves the pressure. This would indicate that the human brain is still in its standard form, and a reason for this is the ability to use things in ways animals wouldn't understand. It is seen during one of the combat scenes that a werewolf grabs a shotgun from one soldier and then fires back through the window at him. It then, however, proceeds to throw the shotgun to the floor. Due to the memory of likely having one of these during their human form, they can still remember how to operate things. The frontal lobe pressure may affect new memories, but old ones can still be retrieved. Another example of intelligence still being present is how they know how to open doors by using door handles as opposed to just breaking them down. And even further, when they are attacking the rover's engine bay by ripping apart, shows some ability to understand how the car moves by the engine, or when they destroy the radio of the SAS specifically so they couldn't call for help. And lastly, Cooper and Ryan were not friends. In fact, they could be considered enemies. Cooper and Ryan engaging in a fist fight rather than Ryan just straight up using his claws to end him shows that he had previous understanding of their resentment and wants the revenge to last. This intelligence is preserved somewhat, and this makes them more capable than just any other animal. However, it would appear that in other areas of the brain, the effects may reactivate old portions of our instincts. So your brain is built on successive generations. Old instincts are still there, just buried deep under the primate brain. So just the generalized thinking, just so you know, the large cerebrum that we have is called a primate brain. Under that is the mammalian brain, and under that is the lizard brain. It's basically, as the brain evolved outwards, you still have the same internal structures. So it's all based on evolution. But with the mammalian brain being further down, and even the lizard brain being even further past that, this is where human instincts are housed, predatory and prey, essentially. Now, like I said, this is massively boiled down, and the complexities are kind of ridiculous, but this is the best way to explain it. It would seem this disease reactivates and makes likely the mammalian portion of the brain more in control. The reason for this is because in a lot of ways, the frontal cortex does keep those impulses in check, and with it currently subdued, the brain is allowed to run at a much more animalistic level than normal, which may explain the aggression and still social ability of the werewolves. With the brain covered, now I would like to cover the physiology of these creatures because there are quite a few changes that are incredibly painful to a person. Getting a good look at these things, when they enter a house and corner Sergeant Wells, it is seen they are literally almost hitting the top of their heads on the roof above them. Judging by soldiers, with them likely being from ranging about 5'8" to 6 feet tall and having no issue completely towering over them, this means that these werewolves are likely over 8 feet tall or almost 3 meters tall. This would imply massive growth within the long bones of the body as well as vertebrae. Seeing as these werewolves are absolute units, this would imply that the growth plates of the human body would need to be reactivated. These plates, known as epiphyseal plates, are the tissue near the ends of long bones that can be active during the growth of children and adolescents. Then, as an adult, these will fuse and harden, but they can actually be reactivated under certain circumstances. It's been shown that if you have a cancerous tumor on top of your pituitary gland, this can almost reactivate these growth plates to a degree and cause a person to grow. But ultimately, this bone added and stretched will give you your height. And this is what accounted for your legs hurting a lot as when you were a kid. Welcome to your body changing. Actually, I don't know if yours hurt, but mine used to feel like somebody was stabbing me with a hammer. Great times to be alive. Actually, did y'all's legs hurt? I'm interested to know. Put that in the comments. Anyhow, when you become an adult, like I said, these plates fuse, and that's the end of that. During this infection, however, all bones are changed, including the teeth. This reactivation of bone growth would mean that these plates are hyperactive, it would seem. And this could be caused by pituitary changes due to this infection, but these changes would have to be incredibly rapid. So the osteoblast would be sent in and then begin adding bone at unprecedented rates. As the bones were lengthened, this would account for the pain the person feels. In particular, the legs appear to be roughly double the size as well as the arms. The vertebrae would also have to increase in size, which would explain the recoiling that we see as the spinal cord is likely stretched to near maximum capacity. However, even with this stretching, considering the mass of this creature and how it can put it on very quickly, it would be unlikely that the nervous system would be neglected. Humans have a maximum height range that our nervous systems are actually designed to handle. In fact, the tallest man in the world, Robert Wadlow, at a height of 8 feet 11 inches or 2.72 meters, reported that a lot of the time he felt tingling in his extremities or even completely numb a lot of the time. This is because the nervous system was never designed to be stretched that thin so quickly. Likely nervous tissue severing and shearing happened in the longest portions of his body. The same would likely happen to the werewolves if their infection didn't compensate for this. With the adding of nervous tissue, they could still likely move, but I would say they do appear to be somewhat affected by their rapid growth still. And this is because when you look at them, they look more uncoordinated than you might expect when in enclosed places. More clumsy, I guess, would be a best way to put it. And this could be because of the nervous system being slightly damaged by this change. But speaking of the skeletal changes to the body from earlier, it would also appear that the skeletal muscular systems are ramped up as well. If you add on to someone's height by a factor of 2, the werewolves would really just be skinny as a rail. And because those muscles are stretched to that capacity, they would likely be incredibly weak. Instead, because of this disease adding mass everywhere, the muscle is also added to as well. Due to the overall structuring of the body, the general connection points are kept the same, but more muscle tissue is added and likely new strands are formed to sort of accompany this change. If you shrunk the werewolf back down to standard human size, it would likely look like someone in a strongman competition by comparison, but due to the height, the muscle is then stretched out more. I would like to note, moving this much muscle would also seem to suggest that the nervous tissue is added to properly mobilize and contract the added muscle to the frame. This added tissue allows them to run faster and literally fling humans with a hit or cause heavy damage to their internal organs with just one swipe. All of these changes, however, would be nothing without an increased metabolism, and that being there can kind of explain the presence of these other symptoms. To add muscle, nervous tissue, bone production, the one thing you are gonna need more than anything else is more mitosis. In fact, a lot of mitosis, almost to the point of cooking your own body. However, the disease does seem to affect the mitotic pathways within cells and would cause hormonal signaling to the rest of the body to induce these changes. This increased metabolism would explain why the werewolves hunt so fervently and eat almost an entire person or multiple people in one sitting because of the likely constant hunger pains they feel. This hunger and need to eat, coupled with the basic instincts being reactivated, as well as the frontal lobe depression, would also explain why the werewolf would turn against someone it formerly knew and change the way they think, because without food, they may literally expire. An increased metabolism would also show why they are so resistant to damage, firing everything they had at these werewolves. One soldier mentions how they quite literally filled it with lead. Quite right, the only way for this creature to walk away from all of that is if its healing capacity was off the charts. Likely after the body was damaged, an immediate healing would begin. However, should the damage be enough, like when one werewolf gets its arm chopped off, regeneration is different from healing. Likely that injury would remain, but fuse together over time. Not fuse with its original arm, but fuse over. The same healing factor is also what keeps Captain Ryan alive in the basement with a literal sword through his chest. This is not to say though they are invincible. Detonating the house does completely blow apart werewolves, meaning that they can be taken out by more energetic means. The healing factor is also shown to be ramping up when Captain Ryan appeared to be knocking on death's door, and as time progressed, he was able to get up and move around more freely and seemed perfectly fine. Another example of this is when Sergeant Wells, who literally had his guts hanging out, after them being placed back in, his wounds began to heal quite quickly, and even he knew something was amiss based on how well he was feeling. What we can see is that werewolves are producing a lot of heat, which accompanies a high metabolism, and this is seen at some points through the movie as well. When Joe's in the truck, a stream of hot air along with relatively deep and quick breathing can be seen next to him. Not only would this help to somewhat cool the werewolf, but it shows that a lot of heat is coming off of this thing. Likely they would need to continue to breathe quickly, much like how a dog does to stay cool. Another likely possibility in staying cool is that when Sergeant Wells is attacked upstairs, human sweat glands are quite active on the werewolf as it appears to be saturated as it stands over him. Physically, the werewolves change a human morphologically as well. We never actually see the feet of these creatures, but it can be assumed the way they are walking that their feet have changed from a plantigrade structuring with humans to a digitigrade structuring like wolves. The lengthening of the tarsal bones gives them paws and they walk on the balls of their feet. Moving further up, we see that the fibia and tibia have been lengthened quite a bit. The structuring of the legs appears somewhat human along with the torso, but much more elongated. To be expected, the arms are lengthened with the humerus bone and radius and ulna bones suffering the same fate. The phalanges have been increased in size and now possess massive claws. We see with Captain Ryan that the lacuna of the nail begins rapidly producing these nails several inches in length, which can be used for eviscerating. Getting to the head of the creature is where the real moneymaker is. This particular werewolf possesses a type of mane, likely because of where the human's natural hair follicles grow concerning on the top of the head. Although, just a fun fact for you, we actually have the same amount of hair as chimps, we just have finer hair. But with all over the cells being overhauled, it would appear that these hair follicles kick into overdrive as well. The ears increase in length and become pointed, and the face is structurally changed to a ridiculous degree. Okay, it's supernatural, so I'm just gonna have to call it what it is. The face is turned very wolf-like in appearance with the maxillabone and mandible of the human forming a snout. The teeth are lengthened in proportion with the rest of the body, and the hair on the face is added. That's the one thing that actually does make sense. Known as werewolf syndrome, this disease can actually completely cover the face in hair. So that wouldn't be too far-fetched to assume that's happening based on hair follicles on the head being heavily influenced. The skin cells are also being influenced not only in their rapid division to accommodate the height, but also have increased in their pigmentation. It appears overproduction of melanin from their original amount produced is also quite prevalent. So what exactly is happening to someone who is infected? Well, a scratch, bite, swipe, whatever can infect you. This is clearly a supernatural disease, as nothing like it has been seen before or would change you in this way concerning what we know currently. However, what it does appear to do is affect the mitotic pathways of all the cells in the body, and as a result causes the infected to grow rapidly, and through this process portions of the brain are affected and depressed. With this happening, this would inspire a great hunger in these creatures, making them eat anything, likely even people that they knew, which comes from folktales. The brain would make no new memories, but may retain some semblance of human intellect through the process, and at that end, this creature returning to its normal form would require the ending of many cells unless they became cancerous. And I also would just like to point out, there is an end at which cells can undergo mitosis. I believe it's about 60 times. So this disease, if it were real, would likely cause people to age very rapidly. So I would probably say inside of like a year, you might advance an age of like 50 years. Well, let's entertain an idea real quick to wrap this thing up. We all know werewolves are vulnerable to silver. In fact, it's shown when Cooper plunges a letter opener into Captain Ryan that his skin has a physical yellowing reaction to the silver, and that makes him incredibly vulnerable to the damage to his head. So what does silver do to the body of humans exactly? Well, turns out it's mostly safe, but like anything out there, too much of it can cause a poisoning effect. Most interestingly, it would appear that it can affect blood cells as a result. It can actually have an impact on changing their cellular shape, making them less able to carry oxygen and also in turn change their ion concentrations and ability to exchange ions. Because of this, we can assume that the introduction of silver to a werewolf is an accelerated process. So taking a human growing to large proportions may take years, right? And this could be caused to damage to the pituitary gland. But taking the person and exposing them to silver over these years may produce the same effects on the body, such as anemia and low oxygen saturation. So my thinking is this: silver affects the body of a werewolf so badly because everything is increased like 1,000-fold. The body is running at such a high level, which means contact with silver damages the blood. And with the blood damaged, the cells are changed and then can no longer keep up with the oxygen demand. This in turn breaks down the increased mitosis of these beasts and what they run at, and they can't sustain those levels anymore. With this damage caused, they're more susceptible to the hits that would put humans down, but likely this runaway effect would also lead to their end after a few moments, making them seem so susceptible to silver versus other forms of poisoning. So in a sense, destroy the blood and you may be able to destroy the werewolf. But it's not enough to just leak the blood out. You need to literally corrupt it from the inside, which requires you getting close. So remember this as we go out for Halloween, and it's a full moon tomorrow. Oh man. According to the wiki, this movie is based loosely on the source material, and man, they couldn't have been more correct on that front. So I don't know if you guys know about it, but Doom from 2005 was a wild ride of, wait, what is happening? And then also, wait, what just happened? But then again, I'm no film critic. There is, however, an interesting idea that I would like to discuss as it pertains to genetics concerning this movie. So in the year 2026, humans would uncover something that would be a complete game changer. Linking us to the planet Mars via a portal known as the Ark, the portal was almost hidden, or almost purposely hidden, deep within the crust in Nevada. After its discovery, obviously a scientific venture would be launched to move through the portal to see what was on the other side, which is interesting. But we will cover something I noticed in the movie, and you probably did too. However, while on the other side, it seems that the portal was really meant to be an escape. So let's get to this demonic invasion turned completely biogenetic and discuss what was the thinking behind these monsters and why they turned the way they did. Alright, with that out of the way, you'll see a timestamp up on screen if you want to bypass the summary of this movie that is supposedly based on Doom 3, but I'm not buying it. Then you can jump straight into that juicy science. Otherwise, let's get to the breakdown. We open up this live action movie in the same way most live action movies open. Complete chaos. A group of scientists are running from some unseen monster. As they continue to haul down the hallway, many are being picked off one by one. Eventually, Dr. Carmack is the last as he shuts the door on a colleague, leading to her demise. He then sends out a distress call back to Earth, stating that quarantine needs to be enacted as something has escaped. The door is broken open and an unknown beast lurks just beyond its borders. Back Earthside, the Rapid Response Tactical Squad, or double RTS, is getting ready to go on some leave for the first time in 6 months. Sarge receives orders from his superiors to save data from the scientists and escort them out as well as secure the facility. The group loads up and then heads out to the Ark. Initially, Reaper is asked to stay behind due to his connection with the planet, but he decides that it's better for him to come along anyways. As they ride along, they are briefed that the UAC had to shut down the lab due to some sort of threat. The squad isn't too sure what that threat actually is, as nothing is being relayed to them. The squad rides on the elevator deep down underground and towards the Ark. As they descend, they are met by UAC employees who have the Ark secured. They approach the Ark with a team, one by one, and all move through. Okay, so I break off from this idea that the Ark is actually pretty cool. The idea of being ripped apart on an atomic level and transported has always been kind of something that we assumed warp travel would be like, or not really warp travel, but portal travel. Anyhow, after they reassembled and then puke up their guts as a result, they're met by Pinky, the site director. Pinky briefs them on what is happening, and during it, the kid asks if traveling is always that rough. He mentions that it used to be a lot more rough and some turbulence would happen, which is how he lost his legs. So I break away again. So this confirms that there are actually multiple jump points across the universe that humanity has access to, unless his legs were sent back to Earth. His legs were literally sent, though, at least from what I believe, to an unknown facility. And I mean, I get Mars is screwed, but why is nobody kind of exploring that other route? Anyhow, after their briefing, they go upstairs and then are met by Reaper's sister, Samantha. Samantha begins talking about a few of the experiments that they were conducting on the planet, including new technologies. She goes on to say that the reason they are doing less than ethical experiments up here is because the planet is no longer alive, so it beats doing it back on Earth in your own backyard. During the attack, one phone was left off the hook, and all can be heard screaming. As they all continue to make their way through the facility, they do not find any evidence of any person around. The only thing they really turn up are some sketch experiments taking place with animals and what it appears to be human arms. And speaking of arms development! Sarge locates a tool known as the BFG, which will be quite handy later on. As Reaper and Samantha, or John as he's known, continue to pull information, he spots a skeleton shielding a child. Nicknamed Lucy, the bones were brought up from a dig site on Mars, making them native, at least by our definition. As he continues to inquire about the humans on this planet, it comes out that it was really just a humanoid. She doesn't believe that they were human, but instead may just have the bone structure of humans. She pulls up a file showing that these creatures actually had 24 pairs of chromosomes rather than the standard 23 pairs in humans. She goes on to say that these people literally have conquered everything. There is no record of diseases whatsoever in their population. Cancers, viruses, bacteria, whatever that could attack their body seemingly was no longer an issue. On top of this, the 24th chromosome caused the cells to divide up to 50 times faster than normal, making them borderline immune to damage to their body in a conventional sense, although obviously they could be taken out. Which brings me to the skeleton shielding the child. Just a bit of a plot point, but how did she meet her end exactly? I mean, she became petrified all while holding that position. From what we see with the monsters in the movie, they're really just tearing people apart. It's just, okay, anyways, never mind. John brings up that maybe these humanoids were just naturally superior to humans, and Samantha says they were not natural at all. The earliest fossils she found were actually just like humans. They had 23 chromosomes, and instead, this 24th chromosome appears to be bioengineered and also appears to be administered as they became more technologically advanced. She suggests that maybe they met their end through time, to which John rightly deduces you don't shield a baby from time. After having these discussions, Dr. Carmack quasi-attacks a group, then runs. The soldiers give chase and back him into a corner. He drops the arm that he was holding, but appears to be degrading somehow mentally. Samantha approaches him and he rips off his own ear. Samantha then says that she will take him back and talk to him as she knows him, but this would prove to be a terrible idea later on. Taking him back to medical, they all begin working on him and running tests. They pull some of his blood and determine that it appears to be some coagulation within his cardiovascular system. After running an analysis in the blood, they find that it doesn't match any known blood type in humans. While running these tests, however, they look back to see that he has gotten off the gurney and has escaped. While they were doing this, the rest head out to locate the body that was supposed to have the attached arm. Portman and the kid move through the hallways and eventually find a woman. She turns and has a demonic face, and they put her down immediately and then radio that they found the rest of her that should attach to the arm. Moving into genetics, the group finds that all the animals from earlier have been ripped apart. With organs sprayed all over, they eventually find a lone person standing over the mouse cage eating them. The creature turns around and then brandishes a bone saw and runs at them. They quickly take him out, and now Dr. Olson is out of the game. The team eventually begins chasing something big later on that they just catch a glimpse of. As they attempt to corner it, it moves down into the sewer system of the facility. Giving chase, Sarge, the kid, Reaper, and Goat all descend and begin moving through. They eventually find that another scientist is down there and completely done as well. Moving through, eventually Goat is attacked by the creature with multiple eyes and has the creature transfer something into his neck. Eventually John is able to subdue it with a punch and a ton of shots. They drag it back to the medical lab where they're trying to resuscitate Goat. As they keep trying to resuscitate Goat, they would ultimately fail, and then they reveal that the creature that did it is in no way human. They assume that it must be completely alien and then shut down the Ark after sending all the civilians through. Max shuts the door behind them after arming Pinky, and they begin the autopsy of this creature. Eventually, the entire team meets back up and they discuss what they should do at this point. Sarge is also looking a little crazy-eyed when Portman mentions that the SOP states that they need to call in reinforcements. This will be important later. As Samantha waits for Duke to return, she gets a little freaked out and then heads through the nanowall. Eventually, Duke does return, and as he's in the hallway, the creature begins attacking him and then slices open his arm. As it runs at them, Samantha is able to close the nanowall, trapping the creature in the process. Next, the man with the least amount of screen time is also sent to check out an area alone, which that's 10 out of 10 thinking. We all know it's going to happen. Max slowly moves through, and then something is clearly stalking him. After John's flashback about his family getting buried in a rock slide on Mars, Mac hears something and turns around, and his literal head is knocked off his shoulders by the strength of this creature. Sarge and Reaper give chase as the creature runs, and they are able to wing it before it escapes entirely. Continuing the autopsy from the beast that they captured earlier, they begin trying to figure out what it is. As they do, they are finding a lot of human-like organs, but this doesn't necessarily prove that it's human. They then find that the appendix of this creature has been removed, and that pretty much seals the deal that it was absolutely human. At this point, Goat stands back up from his seemingly earlier ending. He shows that he's actually still in there mentally, and he appears to know what he's doing. He then begins slamming his head into the glass, breaking open his skull, and ending himself for a second time in the process. Sarge at this point has now acquired the BFG, basically the only thing in this movie that actually relates to Doom. Portman ends up leaving Destroyer and heading to the bathroom. He feigns his original plan and really is in there just to call reinforcements. Seeing as Destroyer is alone, however, the creature takes this moment to attack him. As Destroyer slowly moves, the creature grabs him and begins flinging him around. Destroyer is then thrown into the holding cell from earlier. He gets up and begins begins engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the beast. After a hard-fought fight, he's able to pin the creature against the wall, electrocuting it in the process. Unfortunately, this thing is huge, so the juice required to put it down obviously didn't do it the first time, and it won't do it this time. Destroyer tries to make his escape by climbing up the chain, but ultimately is knocked off and falls back into the pit. However, this time he lands wrong, and the sound of it kind of makes me think that maybe he snapped his spine upon landing. As Portman sends out a call for help, he exits the stall to find a rat. When he does this, a creature then grabs him from the roof, and Sarge runs in, firing the BFG. Unfortunately, however, it appears to cause atomic decay from the looks of how much heat it's producing, so whether it was the BFG or the infected, who's really to ultimately say what took Portman out? Back in the medical lab, Samantha is conducting an experiment on the creature in the wall. She begins to understand that the beasts that are attacking them are just really people who are infected. The beast in the wall was actually Dr. Carmack. The one on the table is Steve Willits, the original person that they were actually all looking for. She mentions how they are all genetically mutated and might even be reversible. Sarge then begins to lose it and then kind of just takes out Dr. Carmack, saying that now his situation is irreversible. Samantha continues to protest that they aren't doing anything sketch, but Mr. Nanowall over there suggests different. The data she was downloading shows that actually some really strange things were happening on Mars. Apparently Dr. Carmack took some of the 24th chromosome and began human trials despite not getting the go-ahead. Well, the go-ahead from the ethics committee anyways. The subject was lowered into the holding pit shortly after injection. We can see that his skin has become blotchy and eventually all the bones begin undergoing morphological changes. Presentation of genetic mutations begin to manifest in the hands first until ultimately this would likely change the entire skeletal structure. Reaper and Sarge then haul back to the Ark after Pinky calls to tell them that something is cutting through the door. They find that Pinky is gone and the Ark has been activated. Sarge orders them to get as much ammo as possible as they're heading back through to contain whatever just went through. Reaper then runs back to grab his sister, and as he does, she has a revelation about what's going on. She shows that the infected appear to prefer people over others. The monsters are choosing who to infect with this chromosome based on their brain matter. Sam postulates that the monsters are latching onto certain neurochemical markers within the brain. Some humans with the 24th chromosome were superhuman, while others turn into monsters. She suggests that maybe 10% of the coding of the human genome is what contains good or evil. Basically a soul, which I'm not so sure about that, but we'll discuss it later. Upon exiting the Ark, they find that most who are on the other side of the portal are just done. Sarge then goes back to double tapping to make sure that nothing gets back up and walks around. The rest of the team follows suit, popping shots the whole way down the hallway. As they move through, they do eventually find those who returned feasting on those who were able to be run down. They annihilate the whole group and they move even further in the building. As they continue to do so, they do find that some civilians did in fact make it. The Reaper ironically says, "Don't take out everyone," and Sarge goes on to take out all the civilians asking for help, as he believes it's a full infection that can't be helped at this point. Duke finds Pinky in a pile of people as he moves through, and the kid goes on to find the previously mentioned civilians in the back rooms. Sam mentions how many others may not be infected or even capable of being infected. But unfortunately at this point, Sarge is beginning to totally lose it. The kid runs up and mentions that the civilians are there, and Sarge asks him why he hasn't taken them out yet. The kid disagrees and then takes a bullet in the throat for it. Reaper at this point isn't too jazzed with the Sarge. He turns on him and they both square up. Pinky freaks out and brandishes his own handheld, and then he's attacked by the creature that came through the Ark as it throws him around. The Sarge attempts to take out the creature, but it's fruitless, and then the thing runs through a nano wall. Reaper and Sarge move through giving chase, and they stop as a horde attacks them, and then they have to move back through the nano wall. They quickly move though, but as they do, the wall won't close as Sarge just accidentally broke the button because he's exhibiting some strange attributes. Duke is then dragged through the floor and meets his end, and the Sarge is grabbed through the wall. Eventually the wall does close, and the ricochet hits Reaper, injuring him in the guts. Based on the bleed, gonna have to say it's probably an abdominal aorta bleed. Sam attempts to patch him up, but realizes the only thing she can do to actually save him is inject him with the 24th chromosome. She says that he's not evil, so it won't turn him into a monster. He protests, but she notes that he's bleeding to death, so she injects him anyways. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him. He hands her his handheld just in case he turns, but she turns it down. He passes out after the injection. When he wakes back up, we see something is kind of way more Doom-like, which is pretty awesome. He approaches the mirror to see that all his wounds and cuts have now completely healed, indicating that the injection has worked. Now entirely hyper-focused, he systematically makes his way through the compound, which this, again, is arguably the coolest part of the movie, but it kind of needs more metal. But hey, we even get to see a Hell Knight, which is pretty dope. Moving even further, we see that the Hell Knight is wielding a chain chainsaw, which is even cooler. And this would indicate that even though they have become absolute monsters, tools at their disposal haven't completely gone outside of their ability to grasp and understand. Moving further in, we spot Pinky, and Pinky is now turned into just a god-awful version of Pinky. So after taking the chainsaw to it, he eventually bisects it, mostly mortally injuring it as he puts it down permanently. Sarge then shows up mentioning that he took care of the civilians, and as he does, the quarantine is lifted. He mentions that they should probably just go outside and get some fresh air, but then Sarge's hand begins splitting open his glove to show that he's actually beginning to change. They open fire at one another, and the situation devolves into a hand-to-hand fight. It becomes clear as the fight goes on that Sarge is beginning to change into whatever these creatures are. With monster versus superhuman, the room suffers heavy damage until eventually Sarge is forced through the Ark. As he is, Reaper then throws a grenade through, blowing up the Sarge and the Ark in the process, sealing the genetic testing on the Red Planet until humanity can get there by its own natural technology levels. Reaper and Samantha then exit the facility, and we get to the end of this movie. So first things first, what is going on with this story, and what is going on with this movie? I figured covering this may be the best route since, I'm not sure if this is actually canon to the Doom universe, but surely not, seeing as there's no demons, just genetic anomalies. So once upon a time, prior to the stripping of the Mars atmosphere, roughly around the same time as what we think Venus was, likely both planets had oceans and continents, which is just a fun fact for you. Venus went through its hellish landscape changes, which is what we see today with it being the hottest planet in the solar system. Mars, however, had different issues. As its magnetosphere degraded and ultimately failed, the atmosphere would be stripped away by solar winds, leading to the barren planet that we see today. This is why actually now it's so difficult to establish a colony on Mars, as we have yet to do so anyways, because we still don't fully understand how to keep out ionizing radiation from the sun. And just as a fun fact, Venus also does not have a magnetosphere. Interesting, is it not? Regardless, when Mars was habitable, it would appear as though humans either evolved there or were more technologically advanced back in history. I would have to say it's the former over the latter, and here's why. If we evolved on this timeline on Earth and were technologically far enough along, we would have retained that tech unless there was some cataclysmic event. The Earth-based humans would have just shut the Ark, sealing the creatures on Mars rather than allowing them to ransack Earth, and our portals would have just continued to run the same as in other areas. However, based on the fossil record on Mars, it would appear that humans stemmed there first. The reason is because when the Ark was created, it's assumed the planet had been ransacked by monsters accidentally created by the 24th chromosome injection. Those who were just superhuman were supposedly good, and then they kept their humanity, but they were driven off the planet by the monsters they created. It was sort of a drop everything and run scenario. And this is why the Ark was forgotten through successive generations, as technology would have to be built back up to pre-chromosome introduction levels. Basically, when they got to Earth, it was back to, sticks and rocks, baby. With humans stranded on Earth, this would now become the new assumed home for humanity, and through time, the Ark would fade away into obscurity. It would also seem during this time that unless the 24th chromosome was administered implicitly, then it too would fade away from the human genome. Sounds strange, doesn't it? Well, actually, it's not so strange. So let's head on over into the gene and why it may not have been passed down to successive generations. The biggest thing between, say, your body and your child's body is simply how a cell divides. There are two forms of division, mitosis and meiosis. The whole point of mitosis is to replace the cells within your body. This constant replacement of cells ensures that you can heal from damage, fight off diseases in most cases, react to your environment properly, and just in general thrive as a person. The division of a cell is designed to copy the DNA which is already contained within the nucleus, then send that new DNA to the daughter cell, and boom, you have two cells that are perfectly functional and pretty much identical. Now, the issue with mitosis is it's not perfect. Mutations happen all the time. DNA gets chopped off or is incorrectly coded. Thymine dimers disrupt the whole process. The issue is quite prevalent, and we call this aging. In fact, just as a fun thought experiment, what is immortality? Immortality is really a sense of not meeting your end via aging, and it's something as simple as correcting the damage to your body. Invulnerability means that nothing can hurt you. If you could take a template of you at birth, which stem cells actually might be a good candidate for, you could program them in using CRISPR and then use that genetic template of when you were young and your cells work properly. So in theory, you could use that, apply that to older cells, fix the genetic damage, and that would make you immortal. Pretty strange, but a nice thought experiment for future scientists to conduct. Now, the issue with mitosis is this damage continues to mount over time, and this builds up in those cells, like making a copy of a damaged copy. Eventually, you get to the point when you have a non-viable cell. When this happens, you go into multi-organ failure when enough of them do this, and then it's lights out. It is hypothesized that a cell can reproduce about 60 times before becoming completely unviable. This is known as the Hayflick limit. You and I are very susceptible to this with our 23 pairs of chromosomes. Now, the other form of cellular division is known as meiosis. This process of meiosis takes place within the sex cells of humans. Here, genetic genetically different cells can be produced at random, but usually still would produce viable young after fertilization. Daughter cells produced during meiosis are genetically different from one another, and this is important. This ensures that the same plague that might wipe out your parents might not wipe you out, or some ailment that might run in your family might be completely muted during the genetic exchange. Then, with the introduction of new genetic material to work with from a partner, you get things like almost an entirely different organism. Well, it's still human, but it's still also related to parents and siblings. The thing about meiosis, however, is you get haploid cells, which is just 23 chromosomes, so 23 pairs of chromosomes are 46 chromosomes, math. But you get 23 chromosomes rather than diploid cells that have 46 chromosomes. Diploid is the product of mitosis, meaning that all the DNA is there that it needs. Meiosis would produce the haploid cells, which contain half the DNA that is combined with a partner to create a diploid cell, which then produces something like you. With the introduction of the 24th chromosome, this clearly changes the game a little bit. Now, something to understand about mitosis is it copies whatever is there. The introduction of the 24th chromosome would absolutely be copied over in this process of cellular division. So whoever receives it would have it for life. We will discuss the benefits of it here in a moment on a cellular level, but the sex cells are different. With the 24th chromosome introduced into the body would only take half that information. When it does, it would in turn likely mute most, if not all, the benefits of having such information in the genes. So what's passed along to the child isn't the 24th chromosome, but likely just sort of like a patch-in of information that was either damaged and could not be read, or didn't have any impact on the body. Or it's totally possible it was literally designed not to affect sex cells at all, so that it wouldn't even be copied in the first place. Ultimately, this would lead to adults who fled Mars with the 24th chromosome, and then their subsequent children, or us, having these standard 23 pairs of chromosomes that are native to our species. It was basically bred out through natural functions, and this may have actually been the original intention of the designers, a self-limiting genetic augmentation that, should it go awry, the children would survive while the problem was worked out. And it would appear for a time that everything must have been fine with the 24th chromosome introduction. But this was not to last, because these safeguards do appear to have stayed in place, allowing for the survival of our species, but there's probably a reason we're not living on Mars anymore. So, what does the 24th chromosome actually do? Well, it would appear to me, based on what Samantha says, that this likely codes for proteins that are bioengineered. We have proteins within our bodies currently, coded for by things like our DNA, and what they do is they proofread DNA, assist with mitosis, and help us build new cells. We refer to these almost pre-proteins as amino acids. These can be conglomerated together to create a chain, and this will become a full-fledged protein that we know and love. From here, they can bend, fit into one another, and build structures that we need. The 24th chromosome in mind would probably be an amino acid chain that would then work with our naturally occurring protein structures to increase their natural capacities, all while negating issues. So where does the first place start? Well, clearly, if you want to build a good house, you start with a foundation, right? So the first thing it would need to kind of mess with is your DNA and keeping it in check. The 24th chromosome likely affected the DNA first and conserved it, as well as fixing mutations in the coding itself. This would be imperative later on for things like mitosis. Naturally occurring DNA polymerase within the body is what proofreads our coding. When it comes across an anomaly or break, it quickly works to fix it by installing the correct opposite sequence or point. However, should 2 points across from one another change at random or an entire segment be lost, DNA polymerase is limited in its ability to correct these problems, and usually this will result in a mutation being accepted or completely break it, leading to the end of the cell. The thing that you have to hope for is that this random mutation doesn't break somewhere important or happen somewhere important, and this is kind of what induces cancer. The 24th chromosome may serve as a sort of template as well as a bioengineered super polymerase that could go through and correct all the coding. This is supported by the lack of cancer which arises from genetic mutations. Seeing as the polymerase fixes these mutations, cancer is a non-issue. Viruses were also rendered obsolete when they try to hijack a cell. The 24th chromosome stops the cell from reading and implementing what the virus wants because it goes through, reads the coding, and then cuts out that section of DNA because it's not supposed to be there. Diseases were all but eradicated because of the fixing of the genetic coding, which I personally believe is what we're going to figure out because we are overdue for a medical revolution here pretty soon. Like, we're supposed to be right on the cusp, and I believe CRISPR is it. Another area downstream of the DNA is fixing the physical damage to the meat suit, because let's face it, even though our bodies are pretty good at the ability to heal itself, it's nowhere near perfect. As we age, this ability to heal gets worse, and eventually, you sort of just start living with injuries. As a cell undergoes undergoes mitosis we have talked about earlier, genetic damage builds up, and this can lead to slower mitosis and less effective cells as well. So healing capacity just goes straight out the window. The 24th chromosome, having taken care of the genetic anomalies that crop up during mitosis, now also influences the mitotic pathways within the body. When you are, say, injured, a signal goes out to the surrounding cells of the injury to begin dividing to heal the wound. Now, depending on the severity, this can go from a couple days to a couple weeks to years even, but with the extra chromosome though, we know in the body there are pathways of activation for mitosis. Likely, when receiving a signal to begin reproduction of cells at an increased rate, the genes are quickly copied by the superpolymerase at a capacity well beyond ours, allowing to heal incredibly fast. Now, this would produce heat based on how bad the wound is, which even though humans were superhuman with enough damage, they could still be ended. That's why even those with the 24th chromosome were forced to flee, as they could still meet their end, likely if they took enough damage to their bodies. However, for smaller wounds like the one on Reaper, the body would compensate for this heat increase to a degree with little detriment to itself. Then once the activation signal was shut off, the body is healed, so too does the mitosis switch off and return to normal. Another thing to note about the 24th chromosome is that it also appears to drastically increase the strength for anyone who's exposed to it, whether they are good or evil, but also increases the intellect of those deemed good, while somewhat degrading those deemed evil, which is really just suggesting more of a mental issue later. But we will get to those soon when we discuss the differences and why those arose. The strength of those with the 24th chromosome would, in my mind, for those who are evil, mean that they have more muscle capacity doubled, as we see that they get bigger the longer they are infected. They also exhibit growth structurally concerning the skeleton, which means likely the whole body is growing. To those deemed good, likely this strength increase is not as great, but still quite present. Stronger than a regular human, this may be because the barriers of the mind were being removed on muscle strength. So we have in us all the ability to be much stronger than we think we are. But to protect us from damage, our brains limit what we can do. If we went 100% all the time, in fact, we don't even go, I believe it's down to like 40%, you could train and get up to 60% of your actual strength, but you'll never approach 100%. But if we went 100% all the time, we would be constantly injured and our bodies would degrade. However, with the introduction of increased healing capacity, there is no detriment apart from resources being used more heavily within the body. This barrier may be intentionally broken by the chromosome addition, intentionally breaking those in-place barriers. Originally, the chromosome creation was intended to do this to make people stronger and unlock their human potential. However, the unforeseen consequences of producing monsters meant that they were stronger as well. So strength appears to have been a natural byproduct of the chromosome. The intelligence may just quite literally be forcing a quicker way for neurons to communicate. So the thinking is, well, why don't we just have bigger brains? Wouldn't we be smarter? Though the problem is, with the human brain right now, where do we go from here? The thinking, like I said, is adding gray matter would make us more intelligent, but this actually isn't right because it would slow down our brains. For instance, Neanderthal had a larger brain than modern man. They were by no means stupid, but they weren't assumed to be much more capable than Homo sapiens. So one way we may be able to become smarter in a sense is quicker connections within the brain. This may allow us to access different ideas previously assumed not to happen simply because of connections in place. In fact, there's an entire world out there about the neurological capacity and how to speed it up. I'd highly look into it. It's pretty interesting. But what I can assume is that the myelin sheath of the neuron cell body may possess some sort of chemical that makes it even faster than the already 100 meters per second a nerve impulse can travel, which now makes the person smarter by association and may make them appear to operate at an increased capacity concerning time dilations when dealing with monsters. For those that are deemed evil, however, neural degradation is quite present. They are not stupid though. They will still exhibit a lot of the same tendencies that they had in their original life, such as when Goat knew he was turning and still signed the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit before taking himself out, or when the Hell Knight brandishes a literal chainsaw. This would indicate that the brain is still working in some capacity to allow them to remain functional and planning like their original human form. However, now they will become much more animalistic as time goes on. This indicates it's much more like an infection. The 24th chromosome slowly builds up in your body and converts your cells, or at least your genetic coding, and based upon the naturally occurring neurological chemistry and functions, you either turn into a superhuman or a complete monster. The reason I believe it to be an infection is we see you are either injected by a syringe intentionally, like Reaper was, and it takes a couple minutes for it to affect you. You get bit in the neck by a monster like Goat was, which turned him, or the blood gets onto your skin, slowly infecting you like how Sarge was infected by the monkey blood dripping from the ceiling. Speaking of monkey blood, let's discuss for a moment why the coagulation within the blood is happening. After testing the blood and seeing what type it was determined that the blood was not human at all. Well, likely every single cell in the body was being changed, so I see a few possibilities. Seeing as blood is pretty versatile and meant to float around, the introduction of the chromosome to good candidates, the blood stays in its typical form. But in the the presence of bad candidates, the blood is damaged and continues to divide. It instead becomes misshapen as well and then coagulates together as protein runs rampant and they're formed incorrectly. We actually see this presentation literally all over their body with the skin cells beginning to deform. So the second option that I see is the blood is perfectly fine, but the body is changing in such a drastic way that heat is building up and is causing portions of the blood to become destroyed. When this happens, it coagulates like it normally would, but doesn't end up causing heart attacks since the healing ability of these monsters would bypass the damage of blocked cells. As the damage continues, however, this would likely result in even more damage to the body via coagulation. Now, given those two choices, I would have to say it's more than likely the first one versus the second one, but it could also still be a combination of both. So I brought up Mars being habitable at the beginning because I believe this played a role in why all of a sudden these issues started to arise. Should humanity have originally evolved on Mars while it was habitable, we may have been able to draw a parallel between the planet itself and the changes in the genetic coding causing these monsters to form. So the question is, are there really good or bad people leading to these issues? Personally, I don't believe so. First, I don't believe that the 10% of the human genome codes for a soul, because if we do have souls, those are likely energy rather than some physical thing coded for in our cells. I know, we are getting really new wave with that statement, but it just is what it is. What I do believe, though, is the injection of the 24th chromosome actually appears to still be influenced by the DNA of the person as much as it influences the DNA of the person. So let me postulate this. When the 24th chromosome was introduced into the population, the planet had a magnetosphere and everything was good. Likely there were some issues with those who already had problems within their genetic coding, but these were not known until it was too late. Almost sort of like how in I Am Legend they were trying to cure cancer, everything was going good, they released it to the population, and then after it mixed within the population, it disastrously affected certain individuals. So when Mars's magnetosphere started failing, this let in ionizing radiation. This in turn would go on to damage the DNA of a person and may have overwhelmed the bioengineered proteins of the designers of the 24th chromosome. In turn, it changed what the chromosome was doing and caused them to devolve into monsters. We can actually sort of see evidence of this. Supposedly, it's taking some who are good and some who are bad and changing them. Samantha mentions how those infected were choosing some over others based on their brain chemistry. But I believe it to be a combination of both the mind and the DNA. Inside a human, there is a certain string of genes that can code for something known as psychopathy. These are believed to be damages to the genes themselves because in the nature versus nurture debate, it's held that this is purely nature that causes psychopaths. I believe that if someone has these genes in them, it either isn't fully expressed or they have similar genes not in these areas that can cause a person to be sought after. And I would say, look no further than who is currently on Mars. One of the traits of psychopathy is characterized by a lack of anxiety in a lot of situations that likely calls for maybe a little bit of anxiety. Here we have soldiers of varying levels of expression possible, with Portman being the worst. You have doctors who separate from their families for 10 years with very little done to come back, it seems, like Samantha. They're on another planet and really don't seem that worried or bothered. And judging by Dr. Carmack literally shutting the door on a woman, I know he was scared, but he didn't really care. The fact is, this may not be completely psychopathic, but it does seem like some of the traits that kind of fall in line with that are definitely seen in some of the doctors. This would also explain why almost every scientist and soldier is turned on Mars, despite it supposedly coming down to just good or evil. Their tendencies and potential mental degradation lead them to another planet and to an infection that fed upon what they were. Another option is to possibly co-opt the genetic damage done by ionizing radiation. Surely the society of superhumans didn't extinguish itself overnight based on what they have built, but it could also be possible that it was a slow and insidious burn. Over time, those with genetic damage would turn into monsters, and regardless of what their brains were like previously, this led to a degradation while others chose to escape. This may also explain why the scientists and staff on Mars were being turned at alarming rates, as their own genes had been damaged by the radiation, meaning that their exposure to the 24th chromosome would turn them into monsters. So Reaper didn't turn despite being a soldier, and it's clear that, things weighed heavily on him from the beginning. Take Duke, for instance, and he didn't want to go through nano walls because he was kind of scared of it, which suggests that he had anxiety over it. The kid disobeyed a direct order and ended up paying for it, but he was also scared to go through the Ark. The Destroyer, well, I don't know, man. He got tracked down, so he might have had some psychopathic tendencies. Sarge was absolutely a psycho, and Portman was the biggest psycho out of everybody. But getting back to Sarge, possibly what made him so successful was being a warrior. And being a warrior is something you need the inability to feel. We know that a lot of Vikings actually apparently were psychopaths, and that trait was seen as desirable to their women back in the day. So ultimately, here's what I believe is happening. It doesn't boil down to good or bad, but but to your genetics. If you have coding for psychopathy, either majorly or minorly, this can cause you to become a monster when exposed to the 24th chromosome, as it seems to have a tendency to amplify what's already there. If you lack this set of gene issues, then your body's natural abilities are enhanced and you become superhuman. However, damage to certain portions of your genes may render you a monster later, which may be what happened to the Mars Society as their magnetosphere failed and then let in more and more radiation. In the events of in the movie The Girl with All the Gifts, the future is looking pretty bleak for England. For reasons we are not yet privy to, children are being kept in cells and transported around completely strapped in wheelchairs. You see, outside of the complex are things known as hungries. These are the people who have become infected with a certain form of fungus that has wrapped around their brains like ivy to an oak. In adults, it presents as an animalistic, completely instinctual driven beast who will attack anything that moves that they can smell or hear. Sight does appear to make some differences, but we will get to that later on in the video. But these kids for some reason are able to exist with their infections in a way that makes them almost 90% immune right up until they get hungry, which in that case the fungal infection will take them over and then they become really no different from the mindless adults. So in today's episode we will talk about this movie that I probably should have watched, which basically completely and utterly falls in line with every hypothesis I came up with for in The Last of Us, ironically enough. But I'll also say that I did love this movie. Book came out in 2014, movie came out in 2016, but according to a tweet I put out, The Last of Us and The Girl with All the Gifts just happened to be a coincidental timing in an era when humans were completely obsessed with zombies. Also, if I sound a little weird, yeah, I kind of noticed that too. Over the last 4 or 5 days, I've been kind of hoarse. Wouldn't say cold, but sweating. It's been not a great time to get sick. Anyhow, we will be discussing the infection that they have, why the children appear to be immune, which should kind of dip into neuroplasticity in humans, and why adults don't share the same ability. Alright, let's get to it. As usual, there will be a timestamp up on screen. If you want to bypass a summary of this movie, well then aren't you just awesome, bro, who's seen every movie? I had no idea that this thing even existed, and I usually pride myself on watching movies. For everyone else, let's find out why we must really be testing out our species' ability to resist cordyceps, considering we just kind of make tea out of it and stuff. We open up our story with a young girl counting in her cell. You can't hear it because it's usually just me blathering on about something, but trust me, she's counting. Soldiers begin banging on cell doors of the other inmates in the early morning to wake everyone up and get them into their restraint chairs. Melanie happily jumps into hers and begins to strap herself down where she can. The soldiers walk in with their handhelds pointed at her, which would probably make people feel a little uneasy, but appears quite commonplace for wherever they are. The children are wheeled down the corridor, to which the sergeant mentions how the private shouldn't talk to it. Strange, but whatever. The children are then lined up in a room with soldiers as a nurse walks in and begins to roll call them, taking preliminary metrics. After she's done, the real teacher walks in, Miss Justino, who begins her lesson of teaching the children. Melanie brings up how they never finished reading the story earlier, to which the teacher obliges and begins. They begin reading the story about Pandora's box, how all the evils were contained within, but also so was hope. Everyone is returned back to their cells for the day, and the children are fed worms. Delicious. The next morning, another doctor comes by with a logic problem, asking what number are you thinking about, and how do you figure out about Schrodinger's cat? You know, the usual things that you actually ask children. I mean, considering the kid had no prior knowledge of anything, she actually answers exactly how I would. She also picks the number 1 through 20, to which she answers 13. The children are then pulled back out, and number 13 is missing. Melanie is the only person that asks why 13 isn't in class. The teacher deflects by asking them to write a story, even though they don't know any, to which Miss Justino, motherly instincts, come over a little too hard, and she touches the top of Melanie's head. Soldiers burst in at this point, yelling at her, and then show her what can happen. The sergeant spits on his arm and then rubs it in, removing some unknown compound. Now, I have a slight issue with this scene, so they can smell our skin, but they can't smell like our spit and breath. I just don't get that. But we get our first sight as to what happens. The children start going haywire, trying to reach out and bite. The smell wafts through the air, activating the almonds of all the children as their eyes glaze over and they become much more bloodthirsty. Returned back to their cells, Melanie taunts the sergeant and is then left in her restraint chair as a result. The teacher eventually goes back to her cell and finds that she has been left like this, and she releases her, but apparently she's not wearing enough of the blocker, and Melanie has a freak out trying to bite her, but is able to warn the teacher before she fully transforms into a monster. The doctor shows back up to find the blocker gel on the ground and then questions Melanie. Melanie doesn't say anything, but then she asks if she will pick a number between 1 through 20. She now picks 4, and that just happens to be her number. Later on, her cell lights up from an unexpected visit from the soldiers later, and she is brought to the doctor. If it wasn't obvious already, the number she was picking would directly correspond to who was getting picked in and biopsied. Moving up to the elevator and the outside, it appears as though the complex is being mobilized. The Hungries appear en masse outside of the gate, to which the military doesn't seem to have enough resources, so an emergency vaccine harvest is conducted on Melanie. The doctor tells her what's happening and then injects her to knock her out. She's about to scoop out some brains when they move her to the table, and then the teacher shows up saying that she is done with this. The doctor attempts to tell her that this isn't a normal surgery. She knows how to build the vaccine, but the teacher doesn't care and then breaks the phone and then gets some mace to the face. Definitely gonna need those eyes since the base is currently under siege. While they waste time explaining some nonsense, the Hungries have broken through the gates and they attempt to close the shutters. So Matt, pause it here real quick for me for a moment. Let's do a freeze frame. Okay, so let me ask you a question about a zombie invasion. Glass behind you, changing in light behind you. Do you A, keep your head on a swivel, making sure that those are friendly so you're not about to get eaten, or B, sit like a complete oblivious brainlet? If you chose A, then you're wrong because B is what Alpha Chads do. Very nicely done, nurse. The Hungries break through the glass before the shutters can close and then infect her. The doctor fights back but slices open her hand in the process, and that'll be a problem later. The nurse changes quickly, probably within about 30 seconds, and the doctor runs. All right, so slight issue here. She slices open her hand, and now you might be thinking, oh, well, she got the Hungry's blood on her hand, so she's gonna change. Actually, she didn't. So just know that. Anyways, moving on. Melanie wakes back up on the table and finds that the nurse is searching for anyone near her. She grabs a knife and then frees herself as the nurse licks blood up off the floor. Melanie exits the compound to find that it's all-out war on the surface. Hungries everywhere and soldiers dropping like Christmas ham on my plate in 7 days. She sees that some soldiers are punching the teacher and then takes them out with throat bites and lays down after as she eats their flesh. As she does, the teacher gets back up and grabs her. With her bloodlust satiated, she picks her up to carry her, but as she does, an armored transport runs down a few and she gets in. The doctor, soldiers, teacher, and Melanie all GTFO as everything devolves into total chaos. Driving far enough away from the base, the soldiers notice that Melanie is in the back and they release her. As they discuss what to do, the doctor mentions just putting her in the wheel well to where she gets smacked the next week by the teacher. As the doctor has mentioned before surgery, she actually thinks that these are just presenting as children, but are not actual children. They're simply driven by the fungus to be this way to get into a group of adults and infect, which the doctor and I are going to have to disagree on that one, but we will get to that later. So they decide to put her in the turret chair on top of the roof. Moving through the woods, they decide that they need to make a move through London to get to Beacon, which is a safe haven for the military. They move to get water to fill their canteens, and the sergeant said suppressors on, to which one soldier forgot. A cracking of the stick causes him to fire in that direction, which alerts all the Hungries in the woods of their location. They begin their attack, and they end up losing the scout soldier as a result, as his arm was bitten, and he quickly turns and the sergeant takes him out. Back in the armored vehicle, they wait it out, and as they do, they discover that the scuffle resulted in them hitting the fuel lines for the truck. So now they are on foot as they begin to trek through the woods. Moving through the outskirts of London, they take a look outside and they see hundreds within the city limits. Actually, scratch that. More like thousands of people, and they're just standing in place. It's densely populated, but it's the only way through. Not like they could have just, walked around London or anything. I'm pretty sure there's an outskirts of London, right? They slowly move their way through with the E-blocker and their suppressors on and quietly as possible as not to alert the horde. As they are walking through, a lone infected is seen pushing her stroller through the crowd. Apparently it was the last thing she was doing before being infected, which may show that old memories or instincts exist. As she does, the doctor stops her and looks under the blanket of the baby and sees a rat is eating the kid, to which she gasps and it alerts a few members of the horde. And I break away to say this, a freaking suppressor is still extremely loud. I mean, you can still go deaf from those things. It's not as quiet as a whisper, and I kind of found it hilarious. Like literally that whole horde would be on them right now. Okay, so moving on. They're now alerting a few as they go along, but successfully get into a building for shelter. This building appears to have been a hospital of some sorts, specifically a maternity ward. And now we get some exposition on the children. As the outbreak continued, mothers of the neonatal babies were infected, and as they were, the children adopted the fungus through the placenta, which in turn infected the babies. When the mothers were found, they were emptied completely. Heart, lungs, intestines, everything on the inside was gone, and only the babies were left. They were eaten by the children and hollowed out. This eccentric root, as said by the doctor, is why she does not believe these things are human and instead completely driven by the fungus. Melanie is informed that she was found the same way as well. As the hospital is cleared, they wait for morning to come and then see how they should proceed through the area. Hundreds of infected are in the street, which makes it virtually impassable. Melanie mentions how she can get through and find something to lead the horde away, considering they have no interest in her. They give her new clothes and then send her on her way to try to find a way to get the horde to move away. As she walks through, she is correct that they indeed do not care at all. She eventually gets out of the densely populated area and then finds a void kitty, which is sad because that's like Mrs. Mittens, which if you didn't know, Mrs. Mittens is my kittens. But she eats it, and this implies that it's not just human pheromones that are triggering the fungus, but quite literally all animals that exist. As she moves through an apartment, she finds a dog left over. She picks it up and then takes it back to the horde, which they smell it and then begin following it out of the area as the dog nopes out of there. Melanie shows back up, covered in blood to the disgust of everyone standing there, and they exit the building and continue on. Moving through an overgrown London, they eventually find roads that are completely unpassable again, but go with the same idea as before. Why fix what ain't broke? They give Melanie a radio and then tell her to report back when they find a more passable route. So she does, and then they walk through and they find what looks like the remnants of people in a group. They're all leaned against a street lamp with stalks coming out of their eyes and their faces. As they move deeper into London, they actually find more and more of these people until ultimately they come across a large tower with hundreds of them. This tower has something completely new, the second stage of the fungal life cycle. Pods can be seen all over the vines ascending high into the tower. This greatly alarms the doctor because if these burst, the fungal spores become airborne and infect that way, which would basically mean humanity is screwed. She says though that it's a bad design and then smacks it on the ground, which kind of seems like a bad idea to me, showing that they have no idea what it would take to open this pod. As luck would have it, however, they end up finding a mobile lab that has everything they need. The doctor by now is looking pretty sick and doses herself with antibiotics off screen. The sergeant tries to start the lab, but no luck. As they try to radio for Beacon, Melanie starts to feel it, Mr. Krabs, and requests to go be let out to eat after the private gets far enough away to go look for food himself. Melanie purposely runs the other way as to avoid the private and then looks for anything in the area. She ends up finding some birds and eats. As the private moves through, it's clear that there are children in this area and they're all feral. Melanie actually ends up running into a tribe of these kids and she watches them from afar, with one scout returning to inform the tribe that an adult has been found and they're not infected. They all take off as Melanie runs back, and it's clear the doctor isn't doing so hot either. She mentions how she got blood poisoning from the cut on her hand, and she requests that the teacher let her make a vaccine before she bites the dust, as the antibiotics are not working quick enough. The private finally finds a store and goes inside, but leaves his pack and radio because that's smart. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, things are a little dark in here. I know, it's just the movie. I don't know how to make this thing lighter, and I'm not really sure it's even possible, at least with the video editing stuff that we have. Melanie tells them that they need to go help the private now before it's too late, and they take off. But the private is basically screwed at this point. Those cans he found outside were traps set by the kids. A lone child is seen eating a rat inside, to which the private tries to help. As he moves in further, from what I can tell, the ligaments on his knees were cut to prevent him from running. He pulls out a grenade saying that he will blow them all up, but then he doesn't. And my guy kind of just gets his guts eaten hardcore. So hardcore, in fact, that when his rescuers show up, you can just barely make out the light reflecting off his spine. Ouchies. So this part, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, it kind of made me cringe. Exiting the shop, Melanie retorts that they're actually in a trap and find that the children are surrounding them. But since she's different, they don't immediately attack. She ends up yelling at them, which again, all I could think was it just reminded me of this kid back in high school who would growl at people. Mega cringy. Just please do not ever be that person. Anyhow, she does completely beat the crap out of one kid with a bat who appears to have been the alpha, which we break away. How did all these kids survive? We will talk about that later. After completely annihilating the skull of the bat kid, the rest of the group are like, nah, I'm good, and back up. The teacher, sergeant, and Melanie leave the area unharmed as a result. Getting back to the lab, as they run inside, the air is poisonous. Now, sort of. The doctor is able to knock everyone out by flooding the interior with laughing gas or some sort of anesthesia, and as a result, they pass out. She drags Melanie off to the table to begin brain scooping, and then Melanie wakes back up. She mentions how she held her breath and doesn't have to breathe as much as everyone else. She would regularly actually hold her breath and count to 1,000 when she was in her cell. The doctor begins trying to reason with her, saying that if she wants the teacher to live, she needs to do this. Let her make the vaccine. Melanie obliges at first, but as the doctor continues to talk, sort of about how the spores and how they could be released, Melanie decides to destroy the threat instead. Now, this is just my interpretation. It looks like she's trying to destroy the threat. Maybe she's just like, screw it, dude, bring on the new world. Either way, things don't turn out too well. She locks everyone in the lab as the doctor gives chase, which is a bad idea, because the doctor is then eaten by the feral children in an almost pitch black scene. I know, it's dark. Melanie lights up the tower, and this is what it actually took. Not water, not sunlight, fire. The pods open, making the spores airborne as they drift and waft over the entire city. The sergeant actually exited the lab to look for Melanie and the doctor, but at this point, he became infected by the airborne spores. She ends up taking him out at his request when he turns and then goes back to the lab. With the entire planet now screwed, it would appear that the children who have adapted the fungus are going to be the only ones left, as the air is now toxic to all adults who aren't currently infected. But with all evil things out of the box now, hope still does exist as the teacher continues to meet with the feral children, with Melanie keeping them in line mind in hopes of teaching them. Stuck in the mobile lab she can never leave and must get this generation up to speed on how to communicate, but humanity is definitely returning to monkey at this point, or optimistically, the Stone Age, which, if you guys didn't know, chimpanzees have officially entered the Stone Age along with orangutans. Just thought that was a little interesting side fact I would throw in there for you guys. With that summary wrapped up, the first thing we must cover is what are we currently under attack from, and how does this impact the species it's currently wreaking havoc on, and how would this translate to humans? Well, the fungus we are currently dealing with in this movie is Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, or just the cordyceps fungus for short. This fungus is actually pretty insidious. For now, it appears to only infect insects. It gets into their heads, makes them clamp down on leaves high above the colony, to which a stalk will appear with a pod. This pod will burst, showering other ants in the area with the same cordyceps, which in turn takes them over and then cause them to do the same thing. The fungus has shown that it can annihilate entire colonies quite easily, and should ants be acting strangely who are infected but not yet presenting the stalks, other ants will actually quarantine them out of the colony if possible in an attempt to preserve themselves. Now, an ant is undoubtedly much less complex of an animal than a human, but if you attack the right areas, it's all really the same, just nerves and control of movement. Considering the cordyceps has shown that it can cause ants to move to a location that are favorable for the cordyceps and then clamp with the jaws of the ants as well, there must be not so much an understanding by the fungus, but simply patterns that have returned favorably and allowed it to flourish. Because for those cordyceps that did not use these patterns, they didn't make it as far. And you know what we call that? Evolution! Humanity in this realm of the girl with all the gifts is currently being ransacked by this population of cordyceps that has really learned how to interact with the human brain and the nervous system in a way that completely overrides the control that we have over our own bodies, which is so ridiculously easy, you'd ever wonder how animals even evolved. It all really comes down to just neurochemicals. Now, the timing of the neurochemicals is a little more difficult, but the fact is that you can flood neurochemicals in the body, it does produce effects. So if you affect the body's ability to release chemicals, and instead, let's say the cordyceps wraps itself around the brainstem of a person, it can actually take over, influence in a way how a person moves and interacts with the environment, or maybe doesn't interact with the environment. The cordyceps clearly in the brain is releasing a neurochemical of its own that is able to influence the actual motor neurons of a person, which may also explain why people are taken over so quickly by the fungus. So starting with newly infected adults, first thing I want to cover is infection time. So when the soldier gets infected in the woods, it took, what, 30 seconds, right? A bite to the arm. Why is that? This isn't like a fast-acting virus or bacteria, but that's exactly why it's perfect. This particular cordyceps is already adapted to the human nervous system, which coming from the specific points of the mouth region of the person who bit him is also perfect. The reason it is so fast-acting is after it enters the bloodstream, the fungus is then pumped all throughout the body. In fact, in hospitals, this is why any injection to knock you out reaches the brain in seconds. Once the cordyceps has reached the brain, likely is able to move past the blood-brain barrier and into the neural space itself. Once there, it's already releasing neurochemicals compatible with our own chemoreceptors. The jerky movement we see him doing is these new chemicals entering the brain and beginning to take control. This results in the sergeant taking the shot as he begins gnashing his teeth at him now. His meat suit is in full control of the cordyceps, or at minimum, mostly in control of the cordyceps. These presentations of symptoms likely only get worse from here. Well, it's not likely, they absolutely do get worse, because after you are newly infected, the cordyceps continues to flourish within your body. We see in the cities, people are almost borderline catatonic. Standing together, it's an interesting concept, which we will explain momentarily, but as they stand there, they're not moving. They just appear to be almost asleep, and here's why. With the cordyceps in control of the brain at this point, and the growth it's likely undergone as a result, the brain damage is assumed to be absolutely normal. During the initial phases of the brain being infected, it's still largely intact, and the person absolutely understands what's happening, but can't control their body. However, as the years pass and the fungus grows within the skull of this person, this puts pressure on the cerebrum of this person. As the pressure is applied, this would destroy the neural tissue that is extremely delicate. And this is why adults who have been infected for a long time do not appear to have higher thought, as we see with the person in the hospital. They're just sort of thrashing about and can't understand what happened to it or why it's stuck. This would imply that the frontal lobe specifically is completely necrosed, and this person that they once were is gone. That said, instincts run deep, literally. As we evolved over time, our brains grew outwards. This has resulted in something known as the lizard brain at our most core, and then you have the mammalian brain built outwards from that, and then primate, and then human, which obviously is us. The lizard brain houses all of our instincts for the most part. With the upper portions of the brain destroyed, this unbridled instinct is unshackled by logical reason, and the human is their most animalistic form, which comes to the surface. Eat and survive. And possibly socialization is still there, which is why they stand together. There's also another instinct in there, but the cordyceps cordyceps would not need this to be done. But essentially, that's it. To which the cordyceps absolutely obliges to keep the person alive in a few ways. So you could actually say an adult human infected is in fact a symbiotic relationship to a degree, just not in a way that's beneficial to our consciousness, but beneficial to our bodies. I actually had this argument with my Last of Us video. I mentioned how it is really this relationship and people kind of got bent out of shape about it. So let me present it this way. If your body can survive and whatever makes you is not in the game, then were you ever really necessary? Multicellular organisms exist because it was beneficial to be together rather than separate. So remember that. Our consciousness, whether divine or mundane, is simply us surviving even better. If we can survive without our consciousness due to the addition of another species, then that by definition is a symbiotic relationship. Granted, I'd rather be in the driver's seat personally, so I would say don't go down in the comments getting upset over that. I mean, I will give you this, the cordyceps that we know of in the real world is quite a parasitic fungus for insects, but that's because it results in the host's destruction, not their preservation, as seen in this movie with humans. It's clear to me that based upon the rust of the buildings, the overgrowth seen in the streets, and just the sheer state of the homes and city, that this infection took place a while ago, not to mention the ages of the children. Because of that, I can only come to the conclusion that while the consciousness of adults is destroyed, the fungus is keeping their bodies alive. Likely anyone who is newly infected in this state has nothing that they're going to be able to eat and will expire before the fungus is able to keep them alive or grow to the point that it might be able to keep them alive. And that might be what's surrounding the towers and the streets. Those still standing were likely infected early and were able to eat, allowing the fungus to grow and flourish to the point that it was able to keep them alive and their bodies fed. Now, this feeding at a certain point isn't sustainable. Again, like I mentioned in the Last of Us video, for a while, the addition of new meat broken down in the stomach would sustain our meat suits and the cordyceps, but eventually the cordyceps would be forced to break down the body that sustains itself. In this process, it would feed the body to the body, but there's only so many calories within us. Eventually, not even the cordyceps would be able to keep those infected alive, and they would drop like any other person. This would explain, however, why people are just standing there with their eyes closed, not reacting to the environment. They are in a vegetative state to not expend energy that they may not even have. And it's also possible that they're standing close together not because of just instinct, but they're getting ready to become one of these super nests. Now, all this was fine and good up until the mother pushing the stroller comes along. This person in particular appears different. Why is she moving when no others are? Well, I think it's probably because of the lizard instincts. Protect the young. Likely when she was infected, she was running with a stroller, and this drive was so strong that as part of her brain kept communicating to run with the child, it would do so even after the cordyceps took over. And that portion of the brain is likely still sending that signal to run with no information from the upper portion of the brain to communicate to turn that off, and this would have kept her moving until her eventual collapse. So with our decent understanding of what's happening to the infected and why they're acting the way they are, how does the cordyceps respond to the environment? Well, in a few ways actually. Despite the hilarity with the silencers being quieter than a whisper, their ability to move through the area with all those infected could actually be feasible, believe it or not. With the cerebrum highly damaged, so too would their senses be. So the optic nerve runs on the interior of the brain into the back of the skull where the occipital lobe sits and interprets information. While most tissue is likely destroyed in the process of changing into an infected, this would make visual issues probably quite prevalent. Those that are moving through are not immediately recognized when the infected open their eyes because the visual information is processed slower or really not the same as you or I see. However, as we're about to get into heavily, likely the cordyceps interprets visual information as confirmation that something is there. It's not so much seeing, it's feeling. Concerning hearing, it's clear to me that the temporal lobes are actually probably more intact than most other lobes. Due to their lower positioning inside of our skull, this may have spared them. The cordyceps would likely use this area of the brain much more heavily as a result, which can interpret auditory signals. That said, it's specific sounds that it's looking for. Human sounds. Shots fired, light footstep noises, or a stroller being stopped aren't noises that the cordyceps is looking for. However, a gasp from the doctor awakens them because this may be also activating the speech recognition area of the brain, which these two areas brought back to their neural firing status. The cordyceps would sense this thing as a human noise. The big one, however, is the sense of smell. This area of the brain is likely completely preserved due to its location. The olfactory bulb of the brain is located located under the frontal lobe of the brain above our nasal passages, and this would be spared from compression, but considering its proximity to the lizard portions of the brain, this area was likely heavily infested with cordyceps. So while our sense of smell may not be as, keen as other animals, we can still smell relatively well. People have been stated as saying that after somebody broke into their house, they could actually still smell them because things were different. We don't normally think that we can smell other humans, but actually we can discern smell quite well. And smelling well, I've already rhymed that like 5 times. There's actually a hypothesis that you may not like certain people for no reason simply because of how they smell. While you may not be picking up the scent of them consciously, like you're not like, man, you really smell terrible, your nose might actually just be picking up scents from them that are very minute, and this is triggering something within the brain's pathways and subconsciously cause distrust and just making you dislike them in general. And this really isn't that far-fetched considering we are mammals, and it's clear other mammals ascertain information from others by smelling them. So as humans walk around without E-blocker, they're able to smell humans easily. But what is this actual smell? Well, it's clear to me that it isn't a pheromone considering the infected will eat other animals as well. So they're not like just honing in on human pheromones. It's not sweat because cats and dogs don't sweat, whereas humans do. It's not just our bodies either, because considering we have a gaping hole in our face that emits scent all the time, the fact is the infected are reacting to anything that may not smell like cordyceps. It's likely that the bodies of those that are already infected are putting off some sort of scent of the fungus, considering the presentation of the fungus on our skin. But also, considering that the children are containing their cordyceps infection, it's also likely sweat glands as well. And this covers the body in a scent that is unappetizing. And this is why humans must cover themselves in E-blocker. Melanie mentions how it basically just stinks really bad to her. However, if you know what E-blocker means, you are able to track it. The infected cannot reason that E-blocker means humans simply because the fungus doesn't have the ability to reason. So the fungus interprets the signals as just smelling bad, so no food here. The children, however, have frontal lobes, and while the E-blocker does smell terrible, they know it means that a living person, which the fungus is highly attracted to. This gives E-blocker sort of like a time limit that'll be effective, and it really won't be for much longer. So with the cordyceps using the senses of a person and how that's understood, we can now discuss the evidence that supports the symbiotic model and how the children were able to survive their infections. As we know, these neonatal children were found with the cordyceps already inside their bodies as they were growing. They ate the organs out of their mother and presumably just lay there. Some were found to have been brought back to be educated and understood in the military bases, but most of those were infected, likely in London, and were left to their fates. And yet, some children are seen. Now, there are a few possibilities. For instance, the mobile lab people could have taken all the children in London and then fed them and then did their own studies and then were eaten, but you know how ridiculous that sounds. So I'll just straight up present to you the timeline of events that really makes the most amount of sense. When the children ate, they were satiated. The fungus continued to grow inside of them and into their brains. However, at that age, there is something known as neuroplasticity. It's basically the brain's ability to map old abilities to new areas in case damage is to form. In children, it's absolutely viable, and this has led to some very strange things in our universe. For instance, a young boy who had a large piece of his brain removed at the age of 4 to stop his epilepsy, quite literally a third of his brain, went on to be absolutely fine, like completely no loss of function. His brain simply remapped the old knowledge to new portions of the brain to share the load, and this is paramount to this whole argument. Portions of the brain were absolutely destroyed in babies as the cordyceps grew and continued to grow throughout their bodies. But as the children grew, more neurons were added and newer areas were mapped to do different things. Because of this, the cordyceps grew with the baby into being a toddler, allowing them to survive the process and remain cognitively intact. I would wager that if you took a brain scan and asked them questions that you would ask adults, entirely different areas of the brain would light up in response because of how differently they had to adapt. But as they continued to lay in their mother's empty abdomens, the cordyceps had the nutrition it needed and the body had the neuroplasticity it needed for both creatures to remain intact, and the symbiotic relationship kept them alive. In contrast, adults lack this ability to remap areas effectively. Because of this, when an adult is infected, once those areas are lost, they are lost for good, resulting in permanent brain damage. After a few months to years, the baby would eventually leave the abdomen and then find others who were like them, and then they formed this tribe. While infected, they were still human, and the issue is they never learned human culture, how to talk, how to behave, anything. So basically, they had successfully returned to monkey. Yes, I know I've used that joke before. In fact, absolutely insane people keeping their children locked up during crucial portions of their life where imprinting is taking place have left them unable to deal and interact with other people, and this has happened like real life. And that's why we see these children in this tribe basically shrieking and hissing at each other. They're feral. The fungus, however, is not totally relinquishing control. While higher thought is capable, it's pretty obvious that this fungus still has control over the motor motor neurons at certain points, with the brainstem being kind of conquered, as well as, the base of the brain in general. And concerning the hypothalamus, when hunger hormone ghrelin is released by the stomach under normal circumstances, this causes an activation in this portion of the brain. As a result, the cordyceps interprets this as its free ride is in danger of being lost. This activation, along with the olfactory bulb identifying the smell of humans, works in conjunction with one another, and this causes them to become extremely hungry and aggressive to find food, which likely results in the activation of the amygdala as well. And this is why you actually get hangry. We are animals after all. Hunger equals aggression, whether we like it or not. However, it seems that conscious choice is possible for those to quasi-override the cordyceps should they not be hungry. They can smell humans, but not react as aggressively in most cases, like when Melanie eats a soldier's neck, but doesn't eat her teachers. Or when she eats the cat and then is able to interact with the group as normal. When the stomach is full, the ghrelin signal stops, and the cordyceps is less activated. As a result, logical thinking can counterbalance instincts, thus causing the cordyceps to not activate as harshly by the neural signals. Okay, so wrapping this up, I didn't know whether I wanted to make a video or not on the quack known as Abby's dad in The Last of Us 2 or not. In the events of The Last of Us 1, at the very end, the doctor says that they need to remove Ellie's brain to make a vaccine. Well, in this movie, they need to do the same thing, and my God, who are these doctors? What they are trying to accomplish is, why are these children different? And literally anyone with a biology degree can tell you with a basic understanding of human anatomy and growth and development that both these doctors are complete idiots. Scooping out the brain of someone is completely unnecessary. A spinal tap, which would contain the cordyceps along with the immune system interaction with the cordyceps, would yield enough information that you need to understand why the body isn't reacting like the adults do, at least concerning The Last of Us. In this movie, it appears to be mostly timing, and I'll get to why it's mostly timing. If your skull has room to grow and neuroplasticity is still possible, the fungus won't destroy your brain. This part really bugged me because all the children are the same. They present the same, yet Melanie is supposed to be someone special when she really isn't. It simply boils down to, if there's enough room in the skull for the two entities, then they can exist. If there isn't, well, obviously the human element is lost, and if there is, this is the children. So the vaccine per se may not work. She says she can synthesize it, but if she's basing this off of like the children's immune systems, they may not be attacking the cordyceps because at the time of their birth, as we can call it, their immune systems were basically underformed and therefore likely never saw the cordyceps as a threat. This is kind of my whole thing on like why the children are able to exist and actually don't have the cordyceps attacking outside of their skin. The cordyceps may be responding to the body's natural immune system attacking it and basically launching a all-out assault on a human immune system and attacking it back and growing further, whereas the children are not attacking it, so that's why they aren't presenting it on the surface of their skin, because the cordyceps may not be growing due to the attacks from the immune system. But this would all be predicated on the fact that the body would have to assume that the cordyceps is naturally occurring inside of it. Now, since they are older, there may have been some sort of suppression, like because they're not trying to destroy it. So if anything, their immune systems are actually not going against the cordyceps, and there really may not be any antibodies attacking it continuously, whereas in the adults, antibodies are attacking, which means really immunosuppression would be how you would stop from being overtaken by this, but it would still destroy an adult brain. So what sort of vaccine would work? Well, you're probably not going to get it from a human because there's no possible way for you to synthesize something that doesn't exist that isn't there, or if it's from the wrong antibody in an adult. But there's nothing to suggest that this inoculation could even be done after all the doctor's biopsies mentioning how the fungus is wrapped around the brain. Melanie is not special. It is simply enough room in the brain and adaptation. You would think at a certain point, Perfection Valley is just not the perfect place to set up shop for yourself or your family. With giant worms under the ground that can break through and eat you at any point, shriekers who form if the worms are allowed to continue their life cycle, and then the subsequent new creatures that are born out of the continuation of a life cycle roughly 12 hours after the shriekers come into existence. Why would anyone ever continue to hang out in the desert? Well, for most people, they did nope out of there. That said, some did choose to still stick around in an attempt to make some money off the creatures that dwell underfoot. Thinking they had probably a good bead on all the graboids in the area, a couple in particular would actually still remain, and there was one known as El Blanco that would stick around no matter what. However, moving further down south from the borders and then subsequently back into Perfection, we saw that these beasts almost arose within Argentina, but then were taken out by Burt Gummer. However, in the United States, they were allowed to arise because the Department of Interior got involved, and so new beasts were born out of them. And the issue is that these things are able to take to the skies. So we know why we are all here. In today's episode, we will be discussing the, well, I can't really say that word this early in the video, it seems like. Usually I hear people get got for that, so we'll just call them the butt blasters for now. I know, I'll call them by their real names later. And why they may have come about and what exactly is happening concerning their internal biology to allow them to achieve flight. We're gonna get pretty heavily into chemistry, by the way. All right, let's get to it. So we all know the drill. As per usual, there will be a timestamp up on screen. You know what? I'll go ahead and put one in the pinned comment as well, so it's easy to like jump to that point. That'll basically bypass a summary of the movie if you've already seen it or don't really care to have it spoiled, though, I mean, Tremors 3 has been out for like a really long time. That'll take you to the breakdown of these creatures themselves, and for everyone else, let's break down why literally Perfection Valley is the worst place on the planet to live. We open up our story with Bert down in the good old Argentina. A news crew is currently interviewing him and what he's planning to do about the creatures out there. Apparently, the government didn't take the threat seriously enough and let the graboids enter their second stage of life cycle. Calculating that there to be at least a dozen graboids in the area and them having just gotten to a chicken farm in their second life cycle, Bert figures there must be about hundreds of these shriekers all now heading towards their location. With the cars and trucks as well as their own body heat making them glow like a beacon, Bert fires a phosphorus shot into the air that lights up the surrounding countryside. He goes on to explain how these creatures possess the ability to not think strategically and how because of this, he is absolutely prepared for once. As he does, hundreds of shriekers begin running over the hills towards the cars at only about a third of a kilometer out. Bert climbs up into the back of his truck and completely annihilates the creatures, showing that indeed he is right. They literally have no ability to think and are driven only by the impulse to eat. That said, however, we know that these creatures are on a learning curve, so because of that, this would probably be the first time that they've actually run into humans, and likely they would have fared better if they knew more about humans in more populated areas. Moving on, back to Perfection, Bert returns to find that a real estate company from Reno has set up shop to carve up the valley. As he talks with Miguel, it turns out Bert is making his home graboid proof with some serious concrete barriers. Basically, none of this is really all that important, but you should know, giant barriers exist under Bert's house, and also we get some graboid information that we really haven't seen any for about 11 years, which is strange because today's the day they show up. But I will say there is some serious filler in this movie. In fact, if you go and watch it, action really doesn't start until about halfway through, and that's 50 minutes in. Anyhow, we move on to Desert Jack giving graboid tours out in the valley. As he drives around tricking people into thinking that there are graboids in the ground, his buddy works behind the scenes to kind of simulate what we saw in the first movie. However, later on, a real graboid would in fact show up when Desert Jack's friend is hanging out with Mindy, who is now an adult from the first movie, and he is eaten by the graboid, and I believe this one is El Blanco. El Blanco apparently has been living in the area for quite some time due to its sterility. Because it cannot produce shriekers, its lifespan has been increased longer than that of its peers and can continue to stalk the area looking for prey. However, it does not appear to bother the town much. Again, these things are smart, so maybe it knows other graboids just got completely decimated, so it avoids humans. Except for this one instance where it eats a human. Desert Jack, after seeing his coworker get eaten, gets back in his truck and gets it started. He takes off back towards the town to warn everyone another graboid has been spotted and they need to get on the roofs. They enlist the help of Bert Gummer once more to track down the creature and annihilate it. Bert protests that they don't know how long the graboids have been active, therefore they have no idea when they could become shriekers. They decide to get up at dawn and begin the hunt. As they head out to begin their hunt, they end up running into the Department of Interior agents. They are told that they cannot hunt any of the graboids as they are going extinct. The government wants to track and transport these creatures for study. They mention how they may be overwhelmed if they don't stop the graboids, to which the agent responds that they will basically just eminent domain the houses and then seal off the valley, stopping anyone from going back, which, I mean, honestly, is that really going to work at all? Because people usually just find their way around things anyways. And then you've got shriekers, and then you've got flyers. Bert heads home to vent his frustrations, and as he does, a seismograph begins going off. He heads outside to find that the graboid is just outside the fence. Once again, it's El Blanco. The graboid chooses not to attack, which, if you didn't know why, it's because of the high-pitched frequency that Bert's watch emits. Back in town, the agents return looking a little roughed up. Jack ends up negotiating a deal with them that if they capture one of the graboids, then the agents will leave town, and this will also put them out of the threat of eminent domain. They contact Bert to basically get one of them alive. While they bicker about whether they should or shouldn't, the biologist arrives confirming that they do in fact come from eggs, and that those eggs could lie dormant for at least 300 years. At this point, Melvin shows up in the real estate business. He's looking to sell the area, which is a little bizarre because he says he wouldn't want to see anyone here, yet he's planning on carving it up and selling it. In the middle of their conversation, a graboid then shows up. This graboid, however, is not El Blanco and instead is hatched from one of the eggs that the biologist found. Bert is pushed into a barrel and then swallowed whole. The barrel provides enough of a barrier, however, to save his life as he is pulled under and eaten. Graboid then takes off with Bert inside, able to radio back to Jack that he's still kicking. Bert says to engage the Graboid and lead it towards the house right into the wall. The plan works and the creature knocks itself into oblivion, and Jack is able to free Bert with a chainsaw. That's pretty metal. After a quick shower and a regroup, Bert attempts to raise the feds, but nobody can get in contact with them. They say that they were chasing the Graboids, but that doesn't seem to be the case, as the biologist shows up covered in foam from a fire extinguisher, which indicates maybe there's some shriekers in play. So it seemed that the other feds were torn to pieces, whereas he masked his body heat and was able to survive. However, he did it a little too late, and there were injuries on him around his spine, and he meets his end after walking all that distance. With the shriekers now on the map, they find that there is about 8 in the valley, but the problem is Miguel has a herd of cows nearby, and if they get to them, it could be a massive problem. While they discuss what to do, El Blanco shows up once more and chases the group onto some rocks and destroys Jack's truck because he left the engine running. They decide to radio for help, but everyone left their radios out of reach. They do find, however, some good news. The shriekers haven't moved position and are still in the valley. Using some dental floss, a piece of metal, and some sticks, they are able to get the radio and then get help. The next morning, they devise a plan. Make some noise over the radio to attract the Graboid. Mindy plays some music over her radio, and then they throw it and run for the handhelds. Bert starts his truck to attract the Graboid and then sends it off for the creature to chase. They move the other way and then attempt to find the shriekers to keep their numbers in check. As they walk through the valley, though, they hear some noises and then throw an explosive, but then hear nothing as they do. They round the corner to find that nothing is there. They look around and then they find that some skins seem to have been left over, but not from the explosion. The husk is all that's left, like they had shed it. They hypothesize that maybe they just went back underground, so then they head out to find Bert's truck. They find it crashed off a cliff and is now on fire. As they lament the truck, a new creature is then seen stalking behind the fence. It emerges and doesn't look like a shrieker entirely, at least. Bert remarks that they take them out within 12 hours, so they've never seen this stage of life before. It does, however, still have the same heat sensor on the top of its head. The creature then begins to vibrate and blast off to fly overhead. The creature has now developed wings that it can use to stabilize its flight. Tracking Miguel, it ends up attacking him, but knocks him off the cliff, ending him in the process. Poor Miguel. After literally 3 movies, he deserved better than that. The creature falls onto the fence and is mostly bisected as a result. Because of this, the white fluid from its abdomen mixes with the other fluids and ignites as it touches. They hypothesize that it must be some sort of sodium that gives us the ability to ass blast. So they aptly name the creatures the Ass Blasters. They quickly radio for Mindy and her mother to get off the roof and that the creatures can fly and see body heat. However, it is too late. The creature begins its attack and then chases them inside of the shop. It breaks through the door and continues to attempt to eat them, and as it does, Mindy microwaves a ham and throws it. The creature senses the heat and then begins to eat it, all while they run into the meat freezer to mask their body heat and put a metal door between them and the creature. The rest of the group continues their inspection of the Ass Blaster, to which they find it houses an egg within its abdomen. This egg would be laid to create the Graboid all over again, thus making the cycle complete and self-sustaining. Realizing that there are more in the area, they grab a mattress and then trek across the valley to Bert's. After getting inside, they can hear a Graboid outside of the house, but Bert says it's Graboid proof. However, it is not Ass Blaster proof, and one crashes through the ceiling. They retreat back to Bert's panic room, where they learn that there's enough food to last them for about 7 years if needed. The problem is that these creatures are capable of burning things down, and they discover the creature is actually melting the door. Jack raises the question about what happens if the Ass Blaster eats all the food, to which Bert denies the enemy nutrition and unchecked growth and burns the whole place down, leading to a massive explosion. Just in time for this, Mindy and Nancy discover that after the Ass Blasters eat, they go into a sort of coma and don't move. Bert wrongly assumed that they produced like the Shriekers and there would be a ton of them flying around the sky, which luckily, there still is. The explosion attracted the attention of 4 flyers. They take the boat down the hill and then run into a post with one of the creatures just over them. They take off towards the junkyard when it notices them and then drop a fridge onto it while it was stalking them. This crushes it, but as they celebrate, the original 4 have picked up their body heat again. They run towards a porta potty and attempt to figure out what they should do from here on out. They decide that splitting up is the best way and then get pieces of a potato launcher so that they can ignite these things. Jody is the first to take one out, leading it into a trailer filled with fuel, for which the creature ignites and then blows itself up, leaving 3. After collecting all the pieces, they then sprint towards the mobile home and then shut the door, which unsurprisingly doesn't actually stop these creatures all that well. They build the launcher and then light some flaming arrows. They fire a shot and that hits direct center mass, detonating the creature in the process, which says to me, again, this isn't sodium. But we will get there momentarily, now that there is only 2 left. One is seen landing on the roof and then begins to try to break through. It does end up breaking through the skylight and knocks Bert to the ground. Jody is able to hit it with a shot, and then that creature also detonates, blowing out the window on the front of the trailer. Another approaches, but this one is smarter. It dodges the first shot entirely and then begins begins the charge up process to attack them. It was able to attack Jack, but he is able to hold it off by its jaws for a moment while Bert stabs it in the back. They run out knowing that this creature is about to detonate, which it does. And now none of them are left. Good job, team. Except not really, because they have to deal with the Graboid. El Blanco shows up and the weight of the trailer is shifted. Bert is knocked out of the trailer and then pinned to a box spring. As he is, Jack takes the watch and then runs off onto the truck. At this point, however, the ass blaster that they dropped a fridge on from earlier gets back up and then heads towards Bert and Jody. As Jody cuts the springs, the ass blaster moves in, but then is eaten by El Blanco before it can get to Bert after they land the watch on it. So we wrap up our story with the feds being eaten, an ass blaster contained and then sold to the highest bidder, and Jack and Jody hooking up. Oh, and Melvin comes back and then gets stranded on a rock by El Blanco as Bert drives away. All's well that ends well, except for those feds families. Anyhow, so at this point, we are starting to get a fairly clear understanding of the Graboid species. In an effort to not rehash out the videos that I've already done, I still think it's important to draw a line of lineage between all those creatures for those that may not have seen the movies in this franchise, or at least the previous videos that I've done. So here's a quick summary of that. Essentially, the earliest stage of life cycle is the actual egg. These eggs can exist for hundreds of years, or that at least is hypothesized by the biologist in the third movie, but to me, I say it would have to be a lot longer than that. Now, it is entirely possible that these eggs were just dormant for, some time being back in the 1800s when Perfection Valley was actually just a small mining town known as Rejection Valley, and they could have been laid within, say, like the last few hundred years. Possibly other previous animals, like larger animals, roamed that area that could sustain a large population that size, and over time, as those species disappeared, so too did the Graboids. But as a result, those eggs would have no purpose to hatch until they were discovered by miners, and I'll actually link that video at the end so you can get a better breakdown of the actual Graboid species, or at least stage 1. However, this resulted in the formation of the Graboids who hunted the area. These Graboids are said to have been around for a long time and actually actively hunted dinosaurs. Not likely the top tier dinosaurs like the biggest ones, but probably medium-sized to smaller ones. They were likely much more prevalent on the planet's surface, but as the years passed and the dinosaurs were wiped out, they'd be forced to adapt and change how their life cycles went, which in turn resulted in the Shriekers. Shriekers were likely an adaptation to the formation of mammals. Now, it has been brought to my attention several times in the last video that information on dinosaurs has continued to evolve, and they are no longer viewed as just cold-blooded creatures, but also not necessarily warm-blooded like mammals are. They're sort of somewhere in the middle, and that's what we currently assume that they are as far as their metabolism. So that's pretty interesting to me because I did not know that. But then again, paleontology has never really been my focus. I was more of a disease and human anatomy guy. Regardless, these Shriekers would burst out of the stomachs of the Graboids within a few days of their adult size being reached. They would then stalk the surface on 2 feet. They were able to reproduce hermaphroditically by eating food and then almost reproduce by budding. During this time, it's not known if there was really a physical limit to how many of these could be produced by one specific Shrieker, but judging by the amount that attacked Bert in the media at the beginning of the movie, I would have to say it's really more just predicated on how much food is available. Eventually, however, it would seem as though these Shriekers are just an intermediate stage, creating a massive group and then reproducing as much as possible. They would eventually shed their skin and become the ass blasters capable of flight. They develop wings which help them maneuver in flight, and then they become more streamlined and sleeker with aerodynamic builds as opposed to the bulkier bodies from the second stage. They're also able to ignite a chemical within their tail ends to provide enough force to take off in flight. Likely the same explosive force could be used to keep them in the air as well, with little to no issue. This chemical mixture does, however, require the use of a charge-up time to properly mix the chemicals in order to achieve flight. These creatures appear to be at a terminal point in their life cycle, however. At least for now, because I'm certain, new things will come into light in the future as we move into this franchise even further. But seeing as they are the last ones, they do not reproduce, but instead will house one Graboid egg. They will fly out to an area that has animals that can be hunted, and as they eat, they will enter a comatose state where the egg would likely be deposited and waiting to hatch. With their life cycles understood, we don't know why or what pressures resulted likely in these changes that we see within these creatures from the second and third stages. So before we get into that, we must first discuss their morphology so that we know what those changes are. Starting with the feet, we see that they have actually developed a lot more since the second stage of life. In the second stage, they appear to be more like pads to walk on, which is not surprising considering they are terrestrial. The legs are also larger in the Shrieker as well, at least more muscular. The ass blasters have much longer toes and talons, much like that of a bird of prey. This is likely so that they can swoop down and either slash or grab with its feet. The structuring of the leg is still digitigrade, with the heels being higher up, much like on the Shrieker, but the legs in general are less stubby and armored. The tibia and fibula bones are longer, connecting to the knees, as well as the femurs have lengthened to boot. Overall, this has changed the legs to be more lanky, but considering it's not using its legs as much as its previous form, this is to be expected. The back end of this creature possesses a short tail that sort of looks like a rudder to direct its flight. Interestingly, if you look closely enough at a Shrieker, you can actually see this sort of fanning beginning to grow within its tail that eventually turns into the Blaster's tail. Now, the Shrieker never had any arms, but along the sides of his body, wings would eventually begin to form. Now, these aren't wings in a conventional sense. While the creature can manipulate them to turn its body, it's more like a gliding scenario. It doesn't actually flap them. The wings themselves only serve to help the creature glide along, with the main point of propulsion being the chemical reaction, which we will be getting to shortly. The main portion of the body has lengthened, just like everything else, quite a bit to become longer. Whereas a Shrieker's body was stocky and muscular, this new body allows it to be aerodynamic and fly through the air easily, but also, because it's more pointed, is able to burst through doors and walls more effectively. The head itself has also been elongated, but still maintains the 4 points of the jaw, like every other predecessor before it. Something to note, however, is that there are two versions of this creature. Much like how there's an American graboid and an African graboid, so too are there American blasters and African blasters. These creatures located in Africa do appear different morphologically than, say, the American blasters, simply because of the environmental pressures leading to different needs. So, the question remains, why did specifically these creatures evolve this way? To me, I think it goes back on my running hypothesis that I have of why the graboids are even in Perfection Valley to begin with. If you want a massively detailed breakdown, again, go watch the 2 videos that I've already done on that, but just to reiterate some of the points, the graboids likely hunted all over North and South America. It seems that in regular areas of flat land, they do not appear to be present, but in pockets of dirt in the mountains, the creatures are still there. Likely the food sources, or at least the ones in open areas, dwindled. The issue is that they never had to really adapt to anything, so once the food sources were gone, it was too late for the graboids to adapt in any real capacity, so that ended with them meeting their end. That said, the ones in the mountains, say in Perfection Valley, got stuck. They got stuck because the mountains grew up around them over the generations, which we know that those specific mountains are doing that right now. In fact, I think they formed like incredibly fast over 2 million years specifically, but the changing terrain caused them to have to adapt, which resulted in the Shriekers. As the landscape changed further, Shriekers may have been getting stuck, shall we say. The peaks continued to rise, and the slopes became more hilly and then took on sharper inclines, until finally an almost mountain goat-like adaptation was forced on the Shriekers, as those that adapted were able to sort of create more of themselves and thus create more graboids. Over time, their limbs lengthened, and it wasn't so much just walking, but climbing too. The claws that formed would have been invaluable for not only prey takedowns, but climbing as well. Then, what likely happened is, on those peaks, as they still rose higher and higher, jumps had to be made. Short at first, but those who were sort of able to maybe use their tails as counterbalances would seem to be more successful. And then they developed over millions of years. Ultimately, this would lead to the blasters as we know them due to their winning out adaptations. These creatures would be capable of flight and able to move about the mountains and peaks freely. So all these seem pretty nice, but there's another pressure on these creatures that need to get out of this area. Much like how the graboids got trapped in the valley and had to scrounge for food that may have still been available at that time, the Shrieker life cycle would not be too kind to any ecosystem. Considering everything they eat results in another Shrieker, eventually the population of prey would be overwhelmed, which would ultimately result in a scarcity and ending of the Shriekers before they could continue their life cycles. The adaptations won over time would basically be passed down to the graboids and then to the Shriekers, resulting in the blasters. So I'm thinking that this is what happened. The graboids would come first, obviously, and then the Shriekers would come, annihilating a food population and a food source, getting as much growth as possible. Ultimately, they would molt into blasters, who would then fly out of the area because there was no more food sources available where they were. This ability to fly would leave them way out into the distances to hopefully new food sources. If any was found, they would land, eat, go comatose, which would likely result in their end should another animal happen by. And then the egg was deposited. Likely they could lay their own eggs without meeting their end, however, but they would still be the last life cycle. Eventually, after doing this though, a problem would begin to emerge. With the large animals mostly gone, the graboids would be having really not enough to eat. This resulted in their species meeting their end in those areas after the blasters laid their eggs. So despite despite all the land, surface, and air adaptations, most of their species would still go extinct because of the graboid species being the foundation, ironically. This large worm isn't as capable as others downstream, and as a result, they required too much nutritional support to be remaining viable. They did have some things going for them, however. The ability to lay dormant and eggs for hundreds of years would allow a population to rebound and reestablish, making the cycle viable once more, but it would appear too much time passed for most of the eggs laid, and they are just likely fossils now. So one of the major questions you may be asking yourself is, what is the deal with the white liquid coming out of them? That sounds gross AF. So you know, like when it was impaled on the fence and split open, okay, that sounds even worse. Okay, so essentially the hypothesis is that it must be sodium due to its reactivity with air, which is actually not all that true. Plus there are some context clues here mentioned by Jack that actually tells us what this is. Sodium is a highly reactive element to specifically water. If you drop pure sodium into water, it will result in an explosion, so don't do it. Though I gotta ask you, where are you even getting pure sodium besides a chemistry lab? Just go return it. Regardless, it doesn't so much just react in air in that way. We see that the white liquid combines with a red liquid, and Jack says, smells like a bad night of beans. And I do want to point out, there's an orange liquid, which is the blood of the graboid. So, because of this, we can assume that the first compound, which is likely the red substance, is likely hydrogen sulfide. Hydrogen sulfide is produced by animals anyhow by a process of breaking down organic material, and it's basically farts. So a bad night of beans, there you go, you've got some farts. So with this chemical kind of naturally occurring in the body as the red mixture, we can now move on to what the white mixture is. The white mixture to me is likely part of what Bert said. Maybe not pure sodium, but something called sodium hydroxide. Alkali metals usually have a whitish coloring to them, and if they're mixed with fluids of the body, and not specifically water, this can keep the reaction from happening prematurely. So like say if it was mixed with a mucus material and as little water as possible. So at this point internally, the hydrogen sulfide, or H2S, is then mixed with sodium hydroxide. Likely the red mixture does contain water in it, seeing as it ran faster than the white mixture in some instances. Because of this, the sodium hydroxide of the white liquid, or NaOH, is then mixed with water, or H2O, and hydrogen sulfide that is naturally occurring, which is H2S. And this can have some pretty profound effects. First, the mixture of sodium hydroxide with water results in hydrogen gas and is an exothermic reaction, meaning that it releases heat. Next, sodium hydroxide mixing with hydrogen sulfide also results in sodium hydrosulfide as well as water, which is an exothermic reaction. So here's what I'm thinking. These two chemical reactions both produce heat, with one producing hydrogen and one producing water. Due to the naturally occurring processes inside, hydrogen is readily available then, and perhaps the graboids over time pick up sodium compounds from moving through the crust. Eventually the blasters are able to combine these into a massive chemical reaction to produce enough heat when mixed to ignite the hydrogen to send them flying through the sky. This chemical reaction clearly could be seen as the creature shakes to aid in the reaction to sort of make sure that it's fully mixed with the chemicals, and then the subsequent explosion out the back of it. So these creatures were likely very successful should their food sources have held out, but likely after the extinction of the dinosaurs, and even with their ability to fly, the fact is they were really only a very small subset of the species, and because of that, the size of the graboids that it really took for them to reach adult status, the ones not in the mountains, really met their end. Those in the mountains ironically fared better, and despite being trapped there and being forced to sort of adapt to more hostile environments, this kept them going. But even still, it would alienate them into a small parcel of land, as their numbers would likely continue to dwindle, mostly in part due to Bert Gummer doing the Lord's work. The only good bug is a dead bug is a phrase after being bit in the neck by a spider about 2 weeks ago minding my own business that I can 400% get behind. And apparently, the humans of the 23rd century share my same sentiment. During this century of great strife and prospering, humanity has perfected interstellar traveling, done away with democracy, and began colonizing other planets in hopes of conquering the entire galaxy. With the exaggerated swagger of a power-hungry government and military, humanity would continue colonizing, conquering, and seemingly taking over most of this galaxy. However, located across the stars, from the looks of it probably about 80,000 light years away, humanity would stumble across another life form that would just completely beat the crap out of the ground infantry and ships in low orbit alike. This insectoid species known as arachnids would continue to hand the military its soldiers back in pieces and continue to colonize other planets around it. This would ultimately inspire a massive conflict between the two species. Humanity on the side of colonizing its own planets and taking over the galaxy, all the while underestimating the other species, and the arachnids seeding worlds for themselves, but not responding to humanity unless the hairless apes stumbled across them and attacked them first. Ultimately, it's kind of easy to see who's probably in the wrong in this scenario. The bugs. It's always the bugs. Humanity number one, baby. Although that may be why the entire conflict started in the first place, having that mentality. Anyhow, as the war raged, soon the bugs would become smarter and planet figured out how to attack Earth directly despite lacking technology to do so, or this is kind of what we were led to believe. So today we are obviously talking about the movie Starship Troopers and the arachnid-human conflict contained within. We will also be discussing how this species came about and what their societal structuring appears to be like, and how the environmental pressures of Klendathu shaped them. So in my last video I mentioned, before we start anything else, that I had a fourth channel called Roanoke Tales, and apparently a lot of people didn't know about it. I don't know. Anyways, I'll put it in the description and the pinned comment. It's basically just I'm reading scary stories and SCPs and stuff. So if you want to check it out, cool. If not, don't worry about it. All right, let's get to it. So we all know the drill. I know it may bug you that I say this every time, but you know, like I just said, there may be new people here. On the screen, you will see a point to jump to if you would like to skip past the summary of this movie, which by the way, new bugs are introduced in each movie, so I'll be covering those as well, so don't sweat that. But for this video, we will be focusing on the first movie. So jump to that point if you want to bypass, but for all others, let's get to why it's better to use your words when dealing with creatures from other planets, and why it's even surprising this version of humanity survived long enough to become spacefaring with such thinking displayed. We start our story with Johnny Rico drawing a note for his girlfriend at the time. It appears as though school is about to start wrapping up. His professor goes on about how democracy has failed and all power is derived from violence. Sort of an ape way of looking at it, but you can take the human out of the home planet, but you can't take the home planet out of the human. They discuss what they are doing with their lives now, and things are finishing out as they check their finals. His girlfriend Carmen scored a 97%, virtually securing her spot in flight school, whereas Johnny received a 35%, securing himself a spot in the infantry. In this universe to boot, psychics are real, just so you know. His other friend continues to run the Federation tests based on psychics, on himself as well as others, to discover if anyone has this hidden talent, but he appears to be the only one. Later on, before prom, Johnny's parents try to impress upon him the importance of going to college. He has already been confirmed to be going to Harvard, which with a 35% math score on his final, I can only assume that a change of money has been pretty obvious. He turns down his parents' pressure and instead says he's joining the service to become a citizen. His parents protest, and he mentions how going to the beach in the Outer Rings might change his mind. He appears tempted at first, but ultimately declines it to join the military. He heads to prom, and after that we meet Dizzy, who I don't think I've ever seen a woman this thirsty before. Somebody just get her some water, for God's sake. They finish out school shortly after all of this and then head out to sign up for the military based on their scores on their finals. Carmen ends up going to pilot school, Carl with his presumed psychic abilities gets games and theories, and Johnny gets infantry. The recruiter congratulates him by saying it made him the man he is today, and then moves back, showing that he's missing both his legs and his arm. So you're telling me by the 23rd century we've mastered interstellar flight, but we can't regrow a few limbs with genetic information stored within our cells like a lizard can? What sort of lame universe is this? Regardless, Johnny tells his parents he's already signed up. They freak out and he leaves, completely cut off financially. They tell him he needs to reconsider, as people regularly meet their end in the military. But he continues and says that to be a citizen, he has to do it, and then goes for it anyways. This would actually prove to save his life. Fast forward, Carmen and him part ways as she heads for flight school and he heads for basic training. Now, I haven't been through basic myself, but the injuries you sustain in basic if you don't shut up would appear to be career ending in this movie, and yet they happen. Broken arms, hand stabs, being choked out on the ground. I guess it's not really career ending if you get choked out, but surely a broken radius and ulna bone would stop you from doing push-ups, right? Early on, Johnny shows that he has a knack for leadership and self-determination, standing up to Ace in the lunch line when he cuts, as well as attempting to enforce order. He's being watched by a sergeant in the background, and as he acts, it would appear as though his sergeant is probably impressed. Ace backs down, mentioning everyone should have a friend like him, to which they actually do become friends. And later, Ace's mouth gets him into trouble when he asks how a knife is really going to help them if they have the good old handhelds. Sergeant puts a knife through his hand, mentioning how they can't use their tools if their hand is disabled. This bears no weight in the story, I just thought it was funny. Okay, skipping past the shower scene, I know you're crushed, but oddly, you can see the uncensored version on YouTube right now. Kind of strange considering they don't allow stuff like that on their site, yet if you buy the movie, it's on their site. Hypocrisy runs deep. We skip over to Carmen, who's in flight school currently, and showing that she's an exceptional pilot. Taking them out of port, she narrowly misses a massive space dock and then continues to show how she's able to finally move the ship. This awareness of space of the ship will come in handy later. Moving back over to Johnny, they're currently engaged in war games. Him and Dizzy appear to be the last two left, and they run a play that they used to do back when they played the universe's version of football, or this one anyways. You know, like the real football, not soccer, American football. That's right, Matt. It's an objective fact. This is football. Regardless of my stance on football, this would ultimately prove successful, and Rico was given credit for the win despite it being Dizzy's idea. She doesn't really care though because she's completely infatuated. Rico's given squad command to see what he can do. Back in the barracks, Carmen sends Rico one of the most scenic breakup videos I've ever seen, which, I mean, who's getting these camera angles? So he's probably a little bummed out, but he kind of knew it was coming anyways. Control of the squad the next day, they're engaging in another war game with live ammunition. Okay, so here's the thing. What a terrible idea. When soldiers get hit with lasers, it electrocutes them. Like, muscles seize up and they fall. So, I wonder if your trigger finger would be affected by that. Let's find out. As they fight through a mock battle, one of the soldiers complains that his helmet isn't fitting properly. Rico tells him to take off his helmet so he can mess with it, but as he does, another soldier gets hit with a laser and seizes with her hand discharging. This hits the soldier through the eye and takes him out instantly. So first thing I would like to say, that hit him in the eye first. The eyes are already exposed. He would have been gone with his helmet on anyhow. Second, why would you design a course like this? This is honestly just bad planning and training. But Rico is relieved of his squad command as a result. The one soldier who is, taking it through the eye is completely out of the game, and the other who fired washes out. Rico is allowed to stay, but is given 10 lashes as administrative punishment, and he takes his licks. After he accepts and goes through all this, he tries to leave anyhow at the end, which kind of seems like a waste to me. But just prior to leaving, however, he calls his parents. On the call with them, it gets incredibly dark outside, and the call drops. As he begins walking out, soldiers begin running and yelling of war. Rico's hometown, Buenos Aires, was hit by an asteroid the bug sent, and that's why the call dropped out. With his whole family gone, Rico attempts to re-enlist, proclaiming that his family was just annihilated. The major turns his back as Sergeant tears up Rico's signed form, discharging him. So now, he's back in action. Just prior to this, Carmen actually had a run-in with the asteroid. Coming from nowhere, she narrowly was able to dodge it just in time, but lost radio communications and couldn't warn Earth, to which I say, doesn't this ship have some sort of anti-asteroid arms on it? Anything? Seems a little ridiculous that they couldn't just blow that thing out of the sky, though I suppose maybe why would they? Although they did seem to know that it was heading to Earth. Yeah, that just doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, before continuing on, I do have to say this. It's important, for an asteroid crossing the galaxy in that small amount of time, the Milky Way is 105,000 light years across. That means the literal speed of light takes 105,000 years to cross. All right, let's see if I can do this properly. That is 621 quadrillion, 370 trillion miles, or roughly 1 quintillion kilometers. Basically, it would take billions, if not trillions of years for an asteroid knocked out of orbit by the Klendathu race to get to Earth. Not to mention all the stars and black holes and gravity wells, planets, other asteroids in the way. This part never made sense to me. There's just no freaking way. All right, just moving on. Against all odds, this asteroid did strike though, and nobody could warn them. But then what about the planetary asteroid defense system that they were bragging about in the beginning of the movie? How did this happen? All right, it's just a huge plot hole, but you get my drift. Moving on. Humanity immediately wages war on the bugs. However, this would have proved to be a massively underestimated foe. As they arrived at Klendathu and begin their attack, the plasma bombardment from the planet was reported that it should have been light and sporadic. However, this was not the case. The ships in low orbit began getting hammered and destroyed. Carmen is barely able to pilot out of there without losing the ship, and the infantry didn't fare much better. After losing many, they began hitting the ground and then moving across the surface with seemingly no tactics. Everyone just kind of ran around, I guess. As they do, they spot their first arachnid soldier, and immediately they realize they have a real fight on their hands. They open up on it, but it ends up ripping apart a soldier like tissue paper. Eventually, after the falling of many soldiers, roughly 308,000, a full-scale retreat is ordered as their foe is much more of an adversary than they originally thought it would be. Rico attempts to go back for his friend, but as he does, he's knocked down when the torso is thrown at him. The arachnid that did it finally gets a final hit in, breaking Rico's femur and piercing all the way through his leg. This stops him from running, and he is left behind after the fight. Eventually, news gets out about the failed ground tactics and also the ships overhead, and the ships return to port to find that most of the soldiers are in bad shape, along with the ships themselves. This massive setback led to the Sky Marshal resigning and a new one being appointed. She comes up with a new tactic: clear out the surrounding planets and try to understand the bugs. Carmen, meanwhile, checks on who met their end, to which she finds that Rico is gone. However, it turns out Rico was saved. His wounds are currently being mended in a stasis tube after he was saved by his old professor during the retreat. So now the real war begins, the human war. Bombardment of the planets commence as actual human tech is used to annihilate scores of arachnids. Almost seems a little unfair, but the planets are borderline glassed anyhow. Kind of sounds like humans are becoming the Covenant at this point, doesn't it? Ground troops are sent in afterwards to mop up and do a fairly good job. However, larger beasts lurk on the new planets. Massive insects that fire some sort of acid that can melt your body in seconds rise and begin attacking the ground troops. Rico's able to break through its carapace and drops in a grenade, ending it in the process. After this, Rico is once again promoted to squad squad leader after proving himself. Later, Rico hooks up with Daisy, as you do, and they all head out about 20 minutes later to the next area when a distress call comes out at a forward operating base. As they move through, it becomes clear that there are now flyers when one picks up the sergeant and then takes him out. Well, he doesn't take him out. The lieutenant takes him out to kind of spare him the misery of being taken out by a flyer. On the spot, Rico is then promoted acting sergeant in the ending of The Other Sergeant. Upon reaching the FOB, they find that all the soldiers have been completely overrun. Pieces of them lie everywhere, and it appears that they were attacked during chow. The bugs have dug a tunnel under the walls and began a ruthless slaughter of the soldiers who weren't even remotely ready. While moving through, they find a general who was hiding in the lockers talking about how he had critical information and the bugs wanted to extract it. They find some soldiers had their brains sucked out, and the general mentions how they put out a distress call by using the soldier's brain to understand the equipment. After this realization, a full-scale attack begins on the base because it was an ambush all along, showing that these insects are massively intelligent, almost or if not as smart as humans. A lot of soldiers lose their head in the process, and eventually Rico puts out a call for a pilot to extract them. Carmen shows up, but while she does, Dizzy is stabbed multiple times to the chest and abdomen. Rico carries her to the ship, but she expires shortly after due to her wounds. And again, why not have some sort of biofoam, or is there anything at this point? Man, medical tech is like so inconsistent in this movie. Prior to leaving, however, the lieutenant was dragged into the ground, losing half of his lower body, and since he's bleeding out, he tells Rico that he knows what he has to do, to which Rico shoots him in the guts. It's like, bro, that's not even cool. That takes way longer to bleed out than you might imagine, and it's incredibly painful the entire time. I feel at this point, I do need to tell you guys that I absolutely love this movie. It's just, when I was watching it as a kid, it made perfect sense, and now that I'm watching it as an adult, I'm like, what is going on? Anyways, getting back up into space, they do a burial at sea for Dizzy, and Rico is officially raised to lieutenant, put in charge of Rico's Roughnecks. He is sent back down to the planet again to track more bugs, but while there, Carmen's ship is blown apart. Her and Xander, her main squeeze at the time, both escape the dropship and crash into the planet. As they do, they send out a distress call, to which Rico answers, but it's cut off and he assumes that she is gone. However, as luck would have it, she crashed into the same cave system they needed to go into. Rico and his squad move through the caves, and then he takes a few volunteers to go check on Carmen. While he is approaching, Xander's brains are getting sucked out of his head by a brain bug, which nobody's really sad about. The brain bug is how they have actually been figuring out human plans and manipulating human tech. After sucking his brains out, the brain bug then turns towards Carmen, but she slices open the tube with a knife. Before the arachnids can end her, Rico's squad shows up with a mini nuke, to which the brain bug instantly recognizes it. The attack is held off momentarily, but eventually they do open up on the arachnids and the fight begins. Rico gets Carmen, but one of his soldiers is injured. He stays behind and detonates the nuke, taking out the pursuing bugs. When they exit, it turns out Zim, Rico's previous sergeant, during basic training, bust himself back down to private to fight. He ended up locating and capturing the brain bug that was retreating. As they hold the brain bug, Carlton shows up and reads its mind, understanding that it's scared. They transport the brain bug back to a secure location to begin trying to understand it with extreme disregard for keeping it healthy, I guess you could say. We end our story with Rico continuing to fight, sticking it to the bugs with the old saying of, "Come on, you apes, you want to live forever?" Well, maybe if they had perfected that medical technology, this would be sort of a rhetorical question. So, as I learn more and more about the arachnids and their variants of species, I'm fairly certain at this point, a video only covering the movies themselves isn't going to do this thing justice. The caste system of all the bugs for one, and just the different bugs in general, is going to require sort of some diving into. I mean, there's this one bug known as the imposter, which absolutely blows my mind, and it kind of looks human, so I would definitely need to sit down and do videos on all of them, so keep an eye out for that in the future, but that doesn't mean we can't do an overview right now. So, let's get to that. First things first, Klendathu is an ugly planet, a bug planet, a planet hostile to life as we know it. There are a few reasons for this being the case, actually. Klendathu orbits a twin star system. Orbiting dual stars locked in a binary revolution, first and foremost, puts off a lot of solar radiation, which in turn, as we all know, becomes heat. This heat can have profound impacts on a planet that orbits those stars. And in the case of this planet, it certainly does. Klendathu has 2 moons that orbit near the edge of an asteroid belt as well. This asteroid belt is believed to be the remains of Klendathu's twin world, but due to its orbit, at some point in the past, it was obliterated. The thing to note about this system is just by its existence, it appears to be a fairly violent and difficult system to live in. The surface of Klendathu, due to the solar radiation from the suns, makes it quite dry. Most of the planet is barren at the surface, and from what can be seen, no vegetation whatsoever exists. The surface is exceedingly mountainous, adding to the difficult terrain issues for an invasion, and in general, life on the surface itself would be sparse. The arachnids and other bugs tend to live underground, which is no mistake. As the surface is blasted with likely heat waves and an oppressive amount of light, the bugs will move under the ground and dig out tunnels, where likely water was located to sustain them. The atmosphere of Klendathu is surprisingly hospitable to Homo sapiens. This would indicate that during the formation of the planet, along with others, oxygen must have been located in high enough quantity entities during the formation of these planets. Likely this is the case because we do not see any oceans to house plankton that we might expect to sort of convert CO2 to oxygen. Now, you're probably already saying, well, Roanoke, it is alien life. Surely something must be replenishing the oxygen. And truly, something must be doing that, but what might it be? Well, considering we see no oceans, which serve as sort of a progenitor for life, as land is much harder to form on, we see no vegetation of any kind on Klendathu. My thinking it either has to be microscopic life forms in the atmosphere itself, producing what is necessary, or possibly in the crust of the planet. It does not have to be in the ocean, but it would make it a little easier. And really, there has to be something replenishing this, because if something was not keeping this biome refreshed, humanity would have to drop in with rebreathers and even their own air supplies. The atmosphere of Klendathu appears quite thick, which would suggest that since it's having to resist the pressures of two suns ionizing particles ripping apart the atmosphere, it must have a magnetosphere as well. Moving past Klendathu, however, the entire system seems to be about the same in terms of planet viability. Most of the planets are arid from what can be seen when humanity decides to take out bugs on the planets and the outer limits of bug colonization around Klendathu. However, in later movies, we will see that there kind of is some climate change and it becomes more varied. And speaking of colonization, the bugs, while being a no-tech society, this has in no way made them hindered by it. You see, the thing about humans is, without our technology, we may be smart, but we are pretty weak. We don't have any natural defenses besides our brains. If someone were to drop you into the woods with wild animals, your first instinct is to make a spear. But with that said, you are still quite vulnerable. It's not until humanity gets together and makes more advanced tools that we really stand much of a chance against the things around us. Or if there's, a bunch of us, we stand a better chance. But it really makes it tough when nature has designed things around us to eat us because we're weaker than them. So a way to look at it in terms of the bugs, for every technological gain humanity has made outside of its body, bugs would make a gain concerning their own meat suits. This would ultimately lead to creatures who were able to do similar things to humans but without the need for technology. The bug race began spreading across its solar system and likely outside of it due to the seeding of other planets. As mentioned by the biology teacher in the beginning of the movie, when they were all still in school, the bug race has millions of years of evolution behind it and has become the perfect specimen. It can colonize worlds quite easily by attaching spores, likely using the plasma bugs that we see firing into space. They move through the solar system and land and then begin to spawn bugs on that planet, officially continuing the line. The interesting aspect about this colonization would be, why would they do it in the first place? Strangely, it may be the severe pressures put on them by their hostility of their solar system, but usually evolution adapts a creature to its specific surroundings, not their ability to branch out into other environments such as other worlds. Nonetheless, the bugs are able to do this for quite some time, which leads to an area to be quarantined by the Federation, which, let's take a trip down conspiracy theory lane. I mentioned earlier about the absolutely ridiculous amount of time for an asteroid to be knocked out of orbit in the Klendathu system to reach Earth. So the one that hit Buenos Aires seems to me to be a false flag fallacy. The Federation blamed the bugs for the attack despite it making no sense in a time frame or the fact that it got past the planetary defense system. On top of that, they declared war within minutes of the presumed attack. It really looks like they just kind of wanted to exterminate the bugs without question to their authority on it. Now bear with me, because there are several more movies and it may be discussed in those and explored more, which we will get into, but so far I've seen one, and I think half of the second one, and that was about 10 years ago, so my memory's a little hazy on that front, but we will refine ideas and information as we go along. So the caste system within the bugs is quite varied, and again, we will have videos over all the different types of bugs because each appear to have their own unique attacks, but interesting internal biology as well, like the tanker bug, which can spew out chemicals that can melt a human in armor in mere moments, bones and all. The caste system has those of the lowest, who appear to be almost like the roaches on Earth. They are tasked with taking care of the brain bug, so they were likely kind of a part of a servant class. They have really no way to fight back against anything and really just serve to move the brain bug around. Next up, we have the main fighting forces of arachnids, likely in increasing order of importance. The warrior bug, which is the main infantry sent out to combat the Federation soldiers, they can rip apart a human with the slightest of ease. They are by definition an insect or insectoid with 6 legs that they possess for walking. In fact, the comparison that they look like antlions from Half-Life is spot on. Their large frontal pincers act like that of an ant, but are obviously scaled up. They possess an internal nervous system, as made mentioned by Carl when discussing which part to go for when taking them out. They possess a single eye from what we can see, and instead of a compound eye like, say, on the insects on Earth, they have a mammalian eye somewhat, with an iris and a central pupil. The hopper bugs are capable of flight. They appear to be sent in few numbers with hundreds of warrior bugs and can fly over walls and decapitate any creature in its way. They have razor-sharp arms that can easily pierce armor of any person, which I would just like to point out, why are you even wearing armor at this point? It just slows you down and literally does nothing against these things. However, due to its flight, small arms are quite effective against it because it has to be lighter and it can quickly knock it out of the air. The tanker bug is a massive armored behemoth, which is used to crash through walls and melt troops. Its armor plating makes it almost virtually invulnerable to small arm hits unless you get right up on it and drop a grenade into it. On top of this, with its ability to spew out a substance that completely disassembles your cells and armor, the creature is a top priority when in combat, even over the arachnids or hoppers. The plasma bugs are anti-low orbit bugs, as humans hover around the planet in low orbit to supply troops and arms to those below, so obviously knocking these out of the sky would be paramount. The plasma bugs appear to be the only ones specifically that can colonize other planets with the spores, then also knock asteroids out of orbit. But most importantly, they can just straight up shoot down ships. The presumed ball of plasma they produce makes an impact with the ship immediately melting through it and knocking it out of orbit. However, they really are like glass cannons of the species. While the mini nukes are preferably used, the thin membrane on their back ends would be easily pierced by any explosives and may even be susceptible to small arms. Ultimately, these are high value targets, as getting rid of them also stops them from colonizing planets. Now, there's a few more in the middle, but we will be getting into those in later episodes. But concerning the first movie, the top is the brain bug. This bug is almost completely incapable of movement on its own and appears almost like a slug with multiple black eyes. It understands human intentions and can control other bugs with a psychic ability. Considering in humans in this universe psychic abilities are possible, it's not really that big of a jump to assume that the brain bug communicates this way. It eats the brains of humans to understand what they're doing and how to use tech. This one is a high value target as well, because capturing this bug means understanding what makes them tick in general. Now, there is something known as the queen bug and the god bug. The god bug literally takes up 1/5 of the planet under the ground in the top of the caste system, controlling everything and all things. It has survived the Federation invasion of its planet. It is the ultimate hive mind, but like I said, we will talk about that later. As for the internal biology of these creatures, while being insectoid, there are a lot of differences between, say, the ones on Earth and them. And I base this on breathability of the atmosphere of Klendathu and the human's ability to survive there without any extra apparatus needed. So back on Earth, roughly 300 million years ago, Earth's atmosphere was comprised of levels upwards of 35% oxygen. This had a profound effect on the insects that were living on the planet at that time. With more oxygen availability and their inefficient ability to move oxygen around their body, they would be able to overcome this because of the copious amounts of O2, and they would begin to grow. This produced giant insects and arachnids of my nightmares, for instance, with dragonflies having a wingspan of about 2 feet 4 inches or roughly 70 centimeters. Centipedes could get as long as 6 feet or 2 meters, and their jaws were way larger. However, eventually the oxygen levels fell drastically during the Permian extinction event, and insects, or bugs in general, shrunk in size due to the lack of oxygen. Again, this is because the oxygen that they need cannot effectively get throughout their body because it's a much more passive system. In mammals, for instance, we are the size we are because of our ability to move oxygen around the body via the circulatory system. This ensures all nutrients and O2 are delivered to cells, allowing for our larger body sizes. Now, with that said, humans could have actually existed in an atmosphere of 35% oxygen, and by all accounts, we would actually perform better. We could run further, stay saturated with oxygen easier, think more clearly, but when you start getting higher than that, say to the oxygen levels that would be required to sustain a tanker bug or a plasma bug, those levels would be poisonous to humans. You likely could stand the oxygen if you were not there kind of prolonged, but lightheadedness would occur as your body becomes depleted of potassium, and ultimately this could lead to oxygen issues like oxygen toxicity, lung damage, heart failure. You get it, not great things. This would imply to me that there must be a circulatory system in place in these arachnids. For humans and bug to exist in the same atmosphere at the size they are and without detriment to humans, oxygen must be getting around the bodies of these creatures more effectively than just the more passive oxygen diffusion that happens to the insects on Earth. And this would indicate something else, more complex organ formation within the body of these insects, which is also backed up by Carl. The nerve stem, as he calls it, would imply that the brain is larger than by body comparison when it comes to the insects on our planets versus Klendathu. To boot, concerning the brain, this would be important as they can be properly controlled by the brain bug and may be able to actually plan and counter humans in this way as well. But to supply a bigger brain, you need oxygen to permeate it, which again implies the existence of the circulatory system. Okay, so I did want to talk about something. Back in my antline video, I got blasted because I suggested that the antlines would struggle to breathe without a circulatory system in place with Earth's low oxygen levels. I'm not sure if I got a bunch of like armchair scientists or chemists or what, but just breathe nitrogen XD Roanoke dumb was brought up. Nitrogen is an inert gas, and while it is important to the building blocks of proteins, it doesn't work like that. You can't just exchange out gases and have the body operate properly, and the idea of, oh, well, it's an alien is kind of a cop-out. Oxygen is important to a body because without it, an animal's metabolism slows down and eventually stops. This is the crux of the issue for insects. If their whole bodies aren't permeated with oxygen, then those cells' metabolisms will fail, leading to their end. This in turn will destroy sections of the insect, leading it to die. Breathing only nitrogen, which is in Earth's atmosphere, would do very little to support a metabolism because the gas is inert. hurt. The only way I could see the insects of Klendathu getting around this is if there was nitrogen dioxide existing in the atmosphere in great quantities. But if this were the case, then humans couldn't breathe there in the first place. So for humans and insects of that size to exist together at the same time on the same planet, they must have similar compositions and pathways concerning metabolism. So breathing nitrogen does nothing for either species except for, building, the amino acids that we need, or they need as well, which may be mildly important, I hear. But they have to both be oxygen-based species in its O2 form to both exist in the same environment. But I already know I'm going to get a ton of comments, well, they're aliens, so you can't say what their metabolism is. But yes, through deductive reasoning, the fact that humans can exist on that planet, I can assume what their metabolism is. Okay, so I probably sounded a little more saltier than I think I intended to, but essentially the Klendathu race are oxygen-based metabolic species much like that on Earth-based animals. Likely their atmosphere has a higher oxygen concentration, but the creatures would still need some form of circulatory system in place to be kept alive and functional. They exist in a hierarchy with the god bug at the top and likely the roach bugs at the bottom. Everything in between is nothing but an unstoppable attacking machine that humanity should have likely left alone and never invaded in the first place. Oh, you know what time it is. It's time to get back into the big worms that become small walkers. With the events of Perfection Valley well known at this point, the world has accepted that there was an undiscovered species of worms that could and would eat man if they tread into their territory. While still not a widespread concern for many people, certain areas of the planet were still highly accessible for this cluster of species and their subsequent descendants. In Tremors 2 Aftershock, however, there is a twist that was unforeseen. The worms would have an unseen adaptation that makes them even more dangerous than those that were under the ground. Even getting high up into a tower would ultimately prove fruitless to save you due to the problem-solving abilities that they contained. So in today's episode, we will discuss how those creatures came about, why they are adapted the way they are, and where might these adaptations have come from. But before moving ahead, obligatory 4th channel plug, I'm narrating stories over at Roanoke Tales, and we'll be adding SCP readings in the future. Let me know what you think about it. If you do decide to check it out, I'm still learning, still adapting to the reading style, and I do read the comments and make adjustments. Alright, let's get to it. So as usual, you guys know what I'm going to say, but for all you new guys and gals out there, basically there will be a timestamp up on screen. If you want to bypass the video to that point because either you don't want to see the summary or haven't seen the movie, well, you haven't seen the movie, that's probably an issue because there's obvious spoilers here. Then again, the movie's been out for 25 years almost, so quarter of a century seems like enough time. Regardless, head there and we will get to the breakdown of these creatures and discuss their adaptations. For everyone else, let's go over why walking is scarier than crawling in today's episode. We open up our story in Mexico. Apparently working on a pipeline, it would appear that this particular person's co-workers have been swallowed up by some unseen monster. Unfamiliar to him, but a familiar sight to us, he crawls across a pipeline with a graboid slowly moving under the ground, tracking him. As he reaches the end, and the creature appears to begin its main attack, he jumps across 55-gallon drums, which is actually pretty smart. Keeping it random and precise, he's attempting to make it to a truck in the distance. However, the graboid can hear this and eventually catches up to him and then knocks him to the ground. I swear, if he would have just stayed still, this thing probably would have not known any difference between him and the 55-gallon drums. However, through his thrashing, it finds him and then eats him. We jump back over to America where Earl is attempting to wrangle a couple of ostriches. Which, here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that the largest single cell in the world is an ostrich egg? Moving past the creepy birds with man legs, a car approaches with a man named Grady and Senor Ortega. They are approaching Earl because of his experience and what they have heard about him. Being a world-renowned graboid hunter, Senor Ortega wants to recruit him to stop the creatures from consuming his men. Down in Mexico, they are having issues with a large group of graboids numbering to about 20. After Earl hears this, he basically tells them there's no way he's going to meet his end for that and then heads inside. Senor Ortega continues to inquire about Val from the first movie, but we all know Kevin Bacon isn't going to show up for Tremors 2, The Quest for More Money. Speaking of money, Grady then says that he will talk to Earl and see if he can't convince him. He informs Earl that they are willing to pay $50,000 per graboid taken out, and not only that, the military will provide them with everything they need to take out these creatures. Earl contemplates this and says no. After a brief discussion, though, about how Earl wasn't getting paid for anything and he should have gotten a lawyer after the first graboid incident, he's convinced that this is his second chance at making some great fortune and reluctantly agrees to go to Mexico to take these things out. Grady says that he will go with him, wanting to see these things up close and personal, and then they begin their trek. Arriving down at the processing plant, there is only a skeleton crew of people left. Everyone else has been sent home, and work has ceased after about 6 workers were reportedly eaten by these creatures. The crew remaining there are Senior Ortega, Kate Riley, her assistant, and Pedro. Grady and Earl are tasked with luring these creatures in, but are briefed on the general area and where their movement has been most active. After getting all the information, munitions, and seismographs they need, they head out the next morning into the open hillside to lure these things in and use high energy release methods to blow apart the graboids. The old saying of "don't fix what ain't broke" applies here. However, this time they have new methods. Utilizing a remote controlled truck, they are able to lure these things in and help them meet their demise quite easily. Eventually, however, Grady gets too comfortable, believing that these things are just big dumb animals. He gets on the ground to go after an umbrella. As he does this, one approaches from stealing the radio earlier and then begins attacking the truck as he gets back into it. Unfortunately, their method of dragging chains from earlier to make noises has also inadvertently caused them to get snagged by a graboid. It begins dragging the truck until they are lucky enough to have the chain snap as the creature tries to drag them under a rock. The truck seems to be alright, but as they check the seismograph monitor, they have attracted about 8 more graboids. They decide that that's enough hunting for today and bob and weave out of the area. Earl at this point realizes that they are going to need some help. Earl gets on the radio when they get back and calls in the man, the myth, the legend, Burt Gummer. Burt has run into hard times with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and without the threat of total nuclear war, his wife says that he's become too stressed and she leaves to go stay with her mother. I mean, but also, who could really expect Reba to also come back for Tremors 2? Not likely. Regardless, Burt doesn't have much going on currently, so he says that he would be happy to head down and take care of this graboid issue, as he's looking for something to do anyways. Alright, so breaking away from the summary real quick, it's time to correct one of my earlier thoughts. I mentioned in the first Tremors video that I made that they were likely cut off during the Ice Age period by the rising mountains, and I mentioned that they probably weren't alive during dinosaur times. So with the introduction of new information comes the introduction of new ideas. That's how science is supposed to work. And I've got something later that I think kind of makes absolute sense as well. So the Tremors are in fact from the Precambrian period based on their fossilized evidence and one of the setae left behind in that layer of rock. So confirmed, graboids existed before dinosaurs. Alright, so back to the summary. As they meet up at the processing plant, Kate has been working with one of the setae that she did find and discovers that it does date back before the dinosaurs. Seeing as these creatures are that old, this would make them likely the oldest living species still around. As they discuss the implications of this, the entire building begins to shake. Believing it to be one of the return of the graboids, they lock and load and get ready to go. Although if the building was shaking, wouldn't that mean that they are actually under it? But at any rate, when they all look out, their fears are assuaded by the fact that they discover that Burt is just in a giant truck loaded to the teeth with munitions. Burt then exits the truck to the happiness of Earl and shows them what he's got. He remarks how Earl and Grady could have asked for anything from the Mexican military and all they brought was a case of dynamite. He opens up the back of the truck to reveal that there are enough tools fit for a small army. And for all you new people to the channel, I do have to call them that, otherwise this video gets that yellow symbol and it's really annoying. I know, incredibly lame, but it is what it is. Anyhow, Kate remarks saying that this is ridiculous, they're just worm hunting, but the expressions on everyone's faces kind of convinces her that maybe this is a little more dire than she originally thought when it comes to graboids. They exchange some of the munitions and then all three head out. Earl and Grady continue to work together as Burt goes off alone to take out as many as he can. Throughout the day, they have some pretty great success with it. Getting into a quasi-competition with one another, Burt quickly closes the gap and actually starts to gain on them. After Burt takes one out, one graboid in particular ends up moving away from Grady and Earl. Strangely, even though likely, it would appear as though they're in range to be heard. They give chase to the creature, keeping an eye on it on the monitor. Earl suggests that maybe these creatures are learning and says that they might have some sort of plan going on, remarking that they may be actually digging out a trap for them. They round the corner and the graboid is waiting for them as it lands on the truck. Earl then floors it backwards. They land in a ravine and quickly get on the truck. As they wait for the attack from the graboid, it then lets out a wail which is new to both of them. Grady then grabs a remote controlled truck and heads up to see what it's doing. The graboid is just laying there making noises and seems to be in distress. They use the truck and try to annoy it to blow it up, but it doesn't move. Grady then slaps it and still, it does not attack them. Grady then realizes that this is the creature that they can bring back alive for $100,000. Earl then calls in Pedro to come out with the crane so that they can carry this thing back. Throughout the night, Burt continues to blow up graboids, and the live one Earl and Grady caught lets out a shriek. This one sounds different though. They debate on going to check on it, thinking that maybe it's just being eaten, so they kind of decide that they need to protect their investment. They then go check on it to find that the inside of it has been tore clean open. There's no tracks around it or any indication that an animal was eating it, so Earl suggests that something came out of it. This spooks them entirely and they head back to the truck. There they attempt to radio everyone, telling them to, kind of get out, but the radios are down. Hearing shrieks in the distance, they surmise that a another graboid is going through the same issue. As they do this, they see that Pedro's truck has then stopped in the distance and come to a rest. They decide that they will walk over to get a hold of him, and they do so with the monitor and everything that they can carry. As they do, they approach the truck to see that it's completely destroyed. The engine bay has been ripped out and they can't find Pedro. Eventually though, after searching the truck, they see his hands over the back of the railing. They then move around to the back of the truck and find that his arms, in a very Jurassic Park-esque way, are just hanging there by themselves. This spooks Earl, as this is a completely different ballgame from what he is usually seen concerning an attack. They begin to panic, but then head up to the radio tower to signal for help, or at least try to warn everyone not to come around this area. Meanwhile, Bert has also noticed that the radio contact has dropped out. To this, he decides that returning to the base is the best course of action. As he does, he mentions that he hasn't seen any graboids in hours, despite him tracking one to the area, which he finds very strange. With Earl and Grady at the radio station, they find all the radio equipment has been completely destroyed. It's beginning to look like these creatures are actually starting to understand human tech. Grady mentions how there were no people in the area to eat, so they must be cutting them off purposely. They then find a car and decide to hotwire it out of the area. As they do, they hear a noise around the side of the building. They get into position and then wait for it. As it moves, they assume that it must be huge. They then point their tools over the roof line, waiting for it to move around the corner, to which this creature does. It turns out it's only roughly about 3 feet in height or 1 meter. Looking like a mini graboid with legs, it then turns and its head opens up. It shrieks and then runs at them. They quickly take it out easily with one landed hit after missing quite a few, which ultimately ends the beast. As they inspect this creature, they see that it has legs and no eyes, just like the big ones. They assume it can hear, however, and that's why it must have known that they were there. They quickly jump into the car as they hear another noise and take off as 3 more round the corner. Bert is still continuing his drive back to the base, and as he does, he stops to make sure he's going the right way. When he does, one of the creatures then jumps onto the hood. The next day, Kate attempts to get someone on the radio, but it looks like it's just sort of a lost cause. As she does, Julio appears at the window and then is attacked by an unseen force. Blood splatters the window and the creatures have descended upon the base. Kate backs into a corner and then waits. Luckily, Earl and Grady arrive to take out the creature and then move inside. They grab Kate and attempt to escape, but one of the creatures has then jumped onto the car and destroyed the engine in the process. They move inside and come to the conclusion that there must be only about 24 left. They then see Bert coming over the hill with his truck in tatters but still driving. It's clear he has seen a battle and the truck is covered in guts. He remarks that he was denied need-to-know information about these things and is completely out of ammo. He discusses how many he took out, and there's already way more than they thought there were. That said, Bert saw one of them was shocked and detained it with 1,000-pound test line. They then take it inside and close the doors, sort of test on it and figure out what it is and how it operates. While they were testing on it, one, however, was stuck on the underside of the truck. Hurt and hungry, it then finds one of Bert's MREs and begins to eat. As they start their test with a broom on the other side of the door to see how the creature responds, it really doesn't react to movement or sound. It does, however, react when they put their hands up. The creature's head opens up and it shrieks, indicating that it has found food. Bert surmises that it must be seeing an infrared and can sense the heat of their bodies, and that is the opening of its heat sensor. When it screams, the creature gives off a lot of heat as well, which is how it might be able to communicate with the others in its group by signaling with body heat. They figure out that that's why it tore up the cars and radio station, because of the heat that was produced. As the creature drags its tongue across the ground, they realize that it is still tasting with its tongue, much like its worm-like ancestors. When it touches something it likes, it eats it. After eating the MRE, however, the creature appears to be getting sick. It instead then throws up an embryo which falls on the ground. This embryo then hatches and it is a fully living creature as well. So at this point, they realize that the creatures are asexual and are undergoing parthenogenesis and reproduce by food ingestion, which could be a major issue as this is exponential population growth. Kate states that they have taken a completely separate evolutionary path, which can be kind of right, but it's not entirely right. One then bursts through the window as Bert's food has created dozens of these things. The group then runs and hides behind a wall as they continue to look for them in the distance. They use the door that was left over in the construction to move around the side of the building. They then find one of these creatures in their direct path that they need to go to. Bert then takes it out with a shot from the 50 cal. Unfortunately, it destroys the truck behind the creature, which how could he have known? As they run back to the building, they all get separated. The creatures don't seem to be able to climb up and reach them and can't sense their body heat and begin to mill around. In a possible appearance of object permanence, one in particular begins breaking down the door to the building to get to Kate and Earl, to which they send out a steamy jumpsuit to distract them. They then make their run towards the oil towers and get out of reach of the walkers. They realize that this is actually trap them, but Kate brings up the fact that nobody has heard from them in a while, so surely they'll come looking for them eventually. The issue is, however, these things are related to graboids, which means that they are social predators. They eventually are able to begin stacking up on one another to get on top of the oil towers. As they do this and begin making their way up, Bert uses himself as bait and then takes off running. Bert runs inside a building and then closes the creatures inside. After they celebrate, they come to the realization that they just locked them in there with a ton of food. Realizing they are going to be numbering in the thousands, they have come to the conclusion that they need to detonate the building. They cover Earl with CO2 from a fire extinguisher, which lowers his ambient heat onto the surface. He moves through and the heat seekers can't really detect him as he gets to the truck. As he does though, the CO2 begins quickly failing, and the creatures begin to see his body heat as he sets the timer on the truck. He's able to climb out by a fire hose and informs the group that the whole thing is about to blow. As he does, Bert tells them to just keep running. They get to a ditch, which he assumes that this will be good enough, just as the whole building explodes, taking out the problem entirely. Earl then gets Miss October 1974, which, fun fact, Miss October 1974 was actually a Panamanian, and the one in his house is actually Miss September 1970. Don't ask me how I know that, it's just the way life goes sometimes. But they now get paid for 28 worms, which comes out to $1.4 million, which ensures nobody will really have to work again. The American dream. Alright, so with that wrapped up, let's learn about these creatures and why they evolved the way they did, and why these adaptations would likely have formed, which led to them being the most successful and longest living species in this universe. First things first, let's discuss their life cycles. It would appear as though a graboid is nothing more than the larval stage of its life cycle. Initially, these creatures are laid as eggs, which are under the ground and would appear to be kind of waiting until favorable conditions arise. If you would like to see a further breakdown, specifically on the graboids in particular, I will have that video linked at the end of this one. However, without getting too deep into the graboid lore, considering we've covered it, it would appear based on the information obtained in Tremors 2 that asexual reproduction continues to run through this species as its main form of reproduction. When a graboid appears to eat enough after a certain amount of time, the heat seekers, as they have been called before, will begin to form within this graboid. This internal gestation is known as viviparous birth, as the heat seekers are born completely functional and ready to go. It's sort of strange that they become oviparous later in their life cycles, which means that the eggs are laid and then hatched. Regardless, this viviparous birth has been compared to a metamorphosis, but that isn't entirely true. Metamorphosis involves the breakdown of the creature itself and then its subsequent reassembly into another creature. This larval stage of the graboid appears to actually result in the end of the graboid and the creation of new creatures entirely separate from the original entity, as shown when the remains of the graboid are burst with the side open. So instead, it's really just kind of pure birth at this point, except it results in the end of the parent. It would appear, however, though, that the graboid would likely serve more purpose than just creating these creatures. Likely while on the inside of this worm, the heat seekers will then eat their way out. This is why we see the graboid appearing in great distress as it sits there not moving. The internal pain is likely great until eventually the creature meets its end. Through this nutritional intake, however, the heat seekers likely would be able to move out and then throw up more of themselves as they reproduce shortly after. This would mean that likely the assumed, how they said there was about 24 of them if 3 were formed per creature left, would not be true, because Bert mentions how many he took out and there are still more. Because of this, they come out completely capable of reproduction though, even if it's with themselves. Getting a good look at these creatures, it's easy to see their graboid lineage. However, the introduction of legs now means that they can obviously hunt above the ground and stalk prey more effectively. Their short, compact bodies, thick skin, and 3 toes appear to have co-adapted with an era of the dinosaurs in terms of similarities, which would have made them likely capable of chowing down on smaller animals around them. They still possess the same mouth with a single pharynx that comes out much more like the worm progenitors. Again, only 1 though rather than the 3. Interestingly, it does appear though that 3 of these creatures are spawned from the worms, which their mouth also has 3 pharynx. Now, it's probably not likely related, but make of that what you will. So the question is, why develop legs in the first place? Well, again, knowing that these creatures developed in the Precambrian, which predates dinosaurs, this adaptation would have been paramount to their success as a species. Likely in the beginning, these creatures were actually just worms. Derived from some sort of carnivorous worm, they may have not had any other life cycle tacked on, and instead, that would develop later. Likely they still reproduce by parthenogenesis, which actually, isn't as strange as you might think. You may believe that it's mostly just insects that do this, such as ants and stick bugs, but actually, there have been cited cases of snakes reproducing with no males around to kick off the fertilization process. These snakes were all female, however, the young, they really aren't too healthy. A lot of the time, this resulted in stillborn snake young. The moral of this story is that asexual asexual reproduction is not beyond the grasp of complex animals beyond insects. And considering these creatures appear to predate reptiles and form during the era of giant bugs, these traits likely stem from this point in time. But instead of it being a sort of side trait that just happens to be possible with standard reproduction being preferred for genetic diversity, the graboid species has mastered the ability to reproduce totally independent of one another. Now, just as a side note, there are massive issues with this. For instance, genetic diversity would be quite impacted. With literally no genetic diversity amongst these creatures, all could really have descended from one parent, and over time, this would lead to vulnerability to a single disease that could, in theory, completely wipe them out due to issues of lack of resistance provided by different genes. Anyways, I could go on about that for like hours, but just know that asexual reproduction is a whole host of issues with genetic diversity, and typically, I mean, it can work, but the way forward is variety is the spice of life. Back to the original question of leg development, though, it would likely be because as the planet changed, the species they hunted changed. So too must they change. The worms themselves were likely large enough to take down prey such as dinosaurs, and more importantly, as long as they weren't going after apex species such as like Spinosaurus or Tyrannosaurus rex or massive herbivores, likely these worms could eat medium-sized dinosaurs, and for a time, this worked perfectly for them. But this golden era was not to last for the worms. We all have a general idea of what happened to the dinosaurs. It's assumed that it wasn't just the asteroid at this point that hit the Yucatan Peninsula that destroyed them, but a series of hits ranging from volcanic activity, which released sulfur into the air, causing a colder climate, which then caused vegetation to thin out. And after these impacts happened, it just kind of was too much for the ecosystems to recover, so larger dinosaurs met their end. However, a lot of dinosaurs took to the skies, which we see as birds now, or remained in the rivers and lakes, which are just literal crocodiles and alligators. This would indicate the dire need for these creatures to adapt or meet their end. During the multiple hits to the ecosystems that happened over time prior to the extinction of the dinosaurs, this is likely when the adaptations to the environments happen. With smaller dinosaurs and herbivores being mainly on the menu, and larger prey succumbing to the pressures of the changes, this meant that these creatures could no longer stay in their current form to be successful. Not only is food scarcity a limiting factor, which is pretty smart as it limits their population when there's low food and allows them to thrive when there's high food levels, but their own forms were limiting as well. So as prey became smaller or just took to the skies in general, the heat seekers that could walk became the favored model after the impact, as they were more successful at hunting with their social pack and could be sustained by smaller prey. They also could reproduce after a meal when there was clearly food in the area to sustain their population. The issue with this, however, is you get a massive population explosion, which in turn would quickly overwhelm an area's resources and then lead to their own detriment. So with that said, this form of population growth may have also indicated that they were no longer the top predators too. Instead, much like how a wolf is a mid-tier predator and is sometimes eaten by bears, the heat seeker would likely have its own predators to limit it during this specific point in time. But one thing you may be wondering about at this point is the infrared. Well, don't worry, because your boy has the perfect answer to that. As the graboids evolved, they specifically reacted to the compressional waves within the ground. This is something like a mid-tier dinosaur creating. It was easily found and then caught. They didn't need to develop any form of tracking due to this because this was their main way of hunting. And it's not like the dinosaurs could really rationalize anything being under the ground or even understand it was there. But interestingly, a thought experiment could be done, and this may have actually been what pushed them into the skies in their own form of evolution in this universe. But this is why the graboids would also have an answer to this when we discuss this in the next episode. But concerning the heat seekers, isn't it interesting that they started seeking heat in their smaller form? I mean, if you really think about it, the graboids adapted to beasts above them walking around, and that's all they needed to do. After the disappearance of their cold-blooded dinosaurs, you know what else would kind of start popping up? Mammals. Mammals are warm-blooded and produce their own body heat, and our earliest ancestors lived under the ground in burrows to boot. Likely, the graboids would come across this new form of animal with its warm body heat that was under the ground. As pressures were put on them to adapt, this interaction with the small food may have caused new traits to develop within the graboids. And this is all because they became aware of the creatures producing its own heat. Dinosaurs, again, are what's known as cold-blooded animals. This means that they are reliant upon the heat of their environment to run their metabolism. It's really not a bad way of doing things on a warm planet, but an issue begins to arrive when climate changes. This can heavily impact them and make them sluggish or prone to overheating as their bodies are pushed to more extremes of their operating temperatures. A mammal, however, produces its own heat and remains a constant unless exposure is to happen. This heat production would turn out to be something that they became hunted by. With the graboids' large food source gone or dwindling, mammals became the main prey for a time. Adapting to drop the sense of sound as a method of hunting, the organ on top of their head could sense heat and opens up when warm-blooded prey is around. If you think that's strange, actually rattlesnakes do the same thing and strike at prey that is putting off body heat. They can sense it. But the heat seekers will also communicate by releasing their own body heat, which is how they can actually talk to the rest of their group. The reason for the small stature, as noted by Grady and Earl when they see one, is because at the beginning, mammals were very small, likely the size of rodents. After the destruction of the dinosaurs, mammals then begin to diversify and fill niches, and ultimately could become larger and may have actually hunted heat seekers in turn. But for their creation to happen, their food source was small, and so they shrunk in size. On top of body mass decrease, this walking gave the graboid species a better chance at long-term survival. It would appear that the graboids, specifically in Perfection Valley, were trapped by rock on 3 sides and a cliff on the 4th. Because of this, they went into hibernation for quite some time. And even with the introduction of human food, it still wasn't enough to warrant a change into the heat seekers in the events of the first movie. That said, with the alluvial hills of Mexico, we see more graboids, and as a result, there must be more food in the area. And considering that it is sort of like a green pasture as opposed to a desert, this is unsurprising. But this allows for the creation of the heat seekers, which in turn allows for their survivability, if not for humans, to be increased as well. Being able to walk is a huge deal for these things. They can traverse rock and move into areas that would otherwise have been cut off to them. They can also hunt in these mountains, where there may be even more prey, adding to their ability to survive. These creatures are not really that smart, however, and actually appear to be less intelligent than their original larval stage. Whereas the worms would study a structure and set traps, the walkers are not seen doing any of that. Instead, they appear to be more food-driven and animalistic and less concerned about planning. This mental degradation also likely stems from food shortages that they found themselves in, which would be a pretty good indicator of the rise of the heat seekers. The summation of these creatures is that when the dinosaurs were on their way out and mammals were on the rise, the graboids were forced to adapt to a new environment stressor after hundreds of millions of years of large prey at their disposal. This resulted in an astronomical change structurally and intellectually to the body, making them hunt by heat rather than by the vibrations, considering there were no large cold-blooded animals around in great capacity that they are used to. This median stage of life form would go on later to become the ass blasters that we see in Tremors 3, but we will discuss that later. Evolution is a complicated process. The fact is, descending from a single ancestor isn't exactly a straight and linear path. Much like the branches of a tree, offshoots can happen which may flourish or expire based on availability of sunlight and nutritional resources. In our own species, there have been a few offshoots of humanity going all the way back to Australopithecus and progressing towards Homo sapiens. One species in particular that we are aware of but still not 100% sure what happened to are Neanderthals. Odds are, however, they were just kind of bred out of existence by Homo sapiens a while ago, which is why I myself have more than 60% Neanderthal DNA than others according to my genetic profile. Anyhow, Caveman Roanoke confirmed, but apart from that, evolution is a constant and changing process. Species arise from it and even cohabitate in the same time periods as seen by the previously mentioned Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. In the movie The Descent, this is no different. An offshoot of humanity dating back likely tens of thousands of years has taken up in an area due to some reason not fully understood. Humans used caves as shelter back in the days of spears and rocks, but this particular group appears as though it was fully human at one point, but instead of continuing to leave the cave, they continued to dwell within it, which affected their bodies and adapted them to their surroundings. So it's pretty clear what we were talking about today. Let's discuss the cave dwellers from the movie The Descent and see what sort of adaptations formed due to these creatures' evolution under the surface. But before getting to that, I'm shamelessly advertising my 4th channel because we are approaching 10,000 subs on it. Just because Halloween is over, it doesn't mean the Spookfest needs to end. I'm still narrating stories over at Roanoke Tales if anybody is interested, and I will drop that link in the description. So, for all the new people, there will be a timestamp up on screen to bypass the summary of this movie. Odds are you probably have seen it as it was fairly popular and from 2005, but if you don't want it spoiled, head there, and if you really just kind of want to see the summary of events, well, then you're in luck. Alright, everyone else, let's see what happens when a group of women fight against cave monsters with razor-sharp teeth. Likely, it's nothing good. We open up our jaunty cave trip story with some kayaking and some overly awkward moments that I still don't really understand, having seen this movie like multiple times. As a small group kayaks down rapids, they get to their pickup point where Sarah pushes Juno into the water, and then the music kind of just turns ominous. I know you can't hear it, but it's like, okay then. Paul helps Juno out of the water and gets kind of weirdly personal and starts taking off her helmet while his wife tries to get out of the water and then goes to check on the kid. Nice job, Paul. As they drive off, it's clear that Paul is contemplating something while Sarah is trying to talk to him. Doesn't seem to be going all that well, and she asks him, what's wrong? He mentions that he's just feeling distracted and actually is literally distracted as well. And In a brief moment, someone with an unsecured load of copper pipes in Final Destination style runs into the car, sending the pipes through the head of Paul and presumably through the daughter in the backseat as well, as both of them are taken out in one fell swoop. Sarah wakes up in the hospital in an undetermined amount of time later, and then comes to the realization that something is wrong. She begins to hallucinate as she runs down the hallway with the lights turning off before coming to the end and then running into her friend Beth. I reckon it can be assumed that this must just be a few hours later, seeing as she still has her wounds and only her friend is really there, but Beth is actually the only person that stuck around, with Juno having long since left or never arrived. Also, what a great friend, and that great friendship will totally screw them later. After burying her family and a year later, a trip has been organized by Juno to go caving, and Sarah has flown out. It is supposed to sort of reunite the group. They all head to roughly my neck of the woods, known as the southeast of the United States. I do want to point something out though. For those of you in North Carolina, you may notice that this looks nothing like North Carolina. Watching this, I said to myself, bro, those aren't the right type of trees for this climate. Now, I'm not a botanist, and I'm not saying that those don't exist out in the Appalachians at all, but not to this capacity. This movie was actually completely filmed in England and Scotland. Oh, and on that note, my Dog Soldiers video, I want you to know that I do know those are different countries, but they are a part of the same kingdom, like a United Kingdom, like a UK perhaps. So anyways, that was just a quick fact for you. As they all convene at the cabin, they start popping bottles and having a good time. Sarah's a bit of a downer for, a moment, recalling what Paul said, or used to say, about loving Daly. Regardless, more women have joined the troupe. Holly, Sam, and Rebecca are also avid cavers and want to explore and reestablish a connection with Sarah after the accident. As they all rage and have a good time, Holly mentions to Juno that the cave that they are slated to go to is just a major tourist trap. Because of that, apparently you can't have fun. Juno thinks about this as they head into the next day. Like an absolute psychopath, Juno then goes for a run early the next morning after a night of drinking. As she does, she hits up all the cabins and begins waking everybody up, getting them ready to go caving for the day. Predictably, everyone is in pretty rough shape from the night before, but everyone eventually starts to move. They take one last group photo before leaving, expecting the day to be an absolute blast. Unfortunately, fate is fresh out of fun and really only has bloodbath left over. They get into their cars and head out in the woods in what I can only assume is like a 2005 BMW SUV ad placement by how many shots it's in, and then they arrive at their parking location. It zooms, it's really lame. Anyways, they begin to hike through the woods where they come across a deer corpse. This body is not really eaten to any capacity, but instead just has small bite marks on the neck. A predator would have probably dragged this thing off and eaten it a little more, which is strange to see. It disturbs the group, but they press on, stacking it up just being a mountain lion or a bear. As they continue to hike, they finally come to the opening of the cave. Now, believe it or not, I actually used to cave in college. Nothing quite like dropping into a cave. It's pretty fun. Except for that one time that I got separated from the group and my flashlight died. Yeah, we had actually just watched this movie too. God. Anyways, they all seem a bit nervous, and Juno is the first to descend with the rest of the group following suit. Now, to spare you the whimsical wonder of a cave, the group walks around oohing and awing at it, which is pretty spot on. If you've ever got a chance to go, I'd say definitely go. Just don't let the bloodthirsty monsters get you, and don't dwell on that, and it shouldn't throw you off. As they enter one chamber of the cave, they begin to take a break and look around. Sarah is told to stick close, but she says that she will, and then she goes off to look for the next area. She eventually finds a route, and Holly moves through it to determine where it goes. As the rest of the group goes through, Sarah finally begins making her way through. However, while she does, she gets stuck and has a freak out. There is nothing quite like getting stuck in a cave with hundreds of thousands of tons of rock above your head. Definitely puts the old meat suit into a panic mode. While she panics, her friend turns around and attempts to calm her down. It quasi-works until a rumbling can be heard overhead. An aptly timed earthquake causes the cave to shake and move. This begins closing off the small tunnel in the cave, and the two quickly begin clambering out of it. They barely escape, but as they do, they forgot their rope bag, which they direly need later on. As they exit the cramped area and begin talking about other exits, the map they have is completely useless. However, because they don't know if those exits are even still open or even still exist. As they discuss how the park rangers will come to find them, Juno reveals that this cave system is not the one they said that they would be in. Instead, nobody is coming for them. Juno says that this is a completely undiscovered system, and she wanted them all to discover it together and maybe give it Sarah's name. Which the rest of the group calls BS on that and says that she was just seeking her own glory and brought them all to meet their end, essentially. Deciding they have no choice to go back, they now have to keep pressing on to see if the cave lets out somewhere else. They come across a massive cavern with an unknowable drop. It's too far to jump across, and they will need to manually set connection points to shimmy across, and as they do, one by one go. Juno is left to pull the points just in case it's needed later on, and then she falls. She is caught, but it slices open the hand of the belayer. Continuing through the cave, they find the first signs that others were there at some point. Cave paintings appear on the wall, which interestingly, if you look at one in particular, it suggests a woolly rhino which existed in western Siberia 8,000 years ago. What it was doing in North Carolina at this point is beyond me. As they move even further, they find climbing equipment from some people some time ago, believing it to be about 100 years old. Nobody uses that stuff anymore, which means more recently, someone had been down there, yet it remained undiscovered, which suggests that they never really got out. With this realization, the morale begins to drop deeper as they move deeper into the cave. Holly ends up seeing what she thinks is daylight and takes off running. Despite being told to stop that it's not daylight, she continues to haul away from the group. Completely by her own fault, she runs out and then falls into a hole. She's grabbed but eventually slips through the grasp and then breaks her leg, creating an open wound fracture. If you would like to know what that daylight was, apparently it was phosphorus. As they attempt to set the fracture and stabilize it by tying an axe to it, the sounds attract something in the shadows. Sarah goes to investigate, quickly seeing a creature but not being able to get a good look at it. As she peers into the darkness, Juno arrives to jump scare the crap out of her by asking her what's going on. She goes on to explain that she has seen something, and Juno reports back to the group that Sarah thinks that she saw something, but Sarah knows for a fact that she did. She begins explaining that this creature is out there and what it looks like to the rest of them as they incredulously listen to her. Now more slowly than ever making their way through the cave with Injured, they all begin to panic to a degree. They can hear something around them, and with Sarah saying she saw something earlier, Rebecca begins to call out into the cave, wanting to know if anyone may be there or listening. So this opens up an entire can of worms in the group. As the camera pans around, it spots a creature behind Beth staring at her with pointed ears and disfigured skin. It runs past, and the group panics. They point their flashlights up, seeing that these things are actually crawling on the walls and ceilings. An attack on the group ensues where Holly is eventually cornered by one and has her throat ripped out by a quick bite. When it does, Holly quickly drops due to the shock, and Juno and the creatures begin fighting over the body. Juno attacks the creature, and it lets out a yell, alerting other nearby subhumans. One jumps onto Juno, and the other takes the body away. Juno overpowers the beast, and then uses an axe to take it out. And here's a perfect example of why you don't sneak up on someone who's pumped up on adrenaline in a cave, being attacked by unknown creatures. Beth quietly approaches her for some reason, which Juno assumes is another monster, and then uses her axe to hit her through the neck. For real though, this is completely Beth's fault. I don't care what is said later in the movie. As Beth falls, she grabs onto Juno's necklace and pulls it off like, oh, what a massive betrayal. No, Beth, you could have said, hey, it's Beth. The group is, at this point, completely scattered, with them all ending up in different chambers. Sarah in particular ends up in the boneyard. As she scans around with her camera, she finds many different types of animals, suggesting that these things are actually hunting on the surface, but she also finds human remains, indicating that they will definitely eat humans if given the chance. And she witnesses this firsthand as the creatures rip apart Holly right in front of her. Sam and Rebecca are currently hiding in a small dugout area of the cave as another one of these creatures move through. They attempt to stay as quiet as possible, but her watch ends up going off. Before the creature is able to kind of echolocate it and attack them, Juno is back up on her feet and begins yelling out for everyone. The creature hears this and then takes off to go locate her, leaving these two alone for now. As the creature approaches Juno, she shines her flashlight and it stops. It listens, but it can't seem to locate her until finally it just runs off. Moving back to Sarah, the creatures have had their fill and move out. She lights a torch and begins looking around the gore all around her. Seeing human remains and what's left of Holly, Sam, Rebecca, and Juno all meet back up as Juno takes out one of the creatures. As they do, they inspect it to see what it actually is. They see that it has massive ears, its skin is pale and devoid of pigmentation almost entirely, and they appear to be completely blind, with the pupil being as white as the eye because it is underdeveloped, suggesting that these things have been down here for a very long time. Generations, in fact. With Sarah still moving alone through the bone pit, eventually she does spot Beth laying on the ground. Beth is still alive, but unable to move very well, suggesting that maybe there is some spinal cord damage to the hit to the neck. She goes on to say that Juno did this to her, which again, I'm sorry bro, but you did this to yourself. However, she is correct in saying that Juno did leave her there to kind of meet her end, but again, after she fell, most people would have likely assumed the same thing. Beth is basically just, she's kind of a douche. Regardless, she hands Sarah Juno's necklace, which has the same words inscribed on it that Paul used to say, which indicates maybe there's a little more between Juno and Paul than Sarah knew. Beth is in a great amount of pain at this point, and she asks Sarah to end it. Sarah reluctantly agrees and then smashes the old brain case with a rock. Immediately after this, Sarah is attacked by a child form of these creatures. She ends up taking it out, and whoops, there's Mom to inspect why her child isn't moving anymore. Sarah takes off with Mom right behind her. She falls into a pool of blood and slowly resurfaces, and as she does, Player 2 has entered the game and begins to attack her. She's able to grab a deer antler and then hits the creature directly in the head with it, taking her out in the process, and as she moves towards the torch, another appears and she bludgeons it with a bone, taking that one out as well. The other part of the group decides that they need to go back out the way they came, even though there's a literal cave-in and there's nowhere to go. Juno, Rebecca, and Sam all try to escape, and as they do, Sam goes back up into the chasm area to set the points. As she does, another creature arrives and bites her throat out. Before she bleeds out, she is able to get a stab in and drops the creature, but she meets her end shortly after. As they watch this, Rebecca is then grabbed and pulled back by the creatures and eaten alive in front of Juno. Juno basically says screw that and jumps in, knowing that there is nothing she can do for anyone at this point. She lands in some water, luckily, and as she does, the creature is down there that attacks Sam, and it's still alive. It begins to attack Juno, but she overpowers it and ends it under the water. After this altercation, this only leaves her and Sarah left. They all meet back up, and when they do, Sarah's looking a little worse for wear. However, they don't really have time to squabble with the newfound information as a group begins to attack them. After taking out multiple of these creatures, Juno then stands in front of Sarah. Sarah shows her the necklace, which indicates that she knows about the extracurricular activities that took place. They hear a screech, and then Sarah stabs Juno in the knee with the axe and leaves her to her fate. Juno looks out and sees roughly like 20 of them have shown up to attack, and a scream can be heard as she is eaten. Sarah finds sunlight amid a pile of bones and then begins clawing her way up and finally out of the ground. As she does, she runs through the woods and then gets into her car before driving down the road. She stops to throw up and looks over to see Juno. Now the question is, was this all a hallucination considering she has hallucinated before? Did she actually survive that crash, and was this just her brain's interpretation of hell? Well, interestingly, that's the American version. Not sure why she had to escape, but in the English version, it's a little darker, perhaps indicating that she actually is in hell. She wakes up after dreaming that she escaped, and she is still in the cave with the monsters. Pretty dark. So first things first, let's discuss what these creatures are and how they got there. Again, it's not a secret that humans actually used to use caves for protection from the elements, and with the constant temperature between about 49 to 52 degrees on average, there is a cave in Texas that is 70 degrees. This provides a great haven for humanity. Cool enough during the summer to get out of the heat, but warm enough in the winter that even a small fire can keep you warm and comfortable. However, these creatures are different from us Homo sapiens. They are what's known as a troglophile, not to be confused with troglodynes, who move in and out of cave environments like bats, or troglobites, which cannot exist outside of a cave and are permanent cave dwellers. Instead, it's more of a middle ground, and this is suggested by the fact that the boneyard shows they have plenty of creatures that live on the surface that they hunt, likely hunting at night, seeing as pigmentation is low and sunlight would burn quite badly. This means that they bring their prey back to the cave to be consumed. Now, something to note about their designation is that if I really do wish there was more of a middle ground between troglophiles and troglobites. They would be leaning more towards troglobites, and this is because of their adaptations that they display. Being closer in structuring, there are many differences between cave dwellers and humans that can be easily identified. Human adaptation is still a very real thing even to this day. In fact, it was recently discovered that more humans are growing an extra artery in their forearms. The median artery within the forearm usually goes away as we are formed in the womb, and the radial and ulnar arteries take over. However, in some people, all three arteries still exist into adulthood, meaning that it's a permanent trait. In the 1800s, it was observed that maybe 10% of the people had it, but today it can be found in 35% of humans. And if you had to ask me, I think the overall increase in exercising our society engages in, like bodybuilding and upper body exercises, has put biological pressure on this part of the body to deliver more blood, and as a result, this artery sticks around as it's being properly utilized. But that's just my hypothesis on it. Regardless, environmental pressure can cause adaptations to form, which we wouldn't see in other areas of the world, even in, say, like towns in northern latitudes where darkness is common. Not to mention the probability of inbreeding and the effects it had on these groups that remained isolated within the cave. So let's discuss what sort of adaptations that we see within the cave dwellers. Starting with the feet and basing this on the hands, we don't really see it that much. There's like one scene, and even then you can't really tell. But considering they are able to crawl up the walls and across the ceiling, it can be assumed that really the claws must be sharp, and the feet have likely had the toes lengthened to be able to grip onto the ceiling and hold on. Otherwise, it would be all upper body holding them, and that does not appear to be the case. The overall appearance of these creatures is that they are roughly humanoid in shape. Seeing as they stem from humans, this is completely unsurprising. However, their skin may be thicker than that of humans. This is judging by the fact that they appear in an area, like the cave, with no fire, or at least no use of fire in this cave system. The creatures would have to contend with 49 to 52 degree temperatures, which if you are completely exposed to, can over time cause you to enter hypothermia. So to combat this, the thickening of the skin would allow for better retention of heat. Not only that, but with this skin thicker, abrasions from the cave would likely be less serious than in regular humans. These adaptations allow them to exist within the environment and also move outside the cave for a limited amount of times. The hands, as mentioned, possess claws which can be used for slashing, and internally their strength appears to be greater than that of a normal adult female. Now, the creatures that do attack are mostly male, which typically the male of a species will have a higher threshold of strength than a female. But considering how they move and crawl on their walls and ceilings, it would be like doing pull-ups every time you wanted to move. So they would likely be stronger than an adult male as well, or an adult human male. The face in general is where we see largely the greatest variance of adaptations within the body. The reasoning behind this is because this is where most of the senses are going to be, as well as adaptations in the brain, which we'll get to those in a moment. Concerning the face, moving to the mouth of this creature, it's clear to see that they are purely carnivorous. Humans are omnivorous, which is why we really don't have incredibly sharp teeth and we possess molars. However, with these creatures, every tooth is sharper than that of a canine, which is absolutely used for predatory purposes. Moving up to the nose, we see some variance amongst the populations. Some seem to have roughly a human-shaped nose, however, with the overgrowth of skin, like that scene when the camera is flipped into night vision, there are still some of those who have more like a slit, and it travels up the entire bridge of the nose. Likely this would be to draw the scent of prey in, seeing as these creatures are much more animalistic than human. Moving up to the eyes, we see that they are largely just underdeveloped. Their blindness is not so much because of just the sheer darkness of the cave, but due to the fact that eyes are actually incredibly expensive to maintain for our meat suits. We don't think about it, but forming and continually upkeeping the eyes in our day-to-day life utilizes a lot of vitamins and nutrients. Not to mention the constant stream of information to the brain and what it has to process as a result of this functioning organ. In the caves, these creatures only saw darkness, so without the need for them, over time the eyes just became less and less developed as nothing was put towards its survival, and instead it was really more of a tax on the body. We see this within the iris of the one that Juno takes out. Slightly blue around the iris, it turns milky white just a few millimeters out from that, indicating that this is really just a leftover trait at this point and serves really little purpose. Instead, the creature appears to hunt by a form of echolocation and likely scent. Scent, based on the actual structuring of the nose, would probably indicate that the olfactory bulb is more developed within these creatures, but they were not able to smell humans close to them, so I seriously doubt that's their main form of actual hunting. However, concerning echolocation, this would imply that the temporal lobe of the brain is still quite developed. They would emit sounds much like that of a bat, which ironically, or really I guess unironically, their ears almost look like bats. The sound waves travel out, or the prey emits a sound, then the cave dwellers are exceedingly good at picking up the sound with their forward-facing ears. And this is how they are able to locate the women in the cave and continually find their location, despite the fact that the cave actually, believe it or not, muffles sound. When I got lost in the cave without a flashlight, I ended up yelling out for my group. I didn't hear anything and they didn't hear me. Eventually, I just followed the chamber's wall until I felt something that felt familiar, and I was like, oh, okay. And it turned out to actually be the passageway, in which case they were in the chamber right next to me. They just couldn't hear me. So caves are not always these echoey, billowing things. A lot of times it just completely screws sound. Anyways, getting to the internal portions of the brain, a few things can be assumed based on human evolution, reproduction, and environmental pressures. So it's clear, firstly, that this thing was likely a Homo sapiens at one point. Way back in the caveman days, looking at their overall height and build, they were not Homo neanderthalensis. And I do want to point something out because there is a, I guess, debate about is it Neanderthal or Neanderthal. The Germans pronounce T-H-A-L, at least from what I've come to understand, as a T sound, not a th sound. So it actually is Neanderthal, but nobody's gonna fault you for saying Neanderthal, by the way. Anybody who does, they probably should just get over themselves. Anyways, standing over the women, it appears that the males are roughly about 6 feet tall, or maybe even thal, or a little under 2 meters tall. The likely split between modern humans and this creature would have happened all because of the cave, which would have led to further issues for them. Likely in the beginning, there were a group of standard Homo sapiens living within this cave. However, something seems to have happened that trapped them. Their cave paintings show that they used to be more intelligent once upon a time, but have likely long since lost this ability. And this is something due to what is very well known in caves, and its name is scarcity. Any animal that exclusively lives in caves will experience this issue and must adapt accordingly. Ecosystems are tightly knit and can be thrown off balance extremely easily within caves. Likely this group got trapped a long time ago and they were able to survive by eating what was in the cave. Judging by the fact that the cave-in happens due to earthquakes moving through the area, this is exactly what shut in the original family that lived in this cave. As they adapted to the system of living, their bodies would have begun losing the adaptations that we have, and then they would have lost the expensive adaptations like skin pigment, eyes, and brain function. With low nutrition, areas of the brain would have likely been less important. like higher thought for instance. Neural connections over time would have very clearly degraded amongst generations if, say, an entire population of many were in this group. However, here's the problem. This likely wasn't a large group. In reality, there may have been only around 20 or 30 people if you were lucky. Which brings in our next issue, inbreeding. What happens when creatures inbreed? Well, it can amplify issues and aberrations within the genetic coding of an individual, making them even worse. Over time, this can have a phenotypic impact because of the genetics. Think of it this way. The entire human race were plunged into darkness underground, and we continued to have the genetic exchange necessary for maintaining health. Our evolution towards looking like these creatures would be incredibly slow. We may become more animalistic and feral over time due to scarcity, but our outward appearance would remain kind of more intact because of our genes. Other adaptations would arise as the successful survived, but you're talking millions of years before any considerable changes. In the descent, however, it can be assumed that these people's group are only maybe tens of thousands of years old based on cave paintings. And in fact, it takes place in the United States, where we didn't leave Africa in any real capacity until about 100,000 years ago. Because of this group couldn't be that old. For mutations to arise to make them look like this, and not just that, the differences amongst group members, says to me that inbreeding was a major issue. We see one female with a child. No other females are spotted, mainly meaning that she's like the cave bicycle. Everyone's had a ride unless it's some sort of alpha situation, which is really never divulged to us in the first movie. Then over time, possibly what was keeping them going is like another earthquake managed to shake loose the enclosing of the tunnels, but by then, the brain was already heavily affected by generations of inbreeding and loss of mental ability. So for instance, it's known that the nobility in Europe kind of stuck with the same type of inbreeding even amongst cousins. And this would have their children struggle to remain as mentally apt as their parents were, and this repeated cycle produced more and more successive mentally deficient children. Running with the same idea as concerning mental faculties, these creatures that were once human emerged back onto the surface and likely found that their skin burned by some unseen force due to lack of pigmentation. And with their brains massively degraded and their inability to see means that much like animals, they retreated back into the cave only to come out at night and hunt when their skin didn't burn. Their instincts were still intact from years of living within the cave, and because social ability is just ingrained in humans, these creatures are adopting the pack mentality. But their hearing had gotten better, which means that they were relatively successful hunters along with pack hunting when they were back on the surface. And this kept their subspecies alive for the time being, but again, there were no new genes being introduced into the lines, and because of this, as they continued, they would likely have become even more inbred to the point that infertility would become a massive issue, not to mention lifespan significantly decreased, and just general ability to do anything would elude them eventually. But this group of women actually just happened upon possibly one of the last few generations of these creatures, so massive oof at that point. And to think, they really just could have gone the natural way and resorted to cannibalism. But wouldn't that repeat the cycle? What sort of animals used to exist 100,000 years ago that went extinct? Giant sloths, short-faced bears, Neanderthal. But for that matter, what sort of variants of bacteria and viruses? Due to the shifting climate through time, changes in the landscape, and in general, the extinctions of local flora and fauna, creatures, whether they be microscopic or multicellular, that used to thrive found themselves over the 1,000 centuries being met with increasing difficulty concerning their survival. Ultimately, a lot of animals would make it out and adapt to these changes, but some weren't so lucky. Humanity is one of the major lucky ones, not only surviving, but thriving. That thriving, however, would come at a cost. Much like bacteria in a petri dish, with the colonies continuing to grow and use up resources until it's detrimental to itself, it seems humanity would do the same, which sort of parallels our species currently. But we are attempting to actually do something about it. 2021 is going to be the year of the electric car, mark my words. Regardless, as the temperatures of Earth continue to rise due to carbon dioxide release, a receding of the ice in the Canadian Arctic would unleash a species of parasite long contained. This species would prove to be more than a match for our bodies, as likely it's been quite a long time since we were exposed to it. So today, we all saw the thumbnail. We are talking about the movie The Thaw, which if you've never seen it, I really wouldn't blame you. It's a Val Kilmer movie, but it's a little also heavy-handed on the whole climate change science, but the parasites at least make it interesting. We will also discuss Homo sapiens' natural immunity to parasites and how these creatures may have survived the deep freeze until their eventual release once more, or really we will discuss how unlikely likely it is that they survived that deep freeze. But speaking of tundras and cold, that done, let's get to why the guy who caused an energetic release of concussive force at a pipeline because he was upset about it may not be the most stable dude on the planet to make a judgment call on the release of a plague of parasites that humanity has no immunity nor effective way to combat. We open up our story with David Crouppen talking about the woes of humanity. Questioning why nobody is willing to sacrifice for the planet, he laments over his career as even though he's been heard by scholars and common people alike, nothing seems to be working. He mentions how he rediscovered what he knew when he was young. Basically, he became soft in his old age. We cut to a woman with something sticking out of her forehead as it slithers back into her scalp. Ouchies! So yeah, that's gonna be a new straight up personal fear of mine. Before all this happened though, David and his team found a polar bear way south of where it should be. Despite it being early spring, there should be more snow and ice where they are, and presumably the bear came south for food. And it did in fact find some food. They tag the polar bear with a tranq shot and then knock it out. The bear was eating something in the ice with a crow joining in, and as they descend to check out the bear, their native guide begins yelling. They look down into the ice and spot the bear was actually eating a woolly mammoth frozen in the ice. Talk about some freezer burned meat right there. Half a planet away, a group of college students are selected to go to David's compound, and that makes it sound really nefarious, and it is nefarious. Anyways, they'll be meeting with David to help him with his work that he's doing to combat climate change. Initially, there were supposed to be 4 students, but stuck in a traffic jam is David's daughter. David calls her, and apparently, she's not too thrilled to hear from him. He had missed the mom's funeral, so obviously the daughter was a little upset. David promises that he will give her all the mother's money if she just comes up, and she obliges, but this is what knocks out one of the students from going to Captain David's House of Fun. Back at the compound, the guide comes out to inform everyone that the polar bear has succumbed to whatever mystery disease it contracted. 2 days later, we meet Bart, the helicopter pilot. David calls and warns him not to bring his daughter up, and Bart obliges. Back at the forward operating base, or FOB, David is sitting staring at the mammoth, and Jane comes in to check on him and ask him if he had called for help yet, but David is looking a little unfocused. They all appear to be a bit sick and struggling. The guy that they had already been infected and beginning to be worse off than most. David lies about calling help, and Jane leaves. Back at the helicopter, Evelyn is told that she is not allowed to come up with Bart, but she completely ignores him and then gets on anyways. They take off over the Canadian tundra towards the base to meet up with David and the rest of the group. While en route, Sue's begin questioning the daughter about her dad, and it's pretty clear at this point that she would rather not be here, and this upsets the students as she's the reason that one of them are missing. At the FOB, Jane is lying in the tent when they put the dog down. The guide has already succumbed to the parasites, but David mentions how they need to protect themselves until they are ready. Jane throws up, gross, and then Edward goes to check on Jane. She questions him about being ready for what, and he doesn't answer. This begins to sow some seeds of doubt as to what is actually happening. Getting to the base, they find it's completely abandoned. No power, no running water, nobody. As they open the doors, they immediately begin to be hit with a smell, but decide that it's better just to get the generator running, and they'll figure out what that is later. Bart goes to check on it, and meanwhile, Federico and Ling were obviously doing the horizontal tango at some point in their career with one another, and then they make up, which would prove to be an awful idea later, but you know, what can you do? As Evelyn looks for some paperwork that she needs to get all her mother's money, we get some backstory on our boy Adam. And no, not like Adam like A-D-A-M, but literally Adam like A-T-O-M. Why you would name your kid this is beyond strange, though I guess there are kids named like Golden Apple nowadays, so maybe not the most bizarre thing. Anyways, he talks about how his dad was an oil rig owner and they hit sour gas and it took out 9 people downwind, to which the dad remarked plenty more where they came from. So it upset Adam and he turned more eco-aggressive as a result. I would say the other word, but then this video would have no chance of earning anything. Cue in the people in the comments calling me selfish because I try to get things monetized. Bart comes back in search of a flashlight as Adam and Evelyn move through the lab to look for one. The smell is atrocious at this point and they flip on the lights to find that the polar bear is deceased from earlier. It's looking a little worse than normal with visible wounds all over its body. Bart decides to get a picture with it and for some reason he rolls up his sleeves. Bad idea, Broham. As he does, he is bit by something in the forearm, but they assume it to just be a flea. Why? Why, my guy, would you roll up your sleeves to touch a dead animal? The absolute mad lad. Back at the FOB, the guide and dog are buried, having been exposed to the parasite apparently earlier than anybody else. Jane is able to get in contact after the radio in the bag goes off with Evelyn looking for everyone. Jane calls out that the students are here and that Evelyn also came with. David is mildly upset by this news, more so than normal, but he asks her to just just stay there, and for the love of God, don't come up to the FOB. David and Edward talk about doing the right thing as David approaches the camp, and Jane decides that enough is enough. She hits David in the shoulder with a shot as Edward runs at her with a knife. She snipes him in the heart, leading to his end as well. Back at the base, nobody shows up and everyone just kind of goes to bed for the night. As they do, Federico and Ling make up, as you know you do with ex-girlfriends, but as they are doing so, a parasite crawls across the floor. Federico freaks out as he has a phobia and then leaves the room as Ling decides to stay in there and go back to sleep. Eventually around 3 a.m., Jane shows up on the ATV. Evelyn then heads outside to check on her and finds her in the helicopter struggling to breathe. Bart wakes up and his wound on his arm is way worse and itching like crazy, to the point that he is actually bleeding now. In the base, Ling wakes up in all the commotion, covered in bites from head to toe, and instantly thinks that Federico gave her something. A pretty solid conclusion, but then Federico thinks that maybe she already had something, which is also a solid conclusion. Evelyn then calls out to the FOB, where it shows that actually David is still alive, considering he was just winged by the hit, but it ended up knocking him out. They pull Jane inside, and Federico rightly deduces this place is infested and they need to get out of there. They head out to the helicopter to look for David and Edward, but then find that the helicopter was sabotaged by Jane. They have no idea why she would do this, but as they discuss, Ling comes back out and says Jane isn't doing so well. They run back inside and then find that she is asphyxiating on her own vomit. Okay, so I break away for a moment because everybody needs more information in their life, and you know, I used to do like EMT stuff and medical stuff and blah 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 blah, who cares? Anyways, when somebody is asphyxiating on vomit, immediately roll them over on their side. Don't keep them on their backs because this is literally the worst thing you can do to clear an airway. But regardless, petting people's faces and yelling at them to stay with you actually doesn't do anything, and then she suffocates. So if you would like to avoid that fate, do that for other people. So anyways, now it may not have helped because the parasites could have been, you know, in her lungs and in her stomach, but in normal circumstances with normal people under normal conditions, you now know what to do. So going back to the movie, the group realizes at this point that they need to quarantine Jane for their own safety because they have no idea what she is infected with. Jane and Adam load up on the ATV to go find her dad using the GPS coordinates on it. Eventually, they do make it to the FOB, but back at the regular base, Bart is discovering his wound keeps getting worse and worse, and this is no normal flea bite. As Evelyn and Adam search the base, they find the mammoth first. As they begin looking at it more closely, they find what appear to be eggs in the meat of this creature. And not only just that, but they are moving as the creature begins to thaw. As they exit the tent and then find that Edward's body was just outside of it, they run up the hill to find a grave that was dug for the guide and the dog. Evelyn assumes it to be her father, and Adam grabs her, saying that she shouldn't see him like this. She begins wailing that it's not fair because she still hates him. Okay, weird flex, but don't worry, you'll hate him worse later. They go back to the ATV and then head back to the original base. Federico, my boy, you gotta get that checked out. As he takes a pee, comes out as pretty much all blood. He accuses Ling of hooking up with somebody the last few months after seeing how sick she was. But then he realized that this is an incredibly fast-acting disease, and nobody had any time to do anything else, considering, you know, he's already showing symptoms himself. He mentions, however, whatever it is, it's inside him down there. And now I have a new phobia part 2. Electric Boogaloo. Adam and Evelyn come back to the base and report to Bart that everyone at the FOB has been taken out. Federico is calling for help on the radio. As Evelyn moves through the base, Ling is looking even worse for wear. Evelyn is looking for evidence of eggs on Jane and then breaks her quarantine. As she lifts her stomach to midriff, she spots numerous eggs underneath the skin. She then looks in her eye and just in time, and then sees a parasite swim across it. Oh, sweet God. They decide that they need to basically isolate her more, so they take her to the lab where the polar bear is and then drop her. As Evelyn inspects the polar bear, she also finds that eggs are all over its carcass as well. The realization dawns on Evelyn that they can't leave. Most of them are infected with something and they need to call the CDC. Probably the right move, but Federico is freaking out, yelling, "Game over, man, game over." He's really just ready to GTFO as fears overtake him. He calls everyone sick at the thought of eggs being laid in people, which to a certain degree, he's right. Evelyn then takes off running to the radio to tell the chopper not to come, but then Federico actually ends up just completely destroying the radio. Ling comes walking down the hallway looking borderline done, clearly having an immune response. But they need to quarantine her immediately, as clearly she's probably a goner. Back at the lab space, they watch the sheets move where Jane is as bugs begin crawling across the floor. The hatching has begun. Bart shows Evelyn his arm and says that they need to do something before that becomes him. He tries to grab the parasite by removing some skin, but as he does, it recedes further into his arm. After this, he realizes that he has to take off his arm or just completely burn it. He then grabs a meat cleaver and asks someone to do do it or he will. This part is actually about just as brutal from the movie Splinter. They inject morphine into him and then tie off the arm. As they're about to do it, Federico then checks down there and he's bleeding. Sorry bro, major bummer, that kind of sucks, but weirdly he gets kind of sentimental for Bart's arm, that at least that's what it looks like, because that's probably what he's gonna have to do to himself. And then he comes in to stop it by firing a shot. This scares Adam and then he is able to meat cleave the arm anyways. As Bart sits there freaking out with a meat cleaver in his arm, Adam freezes up and Evelyn has to finish the job taking off his arm. I'll tell you man, it's blurred for you, but that looks pretty painful. So now that the arm is on the floor, Adam attempts to use bug spray on it, but it has no effect. And eventually he turns to the great equalizer, fire, and that takes care of the problem. So I just want to point out, Federico isn't like a bad dude, he's just scared. He helps Evelyn then carry Bart to the couch as they attempt to stop the bleeding as she opens up the ATV kit for injuries. She finds her dad's journal that has all the information on these things. First, they aren't bugs. They are actually vertebrates because they have a spine. Second, the males just bite you and create a wound that the female can then crawl in and lay eggs and multiply. So being bit by a male doesn't necessarily mean you're infected. They figure out that they need more information before the helicopter that Federico called in gets there. Evelyn then heads back in to search Jane. As she walks through though, the polar bear looks like it's ready to pop because it's filled to the brim with those parasites. She removes the sheet covering Jane and finds that she has been mostly eaten at this point, but she gets what she needs. As she heads to leave, Federico again freaks out and tries to seal her in. She gets out, but has to basically strip to show that she's not infected. She did, however, have a female on her trying to get into a wound to lay eggs, but Adam was able to grab it and pull it out of her before it could get in. They finally move into the media area, and one of the bugs actually escaped, and they figured out that they're moving through the vents as the lab is completely infested with these parasites. When they quarantined Ling, she got trapped in a room with the females and all the bites on her. Bart then mentions that his bandage is too tight, and they check and find that there are actually still eggs laid further up in his arm. So basically cutting off his arm did nothing. Federico takes a shot at Ling through the door and then says that that's what she wanted, but he kind of missed. He just hit her in the cheek. Bart then punches him, knocking the tool away from him. Then Bart goes in with Ling and decides that sedation is better than succumbing consciously. He goes in, knocks her out, and himself, as they are overtaken by the parasites. The chopper arrives and Federico goes out, mentioning how they can all still escape. The issue is, however, Evelyn says they need to figure out what to do because they are infected. At this point, David shows back up and takes out Federico with his own shot and then saves Adam and Evelyn. He looks like the good guy, doesn't he? Well, actually, he's a total douche. Evelyn and Adam go back in to burn the building down with gasoline and watch the rest of the tape where it shows David infecting himself intentionally so he could bring it back to major populations. His thinking was that if they released this parasite on the planet, people would be forced to reconsider their emissions to keep these creatures like this contained. Now, why he's a freaking idiot is because he has no clue how many people, just the amount of untold masses would fall, or even if this could be like an extinction level event, considering humans are, social animals and would probably socialize even if they had parasites. So regardless of the save he just pulled, David still sucks. Evelyn tries to reason him with all the points that I just mentioned, and he says that it wouldn't matter because no one would listen. He's forced to more drastic measures. Again, total idiot because, everything, but that's just my take on the matter. Anyways, what's even worse is the entire base is infested and he locks his daughter and Adam in there as the helicopter arrives. They're able to break a window as Adam runs to the helicopter and then jumps on. The pilot, thinking he's infected, doesn't stop and instead goes up higher when then Adam falls to his demise. Evelyn takes a shot through the window and it hits the pilot in the neck, sending the thing careening into the base, igniting the entire building, which then destroys the localized outbreak. Evelyn checks on Adam and he says that he wanted to be there to get the ball rolling, which he did, and then he meets his end. Now, near some unknown Canadian city, days later, a dog is found eating a crow. In fact, the same crow that ate the mammoth with the polar bear. This crow succumbed to the parasite and man's best friend just happened to come across it. After being called back by its owner, the person heads back into the city to unleash the parasite unknowingly. The irony of this being that humanity never even really mattered in this equation. Nature would unleash this parasite on us in the end. This brings us back to the beginning of the movie where the news reports are saying that there are tens of thousands of people infected and hundreds have already met their end by some unknown creature. Big oof, humanity. So first things first, let's discuss a moment, basically the feasibility of this. Now, it's known right now we may be warming things up a little bit. We know the Earth is getting hotter and it's something we need to address before it gets out of control. We're moving in the right direction with a lot of new technologies that could help us address these problems, but time will tell if this is really quick enough. Regardless, we know right now with the melting ice, we are starting to see some very strange and very old things emerge. One of these examples in particular that comes to mind is a recently pulled megavirus that's 30,000 years old, and it's still infectious and still viable from the permafrost in Siberia. Now, it sounds horrifying, as, this suggests that viruses were A, more diverse than we originally thought for this time period, and B, a giant virus sounds pretty freaky. But the fact is, viruses just don't immediately infect people by being viruses. It's all based on cellular markers and if it can get into our cells. From what has been found, it is not capable of infecting humans, but the issue is viruses are adaptable. They can mutate and change, which is sort of like how simian immunodeficiency virus became human immunodeficiency virus, so SIV to HIV. So realistically, yes, there can be things lurking in the ice that have long thought to have been extinct that could re-emerge as the ice continues to thaw. Now the issue is, what about actual cellular organisms? Cells need glucose to function. A lot of animals go through hibernation during cold winters. Their metabolism drops dramatically, and with it, so does their oxygen consumption. They essentially sleep during this time, which causes them to use tremendously less energy than normal, but this is only for a few months a year. Some species of frogs, on the other hand, have completely different abilities at their disposal. Ice crystals will form within their bodies as they are frozen, but high concentrations of glucose within their vital organs allow them to basically remain somewhat functional and not destroyed by ice. The heart will stop beating and the breathing will completely cease for a frog, but as it thaws, these organs are protected and then will start back up when it reaches a certain temperature. But there's still a limit on what it is capable of. While frogs are frozen, they are still living. And because they are still living, they must use some energy within them to keep their cells alive. It's just at a massively decreased rate. Their bodies will also switch over to an anaerobic metabolism, which is less efficient at generating energy, but still quite viable considering how little they need. All this said, the meter is still ticking this whole time. Should they run out of glucose during their freeze, they would not wake back up and they will actually expire. It is hypothesized that they can last at about 7 months this way overall. There are very few other animals that even come close to what frogs can pull off, and the reasoning is you need glucose in your body to stay alive. Without it, cells will quickly expire and then you will meet your end. After all, we are really just walking chemical reactions. Let's take away the reaction and boom, you take away the life. So the first hurdle this parasite has in the thaw is, without the glucose needed to survive the freezing for what was theorized to be roughly 20,000 years, they would absolutely expire. Their bodies were small, and even if frozen completely through, the cells would still need glucose in order to survive, and they would not just have the stores necessary to survive that long of a freeze. So likely, in our universe, there is really not going to be any crazy animals coming back to life to wreak havoc on human society. Now, ancient bacteria and viruses, that's another story though. But this is why humanity still hasn't completely figured out how to cryo-freeze something and then bring it back to life. Without massively high concentrations of glucose in the cells freeze and then burst due to water contained within. As the parasite cells use glucose in their bodies, even if they could survive freezing for periods of time, considering was the Ice Age, as glucose decreased, the balance would shift in their cells and they would burst due to the formation of jagged ice crystals in their cells. So apart from that glaring biological issue, what sort of animals used to exist 100,000 years ago that went extinct? Giant sloths, short-faced bears, Neanderthal. But for that matter, what sort of variants of bacteria and viruses? Due to the shifting climate through time, changes in the landscape, and in general, the extinctions of local flora and fauna, creatures, whether they be microscopic or multicellular, that used to thrive found themselves over the 1,000 centuries being met with increasing difficulty concerning their survival. Ultimately, a lot of animals would make it out and adapt to these changes, but some weren't so lucky. Humanity is one of the major lucky ones, not only surviving, but thriving. That thriving, however, would come at a cost. Much like bacteria in a petri dish, with the colonies continuing to grow and use up resources until it's detrimental to itself, it seems humanity would do the same, which sort of parallels our species currently. But we are attempting to actually do something about it. 2021 is going to be the year of the electric car, mark my words. Regardless, as the temperatures of Earth continue to rise due to carbon dioxide release, a receding of the ice in the Canadian Arctic would unleash a species of parasite long contained. This species would prove to be more than a match for our bodies, as likely it's been quite a long time since we were exposed to it. So today, we all saw the thumbnail. We are talking about the movie The Thaw, which if you've